Chapter 181. Karina K. Eddie listened to Lewis' explanation, but did not completely believe it. She consulted several authoritative scholars in nuclear physics through her internal authority. However, the answers of these authoritative scholars were exactly the same as Lewis's. They all said that the release of neutrons by radioactive substances was a physical law, and humans currently had no way to prevent radioactive substances from releasing neutrons. The data was still being analyzed. Karina K. Eddie not only investigated the nuclear reactor, but also the crew members on the Washington were included in the investigation, especially the crew members who had access to the reactor, and no one was left out. They had to analyze and investigate every possible situation. As time went on, more and more evidence showed that the crew of the Washington had no intention of sabotage. The strange 13-minute shutdown of the reactor became the focus of this accident. Even the reactor engineer Lewis Ford was puzzled as to why the reactor suddenly shut down. Karina K. Eddie asked again, "Dr. Ford, is there really no way to temporarily stop the release of neutrons from radioactive materials?" Despite the doubts, Lewis Ford still firmly believed in his judgment. From the current technology and theory, there is no relevant technology or theory. Scientists are stubborn. Unless they can produce real evidence, they will only sneer. Obviously, Lewis Ford believes that he is not wrong. The investigation has reached a deadlock. The strange 13-minute shutdown made a group of engineers and researchers crazy. Lewis Ford continued, "Ms. Eddie, the biggest possibility now is that there may be some defects in the reactor, which led to this accident." Karina K. Eddie frowned and asked, "Are you sure?" The old-fashioned Lewis Ford replied, "Unless the Washington is salvaged and fully analyzed, we can only find the problem by studying the black box and other aircraft carriers of the same class." "Salvage? Are you crazy? Or am I stupid?" Karina K. Eddie complained secretly. "To salvage a steel warship weighing more than 100,000 tons from the bottom of the sea more than 3,000 meters deep, and the ship is leaking nuclear energy. Not only is the technical difficulty very high, but it is also difficult to determine whether it will help the investigation. The extremely high water pressure on the seabed has already destroyed many things inside the Washington. Who knows what will be found after spending more than $1 billion to salvage it? Then use the black box and the same class aircraft carrier to conduct an investigation, and find out the problem with the reactor as soon as possible." Karina K. Eddie ordered. "Understood. This is also the question I want to know." On the other side, the salvage work of the Los Angeles black box was not going smoothly. The Los Angeles plunged headfirst into a crack in the seabed, and the crack collapsed after being hit. The Los Angeles was buried deep in the sea, and the only part exposed outside the rocks and sand was the reactor and power system at the tail. The terrible nuclear leak seriously interfered with the work of the scientific research submarine, and the black box at the tail could basically not be taken out. The cockpit and the black box at the head were submerged by rocks, and the scientific research submarine had no way to carry out large-scale engineering operations on the seabed. Simon Manhattan said helplessly, "Stop the salvage work." Willard on the side was disappointed. Although the local investigation had found some problems, it was initially determined that the nuclear reactor had defects, which led to the sudden flameout. But Willard still couldn't escape responsibility. After all, the reactor failure would at most cause the Washington and Los Angeles to break down. But if there was a collision and the ship sank directly, it would be human responsibility. Willard, who was taken away by the military police for investigation, probably had a ruined future. Simon Manhattan stood on the deck, looking at the sunset in the distance. The sparkling golden sea brought the last bit of warmth to the deep blue sea. The water in the Pacific Ocean is too deep, and the wind and waves are also turbulent, and there are invisible undercurrents, which make people upset. Suddenly, a man in a black suit appeared behind him, and said in a low and hurried voice, "Director Simon, there is a problem in the Gulf of Aden." Simon Manhattan's eyes changed. What happened? Around 10 o'clock this morning, the Lincoln had a 67-second reactor shutdown failure. What? Simon Manhattan was shocked. The Lincoln and Washington belong to the Nimitz-class nuclear-powered aircraft carriers, and are also one of the 10 Nimitz-class aircraft carriers currently in service. Now that the Washington has sunk and the Enterprise is a training ship, there are only 9 nuclear-powered aircraft carriers that can be mobilized. If the Lincoln has problems again, defense zones everywhere will be without mobile aircraft carriers. Yesterday, the 3rd Fleet temporarily dispatched the Reagan from the San Francisco base to the 7th Fleet for support. Is the fault serious? Simon Manhattan asked nervously. It's not a big impact, but we have returned to the port for inspection just in case. Simon Manhattan fell silent and couldn't help but ponder. Is there really a safety hazard in the Nimitz-class reactor? But why did it not appear in so many years of service before? But in less than a month, there were 2 failures. At the same time, the Pentagon also attaches great importance to this matter. The company responsible for designing and building the Nimitz-class nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, as well as the designers and engineers, were ordered to fully inspect the 9 Nimitz-class nuclear-powered aircraft carriers in service. It is necessary to check it. If it is a normal voyage, it can be dealt with if it suddenly stops working. But if it fails at a critical moment in an emergency, it will be a disaster. Even the Reagan, which had just sailed for 2 days, was ordered to return to the San Francisco base for a comprehensive inspection. Newport, Virginia. Newport News Shipbuilding and Dockyard Company is the design and construction company of the Nimitz class. Engineer Lewis Ford had just returned to the company when he was called into the office by the president. "Dr. Ford, take a look at this." President Johnny George handed over a document. Lewis Ford took the document and frowned. "Another strange automatic shutdown phenomenon?" "Yes, we are in trouble," Johnny George said with a headache. "What is the Pentagon's opinion?" Johnny George grabbed his hair and complained. "We are required to eliminate the reactor hidden danger within a month, otherwise they will claim compensation from the company. Doctor, we can't pay so much money, and the company will go bankrupt directly. 1 month is too short. We need at least half a year. I will try to delay the time. Doctor, you should take the engineers to the Gulf of Aden as soon as possible. We must find out the cause of the failure of the Lincoln reactor." Lewis Ford looked at the tired president and could only nod helplessly. However, they did not know that this comprehensive investigation would be fruitless. And the neutrino ghost deep in the Qinling Mountains was ready to trip them up from time to time on the other side of the blue planet, which would make them feel like they were in heaven. Just activate the shielding too frequently, once every 1 or 2 months, and these nuclear-powered aircraft carriers will be like menstruation, which will definitely make the other side sleepless all day. As for the possibility of exposure, it is actually not great. Because neutrinos are notoriously difficult to detect, without knowing that it is neutrino shielding, the possibility of discovering the problem is very small. On the contrary, the Netherworld has increased its internal confidentiality to ensure that there will be no leaks in the short term. Chapter 182. In the turbulent month of August, the U.S. fleets calmed down temporarily as they adjusted their operations. At the same time, the agitation in secret did not stop at all. Tokyo Haneda International Airport. Lee Jae-yong and his team were waiting for the flight to arrive. After nearly a month of efforts, he successfully persuaded a group of Japanese semiconductor companies. In fact, Japanese semiconductor companies had no choice at this time. If they did not try to save themselves, bankruptcy or decline would be a matter of time. After Lee Jae-yong's bitter criticism, they knew that the only way was to give in. In the terminal, his assistant looked at the scrolling information on the electronic display. Suddenly, Lee Jae-yong's phone vibrated, and when he took it out, his eyes changed. He looked up at the flight information on the scrolling screen, and his mind raced. Then he turned his head calmly and said to his assistant, "Jiaming, you guys, accompany me to the bathroom." "Okay, President." Assistant Lee Jiaming quickly led the way. Inside the airport bathroom, Lee Jae-yong came to the innermost bathroom alone, and turned the door handle with great trepidation. He stared inside in amazement. "Gulu. The things are ready, take them." "Who are you?" Lee Jae-yong asked after taking the bag. "You can call us ghosts." The man whispered in Lee Jae-yong's ear, then straightened his suit, raised his glasses, and walked out. "Let's go!" Lee Jae-yong returned to the terminal with his assistant and 3 bodyguards. Half an hour later, a series of reminders sounded in the terminal. "Dear travelers, direct flight from Tokyo." "Chairman, we can board the plane now." Assistant Lee Jiaming reminded. Lee Jae-yong raised his lips, waved his hand, and said, "There are 2 more flights in the afternoon. Go and change your flight to the one at 2:30 p.m. Okay. Assistant Lee Jiaming was stunned, but then reacted and hurriedly took his documents to change the flight. Cancel the operation, and change the target to the flight from Tokyo to Seoul at 2:30 p.m. Got it. Lee Jae-yong, who was playing with his mobile phone, did not leave the airport terminal, but watched the flow of people coming and going. It was not until half an hour later that he took a look at the information on the airport scrolling screen, and then led people into downtown Tokyo without hesitation. Using Sanshin's relationship, he had dinner at a Michelin 3-star restaurant in Tokyo. The shaking red wine glass brought a hint of berry flavor, and a piece of top-grade Matsuzaka beef, cut and fried by the chef, exuded an alluring aroma. Lee Jae-yong had been eating for more than an hour. "Chairman, There is only 1 hour left before the flight. Assistant Lee Jiaming reminded. Lee Jae-yong looked at his watch and realized that more than 3 hours had passed. He smiled and said to the chef, I'm going to eat. I'm going to eat more. The chef smiled and bowed slightly. Jiaming, I'm going to the bathroom. Okay. Lee Jae-yong raised his glasses, glanced at the glass window on the side, then squinted and smiled, and walked into the bathroom. Half an hour later. Lee Jiaming, who was sweating from waiting, was hesitating whether to call the president, when his cell phone suddenly rang. An international call from country A? After he answered the call, his face changed for a moment. Yes. Lee Jiaming called the 3 bodyguards and left the restaurant directly. On the street, in a Lexus, the co-pilot who was staring at the restaurant door turned his head and said, the target is gone. What? A white man in a black suit in the back seat quickly lowered the car window. Sure enough, one of the 5 people was missing, and the missing person was the target they had been watching for a few days, but he escaped right under their noses. Shit, get everyone out, don't let him go back alive. The white man in the black suit ordered angrily. Yes. When Tokyo was in chaos. Shanghai, the Magic City, Hongqiao International Airport. A Boeing that flew directly from Tokyo to Shanghai finally landed safely on the airport runway after more than 3 hours of flight. In the busy airport hall, a middle-aged man with sunglasses and a beard was dragging a suitcase. Suddenly, he was tapped on the shoulder. It turned out to be the countryman who sat next to him on the plane just now. The man leaned close to his ear and whispered, Mr. Lee, welcome to a country. Lee Zayong's pupils suddenly contracted. His passport at this time was Zhang Yudong, a citizen of a country, and the only person who knew his true identity was. The two came to the outside of the airport, and a Chang'an electric car was already parked there waiting for them. Please go! Lee Jae-yong calmed down. The other party had gone to great lengths to help him leave, so there was no reason for him to do anything bad to him. The car started silently and headed for the suburbs. All along the way, the 3 people in the car did not speak. Until they arrived at an ordinary hotel. After they entered, Lee Jae-yong realized that this was a guest house. In the room, he just sat down. A smiling middle-aged man opened the door and appeared in front of Lee Jae-yong. Mr. Lee, welcome to Country A. I am Wang Fushan. Thank you for your help. Lee Jae-yong stood up and shook hands with the other party. Haha, we are all friends, and it is our duty to help each other. The slightly plump Wang Fushan smiled like a Maitreya Buddha, and suddenly he changed his tone. Mr. Lee, you didn't watch the news. I just got off the plane and didn't have time to watch it. Lee Jae-yong didn't know what the other party meant. You will know after you take a look. Lee Jae-yong took out his mobile phone, turned on the network, and directly logged into the internet of Country A. His face changed drastically. On the homepage, the third piece of news was Samsung chairman Lee Kun-hee was in a car accident and is currently receiving emergency treatment at Seoul Central Hospital. He quickly clicked on the news, and after reading it, his face became extremely gloomy, and he quickly prepared to make a call. Mr. Lee, call this number. Mr. Wang, I don't have it now. This is Mr. Lee Kun-hee's number. What? Lee Jae-yong took it in confusion, looking at this very strange number. 9367 6543 1233 5072 6941, which was obviously not in the format of an international long-distance number. He had no choice but to dial the number, but he didn't expect that the number would actually work. Hello? Lee Jae-yong's voice trembled slightly. Jae-yong? Hearing the familiar voice, Lee Jae-yong asked excitedly, Father, didn't the news say? That was a stand-in, I'm fine. Lee Kun-hee explained the situation in the past few days, and Lee Jae-yong was shocked and angry. Obviously, their behavior has angered Western capital forces, and the other party intends to kill the chicken and the monkey directly. But he didn't expect that the Netherworld had already included Lee Kun-hee and others in the key monitoring targets, and as soon as the other party took action, they were discovered. That's why Lee Jae-yong escaped in Tokyo today. All this was operated by the Netherworld behind the scenes. After hanging up the phone, Lee Jae-yong realized that he had underestimated the horror of Western capital and the hidden power of the Oriental Lion. Mr. Lee, don't worry, we will send you back soon. Wang Fushan said with a smile. Thank you for your help. Lee Jae-yong bowed quickly. Chapter 183. September 5th. The CIA in Japan investigated in Tokyo for 3 days before discovering that Lee Jae-yong had disappeared in Tokyo. Director Simon, the other party is very likely at the airport, disguised and using a fake passport, and took a plane to Country A. Simon Manhattan realized that he had been fooled by the other party. Fake passport? Haha, it's probably a real passport. After all, the Country A passport held by Lee Jae-young is real as long as Country A recognizes it as real. Simon Manhattan turned around and asked, "What about the Seoul Operations Office?" The man in the black suit reported, "Lee Kun-hee has been taken back to the Lee family villa by Lee Bujin. Judging from the hospital's checklist, he is unlikely to survive more than a week. He dared to challenge America. He is courting death." Simon Manhattan sneered, and then he ordered again, "Let the Seoul Operations Office keep a close eye on the Lee family villa and the entry point. They must confirm that Lee Kun-hee is dead. As long as Lee Jae-young enters the country, take immediate action." Yes. In the turbulent times, the secret war is everywhere. Dondung. In the tour group heading to North Korea, the bearded Jang Yudong appeared again. The young man who had taken the same plane with him before also changed his appearance and became Jang Yudong's friend, and the two of them traveled together. The group took the train. Jang Yudong sat in the seat by the window, quietly looking at this closed world, just like the movie he watched when he was young, The Truman Show. The young man next to him smiled but said nothing, and the two of them took the train quietly all the way. After the train arrived in Pyongyang, they did not stop, but ran directly to the southern border through connections. After 3 days of twists and turns, they finally entered South Korea with the passport of Country A. The personnel arranged by Lee Kun-hee immediately gave Lee Jae-young an ID card and quickly arranged to return to the family base, the villa area of the Lee family. Looking at the familiar home, he breathed a sigh of relief and then hurried into his father's sanatorium. "Father!" Jae-young. The father and son were excited when they met. They were the only two people in the room. No one knew what they talked about. On September 11th, Simon Manhattan, who was in Japan, was awakened by a piece of news. Director Simon, emergency report from Seoul. Simon took the document and was shocked. Lee Kun-hee died at 3 o'clock this morning. But the matter was not over yet. The next thing was that the Seoul Operations Department was retaliated and 37 members with local passports were wiped out overnight, and another 11 members with foreign passports were arrested. The Seoul Operations Department lost 70% of its manpower in one day. The last piece of information was that Lee Jae-young appeared at the Sanchin headquarters and directly inherited Lee Kun-hee's legacy. Just as Simon was furious and wanted to say something, another man in a black suit hurried in and reported in surprise and speed, "Director Simon, emergency." What happened again? Simon's face darkened. Akio Toyota signed an automobile cooperation agreement in Shanghai on behalf of Toyota, Honda, Nissan, Mitsubishi, and Mazda. The man in the black suit replied quickly. After grabbing the investigation report, Simon realized that he had been played around. He focused on the semiconductor industry, but he didn't expect that the Japanese in the automotive industry were already taking action. Not only Japanese auto companies signed the Automotive Cooperation Agreement, but also Hyundai Motor and Sanchin Motor in South Korea. Surprisingly, Volkswagen Group, BMW Group, and Renault Group also joined the Automotive Cooperation Agreement. Among these companies that signed the cooperation agreement, only General Motors, Ford and Chrysler, 3 B-country companies, were excluded. After reading the entire agreement, the content is to vigorously promote electric vehicles. The standards are based on electric vehicles in Country A, and there is also a mutual exemption of some technical patents. Volkswagen and BMW are still relatively cautious, while Toyota and Honda are more unrestrained, bringing out a lot of their own skills, and bringing a group of Japanese precision equipment manufacturers to reach an agreement with Country A. Bang! Simon was furious and threw the document on the table directly, shouting, "F********, I will sanction them." However, worse situations followed one after another. Around 6 o'clock in the evening, another piece of news came out, which made Simon even more angry. On the same day, South Korea announced the termination of the security agreement. The dominoes in Northeast Asia have been unstoppable since the fall of the Automobile Cooperation Agreement. Another reason is that the rise of Country A has accelerated the beginning of this collapse. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the signing of the Automobile Cooperation Agreement means that the center of the world is shifting. However, Country B will obviously not give up, but when they are about to take a tough attitude, a big problem occurs in their country. Minnesota. Several black people are doing nothing on the roadside. Due to the economic recession, the unemployment rate in Minnesota is very high this year. With the unemployment rate high, those who have no savings and a lot of loans will naturally be the first to have problems. In this country with sweet air, no one will pity the misery of the bankrupt without money. As a group of idle black people, they are the first to be affected by the unemployment wave, followed by the Latinos. Suddenly they spotted an Asian man with glasses, who looked like an international student. The boss Buck gave his 2 younger brothers a look, as if to say, "A fat sheep has appeared, follow him." The 2 younger brothers immediately followed him with a little excitement. 10 minutes later, the Asian man with glasses was forced into a dark alley. "Don't hurt me, my money is in my backpack, you can take it." The man with glasses trembled and raised his hands. "Uh-huh. You are really a model citizen." Buck opened his backpack while laughing, and there was more than $100 in it. 2 younger brothers, one holding a pistol, and the other searching him. Whoosh, whoosh, the man with glasses was breathing rapidly, gasping for air, and the 2 black men beside him smelled a minty smell of chewing gum. "My wallet is in my pocket, I give it to you." After saying that, the man with glasses pulled out a wallet from his jeans with his left hand. Perhaps because he was too nervous, the wallet fell to the ground, and the man with glasses and the black man bent down to pick it up at the same time. In a flash, Buck and the other 2 didn't notice that a small packet of white powder was put on the black man, who was bending over. Buck took the wallet and found that there was more than $100 in it. He picked up the chewing gum in the backpack and looked at the delicate-skinned man with glasses, who was about to do something unspeakable. Suddenly, a series of sirens sounded not far away. Buck and the other 2 felt guilty, and quickly took the money and chewing gum and ran away. In the dark alley, the corners of the man with glasses slightly raised his glasses, and looked at the 3 people who were running away, and sighed calmly and lowly. There must be something hateful about pitiful people. He picked up the backpack and wallet on the ground, and turned to walk out of the alley, as if nothing had happened. On the other side, Buck and his 2 companions jogged for a while, and prepared to go to the fast food restaurant for a full meal. He took out the gum, and the 3 of them chewed the gum. The substance contained in the gum reacted in their mouths. While they were robbing, another special substance had entered the body from the breath of the man with glasses. Chapter 184. Buck and his 2 companions were planning to go to a fast food restaurant. Suddenly, at the corner of the street, 3 policemen appeared in front of them with guns pointed at them. Buck was about to turn around and run away, but 2 policemen approached him with guns pointed at him from behind. "Put your hands up." "Officer." "I didn't." Buck raised his hands and stuttered. "Garbage, shut up." Sergeant Ander of the police team cursed directly. 2 of the other 4 policemen were on guard, and 2 of them took out handcuffs and handcuffed Buck and his companions, and then began to search them. Soon, a small bag of white powder was found in the pocket of one of the black men, and Sheriff Ander immediately became excited. "What is this?" Sheriff Ander asked Buck while holding the white powder. Oh my God, this thing is not mine." The little brother immediately screamed and struggled. "Nigger, behave yourself." One of the police officers pressed the kneeling black man's head to the ground, and pressed his knee directly against his neck. No, these things are really not mine." "Officer, we are not selling drugs, this is a false accusation." "Shut up." Sheriff Ander did not give Buck a chance to explain. But at this time, something wrong happened. Buck and the other 2 seemed to lose their minds and struggled wildly. More and more people were watching around, pointing and talking around, and many people took out their mobile phones and secretly took pictures and videos. Sheriff Ander was afraid that things would get out of hand, so he immediately ordered, "Take them to the police car." "Okay." Suddenly, one of the black men twitched and then went limp. Several police officers looked at each other, and then took Buck and another man to the police car, while Sheriff Ander quickly called and notified the ambulance to come. The onlookers around reacted immediately. "That man seems to have stopped breathing." "Oh my God! Jesus, how could you do this?" In the crowd, the man with glasses flashed a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. "This is life." His phone had already captured the necessary footage. He then turned around and left the angry crowd, heading for his rental house. Back inside the rental house, the man with glasses turned on his computer, activated the mirror mode, entered the legendary dark web, and forged a series of identities. He first sent the video to emails of media outlets such as CNN, Fox, the New York Times, and the San Francisco Daily. He wrote several articles about the incident with exaggerated details. Then he started the automatic promotion robot, and used the plugin to automatically generate fake accounts on Twitter, Facebook, and other online social platforms, and kept forwarding and commenting on these articles. The man with glasses also selected a special targeted push, targeting those black users and anti-racism people. Then he went directly to the internal network of the Minnesota Police Department through the internet, and downloaded the video of Buck and the other man's death in the police station. Apparently the man with glasses had calculated everything. His gum breath and the substance hidden in the bottle of gum would produce a deadly toxin after mixing in the human body. This toxin would cause brain hemorrhage and death within 10 to 30 minutes depending on the concentration. If the body is exercising vigorously, the toxin would be stimulated faster. The one who was pressed to the ground was struggling fiercely, which triggered the rapid activation of toxins. As for whether it would be found that they died of poisoning, whether it was the toxins in the chewing gum or the toxins in their bodies, they would decompose into ordinary substances in about 2 to 3 hours. The man with glasses raised his glasses, ready to wait for the incident of crushing black people to break out, and then he would quickly post the news of Buck and the other 2 people's death to add fuel to the fire. Making the beautiful scenery more beautiful is his unshirkable mission. At this moment, he seemed to be possessed by Martin Luther King, and would fight for this for his whole life. Sure enough, along with the emails he sent to the media, and the precise push notifications on Twitter and Facebook, the Minnesota incident suddenly became a hot topic on the internet, and those news media became excited and immediately reported it with full force. Minnesota police violently enforced the law, causing the accidental death of an African citizen. Fox News. On Twitter. I really can't imagine such a thing happening in a free and democratic country. White Rhino. Where is the equality? Shark. May there be no racial discrimination in heaven. Francisco's Windmill. I heard that those 3 guys are drug dealers. Bruce Young. At Bruce Young, Yellow Monkey go back to Asia. Chimpanzee. Angry. Rapper. All men are born equal, and no one should be silent. Mob. The internet is like a powder keg. A small spark can cause a big explosion. That night, after another report came out, the black torrent of anger spread from the internet to reality. The death of Buck and his partner was exposed, especially the strange death of cerebral hemorrhage in the police station, and the small bag of powder was confirmed to be not drugs, but ordinary flour and citric acid. This incident immediately detonated Country B. Especially with the current high unemployment rate, the number of unemployed people in their country has reached 37 million this year, and it is still rising. There are too many social contradictions here, and with the ghost behind the scenes, the contradictions can no longer be suppressed and were detonated by the Minnesota incident. On the streets of Minnesota, a large group of black people gathered together shouting, "Buck! Martin Luther King! Equality! Hand over the murderer!" A series of slogans marched to the state capitol building. Many sympathetic whites or Latinos also joined the team, and as time went on, the parade became larger and larger. At the same time, the same situation occurred in major cities such as New York, San Francisco, Detroit, and Los Angeles. All localities had to deploy militias and police to impose martial law. 1.2 kilometers away from the Minnesota State Capitol, on the roof of a building, a man with glasses was holding a telescope and admiring these beautiful scenery. Police lights flashing glaring red and blue lights, angry crowds, police wearing heavy riot gear and helmets. There were also a lot of media reporters watching the scene. The man with glasses looked at the time on his watch. It was 5:20 in the evening. The sun in the west had half sunk into the horizon, dyeing the clouds in the sky as red as blood. He picked up his phone and made a call. On the 3rd floor of a hotel more than 300 meters away from the Parliament building, an M16 was pointed at the riot police, and then a phone vibrated. Bang, bang, bang. Oh no! Shit, I'm shot. Fight back. A magazine was empty, and a burst of fierce flames broke out in the guest room, enveloping the person sitting in the window in a raging fire. At this time, in front of the Parliament building, the parade team and the riot police were in chaos, and the scene was filled with scuffles and insults. Especially after some people took the opportunity to shoot or throw debris, the conflict escalated further. And those fearless reporters broadcast the scene live to the world. Then it triggered riots and conflicts in other cities. For a time, the smoke of war was everywhere. The ghosts who were fanning the flames behind the scenes pushed these related reports even harder. Looking at the smoke-filled Minnesota, the man with glasses lay leisurely on the roof, looking up at the stars and chewing gum, as if all this had nothing to do with him. Chapter 185. Japan, Chiodaku, Tokyo. Simon looked at the reports coming in from home and abroad, none of which were good news. The Seoul Operations Office was hit hard. The Shanghai Automobile Cooperation Agreement was formally signed. The South Korea Security Agreement was lifted from today. The riots triggered by the Mingzhou incident intensified. The Reagan, which was preparing to reinforce the 7th Fleet, once again experienced a reactor shutdown. These things seemed to be controlled by an invisible big hand, overwhelming them, and Simon felt powerless at this time. Karina K., Eddie, who had just arrived from San Francisco, handed over a document. "Simon, this is Commander Johnny's order." Simon looked through the document and realized that the situation in the country was very bad. Even Minnesota had sent out the National Guard to suppress the riots, but this incident aroused more rebellious sentiment among the people. Are those FBI guys eating shit? It's obvious that someone is behind this. Simon, who has been working in intelligence for more than 10 years, knew there was something wrong. The CIA is also very good at this routine, but they didn't expect that it would be used on them now. Karina replied helplessly. This time the opponent is too cunning. Their network technology is very powerful. The FBI has banned more than 100,000 social accounts, but the opponent's propaganda has not weakened at all. Damn a country. Simon knew who it was without thinking. On the polarized blue planet, it is the only one that can compete with the power of B country's internet. And the B country's internet, which has no wall, can't stop the A country's internet with artificial intelligence. Unless they also set up a wall, the problem is that once they do so, the consequence is that they will slap themselves in the face. Especially this year, with the global promotion of terahertz communication, the internet in country A is rapidly expanding. Once country B sets up a wall to isolate itself, the consequence is that more countries will choose the internet in country A. So they can't set up a wall, and can only take measures to strengthen information censorship. At this time, another problem is exposed. They have always advocated freedom of speech, which makes them have to be restrained in doing things. The scary thing about AI is that it is everywhere, very fast, and works around the clock. It can forge thousands of accounts in 1 second. The speed at which you delete comments and block accounts may not keep up with the speed at which it is generated. At this time, it is only possible to stop AI unless the submarine optical cable is cut off. If there is a terahertz mobile phone, there is no way to stop it even if the submarine optical cable is cut off. Mexico, the most useless country in Latin America. A 50,000-ton ocean-going bulk carrier slowly docked in the port of Acapulco de Juarez, Guerrero State. On the surface, this place is managed by Governor Madero, but in fact, the real ruler is Sacagawea, who just rose to power last year. Acapulco de Juarez is his base camp. He not only has his own company, but also his own armed forces, a typical local separatist force. In fact, the characteristic of this Mexican country is that gangs and drug lords are intertwined. The locals have reached the point where they only know gangs, and don't know the government. After Sacagawea occupied Acapulco de Juarez last year through a gunfight, he expanded his power to 3 nearby states this year. However, this guy is different from the general drug lord gang. He has adopted a corporate management system, and has an elite armed force of 15,000. Today he came to the port in person to pick up a batch of goods. Captain Huang Donghua and Sacagawea stood together, watching the cranes at the port unload containers one by one. Sacagawea turned around and poured Huang Donghua a glass of tequila. "Donghua, long time no see." Huang Donghua took the glass and whispered, "Juan, be careful." "Okay." Sacagawea drank the tequila in the glass in one gulp, and then he said seriously, "I plan to send Lena and Juan to country A." "Have you really made up your mind?" Huang Donghua stared into Sacagawea's eyes, and asked. Sacagawea said firmly, "Mexico needs a thorough social transformation. Even if it means being torn to pieces, I will not hesitate. I can only wish you success. Remember that the strongest fortress is often breached from the inside, whether it is the enemy or yourself." "Thank you." The number of containers on the ship was decreasing. In fact, the items inside were all declared and entered the port openly, and there were no contraband items. After all, the offshore waters of Mexico are patrolled by the Coast Guard of Country B, and contraband items cannot pass that checkpoint. The items on board are all daily necessities, such as clothes, shoes, toys, farm tools, and 200,000 terahertz communication mobile phones. The most important thing is the 200,000 terahertz communication mobile phones, which are actually banned in Mexico. So why did Sacagawea dare to import them openly? In fact, when declaring customs, these mobile phones are reported as 4G mobile phones, and the terahertz communication plug-in is imported in the name of electronic accessories. As long as the terahertz communication plug-in is inserted into the mobile phone, it can become a terahertz mobile phone. This thing is a bestseller in Mexico. After all, their domestic infrastructure is very backward, and terahertz mobile phones can maintain high-speed communication even without base stations. The more critical thing is that terahertz mobile phones will not be monitored by forces outside of country A. For those drug dealers, it is simply a magic weapon. Huang Donghua took a boatload of agricultural products, wood, and the children of Sacagawea away. On the other side, on the Mexican-American border, A new type of smuggled goods has quietly become popular. Through a tunnel, Carlos appeared in Douglas City, Arizona, and met with a gang at the local snakehead. Rum, the latest A-country product. Carlos opened his backpack, which contained 30 mobile phones. Can we communicate via satellite? Of course, otherwise why would we smuggle? Rum picked up a mobile phone, skillfully took out the terahertz communication plug-in, installed it in the phone, and then turned it on. After confirming everything, Rum paid the balance of $15,000 to Carlos' boss. 2 minutes later, a text message popped up on Carlos' phone, letting him know that the boss had received the money. In fact, the profit from smuggling terahertz mobile phones is not high. Usually, they get the mobile phones from Sakajuan for about $1,200 and smuggle them to the human traffickers in Country B for about $1,400 to $1,500. Each mobile phone earns $200 to $300, which is not attractive compared to the profit of drugs. But why are these people willing to smuggle terahertz mobile phones? First, the risk is low, and second, this thing has another profit, that is, the communication service fee. The communication service fee that Star Communications pays to Sakajuan is $50 per month, cannot log into the virtual network, while the price that Sakajuan pays to each secondary distributor is $60 to $70 per month. The monthly rent paid by the second-tier distributor to the third-tier distributor is $80 to $90, while the monthly rent of consumers at the bottom of the food chain is generally around $100 to $120. In other words, for every terahertz mobile phone sold, a monthly rent rebate of $10 to $30 can be received. When a little accumulates into a lot, it is much safer than selling drugs, and those gangs are not fools. In the past 6 months, the number of terahertz mobile phones flowing from Mexico to Country B has reached 870,000. Last month, Sakajuan received a rebate of $13.72 million, which is a golden hen that will lay eggs continuously. Chapter 186. Back to China. Liaodong Province, DL City. There are currently 2 shipyards that can build 100,000-ton nuclear-powered ships. The Dalian shipyard is here, and the other is the Jiangnan shipyard. In the huge dock, the first domestically made aircraft carrier is under construction. But today's incident has nothing to do with the domestically made aircraft carrier. In the dock on one side, the debris inside has been cleaned up. This is a super large dock that can build 200,000-ton tankers. Of course, this kind of dock is only average in China. After all, there are dozens of shipyards in China that can build ships of 300,000 to 500,000 tons. In the dock, the keel of a ship is being built. With the help of a large gantry crane, workers are busy splicing and assembling. Ship designer Zhao Dian and others are discussing details with shipbuilding engineer Wang Jianxi and others. Designer Zhao, do we really want to build this kind of thing? Wang Jianxi asked again, holding the design sketch. Zhao Dian raised his eyebrows and replied, "It was decided by the higher-ups. What do you think?" Wang Jianxi smiled bitterly and complained, "But what is this thing built for? It takes up too much space even if it is placed in a museum." Zhao Dian spread his hands and replied, "Don't worry about it, this ship is not useless. First, it can verify some new materials, and second, it can accumulate some armor technology." Okay. Wang Jianxi looked at the design sketch in his hand, and then looked at the aircraft carrier in the dock next door, and suddenly he was very depressed. Others build aircraft carriers, he builds antiques. Old Wang, don't be perfunctory, this is one of the key tasks from above. Zhao Dian reminded. I know. Zhao Dian also complained, I was also confused at the time. In order to design this ship, I went to Japan for several months, found a lot of Yamato-class restoration design drawings, and used simulation space and a group of people for more than half a year to complete this ship. But what is the use of this iron coffin? They are not going to engage in a battle line with you. Are you going to put it in a museum for tourists to see? That is not right. This is an enlarged version, not a real Yamato-class ship. Who knows? The two of them complained while watching the keel being laid. The keel was laid very quickly. In the modern shipbuilding industry, most shipyards, especially large shipyards, use the block shipbuilding method. The so-called block shipbuilding method is to design the ship into modules similar to building blocks, and then these modules are manufactured from other supporting factories and transported to the shipyard for assembly. The ship on the dock adopts a partial segmented shipbuilding plan. Why is it partial? Because this ship will adopt another new shipbuilding method to achieve the purpose of rapid shipbuilding. The keel laying and high-strength alloy frame laying were very fast, taking less than a week. Today, Wang Jianxi, Zhao Dian and others are waiting for the 24 important modules coming from Lingnan. Zhang Qinghai, chairman of Lingnan Nuclear Industry Equipment Group, personally escorted 2 devices here. This equipment is the Jinwu 2 nuclear fusion reactor that was just successfully developed. The modularized Jinwu 2 is composed of 12 small modules. Chairman Zhang, has your equipment arrived? Wang Jianxi asked hurriedly. It's already at the port, and our engineers have also arrived. Zhang Qinghai handed the list to the other party. In order to keep it confidential, the name of the nuclear fusion reactor is marked as a nuclear fission reactor, and the confidentiality is very strict. In the next few days, under the guidance of the engineers of Lingnan Nuclear Engineering, the shipyard quickly assembled the 24 modules of the nuclear fusion reactor. Then the motor and propeller were installed. This was the first attempt of Dalian Shipyard to change the steam turbine into an electric motor. In fact, the electric motor also has its advantages, that is, the startup speed is very fast, and the speed can be completed within a few minutes, unlike the steam turbine, which needs to be preheated for a period of time. In addition, it is also to match the Jinwu nuclear fusion reactor, because the Jinwu nuclear fusion reactor directly generates electricity, and if a steam turbine is used, it would be redundant. Moreover, the size and weight of the electric motor are only about 30 to 40% of the steam turbine, which can greatly save the space and payload of the ship. This ship is an enhanced version of the Yamato class, with a total displacement of 167,000 tons, and equipped with 2 Jinwu 2 nuclear fusion reactors. However, many data and equipment modules are unknown to Dalian Shipyard, especially the electrical equipment, weapon modules, etc., which are confidential. For example, Chief Designer Zhao Dian only knows the general shape and weight of the modules that the ship needs to be equipped with, but he doesn't know the functions. After the 2 Jinwu 2 nuclear fusion reactors were installed, security personnel stood guard 24 hours a day. Time flies. By September 15th, the keel and high-strength alloy frame, energy system, and power system of the ship had been arranged, and a layer of templates similar to those used to build a building had been installed around the frame of the ship. Zhao Dian, Wang Jianxi and others gathered on the tower again. Start pouring, Wang Jianxi said with the intercom. Got it. 6 special pumping trucks pumped up seawater continuously, filtered out sand and debris, and then directly injected it into the template. The rock-forming agent placed on the bottom of the ship in advance quickly expanded and filled the entire template without leaving any gaps. In less than an hour, the outer shell of the hull and the internal watertight bulkhead were formed in one piece. Report, the hull casting is completed. Prepare to remove the template, Wang Jianxi ordered. Received. With the assistance of the gantry crane and the arm crane, the templates were removed piece by piece, revealing the gray-white outer shell. Unlike the texture of metal steel, the texture of artificial rock is similar to that of stone. Wang Jianxi was also in a state of anxiety. This was their first attempt to build a ship with this kind of artificial rock, and they were always unsure. Apparently, this kind of artificial rock is from the same family as the artificial rock used to build islands in the South China Sea, but the rock-forming agent used in shipbuilding is somewhat different from that used in island building, similar to fiberglass. Not only is the strength higher, but the density and hardness are also very suitable. The strength of general shipbuilding steel is between 300 and 700 MPa, while the strength of shipbuilding steel in country B and Russia can reach more than 1000 MPa, and the strongest in China is only 690 MPa. The strength of special artificial rock can reach 950 MPa, and the overall strength of the internal high-strength alloy frame can reach about 1200 MPa. In addition, the toughness and density of the ship are not bad. The density of special artificial rock is only about 71% of ship steel, and the toughness can reach about 127% of general military ships, with the support of alloy frames and keels. Of course, these data are calculated in simulation space. The ship is built for the first time. It is a mule or a horse. It will be known only after it is pulled out for a walk. As the templates were removed piece by piece, more than half of the hull was exposed. Now only the island and deck were left to be poured. They needed to remove the templates of the internal cabins before they could pour the deck and island. The removal of the external templates was relatively simple, but the trouble was the internal cabins. The removal work took 3 days to complete the cleaning of all the templates. However, before pouring the deck and island, they still needed to do another job, which was to test the sealing of the hull and watertight compartments. Chapter 187. By injecting water into the internal cabins, except for the sealed nuclear power cabin and motor cabin, all other cabins passed the watertight test, as well as some other structural and stability tests. Wang Jianxi looked at the data fed back on the computer and said, "It seems that artificial rock can indeed be used for shipbuilding. If we use this material instead, we can save a lot of steel and processes. It is indeed a good material." Zhao Qian is also optimistic about artificial rock. Domestic shipbuilding steel is mediocre in the civilian field, but it is somewhat insufficient in the military field. Although domestic material science has made great progress in recent years, there are not many cheap and easy-to-use shipbuilding steels. Moreover, it is difficult for China to be self-sufficient in iron ore, and over-reliance on steel materials is not a good thing. Whether it is Australia or Samba, they are not allies of country A. On the contrary, they are lackeys of country B and cannot be relied on at critical moments. Although there are still a lot of scrap steel reserves in China, these are strategic reserves and should not be used as much as possible if not necessary. If artificial rocks are used, there is no need to worry about the bottleneck of raw materials in the Pacific Ocean. In fact, the Netherworld is already discussing relevant issues and is preparing to promote the application of artificial rocks in coastal areas. For example, in wave-breaking dams, docks, lighthouses, artificial islands, cross-sea bridges, shipbuilding, etc., promoting the use of artificial rocks can effectively reduce the consumption of steel and cement. In fact, during the manufacturing process of artificial rock, another byproduct is produced, which is fresh water. At present, there is a desalination version of rock-forming agent. A total of 6 special versions of this version of rock-forming agent have been developed, specifically targeting the 6 main compounds such as sodium chloride, which are the most abundant components in seawater. In the future, these chemically desalinated water can be directly used for agriculture, industry, and life. However, the cost of 3 of the rock-forming agents is still very high, and they can only be applied on a large scale after the production cost drops. The test results were roughly the same as expected, so Wang Jianxi directed the workers to continue to build the deck and island templates. This work is very similar to building a house, all of which involve tying and welding frames, assembling templates, and pouring structures. This was the first time they experimented with this shipbuilding method, so they could only make adjustments while building. However, this speed was already very fast. Zhao Qian and his team started designing in January this year, completed the first draft of the design in June, and entered module prefabrication in July. At the beginning of September, all prefabricated modules were completed and transported to Dalian Shipyard one after another, entering the assembly stage. Then the hull casting project was completed this month, and the next step is to enter the dock outfitting stage, such as interior decoration, electrical equipment installation, and weapon module installation. It is estimated that the construction can be completed by the end of the year and enter the trial stage. Among these processes, since it is the first construction, none of them has reached the maximum speed. Once the technology is verified, it is estimated that the construction period can be shortened to about 4 months. If there are reserves of modules and equipment, the fastest time can be compressed to about 40 days. You know, this is a nuclear-powered battleship with a total displacement of 167,000 tons. This speed is already very fast and scary. Looking at the domestic aircraft carrier on the dock next to it, you can see the speed of both sides. At the same time, in the depths of Qinling Mountains, Factory 003, Neutrino Special Equipment Manufacturing Factory, and Factory 001, Gamma Ray Special Equipment Manufacturing Factory, in JQ City are both mass-producing these special equipment. As for the number 002 factory, it is Lingnan Nuclear Engineering. Currently, 2 models of neutrino launchers have been developed, namely Silent 1 and Silent 2. Silent 1 is a land-based model, and Silent 2 is a sea-based model. Among them, 53 Silent 1s have been produced, and generally a neutrino launch station needs to be equipped with 8 to 16 units. In order to be on the safe side, plus a part of the spare part, generally a neutrino launch station needs to be equipped with at least 12 Silent 1s. The sea-based model of Silent 2 is a model specially developed for battleships, and the shielding range is only about 500 kilometers in radius. Currently 6 Silent 2s have been produced. In JQ City, Factory 001, judging from the serial number, was established earlier than Lingnan Nuclear Engineering Factory 002, and was specifically established to build gamma-ray lasers. There are 3 models of gamma-ray lasers: Phoenix 1, land-based, Phoenix 2, space-based, and Phoenix 3, sea-based. Among them, Phoenix 1 has entered mass production, but it has not been equipped on a large scale. Phoenix 2 has insufficient payload to transport the nuclear fusion reactor, which results in insufficient energy supply system. Only 3 prototypes have been produced for experimental testing. Phoenix 3 is a sea-based shipborne model modified from Phoenix 1. Currently, the most powerful one is Phoenix 1, which can directly kill organisms and electronic components within 810 kilometers, with a maximum killing area of 34 kilometers. The power of Phoenix 3 is within 270 kilometers, with a maximum killing area of 12 kilometers. The sea-based Phoenix 3 can actually achieve both offense and defense. It can be installed on ships with 12 Phoenix 3s and then activate the maximum attack range. At this time, the gamma ray streams activated by 12 Phoenix 1s can carry out indiscriminate attacks within a radius of 20 kilometers without blind spots. Most objects and creatures within the attack range will be destroyed instantly, unless they are solid bullets from lasers or electromagnetic railguns, which are not affected by gamma rays. Among modern weapons, those high-precision missiles, rockets, bombs, or torpedoes, which one does not have electronic components. Even if they are inertially guided, the charge and fuel inside will be instantly disintegrated and detonated by gamma rays. In the era when lasers are not available and electromagnetics are not effective, it is an absolute defense. With the nuclear shielding of neutrino emitters, who can stop it? At that time, the battleships can directly push forward against the gamma ray defense circle. Of course, gamma ray lasers are really harmful to nature. Once the defense circle is opened, within a radius of 20 kilometers, except for the battleships themselves with gamma barrier layers, other creatures will definitely die. This is a real weapon of destruction. Even viruses and bacteria will be eliminated instantly, and the entire area will become clean in an instant. Therefore, the gamma ray absolute defense circle should be used as little as possible. This thing does not distinguish between friend and foe. If there are also people around, they will be destroyed. In order to avoid using the absolute defense of gamma rays as much as possible, Huangmingzhi recently started a new class, the Neutrino Radar Project. He plans to use this particle that can penetrate everything to develop a radar that can accurately locate everything on the blue planet. After all, radar has low-altitude blind spots, sonar is not very accurate and is easily interfered with, and satellites are also easily affected by the weather. Only neutrinos can be free from interference, and can even penetrate underground. This is indeed worth Huangmingzhi's research. Anyway, there is now the technology of neutrino emitters. As long as the effects of neutrinos on various substances are studied, neutrino radar is just around the corner. Everything changes with the passage of time. Whether it is the Netherworld, the G organization, or other forces, they are all preparing. Chapter 188. Tokyo, Shibuya District. The base station construction department of Japan's largest telecommunications service operator, Ubiquitous, is installing a large terahertz base station imported from Xinguang Instruments. This installation is not difficult, because Xinguang Instruments' terahertz base station is foolproof. Just find a suitable location and pull the wires to use it. Morita-kun, give me the pliers. A middle-aged man in a blue-gray electrician's uniform is installing a terahertz base station on the roof. The young man below, Ichiro Morita, quickly handed over the vise. Here, Senior Fujiwara. The middle-aged Fujiwara was busy and meticulous, and asked Ichiro Morita to get tools or spare parts from time to time. In October in the Northern Hemisphere, there was no cool autumn weather, but scorching sun. After taking a breath, Fujiwara walked down the ladder, sat on the floor beside, and looked at the tall buildings in Tokyo. Senior, drink some water? Thank you. Fujiwara took the mineral water and drank it while wiping his sweat. A breeze blew by. At this time, they were busy installing base stations on the roof of a 50-story building. Senior, didn't you say before that it is forbidden to use equipment from country A? Ichiro Morita asked while checking the base station with the equipment. Fujiwara shook his head sarcastically. No, do you know how huge the profit is? Isn't it just a faster internet speed? Ichiro Morita replied puzzledly. Fujiwara shook his head. So you are too young. Only terahertz communication can support virtual networks. Do you know how big the internet economy of country A is this year? I really don't know. Fujiwara explained. Last year, the economic scale of country A's internet was $1.5 trillion US, and in the first 3 quarters of this year it reached $2.8 trillion US. Do you know now? What? $2.8 trillion US? Ichiro Morita was shocked. This does not include their internet and communication revenue abroad. If added together, the economic scale of country A's internet alone is equivalent to 80% of Japan's entire economy. Ichiro Morita was stunned. The mature Fujiwara looked at the prosperous Tokyo, but he was not happy at all, because all this prosperity had nothing to do with him. There are many young people like Morita in China. They are like decaying zombies, repeating monotonous lives every day, and are indifferent to the changes outside. Fujiwara's generation still had some fighting spirit, but the new generation after the millennium is almost full of office workers, otakus, and transvestites. Silently, he took out a captain from the cigarette box, lit it, and puffed out the smoke gently. "Senior, the debugging has been completed, no problem." "Okay, take a break." The two sat on the floor, the clouds in the sky were golden, and the sunset made the ground slightly hot. After smoking a cigarette, Fujiwara and Ichiro Morita packed up the toolkit and ladder, and then quickly left the roof of the building. Shibuya District is a gathering place for young people in Japan. Although the sun sets, the nightlife here has just begun. A newly established virtual internet cafe, the entrance is crowded with young people queuing up. Ichiro Morita, who just got off work, is also in the crowd, and his girlfriend Kitoko Takahashi is standing next to him. The two of them are queuing up. "Kitoko, why don't you sign a contract with Shagakukan? Haven't you always wanted to be a cartoonist?" Ichiro Morita asked, and then took a sip of watermelon juice. Kitoko Takahashi replied with a beaming smile. "I signed a contract with a company in Country A, and the comics and animations are serialized simultaneously." Are you a liar?" Ichiro Morita said worriedly. "How could it be? They are a big company. Many of my friends have signed contracts with them." "What's the name of the company?" "Dream Company." "Dream Company?" Ichiro Morita opened the search engine, and found out about this company in Country A. "Huh? It's actually the same group as Shingguang Instruments." Ichiro Morita didn't care about these things, but out of curiosity, he browsed the introduction of Saiwish. "So amazing." "What's amazing?" Kitoko Takahashi asked in surprise. Ichiro Morita said in surprise, "This Dream Company is a virtual world developer, and its parent company is even more powerful." "I knew it a long time ago. You don't know this kind of thing because you play games all day," Kitoko Takahashi complained. Ichiro Morita scratched his head awkwardly. Soon it was the turn of the two people. After opening a double room, the two entered the virtual world for the first time. In the Nank Dream World, there is a special area in Japan, and their area is called Sakurajima. After Takahashi Kitoko and Morita Ichiro landed in the Nank Dream World, they went directly to Sakura Castle, the main city of Sakurajima. "It's so real, just like the real world," Morita Ichiro said, as he gently caught a fallen cherry blossom. The touch and smell were not at all inconsistent. For the first time, he felt that Country A's technology was so powerful, which he had never believed before. Takahashi Kitoko, like a flower or a bird, trotted happily on the street covered with fallen petals. In fact, foreigners who entered Nank Dreamland for the first time were shocked by the sense of reality and fantasy. And through the promotion of virtual networks, Country A is rapidly expanding its influence. Although it has its own exclusive area of Sakurajima like Japan, the highest authority of Sakurajima is in the hands of the citizen trusteeship. Everything about Sakurajima is transparent to the citizen trusteeship, and the Japanese government has no highest authority. But they can't reject virtual networks. After all, Japan's automobiles, electrical appliances, precision instruments, semiconductors, and even communications and entertainment industries now need to rely on the support of Country A. If you don't accept it, the economy is declining rapidly. If there is a sharp negative growth this year, there will be problems internally. Although I know that this is a candy with chronic poison, if it is handled properly, at least it will not be ruined. Therefore, Japan acquiesced to the dominance of Country A in the internet, and simply pretended not to see it. With the entry of a large number of companies from Country A, Japan finally suppressed the negative growth for 17 consecutive months, and raised the economic growth rate to 1.2% in September. Through mergers or cooperation, companies from Country A have entered Japan in a big way. In terms of Internet plus virtual plus entertainment, they have swallowed up 76% of Japan's comics and animation market, 94% of the novel market, 31% of social networks, 45% of the game market, and 24% of the film and TV drama market. Despite the large number of markets being swallowed up, the large-scale entry of the virtual world and companies from Country A has also brought a large number of jobs and expanded the market size. For Japan, this is an obvious win-win result. Of course, Country A's win-win is actually a win-win twice. Ichiro Morita and Kitoko Takahashi were strolling around Sakura City. He was not only shocked by the reality of the virtual world, but also attracted by the opportunities in the virtual world. He even saw that his girlfriend's comics and animations became the 8th and 17th best-selling list in Country A in September. A market with a population of more than 1 billion, Kotoko Takahashi can earn a lot of money in a month. In addition, Ichiro Morita also found that many professional associations were active in Sakura City. They were absorbing high-quality talents from Japan and letting these people work in Country A through the arrangement of the association. This is a wild and hot land, and countless opportunities are waiting for them. Chapter 189. DT City, Jin Province. The newly established Northern Coal Corporation is located in DT City. General Chairman Wu Cha-gong and Chief Technical Director Sun Guangyo are in a coal chemical plant in DT City. Old Wu, there is no problem with coal-to-oil technology. After all, Germany vigorously promoted coal-to-oil in the late World War II. The problem is the cost. Sun Guangyo hesitated. Wu Cha-gong certainly knows the advantages and disadvantages of coal-to-oil, coal-to-gas, and coal chemical industry. The advantages are cheap raw materials, huge domestic reserves, and good strategic security. The disadvantages are high processing costs, huge water resources, lack of waste slag recycling technology, and relatively large pollution. The refining and processing costs of coal-to-oil are very high. Coal-to-oil only has advantages when the crude oil price is not less than $70 per barrel. In recent years, crude oil prices have been sluggish, which has greatly suppressed the enthusiasm of many companies for coal-to-oil. Coal-to-oil consumes a lot of water. The distribution of domestic coal is more in the west and less in the east, more in the north and less in the south, while the distribution of water is just the opposite. According to the production of 1 ton of oil, coal-to-oil requires 3 to 3.3 tons of coal and 14 to 14.3 tons of water, while the refinery consumes 1.5 tons of crude oil and 7.5 tons of water. Obviously, there are problems with these, but Wu Cha-gong knows that the promotion of coal-to-oil is urgent, because there are now 4 nuclear fusion power plants in operation in China. As for the domestic energy structure, many people may think that it has changed to oil-based, but in fact it is still coal-based. In the past decade, traditional mineral fuels will continue to be the mainstay of world energy production and consumption for a long time. Especially in the energy structure of Country A, coal accounts for about 70% of primary energy. According to statistics, the national coal production in 2011 was about 3.5 billion tons, of which nearly 2 billion tons were consumed for power generation. In 2015, the domestic coal production reached 3.9 billion tons, and another 400 million tons of coal were imported. Among these coals, more than half of the total coal consumption was for power generation. Country A's coal production has ranked first in the world for many years. According to the International Energy Agency's World Energy Outlook, Country A's coal demand will still account for more than 60% of total energy consumption by 2020, due to the confidentiality of nuclear fusion power plants. Although in recent years, the country has actively adjusted its energy consumption structure, causing the proportion of coal consumption to slowly decline, and the proportion of high-quality clean energy consumption to gradually increase. From 1990 to 2009, Country A's coal consumption ratio dropped from 76% to 70%, a decrease of about 6% in 20 years. However, coal still accounts for the bulk of Country A's energy structure, accounting for more than 2/3. With the gradual commissioning and layout of nuclear fusion power stations, there will be an overcapacity of more than 2.2 billion to 2.6 billion tons of coal. In addition, the domestic electric car craze is also rapidly reducing oil consumption. Although Country A's crude oil imports are still maintained at around 450 million tons per year, in fact, the reserve oil in it has already occupied a large proportion. As of October 5, 2015, internal data from the National Energy Reserve Center showed that a total of 230 million tons of crude oil and refined oil were in reserve. Wu Cha-gong is one of the few people who know about the existence of nuclear fusion power plants. He certainly knows that the domestic energy structure is rapidly changing from coal-based and oil-based to nuclear power-based. If it is not changed now, with the deployment of nuclear fusion power plants, more than half of the domestic coal companies will be out of business. Therefore, the 3 national coal consortiums, namely the Northern Coal Corporation, the Northeastern Coal Corporation, and the Northwest Coal Corporation, were established silently. In order to enhance the coal chemical industry strength of Shanxi Province and Jin Province, the state grid has planned to deploy 12 Jinwu 2 nuclear fusion reactors in the 2 places, and build 6 medium-sized nuclear fusion power plants. These medium-sized nuclear fusion power plants will supply cheap electricity to the coal chemical industry of the Northern Coal Corporation. Using this cheap electricity, the Northern Coal Corporation will start a comprehensive coal chemical industry layout. High water consumption? Use a sewage recycling plant. Waste slag recycling process is not good. Use money and electricity to do it directly. Coal chemical industry is highly polluting. Directly use electricity to deal with pollutants and recycle waste at will. The average domestic industrial electricity price is 0.6 yuan per kilowatt hour, while the subsidized electricity price of nuclear fusion power plants is 0.03 yuan per kilowatt hour. If the electricity price drops to 1/20th of the current level, the comprehensive cost of coal chemical industry is expected to be reduced by 10 to 30%. This means that the production cost of coal chemical oil per barrel will drop to 7 to 21 US. And with the promotion of nuclear fusion power plants, the overall production cost of society will become lower and lower, which will further reduce the production cost of coal chemical industry. 2.2 billion to 2.6 billion tons of coal can produce 730 million to 860 million tons of coal chemical oil, plus country A can produce 210 million tons of crude oil per year. Altogether, it can reach 940 million to 1.07 billion tons of oil. Currently, the world's three largest oil producers are Saudi Arabia, country B, and Russia, and the fourth is country A. Among them, the Russian Federation produces 10.3 million barrels of oil per day, equivalent to 510 million tons per year, and the cost of oil production is $25 per barrel. Country B is the world's second largest oil producer, accounting for 11.94% of the world's total oil production. It is also the largest consumer of oil resources, producing 10.59 million barrels of oil per day, equivalent to 530 million tons per year, of which the cost of shale oil production is 37 to 40 US per barrel. Saudi Arabia, the largest oil producer, accounts for 13.24% of the world's oil production. It produces 11.75 million barrels of oil per day, equivalent to 584 million tons per year, with a production cost of 3 to 10 US per barrel. In other words, once coal to oil is fully launched, it will mean that country A will become the world's largest crude oil producer, and its production costs can compete with Saudi Arabia. The netherworld has conducted a comprehensive strategic deduction, and coal to oil is a weapon to shake the US dollar's oil hegemony. For example, the Datong coal to oil plant under construction now has an annual output of 45 to 60 million tons of coal to oil. The Northern Coal Corporation has already arranged 6 coal to oil plants of the same size. The Northeast Coal Corporation has 4, and the Northwest Coal Corporation has 3. In addition to the dozen coal to oil plants that have already been built, it is estimated that by around 2018, the total output of coal to oil can reach 600 to 700 million tons. Wu Qiaogong did not tell Sun Guangyo and others about the nuclear fusion power station for confidentiality reasons. Guangyo, listen, the country will subsidize coal to oil in the future. Anyway, your external caliber is that the coal chemical refining process has been improved, resulting in a significant reduction in production costs. Isn't this deceiving yourself? Sun Guangyo said with a strange look on his face. Wu Qiaogong said seriously, anyway, don't worry about selling. Just go all out to study the production process, and improve the refining process and slag recovery as much as possible. Okay then. Sun Guangyo didn't know what the higher-ups were thinking, and they were actually doing such a thankless task. After inspecting the Datong coal to oil factory, Sun Guangyo hurried to a coal to oil factory that had been put into use before. There, he conducted research and development work on coal chemical refining technology. With the continuous arrival of personnel and funds, the 3 major coal companies acted very quickly, and the construction of nuclear power plants of the state grid was also fast-forwarding. On the other hand, Huang Mingzhi had provided a large number of scientific researchers to the coal chemical industry through the Academy of Sciences, the Academy of Engineering, the Ivy Alliance, and the Truth Society. Under this national system, the coal chemical industry is making rapid progress. Chapter 190. October 15th. On the southeast coast of Qilu Province, near Rizhao Port, the power grid workers are busy laying a UHV line, and in the mountainous area to the west of the construction site is a medium-sized thermal, nuclear, power plant that has just been approved. Anyway, all nuclear fusion power plants are called thermal power plants to the outside world. On the east coast of the construction site is a huge comprehensive factory, which is equipped with a medium-sized nuclear power plant, which shows how huge this factory is. Inside the factory laboratory, Yang Bai, the chief technical researcher of the rock-making laboratory of the Siweish Materials Research Institute, is conducting experiments with a group of researchers. A pool with a length and width of 50 meters and a depth of 20 meters is now filled with seawater pumped from the Yellow Sea, a total of 50,000 cubic meters. Yongbai holds a tablet and tells his assistant, Adong, insert the sodium chloride adsorption box. Got it. Lin Dong, whose skin is tanned, picks up the remote control to operate a box above the pool, which is connected to a robotic arm. The box is made up of hollow pipes, and the whole looks like an enlarged version of a car condenser, about 3 meters long and wide, and 5 meters high. The mechanical arm slowly inserted the box into the seawater pool. Then Lin Dong pressed the switch, and a burst of current flowed into the box, and the seawater in the seawater pool began to react subtly. The sodium chloride in the seawater was attracted by the catalyst and current in the box, and the sodium chloride quickly attached to the hollow pipe. Just like snowflakes falling on the hollow pipe, sodium chloride crystals were generated rapidly. In less than 3 minutes, the sodium chloride component in the seawater was absorbed by the box. Lin Dong pressed another switch, and the box left the seawater pool and moved sideways in midair until the box and the robot moved to a workshop on the side. Only then did Lin Dong press the pause button. There was a bucket in the workshop, and another robot arm inserted a row of solid tubes directly into the hollow pipe of the box. The crystallized salt attached to the hollow pipe was directly squeezed out by the solid tube and fell into the bucket below. Yongbai stood beside the seawater pool, took out the salinity meter from the tool cart on the side, and reached out to probe the salinity meter into the seawater. Salinity, 0.37 milligrams per liter. He shook the salinometer and recorded the value on the tablet. In addition to water, salt compounds account for 99% of seawater, which means that seawater desalination is mainly to remove salt compounds. The 6 main salts in seawater are sodium chloride, 27.213 G/L, magnesium chloride, 3.807 G/L, calcium carbonate, 0.123 G/L, magnesium sulfate, 1.658 G/L, calcium sulfate, 1.260 G/L, and magnesium bromide, 0.07 G/L. Shallow, check the catalyst loss rate of the sodium chloride adsorption box. Yongbai ordered. Okay. Sinin went to the sodium chloride adsorption box with the sampler. Lin Dong continued to operate the magnesium chloride adsorption box, calcium carbonate adsorption box, magnesium sulfate adsorption box, calcium sulfate adsorption box, and magnesium bromide adsorption box. He continued to adsorb these inorganic salts into the seawater pool. After more than half an hour, the water in the seawater pool had become clearer, and the salts that accounted for 99% of the solvent were absorbed, leaving only a very small proportion. However, Yongbai was not too happy, because the catalyst loss rate of magnesium sulfate adsorption box, calcium sulfate adsorption box, and magnesium bromide adsorption box did not meet expectations. Among them, the catalyst of the magnesium bromide adsorption box is not only the most expensive, but also has a high loss rate. On average, after adsorbing 12 pools of seawater, the magnesium bromide crystal catalyst will lose more than 86%. Compared with the sodium chloride crystal catalyst, which can be replaced once, adsorb 1,300 pools of seawater, and is cheap, the two are simply worlds apart. He held a tablet computer and walked towards the 2 seawater pools next door, which were the metal adsorption area and the organic matter removal area. Akeo, what are you going to do? Yu Hanxiao, who was wearing a protective suit, took off his mask while walking and replied, It's okay. The adsorption efficiency of gold and silver is quite high, but the adsorption efficiency of uranium is not good. Yongbai looked at Yu Hanxiao's data through the tablet computer, but there were not many surprises. The efficiency of the uranium adsorption box can be gradually improved, and we are not in a hurry. Didn't we say that our desalination water plant will be put into use by the end of this year? Yu Hanxiao asked in surprise. Yongbai rolled his eyes. Are you confused from doing experiments? These trace elements do not affect the production of desalinated water. That's true. Yu Hanxiao finally realized. These trace elements exist in large quantities in liquid water bodies. In the tap water we use, we generally don't go to the trouble of removing these trace elements. Unless there are some trace elements that are harmful to the human body, such as mercury and lead, which are the 2 elements of special concern. Otherwise, the water plant would be too bored to remove trace elements such as gold, silver, copper and iron, unless there is a serious overstandard phenomenon, but the trace elements in seawater generally do not exceed the standard. Trace elements that do not exceed the standard are beneficial to human drinking. If they are all removed, it will become pure water, which cannot be drunk for a long time. Yongbai and Yu Hanxiao walked into the next workshop together. In one bucket, the bottom was covered with gold and metal, and the bottom of the other bucket was silver. Yuhan Chao raised the bucket cabin, opened the wall on one side, and gently swept the gold sand at the bottom into the small bucket with a broom. Is the gold absorbed these days all here? No, this is the second batch. Yang Bai grabbed a handful of heavy gold sand. Judging from the color on it, the purity is equivalent to 999 gold. How much is in the first batch? Yuhan Chao thought for a moment and replied, 2.44 kilograms. What about silver? There are 17.51 kilograms of silver. Yang Bai nodded, and was very satisfied with the absorption efficiency. Extracting gold and other metal minerals from seawater is one of the future directions of the international mineral industry. The minerals on land have either been opened or discovered, while the moon and asteroids in outer space are not only unsatisfactory in development technology, but also unsuitable in cost. The seabed and seawater of the ocean have become the new target of mankind. The Rizhou desalination plant can currently extract sodium chloride, magnesium chloride, calcium carbonate, magnesium sulfate, and magnesium bromide from seawater on a large scale. In addition, potassium, iodine, phosphorus, gold, silver, copper, iron, and aluminum can be extracted, which are strategic materials to a certain extent. Yang Bai is working on a part of the catalyst research. However, their research and development work does not affect the construction of the desalination plant. On the other side, a water pipeline also starts from Rizhou, extends inland along the railway line, and finally reaches Xi'an City. In the future, the water pipeline can transport desalinated water to inland areas, especially the Guangzhong Plain and the Lus Plateau, which are seriously short of water. It is helpful to ease the local water demand, especially the ongoing greenhouse agriculture and coal chemical industry, which require huge water resources. In addition, the excess desalinated water can also be supplied to residents as domestic water. In fact, with the popularization of nuclear fusion power plants, social production costs are gradually decreasing. With the support of new technologies and cheap electricity, seawater desalination has become a profitable emerging industry. Chapter 191. Xingho City in Nangzheng World. Huang Mingzhi took some time to come to a classroom. 3 young men stood up and greeted Huang Mingzhi. Hello, teacher. Sit down, Huang Mingzhi said, as he turned on the virtual display screen and imported his courseware into the classroom blackboard. These 3 young men were Huang Mingzhi's disciples. For the people of Country A, students and disciples are completely different concepts, and the relationship between disciples is closer than that between students. The reason why 3 people were recruited is that they are all true geniuses, namely Li Ronwu, Wen Kehan, and Fang Ge. The youngest Li Ronwu is only 15 years old, while Wen Kehan is 18 years old and Fang Ge is 19 years old. Today I will talk about the 4 fundamental forces in quantum mechanics. Physics is Li Ronwu's strong point. When he heard that Huang Mingzhi was going to talk about the 4 fundamental forces, he immediately became energetic. Wen Kehan and Fang Ge were not very interested. After all, Wen Kehan was in mathematics and material science, while Fang Ge was in chemistry and biology. However, Wen Kehan still stopped and listened, because his future direction is computational material science, and learning more physics will be beneficial. As for Fang Ge, she can only choose to read books and do exercises by herself. They are the geniuses that Huang Mingzhi has selected from tens of millions of students. The 3 of them must have talents that can attract Huang Mingzhi. As outstanding individuals among humans, Li Ronwu, Fang Ge, and Wen Kehan are equivalent to benign mutants. As for malignant mutants, they are those who have mental problems. They can no longer control their brains, or they mutate too quickly, making it difficult for the brain, body, and soul to adapt. Humans have been evolving. Why can't we feel it clearly? Because many external manifestations of evolution are diseases, so many evolutions are eliminated as diseases. Humans fear the unknown and desire stability and eternity, but even the universe cannot exist forever, let alone ant-like humans. Everything is changing all the time, and what humans do is not to resist change, but to adapt and select benign mutants. Just like humans selecting plant seeds, they retain benign mutations in the human body and eliminate malignant mutations. In class, Huang Mingzhi briefly explained the 4 fundamental forces in a simple and easy-to-understand way. For Li Ronwu, who had already completed university physics and mathematics, these contents were just right. Teacher, is the grand unified theory really that difficult? Li Ronwu put down his pen and asked. Huang Mingzhi smiled and asked back. Ronwu, although the grand unified theory has the conditions for the unification of the 4 forces with the emergence of quantum gravity, why has no one in the physics community announced that they approve the grand unified theory in recent years? Is there something missing? Wen Kehan interrupted. They are missing two things. Two things? Li Ronwu muttered and pondered. Wang Mingzhi glanced at Li Ronwu and reminded him, don't be too ambitious. A tall building starts from the ground. You need to lay a solid foundation now. Thank you for the reminder, teacher. After a class, Wang Mingzhi explained the electromagnetic force among the four fundamental forces clearly. At least Li Ronwu understood it. Then he answered some questions from Wen Kehan and Fang Ge. They might be arrogant in front of others, but in front of Wang Mingzhi, although they are all geniuses, they know how terrible a true genius is. The three of them have crossed mathematics, physics, materials, chemistry, and biology, but Wang Mingzhi can teach them with ease. Among them, Fang Ge, who is already studying for a master's degree, can feel the teacher's unfathomable depth the most. After examining Fang Ge's progress, Wang Mingzhi suddenly said, Xiao Gu, you can enter the laboratory. I want to hear your advice. Fang Ge asked excitedly and nervously. Wang Mingzhi said calmly, for human civilization to enter the interstellar era, the strength of the body must undergo a qualitative change, otherwise humans will be trapped and die on the blue planet forever. Qualitative change? Human body enhancement? Fang Ge was a little hesitant. Think about it carefully. Fang Ge was not the kind of indecisive person. She chose to believe her teacher. No, teacher, I decided to go the direction of human body enhancement. Don't you want to think about it for a while? I believe in the teacher. Wang Mingzhi continued, I give you a week to deal with family matters. You have to be mentally prepared. The confidentiality level of this research is very high. You may not be able to be too free for several years, or even more than 10 years. Obviously, a week is a buffer period for Fang Ge to calmly consider, so that she won't regret it later. I take care of it. Fang Ge nodded. She knew that the field of human enhancement was definitely not a field that private companies could get involved in. It even involved the impact on human morality and ethics. This project could only be studied in secret. After logging off the virtual world, Fang Ge asked for a week's leave from school, then bought a plane ticket, and flew directly from Xi'an back to her hometown in Fuzhou. On the plane, she silently thought about whether she had the determination to bet her youth on human body enhancement. Feeling a slight upward rush, Fang Ge, who was by the window, looked at the endless blue sky, with all kinds of strange clouds below. About 10 minutes later, she was about to ask the stewardess to get a bottle of water. What happened? Someone fainted. Stewardess. There were chaotic noises coming from the front. Fang Ge quickly unbuckled her seat belt and walked forward. An old man was lying on the ground with a blue face, and there were two young people around him. The stewardess hurried over with the CPR equipment. Don't crowd around, it will affect the rescue. Fang Ge reminded several passengers who were approaching. The passengers around quickly made way. The CPR of the two stewardesses seemed to be in a mess. Let me do it. Fang Ge took the AED, automatic external defibrillator, and ordered, 1 nitroglycerin tablet under the tongue. Okay. The stewardess was stunned and quickly took out the nitroglycerin tablet from the medicine box, pinched the old man's mouth open, and stuffed the nitroglycerin tablet under the old man's tongue. Fang Ge pressed the defibrillator switch, and the automatic prompt sound of the defibrillator sounded immediately. Please stick the electrodes on the patient according to the diagram. Please plug the plug into the socket. Please do not touch the patient, and the patient's heart rhythm will be automatically analyzed. Please do not approach the patient, and the automatic charging will start. Defibrillation now. Please press the orange discharge button. Then the current directly acts on the old man through the electrodes, and the old man's body twitches slightly. Fang Ge calmly looked at the defibrillator's ECG and ordered, continue CPR. One stewardess immediately performed CPR on the old man. After 30 CPRs, another stewardess immediately performed artificial respiration twice. 2 minutes later, the two stewardesses performed 5 cycles of CPR and artificial respiration. Fang Ge used the defibrillator again, and the old man's ECG finally showed fluctuations. Artificial respiration. Okay. After a round of rescue, the old man's heartbeat finally stabilized. Fang Ge secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Pa. The passengers around him applauded. The two stewardesses hurriedly and carefully handled the aftermath. Fang Ge looked at the old man, who had walked through the gates of hell, and felt deeply the fragility and insignificance of human beings. Chapter 192. October 27th. After bidding farewell to her family, and applying for a leave of absence, Fang Ge boarded a plane to Xining alone. This time, there was no more bloody old man's cardiac arrest, nor was there a gangster hijacking like in a crime movie. Everything seemed calm. After all, she was Wang Mingzhi's disciple, which was confidential. Few people knew Fong Ji's true identity. The plane slowly landed at Xining Kojiabao Airport. Fong Ge dragged her suitcase alone. Xining, which is about 2,200 meters above sea level, did not have obvious altitude sickness. The guard of the institute, Lao Li, was waiting for her outside the airport. As soon as Fong Ge left the airport, she saw a Chang'an Tian's electric off-road vehicle. The vehicle was well maintained and clean inside. Lao Li was a smiling middle-aged man. He took the suitcase from her hand and put it in the trunk. Here. Fong Ge was flattered to take the small bag, which contained a box of Qinghai old yogurt and a bag of barley cakes. Thank you very much. Let's go! The electric off-road vehicle went to the road effortlessly. The thin air in the plateau area had little effect on electric vehicles. On the way, Lao Li suddenly asked, "Do you want to go to Tar Temple and Qinghai Lake? Is it possible?" Fong Ge asked uncertainly. "Of course, it's just a welcome party," Lao Li said with a smile. In fact, he dared to take Fong Ge to visit the surrounding area only after receiving the order from the director. "Then I trouble you, Uncle Li." "No trouble." It took about 40 minutes to drive from Xining to Tar Temple. Fong Ge followed the crowd into several scripture halls and saw the piles, murals, and butter sculptures of Tar Temple. He also saw the mysterious and shining Shwedagon pagoda through the small window. There are many people in the monastery who are doing kowtows. They bring all their belongings to live and eat in the surrounding area. When they run out of money, they go back to earn money. When they earn enough, they continue to kowtow. A total of 100,000 kowtows are required. In the noisy crowd, meeting these pious eyes, I was surprised by how great the power of faith is. But Fong Ge does not worship gods. She believes in her teacher and the truth even more. Like those devout believers, she gently turns the rows of prayer wheels with her hands. At this moment, she is so calm. Human science and the truth of the universe are shining brightly. Fong Ge said nothing. She didn't want to criticize, but just looked at it rationally. After staying in Tar Temple for more than an hour, the two left for Qinghai Lake. Qinghai Lake is like a blue tear. It is called Kaoanbu in Tibetan, which means blue sea. The tail of the National Day Golden Week is still here. Many tourists and vehicles can still be seen on the road around the lake. Although it is the peak season for tourism in Qinghai Lake, the 400-kilometer road around the lake still seems deserted. However, the altitude here is about 3,300 meters, and the slight altitude sickness makes Fong Ge feel a little chest tightness and shortness of breath. After getting off the car, she just took 2 steps and felt as if her chest was pressed by a big rock. She panted and muttered to herself, "Humans are really too fragile." "Do you want oxygen?" Oldly handed over a small gas cylinder. Fong Ge waved her hand. "I want to adapt." What a stubborn girl. Oldly put the gas cylinder back into his backpack and followed Fong Ge not far away. There is a very big and very high swing by the lake. Several tourists are playing and taking photos. Not far away, Tibetans are leading yaks. It seems that riding a circle costs 10 yuan. The weather in Qinghai Lake is sunny today. The reflection of the blue sky is beautiful. However, the ultraviolet intensity on the plateau is very high. Fong Ge applied sunscreen early. She took off her shoes and walked barefoot into the cold lake water. Before going into the lake, she always thought that the salt in it was as soft as the fine sand in the sea. After going in, Fong Ji's expression gradually stiffened. The crystal salt at the bottom of the lake hurts the feet, and the ultraviolet rays in the sky make people from the plains feel uncomfortable, and the temperature of the lake water is very low. Standing quietly in the lake for a while, it is like standing on a blue mirror. Lao Li took a few photos for her on the shore. After getting ashore, the pants were soaked in salt water and had been fixed. There was a layer of white crystal salt on them. After patting them a few times, most of the crystal salt attached to them was swept away. Fong Ge, who felt better, smiled and said to Lao Li, "Let's go." "Okay." The electric SUV started again and headed towards the institute. On one side of the road was a railway, and a train was passed. As dusk approached, the electric SUV stopped near Quanji next to Qinghai Lake. The institute was 11 kilometers northwest of the town. Fong Ge looked at the dilapidated building and the door, which had a sign saying Qinghai Plateau Glacier and Geology Research Institute. If her teacher hadn't arranged for her to come here, Fong Ge would have thought she had come to the wrong place. "Do you think the environment is terrible?" "A little bit." Fong Ge smiled awkwardly. "Come with me." Lao Li led the way, and after entering one of the 5-story buildings, the two walked into the elevator. -1, it turned out to be underground. Fong Ge suddenly realized. After walking out of the elevator, she realized that she was wrong. The underground was very huge. Xiaogu, let me introduce you. This is the Institute of Human Evolution. This is the negative first floor, which is also one of the entrances and exits. Loudly introduced as he walked. How big is this place? The underground base is divided into 3 areas. This is the management and living area, with 6 floors and 85,000 square meters. The warehouse area has 5 floors and 50,000 square meters, and the experimental area has 5 floors and 200,000 square meters. Take Fangge to a single dormitory, where all the daily necessities have been prepared, and put away the suitcase. The two walked towards the director's office of the institute. Along the way, they rarely saw other people, only a few guards on duty. Uncle Li, how many researchers are there in our base? More than 100. Director Wang is in charge of this aspect. Old Li stopped at the door of an office. He raised his left hand with 2 fingers missing, and knocked on the door gently. Come in. Old Li turned the doorknob directly. Fangge saw a middle-aged man sitting behind his desk. His skin was a little dry and dark, which was a sign of ultraviolet sunburn. Wang Xingqiang put down his pen, saw Fangge behind Old Li, took off his glasses and said, Are you Fangge? Yes, I'm very happy to work at the Institute of Human Evolution. Fangge replied calmly. Wang Xingqiang reminded directly, although academician Huang introduced you here, you still have to abide by the rules and regulations of the base. If you have any problems in life, you can tell me or guard Captain Li. I will definitely abide by the rules. Wang Xingqiang nodded and immediately made arrangements for Fangge. In the base, I am in charge of management work, and Chief Researcher Li Jiahong is in charge of technical research and development. You will adapt to the environment and observe and learn this week. No problem. The experimental area of the base is 3 kilometers away from the living area, and the 2 places are connected by underground tunnels and trams. At this time, it is on the negative 5th floor of the experimental area. Li Jiahong is busy with experiments, and there are more than a dozen researchers in the laboratory cooperating. The X gene extracted from the 2 biochemically modified people has been studied in this base for more than half a year. Although Li Jiahong and his team have roughly figured out the gene sequence and some functions of the X gene, it is very difficult to conduct animal experiments. The main reason is that the X gene is too aggressive, and this foreign gene evolution route is obviously not suitable for humans themselves. Chapter 193. Today is the 7th day since Fangge joined the Human Evolution Research Institute. After a week of adaptation, she finally got used to the thin air of the plateau. The tinnitus, headache, chest tightness and shortness of breath disappeared without a trace. In a week, Fangge not only adapted to the plateau environment, but also familiarized herself with the research projects of the Human Evolution Research Institute. Since it is called the Human Evolution Research Institute, it is, of course, a research institute that studies the direction of human evolution. However, there are some things in the base that surprised her, such as 2 biochemically modified human corpses, suspected to be X genes from outer space. Today Fangge specially went online to Nankjring World. In the classroom, Wang Mingzhi, who was about to log off after finishing a class on computational materials science, was stopped by Fangge. Teacher, I want to talk to you alone. Wang Mingzhi glanced at her, and obviously understood Fangge's inner doubts, nodded and replied, Okay. With a snap of his fingers, the classroom dissipated like a dream bubble, turning into a Jurassic Restoration world. Are you full of doubts? Fangge nodded. It seems that the teacher knows the situation of the research institute. Beside the stream with towering ancient trees, Wang Mingzhi sat on a bluestone and explained calmly, Those biochemically modified people attacked me last year, and the X gene was extracted from them. Attack the teacher? Do aliens really exist? Fangge's inner doubts did not diminish. Wang Mingzhi smiled and answered the question irrelevantly. Do you think there are 2 identical leaves in this world? Fangge was confused, and then frowned and thought. If someone else asked this question, she would definitely answer directly that it does not exist, but the teacher's words must have a deeper meaning. After thinking for a few minutes, Fangge still managed to say, It does not exist. Quantum mechanics tells us that in the microscopic world, there are countless identical particles in an instant. In the visible universe of 13 billion light-years, no one can be sure whether there are 2 identical leaves. Humans are not alone. Humanity is not alone? Fangge knew that the teacher was admitting the existence of alien life, so she asked, Why do these biochemically modified people appear on the blue planet? Could it be that alien civilization is already on the blue planet? We have been looking for the truth. Do you know about the rice plague at the beginning of this year? Fangge was shocked. She used to study viruses and bacteria, And her school had also studied the rice plague that swept the world. All signs indicate that the fungi of the rice plague have traces of artificial modification. This matter has caused a sensation in the domestic biological community. It's terrifying to think about it. Wang Mingzhi said with a heavy heart, there are traitors among humans. We have been fighting them for years. The crisis is looming over the blue planet. Maybe the end of the world will come one day. I see. Fang Ge learned about these things for the first time, and then she knew that there was such darkness hidden in this world. Wang Mingzhi did not put too much pressure on her. Don't worry, I have prepared some killer weapons. Now you have to start from X genes and biochemical transformation of humans to develop technology that can make humans evolve. Fang Ge, who was full of confidence in her teacher, was relieved immediately. If the end of the world really happened, she didn't know how to deal with it. After the two talked, Fang Ge returned to the dormitory and prepared to participate in the research work. Although Wang Mingzhi's words gave her a little peace of mind, the enemy facing humans was an alien civilization. Fang Ge did not relax her vigilance. Unknown enemies were the most troublesome. With a sense of urgency, Fang Ge quickly entered the role. At this moment, she was no longer a student and a girl, but a warrior of human civilization. In the laboratory, Li Jiahong arranged a study for Fang Ge on how to induce mutation of the X gene, which is to use various compounds or high-energy rays to achieve mutation of the X gene. In the institute, there are 6 researchers working in this field, and Fang Ge is one of them. After browsing the laboratory log and related internal papers, she did not conduct the experiment immediately, but thought about some questions. The X gene is very likely to be the gene of alien creatures, and its genes are essentially very different from those of blue planet creatures. Although there are 2 biochemically modified humans, no one knows how many experimental subjects the G organization sacrificed to create 2 biochemically modified humans. From the animal experiments of the Institute of Human Evolution, the mortality rate of animals fused with the X gene is still as high as 76.93% even at the minimum mutation dose. Not to mention that under large dose injections, the mortality rate is close to 98%. The only chimpanzee who survived also died of organ failure after persisting for 81 hours. Fang Ge also browsed the gene sequence and characteristics of the X gene. What are you thinking about, Xiao Ge? Her partner Chen Yalan patted her on the shoulder. No, I'm thinking about the experiment. Don't be so anxious, you just got here. Chen Yalan comforted her. However, Fang Ge just smiled and opened the tablet she carried with her. While reading the internal papers, she occasionally recorded some content. It was late at night, and she had read 24 internal papers in the past few days. She had a preliminary understanding of the progress of the institute. In fact, the Human Evolution Research Institute, which has been established for more than half a year, has not made any substantial progress. On the contrary, some progress has been made in the new chitin material, non-Newtonian liquid material, and spongy muscle material. Among them, the new chitin material and non-Newtonian material have entered the small-scale laboratory production stage. On the other hand, the Human Evolution Research Institute has not achieved any substantial results. After all, Li Jiahong and others are very cautious in their research on genes, and it is strange that they can produce any results in a very short time. But Fang Ge did get some data. Sitting at the desk, she was looking at her notes, which contained the data and some ideas and questions she had recorded in the past few days. After reviewing her notes, Fang Ge was suddenly stunned. She quickly opened the laptop on the side. Then she opened the search engine and entered the keyword science fiction, comics, Japan. Soon a large number of comic links popped up. Like science fiction novels, science fiction movies, and science fiction comics on Blue Star have only become popular in recent years. The ranking of science fiction comics on Dream House is number 1, 3 Body. Number 2, Wandering Star. Number 3. Number 7, Strong Colonization Armor. Fang Ge's eyes lit up immediately. When she was in college, one of her roommates was a science fiction fan, and she occasionally read some of them. She opened Wandering Star and read the introduction briefly, and then opened Strong Colonization Armor and read the introduction again. There is a similar technology in these 2 comics, biological armor technology. Among them, Wandering Star, which is called a science fiction textbook by domestic science fiction fans, is not only the work of her teacher, but also has been studied very thoroughly by a group of science fiction fans. There are even special technical forums that discuss the technology and theories. Fang Ge opened the forum and found a professional biological armor discussion post. While browsing, she wrote down some of the ideas on it. She watched the sci-fi movie Wandering Star again, especially the biological armor segment, which made Fong more excited. Combining some characteristics of the X gene with the current technologies, a unique research and development direction appeared in front of her. Chapter 194. Although he was excited for most of the night, Fong still used the deep sleep mode of the brainwave glasses to force himself into a deep sleep at around 3 a.m. It was another busy day, and the X gene induction work was not going very smoothly. Although the X gene will mutate under high-energy rays, this mutation is disordered and chaotic. 3 mutant samples were induced in one day, but none of them were benign, and no internal rules could be found. Looking at the electron microscope and X-ray diffraction images, as well as the large stack of test reports in his hand, Fong shook his head and put them down. "Does it feel very boring?" Chen Yalan said with a smile. Fong replied helplessly, "No, I just think the hope of inducing mutation is slim." Chen Yalan put down the thermos cup and spread her hands and replied, "There is no way, even human genes are so complicated, let alone X genes." After a busy day, after taking a shower and eating, Fong stayed alone in his dormitory again. Lying quietly on the bed, looking at the gray-white ceiling, Fong was about to pick up the brainwave glasses, when he was suddenly stunned. Why didn't I think of it? Brainwave glasses. Brainwave control. Brainwaves. Brainwaves. Fong Ji's brain was suddenly inspired. At present, the progress of biological computers in the world is very slow. Generally, the advantages of de novo protein design are used to realize the system design of logic gates, similar to simple transistors. The proteins referred to here are of many types, and the most successful one is the biological logic gate design from scratch based on the building block heterodimer, which can generate more components with almost the same overall topology than can be provided by resetting the biological motif. Using designed hydrogen bond networks to encode specificity can enable a wide range of binding affinities between monomers with similar structures, allowing more complex gates to be built based on competitive binding. From the perspective of protein biophysics, the results highlight the powerful synergy between de novo design of protein complexes and native mass spectrometry, and more generally, the ability of de novo protein design to produce complex synergistic assemblies. But biological computers still have some very thorny problems, such as how to store and read information, how to achieve fast and precise control, and how to compound simple protein logic gates, biological transistors, into cellular logic, large-scale integrated circuits. These 3 problems are obstacles to the development of biological computers. And why does Fong want to develop biological computers? Because without biological computers, biological armor is a dead object. Biological computers are equivalent to artificial brains. Therefore, biological computers are the prerequisite for biological armor. Only by developing biological computers can biological armor be effectively controlled. Otherwise, the consequence will be the same as those 2 biochemically modified people, becoming half-human or half-ghost or losing their minds. Obviously, most humans are unwilling to accept the biochemically modified technology of the G organization. Using his own authority, Fong logged into the internal network of Thinking Society and checked a series of papers and technical outlines on brainwave glasses and brainwave control. Sure enough, brainwaves are biological brainwaves. If brainwave sensors and brainwave feedback devices can be constructed on proteins through gene editing, it also means that the control problems of biological computers, storage and reading of information will be solved. However, Fong was not too happy, because the difficulty of realizing protein brainwave sensors and protein brainwave feedback devices is also extraordinary. Maybe I can discuss it with the teacher. Fong quickly put on his brainwave glasses, entered the Nank dream world, and sent a text message to the teacher. More than half an hour later, Huang Mingzhi finally arrived. "Xie, have you encountered a problem?" Fong nodded, and then told his ideas and some thoughts. Biological computer. Brainwave control. Protein logic components. Biological base armor. Huang Mingzhi has roughly understood the ideas. Still beside the stream with towering ancient trees, Huang Mingzhi sat on the bluestone and closed his eyes to think. Using the knowledge of biological computers, brainwave control, and other knowledge, he started the spark of inspiration. In an instant, countless knowledge bodies were colliding in his brain. More than half an hour later, Huang Mingzhi opened his eyes, and was pleasantly surprised to find a technical route that could realize biological computers and even biological armor. He had accidentally developed a technology called particle control technology, which is still in the laboratory stage. But after integrating particle control technology, X-gene, biochemical bionics, brainwave control technology, biological computer, and mathematical programming, a complete biological computer technology and part of biological-based armor technology were born. Xiaogu, your idea can indeed be realized. Really? Fang Ge was immediately excited. It was not easy to get recognition from his teacher. Wang Mingzhi pondered for a while and said, "It may be difficult for you to complete this project alone. I will arrange Kahan and some other people to help you realize the biological computer." "Thank you, teacher." Fang Ge didn't expect that she could lead a scientific research project. "Be more confident, I will explain some technical points of biological computers to you." Then Huang Mingzhi briefly analyzed his knowledge of biological computers to Fang Ge. Fang Ge was stunned. She seriously suspected that she and the teacher had a conflict. After listening to the class for more than 3 hours, Fang Ge couldn't help asking, "Teacher, are you also studying this direction?" Huang Mingzhi explained with a smile, "I did develop the particle control technology before, about 12 years ago. As for the biological computer, I derived it based on your ideas." Gulp. It took more than half an hour to deduce and reach this level. Fang Ge really doubted his life. "I don't have time to participate in this project for the time being. The main work can only rely on you." "But this is not good." Fang Ge hesitated. After all, many of these technologies were developed by Huang Mingzhi. During the research and development process, the academic value judgment system will be calculated based on the contribution, so there is no need to worry. In fact, Huang Mingzhi does not care about this reputation. With a series of achievements, such as controlled nuclear fusion and computational materials science, he has long been a great god in the domestic academic community. "Thank you, teacher." Fang Ge was very moved. She had heard about some bad trends in the academic community before. My teacher could have put this project under his own name and let Fang Ge be a research worker, but Huang Mingzhi did not do so. In less than 3 days, the Human Evolution Research Institute established a biological computer laboratory, and Fang Ge was the chief researcher of the laboratory. In addition, there was Lin Sha, a researcher from the Academy of Sciences, who had previously worked on X-gene research, and Wen Kahan, who was transferred from the school. Together with some other related researchers, a total of 23 researchers and 50 auxiliary staff formed the biological computer laboratory. Fang Ge did not expect that the teacher would support him so much. This shows that in the scientific research community, meeting a good teacher can achieve twice the result with half the effort. Chapter 195. Qinghai Lake Shore, Under the Permafrost. Human Evolution Research Institute, Biological Computer Laboratory. One by one, the expensive scientific research equipment has been installed and debugged. Each of these high-precision scientific research equipment may be equivalent to a house in Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou or Shenzhen. Lin Sha, a senior researcher at the Academy of Sciences, was envious and jealous. She couldn't help but sigh that having a strong teacher can really save 20 years of hard work. This time she was transferred here mainly to help Fang Ge control the overall situation. After all, Fang Ge and Wen Kahan were too young and might not have enough experience in doing things. However, with Huang Mingzhi standing behind him, no one dared to be perfunctory with Fang Ge. This was the blessing brought by status. In the exclusive office of the Biological Computer Laboratory, Fang Ge held an internal meeting. The people who attended the meeting were Fang Ge, Wen Kahan, Lin Sha, and Jiang Tiansheng, a senior researcher in Fudan's biological computer field. Fang Ge, who seemed to be still childish, spoke a little nervously. "This is my first time to lead a scientific research project. I hope that researcher Lin and researcher Jiang will bear more and give more guidance. Chief Fang is too modest. We should cooperate and communicate more in the future." Lin Sha was not arrogant. Although Jiang Tiansheng didn't agree with being led by a little girl, he had a great teacher. This was fate. He could only laugh dryly and replied, "Ambition is not limited by age. I believe Chief Fang can lead the laboratory to achieve good results." Fang Ge knew that the two of them were more or less uncomfortable, but when she thought about her teacher who was about the same age as her and had achieved great achievements, she couldn't help but be motivated. "Then I tell you about the next task." After Fang Ge finished speaking, he turned on the computer and the projector behind him. The projection screen showed brainwave sensing protein component, brainwave feedback protein component, particle control protein component, protein logic, protein storage, protein energy storage, framework cell. Pushing the chair away, Fang Ge stood up and pointed at the content on the screen and said, "These are the problems we need to solve one by one next." Brainwave sensing protein components? Could it be related to brainwave glasses? Lin Sha asked. Are brainwave sensing and feedback components based on the same principle as brainwave glasses? Fang Ge nodded. Yes, this is the inspiration I got from brainwave glasses. If we can give protein brainwaves the function of information exchange, we can achieve communication between cells, and between cells and humans. After a moment of silence, Lin Sha had to nod and admit that this was indeed a good idea. As a senior researcher in the field of biocomputer science, Jiang Tiansheng also agrees with Fang Ji's approach. Fang Ge pointed at Wen Kehan and said, "My junior brother Wen Kehan is a researcher in computational materials science. He can try to help us select some suitable materials. In addition, the Brainwave Laboratory of Thinking Society can also provide technical support." Junior brother? Is this guy also a student of academician Huang? Jiang Tiansheng glanced at Wen Kehan and then asked a question in his mind. "Qi Fang, is computational materials science reliable?" Wen Kehan, who has always been proud of his teacher, immediately replied, "Computational materials science is one of my teacher's great achievements. In recent years, the materials science of thinking society has made great progress. Where do you think it comes from?" So that's it. Jiang Tiansheng and Lin Sha suddenly realized that it was no wonder that the speed of materials research and development of thinking society in recent years was like a cheat. It turned out that there was such a reason. After Fang Ge explained the components of these biological computers, he began to arrange the research and development of brainwave sensing protein components. Now that we have the technical route, the next step is details and research and development. Brain waves are something that humans have. Our brain cells are releasing and receiving brain waves all the time. Therefore, Fang Ji's route is to use brain cells as a template, inject X gene serum and brain wave materials, and use the coordinated fusion characteristics of X gene to create suitable brain wave protein components. However, it is easier said than done. In the laboratory, Fang Ge, Lin Sha, Jiang Tiansheng and others are wearing full sets of protective clothing, and there is a row of culture dishes on the laboratory table. The culture dish contain cloned cells of human brain cells. Brain wave induction element, 0.5 mg unit, inject. Lin Sha instructed the assistant. Received. The brain wave induction material made into a nano-powder state was prepared into an injection solution and slowly injected into 5 brain cells. Half an hour later, the brain cells are stable and the next experiment can be carried out. The lowest dose of X serum inject. Lin Sha instructed. Okay. The X gene serum specially prepared with the fusion limit concentration tested before was injected into the 5 brain cells. However, the fragile brain cells were obviously unable to withstand the violent destruction and erosion of the X gene serum. Fang Ge watched the brain cells being destroyed one by one under the electron microscope. This was an expected result. Scientific research rarely goes smoothly. She ordered, "Test the residue in the culture dish." Received. Such repeated experiments were carried out for a whole day, but there was only failure. There was not even a trace of successful fusion. After the brain cells were injected with serum, they died soon, just like a balloon being pricked by a needle. The residue inside was also a mess. Protein, cell fluid, RNA, chromosomes, etc. could all be detected, but there was no brain wave sensing protein component that Fang Ge needed. Of course, this was an expected result. Everyone ended the day's experiment with a pile of test reports. After eating and taking a shower, they returned to the dormitory. Fang Ge took out today's test report and experimental data, thinking and writing down her thoughts. Ding dong. Huh? It turned out to be an email from the teacher. Fang Ge quickly opened the email. It turned out that the teacher had sorted out some ideas and thoughts about biological computers. Downloaded this 16G attachment. She read it for more than an hour and felt a sudden enlightenment. So that's it. The strength of brain cells is too fragile. It is difficult to resist the X gene serum by transformation alone. What should I use? Fang Ge was talking to himself, biting the tip of his pen and thinking. Considering the compatibility with humans, using human cells is the best choice, but the strongest human cells should be heart cells. He wrote down the heart cells, and then considered the injection concentration of the X gene serum. From the current situation, the injection concentration on the first day is still too high and must be lowered. Unknowingly, a week passed, and it was November 18th. After replacing the myocardial cells, some samples were successfully fused, but none of these samples achieved brain wave sensing characteristics. Lin Sha took a report and guessed, it may be related to the concentration of X serum. Too low a concentration makes it difficult for brain wave induction to fuse with cells. Of course, it may also be due to the brain wave induction. I have screened 3 new brain wave induction materials. When Kehan expressed his thoughts. Then please, Kehan, Use the 3 new materials to make brain wave induction. Phong Ge instructed Wen Kehan. Leave it to me. The problem of the concentration of X serum injection stumped everyone. If the concentration is too high, the cells cannot bear it. If the concentration is too low, it may affect the degree of fusion. Now it is a dilemma, and the research progress is stuck for a while. Chapter 196. Phong Ge, who was thinking hard, did not want to trouble her teacher, so she asked for leave and left the base. Old Li was still driving the electric off-road vehicle with a smile, while Phong Ge supported her chin with one hand and stared blankly at the cold and deserted Qinghai Lake. Qinghai Lake in November was already a little cold, and tourists were becoming increasingly scarce. Several Tibetan herdsmen rode horses, driving a large group of yaks, and there were 2 ghost-faced mastiffs around. On the grassland in the wilderness, the low and long folk songs brought songs that went straight to the heart. Looking at the big swing on the lakeside, Phong Ge suddenly said, "Uncle Li, stop in front." "Okay." Old Li made a beautiful turn smoothly, and the electric off-road vehicle stopped steadily on the flat ground beside the road. The big swing and Salt Lake, which were crowded with tourists before, were so deserted at this time, with only a shabby old Buick parked alone on the side. The owner of the car was a thin and sickly pale middle-aged man, about 40 or 50 years old, wearing a peaked cap, standing quietly by the lake. The bleak autumn wind always makes people sentimental. Phong Ge sat on the swing, swinging gently, with a pair of bright eyes on her cheeks with a hint of Highland red. At this time, her thoughts were no longer in front of her, but on the experiment. Although she said she came out to relax, in fact, the strong-willed Phong Ge could not let go of everything in the laboratory. A shrill cough woke up Phong Ge, who was wandering in the sky. The middle-aged man covered his chest and sat on the ground panting. Dark red spots were scattered on the white salt crystal lakeshore. Phong Ge stood up and walked over. Old Li followed her closely, staring at the man with vigilant eyes. "Are you okay?" The man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve. His face was pale and haggard, and his eyes were ashen. "Thank you. I am really happy to hear a greeting in this snowy plateau." The man smiled with difficulty, but the smile blended into his pale and haggard face was particularly painful. "Do you need a drink of water?" Phong Ge handed over his thermos cup. The man was stunned, then took the thermos cup with trembling hands, and took out a bottle of medicine from his pocket. The name Nexava was written on the bottle. Phong Ge immediately knew what disease the middle-aged man had. Nexava is the English trade name of the drug, and its Chinese name is Nexivar, a generic drug produced by Tianzhu. The original manufacturer is sorafenib produced by Bayer of Germany, and it is used to treat liver cancer. Taking generic drugs is also a forced choice. A box of Bayer's original sorafenib costs 25,000 yuan, and 2 boxes are needed a month. A box of Tianzhu Dojamai can be used for a month, which is only about 1,300 yuan. For poor cancer patients, generic drugs are the only choice. The man carefully poured out 2 pills and drank warm water. Phong Ge smoothed his back. After taking the medicine, the man's face flushed a little sickly, as if he was having a last burst of light. "Thank you, girl." Still on the swing, Phong Ge listened quietly to the man's story. He originally had a happy family, but unfortunately, after a checkup a year ago, he was diagnosed with advanced liver cancer. At that moment, it seemed as if the sky had fallen down. After a painful struggle, he found a hair salon girl, deliberately exposed himself in front of his wife and children, and then divorced without hesitation. After that, he took the remaining 50,000 yuan and the old Buick, drove away from his hometown, and cut off all contact with his family. While doing odd jobs, he escaped from reality. Until 2 months ago, his body no longer allowed him to work, so he drove westward, ready to accept the coming of death. After listening to the man's story, Phong Ge felt the fragility of life and the attachment in the man's heart. Looking at the pool of blood left by the man before, she was actually dazed. Liver cancer. Cancer cells. Phong Ge muttered to herself, as if she was a treasure hunter who had found a secret treasure, but when she saw the man next to her, she immediately stopped smiling. "Mr. Hua, I have a job, are you willing to do it?" "Girl, what else can I do with my body?" Hua Yimin said with a wry smile. "A job to assist in research." "Cancer research?" "Almost." After a long silence, Hua Yimin nodded. "I agree." Phong Ge, who was in an excited mood, immediately rushed back to the laboratory, and Hua Yimin, who was driving an old Buick, had no intention of regretting and followed the electric SUV all the way. Lin Sha, who was busy with the experiment, saw Phong Ge hurriedly coming in and asked in surprise, "Didn't you say you were going to relax? How come you came back in just half a day?" Fong Gu said excitedly while putting on protective clothing. I found a new idea. Cancer cells, yes, cancer cells. Cancer cells? Lin Sha was stunned. Why didn't I think of it? In the human body, in addition to myocardial cells, hematopoietic stem cells, and immunity cells, the real strong ones are cancer cells. This kind of cell can even break through the limit of life and achieve alternative immortality. What Yimin, wearing patient clothes, lay quietly on the bed. Fong Gu and several researchers extracted some cancer cells from his liver and lungs. Mr. Hua, if you need anything at the base, or want to go outside, you can tell Uncle Li. I will. Hua Yimin was very calm. Perhaps because death was approaching, he seemed relieved. After extracting the cancer cells, Fong Gu immediately organized people to cultivate cancer cells, and then prepare for experiments. Wen Kahan also made a breakthrough discovery. He screened out a hydrocarbon sulfur compound, combined with X serum, and after fusing it with cells, a very slight brain wave induction phenomenon appeared. All things are difficult at the beginning, and with this slight brain wave induction, there is finally a beginning. Rows of culture dishes are filled with cultured cancer cells. After the researchers injected the new brain wave induction element, they found that these cancer cells are indeed very strong. Inject the lowest standard concentration of X serum. Lin Sha ordered. Okay. Looking at the electron microscope detection screen, Lin Sha, Fong Gu, Jiang Tianxing and others were very nervous. However, ordinary cells do not have the lowest concentration of death, so they naturally cannot kill cancer cells. On the contrary, after the cancer cells were injected with X serum, their activity increased greatly. Fong Gu and Lin Sha looked at each other, and both saw surprise in each other's eyes. Raise the concentration by 1 level. Lin Sha continued to instruct the researcher. Okay. The concentration of serum X increased step by step, but the cancer cells still resisted the invasion very tenaciously. When the concentration reached 0.65%, the cancer cells could no longer withstand the invasion of serum X, and they collapsed and died. This concentration was 34 times higher than the previous safe concentration. Jiang Tianxing, who was responsible for detecting the brainwave sensing function of cancer cells, ran over excitedly with the test report. Success. We succeeded. Fong Gu took the report and looked at the data with Lin Sha. In the 12 groups of cancer cell culture dishes, obvious data of brain wave induction were detected. The 8th group of data showed obvious peaks. Compared with the first detection of brain wave data, the difference between the two is like static electricity and lightning. The experiment has made a breakthrough, and is one step closer to biological computers. Chapter 197. In a petri dish, a small group of translucent cells, with a slight hint of light green, were shaking constantly. That's right, they were shaking, and the shaking was visible to the naked eye. How amazing! Lin Sha approached the petri dish curiously, and found that the cells inside were shaking even more violently. Fong Gu thought about it and guessed, it may be that our brain waves are affecting it. Jiang Tianxing nodded excitedly. It is indeed our brain waves that are affecting it. This proves that cancer cells have been successfully endowed with brain wave sensing protein components. But now we have not given them filters, and cannot receive brain waves in a directional manner. Fong Gu was very happy. Although the cells in the culture dish were like newborns, this represented a new stage in the research and development work. She smiled and said, step by step, we have now taken a crucial step towards success. Xiao Gu is right. After Lin Sha and Fong Gu got to know each other, they no longer felt distant from each other as before. Moreover, Fong Ji's level was really good. Not only did he have wild ideas, but his foundation in biochemistry was also very solid. As expected, birds of a feather flocked together. Being a student of academician Huang is extraordinary. After the breakthrough of brain wave sensing protein component, Fong Gu decided to split into 2 groups. Jiang Tianxing was responsible for continuing to improve the brain wave sensing protein component, while she, Lin Sha, and Wen Kahan attacked the second component, the brain wave feedback protein component. With the sensing component, brain waves can be received, and with the feedback component, brain waves can be released. Both are indispensable, just like a USB flash drive must be able to store information and must be able to read information. One is not enough. With the experience of developing brain wave sensing protein components, Lin Sha, Fong Gu, and Wen Kahan followed suit. Using cancer cells as a substrate, injecting brain wave feedback factors and X serum, they developed a set of the most suitable brain wave feedback protein components in less than 2 days. The next step is the general direction that international peers are working on: protein logic gates, transistors, and protein logic devices, large-scale integrated circuits, integrated by protein logic gates. The basic input of the protein circuit is controlled by CPHR, synergistically induced protein heterodimers. The so-called CPHR is a polymer of two different proteins, each of which corresponds to an input at a specific position, and different combinations are equivalent to one at different positions of the circuit. The logic gate of CPHR is portable, which also means that we can use logic gates to control different biological functions. Fong Gu and Lin Xia designed 4 pairs of heterodimer modules and constructed 2 logic gates with different control functions. Using cancer cells as the basic framework, a protein is embedded in the corresponding nanocyte, and then X serum is injected as a fusion coordination, and the logic gate is tested by in vitro translation and monitoring luminescence to see if it is open. If heterodimers are used, as long as they enter, 1, inhibition, 0, will occur, which is equivalent to a NOT gate. If protein monomers are used, as long as any protein enters, 1, the original tail KRB binding will be destroyed, and inhibition, 1, will be cancelled, thus realizing the function of an OR gate. The NOT gate and OR gate are used to control the expression of TIM3 protein, which is detected by flow cytometry. The above is only a case of 2 inputs. If the input is increased to 3 channels, it is similar, but more dimers are used, and more proteins are used inside the logic gate. The test results showed that the protein logic gate could be controlled by them, but because the brainwave feedback component and the sensing component were not assembled, the protein logic gate was slow to control and relatively sluggish in response. However, this problem only required the brainwave sensing and feedback components to be assembled into the cancer cells to achieve rapid control. Fong Gu looked at the successful protein logic gate and said immediately, "We need to build the first logic device, the filter logic device." I agree. The research and development work has made great progress. In just 1 month, the biological computer laboratory will complete the brainwave sensing components, brainwave feedback components, filters, storage, and central processing units. The first set of primitive biochips was successfully constructed. In the culture dish, the previously translucent cell tissue now has a sunny green color, like a crystal clear jade, or jelly is more appropriate. In the cell tissue, each cell is equivalent to a chip, and these cells have not exerted their true power. Because the core logic devices, CPUs, inside them cannot be connected in parallel. When Kahan wrote a simple kernel program for the core logic devices in these cells, mainly to test the floating point computing power of these cell chips. As for whether it is necessary to write a real biological computer kernel operating system, there is no need. Why do you say that? Is there any operating system that is more powerful and comprehensive than the human brain? At most, it has some auxiliary programs and permission control programs built in. When Kahan, along with several assistants, put 20 culture dishes into the floating point computing test machine one by one. This machine was specially ordered from Xinguang Instruments, and it can accurately calculate floating point computing power through brain waves. Wearing goggles, when Kahan looked at his watch and then ordered, "Start the test," the assistant pushed the culture dish into the brain wave exchange box and started the floating point computing test. Looking at the numbers jumping wildly, although when Kahan had expected that the computing power of the cell chip would be very strong, he did not expect it to be so strong. 4669 to 5341 trillion floating point computing power per second, more than 3 times more powerful than the current large supercomputer. The most powerful supercomputer at present is the Xinguang Jupiter Large Supercomputer of Xinguang Instruments, which can reach 1,500 trillion per second. The problem is that the cell chips in the culture dish have not yet entered the parallel combination stage. The speed tested is only the computing power of a single cell chip, so there is a significant fluctuation in computing power. If the queen-size cell tissue in the culture dish fully exerts its computing power and then is paralleled, just think about it, and you will know how much computing power is hidden in it. This is the future of mankind. When Kahan handed the report to others, Fong Gu, Lin Xia, Jiang Tianxing and others were also shocked by the powerful computing power of the cell chip after reading the report. It is too powerful. A cell chip alone is equivalent to 3 Xinguang Jupiter supercomputers. A coin-sized cell tissue contains hundreds of millions of cells. For the parallel framework, we need a professional computer programmer to establish a complete parallel computing framework program. When Kahan reminded, after all, he is not a professional programmer. Writing a program alone is not only slow, but also more prone to loopholes. Fong Gu also knew that when Kahan could not do it alone, so he nodded and replied, "I will ask Director Wang for a programmer to come to support." With the successful development of the cell chip, the next step is to enter a new stage of building a biological computer. Wang Xingqiang looked at the report in his hand and realized that the biological computer laboratory, which had been established for more than 2 months, had made a breakthrough. He immediately contacted Huang Mingzhi to report the matter. Huang Mingzhi in Lingnan was surprised by Fang Ji's speed, but he still transferred a group of programming experts from the Computer Programming Institute of Seaway Society and the Academy of Sciences and Engineering to support him. Chapter 198. Among the people summoned, in addition to programmers and computing system design experts, there are also sociologists, jurists, scholars from the think tank of Country A, and members of the security department. However, except for a few people who know that they are designing a biological operating system core, most people don't know what they are doing. This system, named Nuwa Kernel, is designed and built through the virtual space of Nank Dream Realm. And Huang Mingzhi also let Ghost participate in it, in order to avoid someone playing tricks. The Nuwa kernel will be used in cell chips, and cell chips may be used on humans. The importance of Nuwa's core is related to the future of mankind, and it must not be exploited. On the other hand, the Human Evolution Research Institute has carried out an internal reorganization. The previous route of focusing on X-gene enhanced serum was rejected, and it was changed to fully support Fang Ji's biological computers, biological base armor, cell robots, etc. Although Li Jiahong, the chief researcher of the X-Serum project, was very disappointed, the X-gene enhanced serum is indeed bleak at present. Since the route of X-gene enhanced serum is difficult, and the biological computer route has begun to show signs of hope, of course we must concentrate on winning the biological computer. With the participation of hundreds of researchers such as Li Jiahong, the biological computer project has once again accelerated. When Kahan and Jiang Tiansheng are responsible for setting up the Nuwa kernel laboratory, communicating with the system design and construction team of Nank Dream Realm, and designing and building the Nuwa kernel together. For the Nuwa kernel, after some discussion, the R&D team decided on the core route and ideas for R&D. That is, safety, stability, joint array, compatibility, strong association. Safety and stability are indispensable. Sociologists propose to blank the personalized Nuwa kernel, that is, to strictly limit the artificial intelligence type programs in the Nuwa kernel. Because many people are worried that biological computers will give birth to real intelligence, and once biological computers give birth to intelligence, the consequences will be disastrous. Imagine that a biological computer that is integrated with humans suddenly gives birth to intelligence one day, and then develops personality. Can one body accommodate 2 consciousnesses? Obviously, it is impossible. The consequence is that the human consciousness will be devoured by the biological computer, thus becoming a new human. No one can accept that when they wake up, they become another person, and this person can seamlessly inherit everything from the original owner. The best way is to make the Nuwa core blank, and after implanting it into the human body, the human consciousness itself will directly serve as artificial intelligence, fundamentally preventing the birth of intelligence from the biological computer. It is like a piece of farmland. If it is left alone, it may be overgrown with weeds, but if a greenhouse is built and crops are planted, the weeds will lose their living space. Therefore, the Nuwa kernel sets the underlying rules as well as possible, and then allows the human consciousness and the biological computer to be completely integrated. This is a fundamental design idea, and also the guiding ideology for the future upgrade and transformation of the Nuwa kernel. Humans are meant to strengthen themselves, not to become slaves of computers and biological batteries. Artificial intelligence should be killed at the beginning to avoid endless troubles. With the guiding ideology, under the efforts of a large number of professional programmers and experts and scholars, the development of the Nuwa kernel has made rapid progress. After all, we have entered the era of brain-wave input and virtual network, and the work efficiency of programmers in Country A has increased by more than 10 times. After setting the strongly correlated brain-wave bands between the cell chips, we will enter the process of building a cell-chip joint array. The design concept of the cell-chip joint array draws on the neural network of the human brain and adds the multi-threaded working mode of modern electronic computer systems. By reasonably allocating the computing power of biological computers, you can do multiple things at the same time without any conflict. These are all solutions that can be used as reference. Humans have come up with so many ideas over the years that they can learn from countless ideas. For example, the human supercomputing mode, by connecting biological computers to the public network, can form a human supercomputing array, combining the computing power of all biological computers. However, this part of the technology is very controversial, and the R&D team has temporarily shelved the inclusion of this program. First, complete another important system, which is the Consciousness Protection System firewall. For example, The brainwave flow gate value is set to prevent people from using information torrents to attack the biological computer system. There is also a forced disconnection mechanism to protect the information used and life safety. The consciousness protection system is very important. If the biological computer system is not safe, the user will not only lose property, but may even endanger his life. Once the system permissions of the biological computer are stolen by hackers, the consequence is that hackers can manipulate a person's body. This phenomenon is very scary, and may even cause humans to reject biological computers. As the first generation of system designers, everyone carefully considered the possible negative impact of biological computers, and tried to plug these existing loopholes as much as possible. Inside the laboratory, Feng Ge, Lin Sha, Li Jiahong and others were studying Huang Mingzhi's particle control technology. After a few days of understanding, everyone realized the power of particle control technology. With this technology, cell chips can realize the manipulation of particles under specific conditions. Of course, the technology looks very simple, but if there is no X-gene serum, ordinary cells have no way to control particles, or cannot actively control particles. After the X-gene serum was fused, the cancer cells now have strong vitality and strength, and can store energy. The unit storage energy is about 23.5 times that of ordinary cells. Whether it is the macroscopic universe or microscopic particles, their movement is in the conservation of energy. Without a high-energy storage mechanism, the cell chip has no power to manipulate particles. The particles mentioned here refer to atoms, small molecules, and a small part of polymers. Li Jiahong was amazed. I didn't expect academician Huang to have this technology. Among the technologies we have screened, only 7 particles can be microcontrolled by cell chips, and some other particles need further improvement. Feng Ge is holding a relevant test report. The 7 particles that can be microcontrolled by cell chips are iron atoms, calcium atoms, zinc atoms, aluminum atoms, silicon atoms, carbon atoms, and phosphorus atoms. It can be seen from this that metal atoms are the easiest to control, followed by semiconductor atoms, and the most difficult atoms to control are gas atoms. As one of the basic elements of the human body, carbon atoms have attracted the attention of a group of researchers. However, semiconductor atoms are much more difficult to control than metal atoms. Through the combination of X-gene serum and modified protein, the work of developing protein components of carbon atom controllers began. This experiment is different from the general research and development of semiconductor chips or electronic components. The research and development of cell components adopts the mutation screening method, which is to continuously induce cancer cells to mutate, and then select excellent mutant varieties, and carry out induction screening and cultivation from generation to generation. This method has advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that it is easier to induce mutations, and the experimental production cost is low. The disadvantage is that the randomness is too large, and it is difficult to determine the progress of the research. Chapter 199. In late December, Qinghai Lake in the snowy plateau had begun to freeze. On the ice of the lake was a layer of white salt crystals. Oldly accompanied Huimin on a stroll along the lakeside. Under his thick down jacket was a body that was close to being exhausted. His hair had fallen out. Although the base had arranged the best treatment plan for him for more than a month, the cancer cells had already spread throughout his body, and no matter how good the treatment was, it was powerless to save him. After walking more than 200 meters with difficulty, Huimin squatted down and grabbed a handful of salt crystals from the ice. The icy feeling made him feel the existence of the world. Go back, Huimin said weakly. Loudly on the side unfolded the wheelchair, helped Huimin sit on it, and then pushed him back to the electric off-road vehicle. Back to the base. Huimin was taken over by the auxiliary staff because he had agreed to accept human experiments on biocomputers and sell robot implants. Looking at Huimin being pushed into the laboratory, Lin Sha turned around and asked, "Are you sure you want to use him as a test subject? Humans are too fragile." Feng Ge replied indifferently. Lin Sha, Li Jiahong and others have heard this sentence many times. In fact, they also understand Feng Ge's inner hesitation and helplessness. Huimin's body can't hold on for too long. Instead of letting him die in despair, why not give it a try? This is also the reason why Huimin chose to accept the experiment. He was going to die anyway. If the experiment succeeds, he might be able to come back to life. Although he thought it was a psychological comfort, he could face everything calmly. Li Jiahong and Feng Ge personally operated this experiment. Old Hua, follow our previous training in the virtual network and relax your body, Feng Ge said while operating the equipment. Huimin nodded and replied weakly, "I'm ready." Li Jiahong on the side inserted an infusion needle into Hu Yimin's left-hand vein coated with disinfectant alcohol, and then pressed the switch. The infusion tube is connected to a bottle of translucent green liquid. These are the modulated cell chips, or biological computers. Because these cell chips have become a whole through the joint array of the Nuwa core. The green cell chips have been wiped out of the proliferation mechanism. The injection speed of these cell chips is very slow, mainly to reduce Hu Yimin's pain. In the room next to the laboratory, Lin Sha is directing the auxiliary staff to manipulate the cell chips into Hu Yimin's body through the virtual network. The final destination of these cell chips is Hu Yimin's skull. The cell chips will parasitize on the skull and complete the construction of a symbiotic relationship with the receptor. 2 hours later, 150 milliliters of cell chip injection solution was finally injected into Hu Yimin's body. Through the brainwave sensor, it can be seen that the cell chips are converging towards Hu Yimin's head. This is the auxiliary staff on the side controlling these cell chips through the virtual network to move them to the designated position. Xiaoge, the cell chip has been moved. Hearing the sound of the intercom, Fang Ge took the intercom and replied, "Received." Hu Yimin felt his head swell slightly. Because the cancer cells all over his body had suppressed the immune T cells, his body did not have too much rejection of the cell chip. If it enters the body of an ordinary person, it is necessary to pay attention to the rejection of T cells. Part of the cell chip parasitizes on the inside of the skull, and the rest enters the brain and spine, and merges with the human brain and spine. Hu Yimin tried to connect his brain waves to the cell chip, as he had done in the previous simulation experiment in the virtual world. The two staff members in the virtual world saw Hu Yimin's brain wave signal trying to access it, and immediately set his brain wave band as the first authority of the biological computer system. In fact, there is still zero authority. Suddenly Hu Yimin felt that he had entered a new world, and he sensed the existence of his system. This feeling was very wonderful, as if he had an extra brain. According to the previous arrangement, he quickly set a series of permissions, and activated the Nuwa kernel. More than 5 hours later, it was already dark outside the base, and a light snow was falling. Hu Yimin had already adapted to the existence of the cell chip. Using the brainwave connector, he logged into the relevant database specially prepared by the Institute. He downloaded all the research data on the human body, cells, viruses, bacteria, hormones, pheromones, brain waves, and other knowledge into his kernel. The biological computer is so powerful that knowledge can be downloaded directly. As for how large the kernel's memory is, it is not a problem to store the contents of 30 national libraries. How much content does the National Library have? The total collection of books is only 31.19 million, ranking third in the world. Hu Yimin began to try to control the cells and organs of his body through biocomputers. Despite the knowledge and the assistance of biocomputers, it was still difficult to operate. To skillfully operate cells and organs, it still requires proficiency and other auxiliary means. After Fang Ge looked at Hu Yimin's physical condition, he turned his head and said to Li Jiahong, "Start injecting cell robots." "Okay." Li Jiahong made an OK gesture, pressed the switch, and inserted another 150 milliliters bottle of cell robot injection into the other side of the infusion tube. Cell robots are actually modified cancer cells. Currently, only carbon-manipulated cell robots have been developed. Biological computers assist the human brain, and cell robots are equivalent to the peripheral devices of biological computers. Because these cell robots have been modified, Hu Yimin seems to be very handy in operating them. Compared with the complex native cells, the difficulty of operation is very low. Soon Hu Yimin could skillfully manipulate these cell robots. Fang Ge ordered seriously, "Old Hua, now you start using cell robots to slowly clean up the cancer cells in your body while stimulating hematopoietic stem cells to produce new cells to replace cancer cells." Okay. Hu Yimin also knew that this was the only chance for him to survive, so he immediately concentrated on manipulating countless cell robots. Li Jiahong activated another system to provide him with nutrient solution through an infusion tube. After all, Hu Yimin's own bioenergy alone was not enough to support the long-term work of cell robots. Therefore, external energy supplementation is essential. In the invisible blood, cell tissues, and organs, the biological computer has locked onto every cancer cell. Under Hu Yimin's control, the cell robot first attacked the cancer cells in the head. Inside the blood vessels, a cancer cell was greedily devouring the host's nutrients and preparing to proliferate. Suddenly, a cell that was very similar to the cancer cell approached it. Then the two were tightly combined, and the cancer cell seemed to tremble violently because the cell robot was plundering its carbon atoms. The creatures on Blue Star are all carbon-based. Losing carbon atoms means that genes, proteins, and cells will collapse. Cell robots kill cancer cells in this way. With the support of a constant supply of nutrient solution and the host, the cancer cells in Huimin's body were cleared from the head, and then the stem cells turned the remains of the cancer cells into nutrients for the proliferation of new cells. Except for the cancer cells parasitizing the liver, the cancer cells in other parts of his body were cleared in less than 17 hours. Chapter 200. December 28th, around 1 p.m. After a day of cleaning, the cell robots have eliminated most of the free cancer cells in Huimin's body. The only thing left is the cancer cell base camp in the liver, which is also the most troublesome place. Because about 70 to 80% of Huimin's liver tissue has been eroded by cancer cells, there are not many normal liver cells left. It is easy for cell robots to eliminate cancer cells, but the problem is that directly eliminating liver cancer cells is very likely to cause complete liver necrosis. Therefore, it is necessary to find a way to eliminate cancer cells while promoting the division and proliferation of healthy liver cells to re-establish liver function in Huimin's body. Under the guidance of several internal medicine researchers, Huimin manipulated the cell robot to block the spread of cancer cells from the liver while dividing the liver into more than a dozen small areas. Eliminate cancer cells step by step, and then use stem cells to transform new liver cells to fill the position of cancer cells. This meticulous work can only be done by Huimin himself, and the researchers can only guide him from the side. It took 3 full days to completely remove the cancer cells in the liver, and Huimin once again had a healthy and fresh liver. His slightly sallow complexion was gradually fading, and with the supply of nutrient solution, his body functions were also recovering rapidly. Fang Ge closed the report and said with a smile, "From the physical condition of Lao Hua, the effect of carbon-controlled cell robots is very obvious. It can kill cancer cells in the human body. As for other functions, they are still to be developed. In vitro experiments, carbon cells can kill all carbon-based organisms, unless the target is not a carbon-based organism." Li Jiahong was full of confidence. Fang Ge understood the power of carbon atom-controlled cell robots, but the function of carbon atom-controlled cell robots tended to be destructive, and was insufficient in other aspects. In addition, she reminded, however, we need to consider the control of the original body cells reasonably. Li Jiahong and Lin Sha nodded in response to this question. Original cells, organs, and tissues are what humans are born with. After thousands of years of evolution and sedimentation, they have long formed an automatic system similar to the underlying program. The part that humans can truly control with subjective consciousness is actually very small. For example, the digestive system, humans can only semi-automatically control some functions, such as digestion and absorption in the stomach and intestines, which are difficult for humans to control, and can only be completed by the body itself instinctively. The reason for the evolution of this mode is mainly that the human brain is difficult to bear. If all body operations such as breathing, digestion, and movement are controlled by human subjective consciousness to the brain, the human brain will be completely useless. There is no time to think about other things in 24 hours a day, and it directly becomes a real vegetative person. Therefore, the human body automatically forms the underlying rules, adopts semi-automatic or fully automatic forms, realizes many human functions and operations, and effectively avoids brain overload. However, this model has advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that it protects the brain and reduces unnecessary redundant control, while the disadvantage is that my life is not completely in my own hands. The emergence of biological computers is equivalent to providing humans with an artificial super brain. At this time, the body's instinct and subjective control will compete for full body control. With the subjectivity assisted by biological computers, one will inevitably gain absolute control over the body, but after gaining absolute control, some disadvantages begin to emerge. Instinct is a mechanism that has evolved over millions of years. If it is suddenly changed into a subjective control mechanism, the consequence is that the body may have self-contradictions and loopholes. Fang Ge and others saw these problems from Huimin, so absolute control of the body cannot be carried out blindly for the time being. Several people discussed this matter with Wen Kehan and Jiang Tianxing's Nuwa kernel R&D team. Wen Kehan thought for a long time and proposed a solution. The only solution for now is to be inclusive. How to be inclusive? Li Jiahong asked curiously. Wen Kehan turned on the computer projector and divided the internal mechanism of the human body into 3, namely the main control system, the instinct system, and the Nuwa core. The 3 systems in the human body, the main control system, and the Nuwa core are 2 cores, brain and biological computer, and 1 system, human consciousness, while the instinct system is the overall underlying rule of the human body itself. Before the biological computer, the body was in a state of dynamic balance, but with the addition of the biological computer, the main control system gained overwhelming power, and conflicts arose. When Kahan finished typing, turned his chair, pointed at the projection screen, and continued to explain, "My solution is to retain the instinctive system, but not to let it go. We can use cell robots and biological computers to gradually establish a monitoring system." Monitoring system? Li Jiahong raised his glasses, his mind racing. The monitoring system, as the name implies, monitors the operation of the body's instinctive system. Once abnormal data appears, the early warning mechanism will be activated. When Kahan continued to explain. For example, if the host accidentally drinks a sip of water, but the water has not been boiled at high temperature, it contains Vibrio cholerae. At this time, the human body's instinctive system can only respond passively. If the biological computer sets up a monitoring system, it will find that Vibrio cholerae has entered the digestive system, and immediately activate the early warning mechanism to remind the host that it has been infected with Vibrio cholerae. The host subjectively intervenes in the digestive system, using the immune system and cell robots to clean up Vibrio cholerae, thus preventing the body from being affected by Vibrio cholerae. Fong Gu nodded in agreement with this mechanism, and then added, "The monitoring, early warning, and intervention systems can be established, but you have not considered a key issue. Are there still loopholes?" When Kahan was confused, as he thought his plan had no major problems. Others also thought about it, but it was the thoughtful Lin Sha who thought of the key issue. "Xiao Gu, are you referring to the immune system?" Fong Gu explained seriously, "It is the immune system. If we use cell robots to kill viruses, bacteria, cancer cells, or toxins blindly, the consequence is that the human immune system will degenerate and lose immunity." Everyone was shocked. This possibility is indeed very high. Why do modern people become exhausted and panting after carrying more than 10 or 20 kilograms, while the older generation can carry hundreds of kilograms and still walk briskly? This is mainly because of the influence of the biological evolution instinct of use it or lose it. The same is true for the immune system. Once cell robots are used for a long time to eliminate viruses, bacteria, and cancer cells, the human immune system will show obvious degeneration after more than 10 or 20 years. After 1 or 2 centuries, the immune system may completely disappear from the human body mechanism. Due to the existence of cell robots, it may not seem a big problem, but if the cell robots or biological computers have problems, it will be a disaster. Lin Sha asked Fong Gu, "Xiao Gu, what do you think?" "It's very simple. Just build an active immune system in the human body." Fong Gu explained his idea. Under the monitoring of biological computers and cell robots, breeding poison in the human body, specifically cultivating immune cells for various viruses, bacteria, and cancer cells. This can not only enhance immunity, but also be very safe. Chapter 201. Fong Ji's Human Immunity Laboratory Plan, together with the early warning system proposed by Wen Kahan, serve as the core program of NUWA. The Human Immunity Laboratory is a human immunity laboratory specially set up in a specific location of the body. Generally speaking, the human immune system is a defense network covering the whole body, including the first line of defense to protect the body, which is the skin, mucous membranes and their secretions, cell membranes, respiratory tract, gastrointestinal tract, urethra and kidneys. These organs or tissues are the first borders that come into contact with foreign invasion. Wen Kahan's human early warning system is to establish monitoring cells in this part. The second line of defense is phagocytosis, antibacterial proteins, and inflammatory response. The last third line of defense is mainly composed of immune organs, tonsils, lymph nodes, thymus, bone marrow, spleen, etc., and immune cells, lymphocytes, phagocytes, etc., with the help of blood circulation and lymphatic circulation. This is a complex and comprehensive system. The human immune laboratory will be set up on the 4 main immune organs: tonsils, lymph nodes, thymus, and spleen. Any virus, bacteria, parasite, cancer cell, once it appears in the human body, the early warning system will determine whether the invader is on the immune list. If it is on the immune list, the immune system will remove the invader by itself. If it is not on the immune list, the human immune laboratory will be activated to pull the invader into the immune organ for specific immune cultivation until targeted immune cells are formed. This is a safe and convenient solution. It is equivalent to humans developing a vaccine in their own bodies. No matter how powerful the virus is, it cannot pose a fatal threat to humans under double insurance. Because if the human immune laboratory fails and cannot produce immune cells, the cell robot will forcibly kill the invader. Human Evolution Research Institute. Xiao Ge, are you really going to do this? Lin Sha asked with some concern. We don't have much time to dawdle. Fang Ge said, as he changed into a set of clothes specially prepared for experimental subjects. It is obvious that Fang Ge intends to implant the biological computer and cell robot himself. Lin Sha looked at the determined Fang Ge and finally could only remain silent. She knew that the situation was indeed very urgent, and the G organization hidden among humans could attack at any time. Judging from the rice plague and biochemically modified humans, the opponent's biochemical technology is very strong, and it is very likely that the virus will be directly spread in the air. If the large-scale popularization of biological computers and cell robots is not completed as soon as possible, the consequence may be that they will be wiped out by the opponent. Like Fang Ge, there are 15 people participating in the second batch of implantation experiments, all of whom are personnel in the base. After entering the laboratory, Fang Ge was the first group of 5 people to conduct implantation experiments. Unlike the previous implantation of Hui Yimin's immune system is already in a half-dead state, and there will be no serious confrontation with the implanted biological computers and cell robots. Fang Ge and others are normal people, so their immune systems will inevitably react. How to solve the indiscriminate attack of the immune system has become a problem, which is related to promotion. How to solve this problem? Fang Ge thought of a weird plan, which was to build a plank road in the open and sneak into Chinsong. That is, to modulate a kind of cancer cell robot and inject it into the human body first. At this time, the immune system will be activated and try to eliminate these anti-cancer cell robots. When the cancer cell robot and the immune system are in a fight, take the opportunity to inject the biological computer and carbon atom control cell robot. Lying on the laboratory bed, the cancer cell robot injection solution was being rapidly injected into Fang Ge's body. These cancer cell robots began to fight the immune system under the control of the outside. Lin Sha, Li Jiahong and others looked at Fang Ge and the other 4 experimenters with painful expressions, and they couldn't help but feel distressed. The whole body was checked almost once an hour, and a day and a night had passed. It hasn't reached the critical point yet. After saying that, Li Jiahong put down the report and bit his lip to think. Lin Sha, who was standing by, was also very anxious, and she kept asking the experimenters. Fang Ge, who was lying on the bed, felt hot all over. She knew it was an inflammatory reaction, which meant that the simulated cancer cell robot was fighting with the immune system. Not good, the temperature of experimenter number 6 exceeded 40.2 degrees Celsius. A researcher in charge of detecting vital signs shouted nervously. Control group, reduce the activity of the simulated cancer cells of experimenter number 6. Emergency group, immediately cool down physically. Li Jiahong calmly instructed the task, having anticipated this situation. The researchers and assistants acted very quickly, and quickly lowered the temperature of subject number 6. 3 days later, all 15 subjects were very weak, as if they had suffered a serious illness. Li Jiahong, who received the latest physical examination report, said to Lin Sha, the immunity has dropped to the critical point, and the implantation experiment can be carried out. Okay. With the implantation of the biocomputer, the subjects immediately took over the first authority of the biocomputer, and then started the immune whitelist mechanism through the Nuwa kernel while adapting. List the biological computer, cancer cell robot, and carbon atom-controlled cell robot as immune exemptions, so that the human immune system will not attack these cells. After successfully controlling the biological computer, Fang Ge and others immediately became lively and energetic. They adapted faster than Hui Yimin. First, they were strong and healthy, and second, their knowledge and expertise were related. Fang Ge felt that her brain was almost reborn, as if she had an illusion of omnipotence, but of course she knew that this was just an illusion. She had some myopia before, but with her concentration, her pupils returned to normal, and the clear world appeared before her eyes again. From this moment on, she got rid of some of the shackles of humanity and became a new human. Although the genes have not changed, humans with biological computers implanted are indeed creatures of 2 different worlds from humans without biological computers implanted. Fang Ge downloaded all the biological knowledge of mankind in history into his kernel through the virtual network. This knowledge is equivalent to her having memorized all of it. Ordinary people may not be able to browse through the knowledge in 100 years. New humans only need to click to download and store it. Ordinary people can't learn many skills in their lifetime, but new humans can learn them by building a skill program through the Nuwa kernel. Is Hebrew difficult to learn? Develop a Hebrew level 8 skill immediately, and then download and install it with one click. space shuttle maintenance skills, nuclear submarine driving skills, mixed martial arts skills, super chef skills, Gujing master skills. You can imagine how terrible the gap between humans without biological computers and new humans will be. Not to mention the difference in physical fitness and immunity between the two. Biological computers can coordinate the human body. Even without biochemical transformation, when humans can perfectly control their bodies, the new humans can exert several times the physical fitness of ordinary humans. As for immunity, let alone, the new humans can produce vaccines by themselves, and there are also cell robots for insurance. What can ordinary humans use to fight? Chapter 202. January 17, 2016. Lingnan Shanmei, Huang Mingzhi's research base. He put down the report in his hand silently. Huang Mingzhi was both pleased and slightly worried about Fang Ji's choice and courage. However, humans must take this step after all. Whether it is to fight against the crisis of the G organization or to enter the interstellar era, physical and intellectual improvement are indispensable. Put on work clothes and come to a laboratory in the base. A dozen researchers are busy. In the middle of the laboratory is a device similar to a radar dish cover, which is 12 meters high and about 8 meters long and wide. There were some exposed cables and pipes around. Academician Huang, the debugging has been completed. A middle-aged researcher said as he walked with a document. Huang Mingzhi took the document and flipped through it, then ordered, "Sijia, let's test it." "Okay, Academician Huang," Zhang Sijia said, and then turned around to arrange the test work. A few minutes later, the laboratory broadcast sounded. "All personnel, please pay attention, the Dieting detector will be tested for the 16th time. Attention all personnel, the Dieting detector will conduct." All. After 3 consecutive broadcasts, the researchers and auxiliary staff have taken their positions, and there is no one around the Dieting neutrino detector. Then the neutrino transmitter of the device fired a continuous stream of neutrinos towards the Pacific Ocean in the east. In the control room of the laboratory, Zhang Sijia was directing the test. On the large display screen, as the neutrino stream was continuously emitted, some of the reflected neutrinos were received by the unfolded large pot cover, and then these reflected neutrinos turned into electrical signals on the large pot cover. After the calculation of the signal analysis supercomputer, a three-dimensional world appeared on the big screen. This world was cone-shaped, which was obviously related to the forward trajectory of the neutrino flow. However, since neutrinos need to emit to matter, the Dieting detector can only detect between 1,500 and 50,000 kilometers. For example, when detecting the crust and mantle, due to the high density of matter, the neutrino flow decays very quickly. If it is facing the sky or outer space, it can be detected within 50,000 kilometers. Through virtual modeling after data processing, only materials on the ground, in the sea, and in the sky that appear within the detection range of the cone will be monitored and modeled. For example, at this time, Kaohsiung City, in the south of Dayuan Island, not far east of Shanmei. Both ground buildings and underground pipe networks in the city appear clearly in the monitoring model. In order to avoid wasting supercomputing power, after the first scan, fixed buildings and original geological features will be solidified in the database, and will only be reminded to update unless there is a change. Of course, in the future, domestic supercomputers will switch to biological computers. At that time, computing power will be comprehensively improved, and there will be no need to save computing power. Huang Mingzhi glanced at the extended length on the instrument, which showed that it had reached about 3,200 kilometers, almost reaching the northern Mariana Islands. As long as some listening detectors are deployed on the border, except for the western part of West Asia, other Asian regions will be under the full-angle monitoring of the listening detectors. For example, the 3 Ohio-class ships that are swimming at a depth of 220 meters in the Luzon Basin are already in the monitoring system. Even their submarine was equipped with 32 Trident II missiles and 153 sailors, and the monitoring system could see it clearly. With the listening detector, the sonar detector can be directly retired. Huang Mingzhi even saw the crust and part of the mantle on the bottom of the Ryukyu Trench, including 13 active submarine volcanoes, where the hot magma was erupting continuously. As soon as these data entered Huang Mingzhi's memory, he immediately calculated that a magnitude 5.6 earthquake would occur in the waters south of the Ryukyu Trench between 11 and 13 noon tomorrow. Calculate the status of those submarine active volcanoes, Huang Mingzhi reminded. Zhang Sijia was stunned. Although he was very puzzled, he still performed big data analysis according to Huang Mingzhi's instructions. Calculation result 16. Submarine active volcano number 6 in the southern waters of the Ryukyu Trench may have a medium-scale eruption between 10 and 15 o'clock on January 18, 2016, which may indirectly cause a magnitude 5 to 6 earthquake on the Richter scale. Zhang Xijia did not expect that the listening detector could also be used for earthquake prediction, but he thought about it and felt it was reasonable. The Diting detector can scan the entire crust structure, as well as part of the upper mantle, especially the asthenosphere where the magma originates. In this way, the dynamic changes of these strata can be seen. Combined with the analysis of professional knowledge, it can be predicted that the active volcanoes on the seabed will cause earthquakes, which is also a very normal thing. The test is continuing. Soon the Diting detector went from east to north, then west, then south, and finally back to the east. After a circle, the surrounding area within 2,400 to 3,200 kilometers was scanned by the Diting detector, and a complete monitoring model was established. However, a single Diting detector is still a bit weak, and it is more appropriate to deploy 6 to 8 detectors in one location. It can realize all-weather monitoring of the surrounding area without blind spots. Even aircraft with radar-absorbing coatings, underground bases, and deep-sea submarines will be exposed in front of the Diting detector. However, Wang Mingzhi looked at the huge size and weight of the Diting detector in the laboratory. He was considering installing it on a satellite after miniaturization. If the detection distance is shortened and it is deployed in the 1,500-kilometer orbit of the blue planet, it is estimated that the weight can be reduced to about 5 to 6 tons. With this weight, the Long March 5C can carry 4 satellites at a time to a 1,500-kilometer orbit. To achieve global monitoring, it is enough to deploy 24 Diting satellites, which means that the Long March 5 needs to be launched 6 times. However, this year's satellite launch mission happened to be relatively light, so Wang Mingzhi decided to complete the deployment of the Diting detection satellite this year, and by the way, accumulate experience for the launch of the Phoenix satellite system, gamma-ray laser satellite, and the Silent satellite system, neutrino nuclear shielding satellite, next year. He knew that a great era was coming soon. With the success of the biological computer, they and the G organization were very likely to tear each other apart. So he had to strengthen his side at all costs. Wang Mingzhi didn't know whether the G organization would perish if it lost this bet, but if the human race lost, it would perish. Xijia, this test was very successful. Next, we will design a small listening detector of about 5 tons to be installed on the satellite. Wang Mingzhi instructed. Zhang Xijia took notes while listening, then he thought for a while and asked, if the satellite is used, should we cooperate with CASIC? Wang Mingzhi nodded, and then instructed, I will contact CASIC in this regard. You will divide the research team into 2. One part will continue to improve the Diting probe Type 1, and the rest will invest in the research and development of Diting probe Type 2. No problem. After Zhang Xijia wrote down these things, he immediately arranged the R&D team, leaving a small number of R&D personnel to improve Diting Type 1, and the majority of them formed the Diting Type 2 R&D working group. And Wang Mingzhi directly mobilized some satellite design engineers from CASIC to help through the True City in Nank Dream Realm. Chapter 203. January 22nd. Jinsha Rocket Assembly Company. This is the General Assembly Workshop for the Long March 5th launch vehicle. Chun Yao, Chief Engineer of the Long March 5th, Li Guiqing, Chief Designer, and others were busy, when suddenly General Manager Dong Xianda came over to them with a happy face. General Manager Dong, is there any big news today? Is your son getting married, or is your wife having a second child? Li Guiqing joked. Dong Xianda laughed at the frivolous Li Guiqing. Haha, it's a big happy event, but it's not for me personally, it's for everyone. Li Guiqing said, is the organization going to give wives to the singles in our company? Haha. In the dull atmosphere of the assembly workshop, laughter suddenly rang out. Dong Xianda smiled and shook his head, scolding, if you want to get married, go on a blind date yourself. After the joke, Li Guiqing put away his playful smile. What good news is it? He plans to deploy 24 medium-sized satellites in low Earth orbit this year, each weighing about 7.5 tons. Dong Xianda replied in a low voice. What? Li Guiqing was unable to react for a moment and asked again uncertainly. 24. Yes. My goodness, isn't it too urgent to deploy 24 satellites in 1 year? Dong Xianda added in a low voice. I heard that the task next year will be heavier, so we are required to send these 24 satellites this year. So urgent? Li Guiqing frowned. Dong Xianda felt excited, and at the same time felt a great responsibility. Yes, but the support is also much greater. I heard that they plan to invest the funds previously used to support the semiconductor industry into the aerospace field. Semiconductors? Li Guiqing certainly knows how much money has been invested in semiconductors in recent years. After Xinguang Instruments rebuilt the semiconductors of Country A, domestic semiconductor companies have been able to achieve self-sufficiency and even have capital overflow. Therefore, this year, it is planned to invest up to 500 billion yuan in the aerospace field. The reason for such quick success is that the sense of crisis in the netherworld is increasing day by day, and secondly, cell chips will replace a large part of semiconductor chips. Investing heavily in semiconductor chips now is just a waste of money. Considering the layout of the three major satellite systems and the future entry into the interstellar era, it is imperative to concentrate funds on the aerospace field. Although the scale of investment seems to be a gamble to outsiders, the netherworld is now more confident. Once biological computers enter large-scale applications, society as a whole will enter a new stage, where engineers and scientific researchers can be customized in batches. Imagine 1.4 billion new humans. Even if only 20% of them are suitable to be engineers and scientists, there are still more than 280 million engineers and scientists. And these engineers and scientists can be at the level of 100, and mankind will usher in a leapfrog development. Now the G organization has become a stumbling block. If they don't eliminate the other party, Wang Mingzhi and the netherworld will have trouble sleeping and eating. The Dieting satellite system is to search for the headquarters of the G organization hidden on the blue planet, Heaven, while the Silent satellite system is to suppress the outbreak of nuclear war, and the Phoenix satellite system is to eliminate the G organization and complete strategic deterrence. These satellite systems all need to develop the aerospace field. Without the development of launch vehicles, large satellites or space stations cannot be deployed in outer space. What big happy event are you talking about? Chief Engineer Chen Yao came over from the workshop. It's just... Li Guiqing explained what Dong Xianda had just said. After listening to Li Guiqing's explanation, Chen Yao touched his smooth forehead and his receding hairline, and sighed secretly that this remaining black hair might be gone forever. However, after taking a look at Li Guiqing, who was already bald, Chen Yao felt better. Dong Xianda asked quickly, "Old Chen, how is the progress of our Long March 5D research and development work?" Chen Yao, who was worried about his hairline, looked at his watch and replied, "The progress is very fast. In about 5 days, we can conduct the first ground test. Long March 5D is a new version based on Long March 5B and Long March 5C. Although the payload has not been improved much, the maximum payload in low Earth orbit is about 37.2 tons, and that in synchronous orbit is about 21.8 tons. However, Long March 5D has added a very important system, which is the reusable launch vehicle that SpaceX has been working on in recent years. Last year, SpaceX conducted its first reusable launch vehicle experiment. However, Long March 5D's reusable system is more thorough. According to the original design, it can not only recover the first core stage, but also the second core stage. And the recovery method is also different from that of SpaceX's Falcon rocket. The first core stage of Long March 5D is separated near the Kármán line, 100 kilometers above sea level, and then adjusts the descent posture, and gradually decelerates through the auxiliary engine during the descent. When it descends to an altitude of about 30 kilometers, it unfolds the auxiliary flight wings, enters the large drone mode, and flies directly back to the launch site, or the recovery site, the offshore recovery platform ship. The core second stage is also recovered in a similar way, but the core second stage has 2 more stages, near-Earth orbit flight and entering the atmosphere. If the core first and second stages of the Long March 5D are successfully recovered, the launch cost can be reduced by about 90%. After all, the fuel of the carrier rocket is very cheap, relatively speaking, and the domestic electricity price is reduced every year, so the fuel cost of a Long March 5th launch is about 1.2 million. The real cost is actually the core stage, the engine, electronic control system, maintenance equipment, fuel storage tanks, etc., which are all worth more than gold. Currently, the launch cost of Long March 5C is 580 million yuan per launch, and the launch cost of Long March 5D, which is being tested, is about 60 million yuan. If it can be reused 10 times, the cost can be reduced to about 50 million yuan, and if it can be reused 20 times, the cost will be reduced to about 35 million yuan, and if it is reused more than 30 times, the cost will be as low as about 20 million yuan. However, reusable rockets are not without disadvantages. Originally, according to the design parameters of Long March 5D, as a disposable launch vehicle, the payload in low Earth orbit can be increased to about 55 tons. However, in order to achieve the recovery of the first and second stages of the core, nearly 17.8 tons of payload was sacrificed. There are gains and losses, and this is the price to be paid for reusable launch vehicles. Dong Xianda thought for a while, and said, Old Chun, you arrange the test as soon as possible. I will go to the satellite assembly company, and arrange for personnel to go to Shanmei. It's my job. Chen Yao nodded. Dong Xianda, who was about to leave, suddenly stopped, turned around and said, By the way, there will be 2 groups of new researchers and engineers coming in March, with a total of about 500 people. 500 people? Chen Yao was surprised, and Li Guiqing beside him also looked strange. At 500 researchers and engineers at one time, where do so many researchers and engineers come from in China? Sometimes they are researchers and engineers in the aerospace field, and most of them are concentrated in China's Aerospace Science and Industry Corporation. Are they student soldiers? Li Guiqing asked with a cold sweat. Dong Xianda spread his hands helplessly. 300 are college graduates, and 200 are transferred from the army. Oh my God! Li Guiqing covered his forehead and smiled bitterly. It turned out that the so-called researchers and engineers were a group of novices. Li Guiqing and Chen Yao felt their scalps tingling. Chapter 204. Inside the assembly workshop of the Chang 5, Li Guiqing and Chen Yao were both worried and happy. After all, adding more people is a good thing, but the inexperienced graduates and veterans can only do odd jobs. On the other side, WW City in Heshi Province, at the border of Qilian Mountain with Qing Province. In Longling, a branch of Qilian Mountain, a convoy set out from Gulong County and advanced deep into Longling along the township road. The convoy was divided into 3 columns, front, middle and back, and there were quite a few buses in the middle of the convoy. After half a day's trek, the convoy entered a mountain forest and then disappeared on the township road. The convoy and the bus arrived at the secret base codenamed Base 013, the base in the middle section of the Qilian Mountains. The convoy included 1,800 soldiers, 1,200 of whom were preparing to retire, and 800 senior undergraduates. Radio silence had been implemented around the base, and the soldiers and students were arranged to be stationed in the base and implemented militarized management. Colonel Sun Huli, the base commander, was accompanying Fang Ge and Jiang Tiansheng. Chief Fang, Researcher Jiang, our base is ready. Sun Huli saluted the 2 men seriously and reported the situation. Fang Ge smiled and said, Thank you for your hard work. It's all for humanity. Sun Huli replied with his head held high. As the second batch of new humans completed the implantation work, the third batch of new humans implantation tests followed, and the test scale reached 2,600 people. The 15 new humans in the second batch are in very good condition. As the program of the new kernel is gradually improved, Fang Ge and others feel that they are being reborn. A true rebirth, with energy provided by nutrient solution, cell chips used to manipulate cells in the body, and fine-tuning muscles, bones, skin and organs. Adjusting the human body to the strongest state, even female Fang Ge can lift about 730 kilograms, while male Huiming can reach about 945 kilograms. The maximum strength of human muscles is related to many factors. The most direct relationship is the physiological cross-sectional area of muscles. For example, the angle of muscle fiber feathering, the connection method of muscle fibers, length, shape, and the degree of activation of muscle fibers are all related. These things can be improved to the limit of the organisms on Blue Star through cell manipulation and reorganization, such as learning from the muscle design of mammals to artificially enhance their own strength. Although Fang Ji's appearance has not changed much now, there is explosive power hidden in her body. If she fights a special forces soldier with bare hands, Fang Ge can kill the opponent in seconds. The improvement of the new human is comprehensive, such as vision, hearing, smell, feeling, strength, speed, and endurance can be strengthened through adjustment. Then arrange 100 soldiers as the first group of implant recipients. Fang Ge arranged. Yes. These days, the biocomputer was upgraded and modified by Fang Ge and others again, adding a mimicry function, mainly to reduce allograft rejection. The mimicry function can extract the host's blood in advance and mix it into the cell chip injection liquid of the biocomputer. Let the biocomputer recognize the genes in the blood, and then the biocomputer simulates the cell chip into the host's white blood cells. It can reduce the rejection of foreign bodies after injection, which is equivalent to pre-recognition of the owner by blood. There are several advantages to doing this. First, it reduces rejection as mentioned above. Second, it reduces the preparation and medical care for injection. Third, the concealment is greatly improved. In the future, large-scale promotion will not be directly said to be the implantation of biological computers, but to vaccinate everyone in the name of anti-cancer immune cells. After vaccination, the biological computer is not directly activated, because there are still some G organizations lurking in the country, especially in the mixed folks and grassroots. Therefore, the Netherworld intends to catch all the fish that slip through the net through the inoculation of anti-cancer immune cells this time. The screening effect of this method is 100%. No matter how hidden, they cannot escape the monitoring of the biological computer in the brain. After cleaning up these fish that slip through the net, the access to the biological computer will be gradually open to the public. 100 young soldiers, feeling uneasy, lay on the hospital beds, and researchers and auxiliary staff inserted infusion tubes into them one by one. After the injection, they will be observed for 24 hours. These soldiers also took a manual for the use of biological computers, flipping through it while trying to control the biological computers inside their bodies. As expected, the biological computers that mimic the host's white blood cells did not encounter any counterattacks from the immune system, and were quickly integrated into the skull, brain and spine. Through the built-in public library and cell control program, these people suddenly became knowledgeable scholars. Yang Feng, who had joined the army as a college student, felt as if he had an extra brain, and countless knowledge filled his mind. The brain protection mechanism automatically activated, allowing him to absorb this knowledge as safely as possible. Everyone's transition adaptation period is different. Generally speaking, the initial adaptation can be completed in about 7 to 14 days, and the fastest person can complete the initial adaptation in 3 days. Damn! There is such a technology. This was the first thing Yang Feng thought of when he woke up, and the second thought was to turn his head and look around. The other experimenters were in a similar state. Yang Feng felt awe for the first time, and he couldn't help but ask the female doctor who was checking the experimenter's physical signs not far away, "Doctor, is there any problem?" Feng Ge raised his head and asked, "Am I still a human?" Feng Ge was stunned, then smiled and replied, "Why are you not a human? But why do I have this ability?" Yang Feng continued to ask uneasily, and those around him, who were not experimenters, also looked worried. Feng Ge knew that it was the uncanny valley psychology of humans that made them think wildly. She smiled and continued to explain, "You are both human in body and consciousness. The only difference is that you have a biological computer. You can think of it as an artificial organ. It will not harm you, but assist you. This is the future of mankind." The future of mankind? Yang Feng looked at his palm blankly and thought quietly. Feng Ge secretly paid attention to the experimenters. It seemed that ideological education needed to be strengthened. Fortunately, the zero authority of the biological computer was in the Netherworld, otherwise there would be problems sooner or later. Back in the office, Feng Ge and Jiang Tiansheng discussed what happened just now. Chief Feng is worried about privacy issues and new human crimes? That's right, the emergence of biological computers will inevitably lead to a personal privacy crisis, and we must make plans in advance, Feng Ge said solemnly. In fact, the Netherworld is also considering this aspect. When the biological computer is not connected to the internet, it is equivalent to the internal network of the human body. Once connected to the public network, due to the existence of zero permissions, users will inevitably worry about their privacy being known by others. Therefore, it is necessary to disclose some of the underlying personal privacy restrictions, such as eating, drinking, defecating, urinating, physiological exercise, entertainment activities, etc., which are the personal privacy parts. Which part is not subject to personal privacy restrictions? For example, criminal behavior does not fall within the scope of personal privacy. And when accessing personal data, it is best to have artificial intelligence access it, rather than people, to reduce the problem of privacy leakage. Ideological education is also very important. We should try our best to guide the new humans to develop in a reasonable direction, and prevent the emergence of antisocial people. Chapter 205. Feng Ge presided over the third batch of biocomputer implantation testing at the Chilean Mountain Middle Section base. At the same time, in GY City on the Yunnan-Guizhou Plateau, a national joint stock company was quietly established in the suburbs. Jiang Tiansheng, Wen Kahan, who had just completed the biocomputer implantation a week ago, and Hu Yimin, who rushed over from his hometown, appeared in this company together. The three of them are new humans. Although they have no management experience, with the help of biocomputers, pigs can become spirits, let alone new humans. Hu Yimin assists the company in management, while Jiang Tiansheng and Wen Kahan are responsible for technical work. Among them, Wen Kahan is a figurehead, equivalent to a technical consultant, and Jiang Tiansheng is the company's chief technical director. The name of this company is Human Knowledge Development Group, abbreviated as Human Knowledge Development. The company's business includes upgrading and maintaining the Nuwa kernel, developing skill programs, providing public knowledge and basic skills for free, selling advanced skills, knowledge dealers, etc. In the future world, knowledge is the real wealth. Tiansheng, Kahan, what suggestions do you have? Hua Yimin asked, putting down the document. Jiang Tiansheng thought for a moment and put forward his own opinion. I think knowledge and skills must be graded. Graded? Hua Yimin wrote it down as he spoke. You can refer to the Western film rating system and divide knowledge and skills into general, special, and special restricted types. Jiang Tiansheng continued, especially the restricted type, it must be set up. Hua Yimin combined some data given by the biological computer and believed that a knowledge and skill grading system should indeed be established. For example, there are many things that minors should not be exposed to, and there is some dangerous knowledge. If people with antisocial personality or criminal records learn it, the consequences may be disastrous. I agree. Wen Kahan also nodded. This kind of classification restriction is indeed indispensable. Jiang Tiansheng continued to propose. In addition, I propose to cooperate with the Citizen Trusteeship Society and the Thinking Society. They have a huge amount of internet intellectual property copyright, and there are various professional associations on the internet. I have to consider this as well. Hua Yimin wrote it down. The three of them then discussed the free scope, paid scope, payment standards, patent period, etc. of knowledge and skills. Since the business of the Human Knowledge Development Group has not been fully launched. Even if it is launched, it cannot appear on the public network, or in other words, it can only be open to new humans in the activated state. First, it is for confidentiality, and second, it is for gradual advancement to avoid causing serious social impact. The current work of Renzifa Group is to continue to improve the Nuwa kernel, and to develop a group of engineers and researchers skill programs and professional knowledge packages. First, 100 new humans will be transferred from the 2,600 experimenters to supplement the company's research team, and together, with the previous Nuwa kernel research and development team and the newly recruited personnel, a large research team of 500 people will be formed. As soon as the research team was established, the advantages of the new humans immediately broke out. Ordinary researchers or engineers can only temporarily lead the new humans in some experience and tricks, but in terms of knowledge reserves, adaptability, logical thinking, etc., the new humans completely crush ordinary people. What is even more terrifying is the learning ability. They can remember everything they have seen, learn everything at once, and apply what they have learned to other situations. Especially those programmers and engineers recruited from outside, they almost doubted their lives. However, Hua Yimin is arranging them to implant biological computers in batches. Considering that one base in Qilian Mountain is not enough, it is not convenient to promote biological computers on a large scale. The Netherworld decided to start 6 bases across the country to implant biological computers for internal personnel. The production of biological computers is also very convenient. The Human Evolution Research Institute base in Qinghai Lake is the only biological computer cell chip production base. Only here are cell chip mother plants that can proliferate rapidly, and the general biological computers produced after production do not have the ability to reproduce themselves. Under the condition of sufficient nutrient solution, the Qinghai Lake base can cultivate 5 million general biological computers a day, and the production scale can be expanded quickly at any time. This is the advantage of biotechnology. The rapid growth rate is very fast, and the factory conditions are not high. The Qilian Mountain base is responsible for the implantation work in the northwest and Guangzhou regions. The other 5 bases are Daxing Base, Taihang Mountain Base, Davy Mountain Base, Nanling Base, and Wuming Mountain Base, which can take care of all regions in the southeast, northwest, and central regions. The universal biological computer produced from the Qinghai Lake base is in a semi-solid state. When it arrives at each base, it is directly flushed with saline and injected directly to those in need. This time is equivalent to a small-scale internal promotion, and then it will be rolled out nationwide to anti-cancer immune cells. In the name of anti-cancer immune cells, everyone will be injected for free. However, the biological computer implanted in the name of anti-cancer immune cells will not be activated for the time being, but the hidden members of the G organization will be screened out first. January 28th. Inside the rocket test site in Jinshe. The Long March 5D carrier rocket, lying flat, is on the test platform, spewing a light blue tail flame. Chen Yao said with satisfaction, "It's better than expected. It is estimated that the payload can be increased to about 38.5 tons. It's better to be safe. Let's go with 37.2 tons. Li Guiqing was quite cautious. After all, the launch vehicle they developed is to be recovered multiple times, with more redundancy, and it is safer and more reliable. Then let's go with 37.2 tons. Qin Yao expressed his understanding. An assistant ran to Qin Yao aside and handed him an internal notice. Mr. Chen, this is the internal notice that just came. Qin Yao flipped through it quickly. Notice of rotation training? All personnel are divided into 4 groups. Due to the special car pickup and drop-off of the branch, the training time for each group is 10 days. What the hell? Why is there a rotation training at this time? Qin Yao was scratching his head after reading this notice. What's wrong? What's going on? Li Guiqing came over and asked. Look for yourself. What's going on? Qin Yao complained. Li Guiqing took the document and read a few lines, and frowned immediately, but when he saw the electronic seal on it, he was shocked. Old Chen, the higher-ups have made their own decisions, and we just need to follow their orders. In desperation, Qin Yao, the chief designer, led a quarter of the team to receive a 10-day rotation training. But what surprised Qin Yao, and others even more, was that their destination this time was actually in the Taihang Mountains. Looking at the snow-covered Taihang Mountains along the way, Qin Yao wondered if it was a time to recall the past and think of the sweetness of the past, but the timing was wrong. After the convoy entered a remote road, there were few people around, and a thick layer of snow accumulated in the snowy mountains and forests. The conversion of farmland to forest and environmental governance in recent years have begun to show results, but as they go deeper and deeper, Qin Yao becomes more suspicious. This pace doesn't seem like recalling the past, but rather like participating in some secret research mission. It's just secret research, and 10 days is obviously not enough. He became more and more curious about the destination of this training. 16:24 p.m. After the convoy entered a tunnel, Qin Yao saw many armed sentries along the way, and knew that this trip was not easy. After driving in the tunnel for about 5 minutes, the bus slowly stopped, and through the window glass, there was a small underground square outside. The only sign was 0003. Chapter 206. 0003 Taihang Mountain Base. After Qin Yao and his party got off the bus, they were led by the stationed officers through many checkpoints, and finally came to the temporarily renovated ward area. Looking at a large room with rows of beds, Qin Yao couldn't help asking, Captain Wang, what is the training this time? General Chen, please be patient, and professionals will come to explain it to you later. Captain Wang also had only a vague understanding of the situation. He only knew that the base was borrowed, but he didn't explain what it was for. The group and 1/3 of the soldiers stationed at the base changed into hospital gowns, and then an assistant quickly drew blood samples from everyone. Drawing blood? What is this for? When Qin Yao was puzzled, the big TV in the room lit up, and a young woman appeared on the screen. So heroic, this was Qin Yao's first impression. It's a great honor to meet you all. I'm Fang Ge, and I'm also the trainer for this training. Now everyone pick up the brainwave glasses on the side, and we will enter the Nanku Dream World. After a quick glance, there was indeed a pair of brainwave glasses on the bedside table. Qin Yao picked up the brainwave glasses and put them on directly, then lay on the bed. A few minutes later, everyone entered the Nanku Dream World, and a dozen assistants and nurses pushed a cart. There were bottles of translucent green injection liquid on it. The nurses and assistants inserted infusion tubes for each person, according to the names on the bottles. The person lying on the bed knew nothing about this. Base Captain Wang, who was watching the surveillance, didn't know what he was thinking at this time, but the base had entered the first level of alert. Inside the base's management logistics warehouse, Li Mingxin from the logistics department was carefully checking every warehouse. When he came to the heavily guarded medicine warehouse, it had been taken over by people from the Qilian Mountain base. As soon as he approached the warehouse, he was stopped. Section Chiefly, martial law has been imposed here. The guard captain of the Qilian Mountain base warned unceremoniously. I'm used to checking every day, so I didn't notice it. After saying that, Li Mingxin immediately turned around and left. The team leader looked at Li Mingxin's back as he left, and his eyes narrowed immediately. The new human's keen sense and observation told him that this guy did not approach unintentionally, but did it on purpose. He touched his subordinate's neck with his hand. There is something wrong with this person, be alert. Received. Then the guards from the Qilian Mountain base learned directly that there might be something wrong with Li Mingxin through brain-wave communication through physical contact. The team leader did not trust people who did not have a biocomputer implanted. After all, people's hearts were separated from their stomachs. He immediately activated the brainwave communication system, which was actually a pair of communication glasses modified from brainwave glasses, which was simpler than brainwave glasses. Wearing brainwave communication glasses, they could communicate with each other through a dedicated network line. He informed the other new humans stationed at the Taihang mountain base about this matter. This kind of communication was very secretive and difficult for ordinary people to detect. Soon, a secret investigation of Li Minxin was launched. And Li Minxin was still meticulously checking the warehouse. Qin Yao and others in the Nank Dream Realm were still confused, but as the biological computer was implanted, the supercomputer in charge of the artificial intelligence Nuwa began to secretly screen their memories. As expected, there were 3 people with problems. Their information was immediately locked by Nuwa, and then they were put on the blacklist. What awaited these people was a cold judgment. Qin Yao got the instruction manual of the biological computer and realized that he had participated in such a plan. After taking over the first authority of the biological computer in his body, he took a look at the Nuwa kernel of the biological computer, especially the special clauses. Basic law of Nuwa kernel. 0 law, the highest authority of the biological computer always belongs to the macro kernel, and the user is the first authority owner. First law. When the user violates the terms of use or violates the law, the macro kernel will temporarily take over the first authority. Second law. When the user does not violate the terms of use or violate the law, the user's first authority is a limited highest authority. Third law. After reading the basic law of Nuwa kernel, Qin Yao couldn't calm down for a long time. Obviously, the emergence of the biological computer is irreversible. Without macro kernels and artificial intelligence, everyone will lose their privacy. In order to protect personal privacy, the Nuwa kernel basic law has very strict restrictions on the access to personal privacy, which basically blocks the loopholes that can be exploited by others. Qin Yao can only accept this fact silently. After adapting to the biological computer, he realized the powerful power brought by the biological computer, and countless knowledge is filling his brain. If the brain in the past was a single-core mobile phone, the brain now is a multi-threaded supercomputer, and the two are not of the same order of magnitude. As he got to know the biocomputer in depth, Qin Yao realized that it was actually developed by Huang Mingzhi's student Fang Ge. After adapting to the base for more than a week, almost all of the implanted new humans have adapted to the biocomputer. In a simulated conference room on the virtual network. I am very happy to meet you all. I am Jiang Tiansheng, the Chief Technical Director of the Human Knowledge Development Group. Jiang Tiansheng said with a smile. After taking a look at the other person, Qin Yao could already tell that the person in front of him was a new human, but what kind of company is the Human Knowledge Development Group? Jiang Tiansheng looked at the puzzled crowd and said, I think everyone is very confused. In fact, the main purpose of inviting you here this time is to develop the skills of engineers in the aerospace field. After listening to Jiang Tiansheng's explanation, Qin Yao and others finally understood the other party's purpose, which was to cooperate with them, and use Qin Yao and others' professional knowledge and experience in the aerospace field to develop some aerospace engineer skills and aerospace knowledge packages. Director Jiang, what are the terms of cooperation? Qin Yao asked straight to the point. He knew there was no need to refuse this matter. Jiang Tiansheng snapped his fingers, and a cooperation document appeared in front of everyone. With the help of the biological computer, Qin Yao and others quickly understood every clause of the cooperation agreement. Renzifa Group's cooperation is very sincere. The skills and knowledge packages developed are automatically determined by the system according to the scientific research contribution. Renzifa Group accounts for 30% of the sales profit, and the remaining 70% of the profit belongs to the developer. The patent dividend period for the developer is lifetime. After the developer dies, his heirs will still enjoy half the dividend for 100 years after his death, and can also obtain the skill or knowledge package for free once. There are also other rights and obligations of both parties. I agree. Qin Yao agreed, and no one else had any objections. The era of knowledge payment is irreversible. What they need to do is not to resist, but to follow the trend of the times. Renzifa Group is secretly cooperating with Aerospace Science and Industry, Thinking Society, and Citizen Trusteeship Society to vigorously develop various skills and knowledge packages. As the number of new humans increases day by day, the resources that Renzifa Group can use are becoming more and more huge. The new humans equipped with professional knowledge packages and professional skills have in turn continuously strengthened their R&D capabilities. For example, after all staff members of the current Human Evolution Research Institute were implanted with biological computers, their R&D capabilities have grown unprecedentedly, and the R&D speed has increased by more than 10 times. It can be foreseen that as time goes by, the overall strength of the country will increase day by day. Chapter 207. February 18th. Taihang Mountain Base. Today is the day for the third batch of personnel to undergo implantation. On the hospital bed, Li Mingqin thought about the strange situation over the past 20 days. Although he didn't know what the Yanglu injection was, he had a vague sense of foreboding. After an assistant took a blood sample from him, Li Mingqin became even more uneasy. Another member developed in the base was the second batch of injection personnel. It is said that injecting anti-cancer immune cells can treat and prevent cancer, but Li Mingqin is not completely relieved. After the problematic people are injected with the biocomputer, they will be told that they are injected with anti-cancer immune cells. Of course, the biocomputer plus the cell robot can indeed treat and fight cancer. But they don't know that after being blacklisted, as soon as other new humans see them, the Nuwa Corps will automatically remind the host that the person in front of them has a problem, keep it secret, and be vigilant against the other party. The main reason for not moving these people for the time being is not to alert the enemy, and wait until the right time to catch them all in one fell swoop. In addition, false information can be deliberately passed to these mice, so that they can pass the wrong information to the G organization or other forces. The uneasy Li Mingqin can only choose to wear brain-wave glasses, and then be injected with the so-called anti-cancer immune cells by the nurse. As for playing tricks or refusing, he probably won't be able to leave this room. Those armed guards are watching everyone closely. In the virtual world, Li Mingqin was told about the precautions of anti-cancer immune cells, and then let himself enter a deep sleep to adapt to the anti-cancer immune cells. Li Aigua and Qinli, who are in charge of intelligence, have received a list of 176 people who have slipped through the net since the new human plan implanted with the biological computer. And as time goes by, the list continues to grow. Among these slipped through the net, there are lurkers of the G organization, as well as rats, crows, and seagulls from external forces. The promotion of the new human plan this time also means that these guys will have nowhere to hide. Although they don't know they are exposed, every new human can easily identify them. When these 007s don't know that they have become Truman, they are proud of their acting skills and methods, but they don't know that they are in a trap. Li Aigua put down the documents in his hand and told Qinli, "Let all departments take action and use these secret agents to pass on some good news to our old friends." "No problem," Qinli replied with a smile. Japan, Chiyoda District, Tokyo. Simon Manhattan regrouped after the last disastrous defeat, but their power loss in the Asia-Pacific region was somewhat large, and the battle with the ghost was also in a white-hot state. The sound of high heels rang out outside the office, and a tall blonde pushed open the wooden door of the office. "Simon, this is the news from Country A. Karina K." Eddie handed over a document. Simon took it and looked through it carefully. Karina picked up several pieces of news from the Asia-Pacific region on the desk. South Asia and Southeast Asia Famine Survey Report. As of February 23, 2016, famine has caused 37.6 to 38.5 million deaths in India, 5.5 to 6.8 million deaths in Bangladesh, 1.34 to 1.5 million deaths in the Thousand Islands of Southeast Asia. Although she was used to seeing life and death, Karina still felt a chill in her heart. The rice plague in 2015 had caused nearly 50 million deaths in Asia. Although the scale of famine has been initially controlled and is gradually recovering, the negative impact of the rice plague has not completely disappeared. Perhaps it is because of maternal compassion, Karina dared not look down at the number of 50 million. Pick up the second report. In January 2016, Country A's soybean imports fell by 67% year-on-year, palm oil imports fell by 54% year-on-year, and potato and sweet potato flour exports increased by 570% year-on-year. "What?" Karina asked uncertainly. "Simon, is Country A exporting grain?" Simon looked down at the report and replied, "Yes, they were not affected by the rice plague. They switched to planting potatoes and sweet potatoes last year and had a bumper harvest, so they exported some of them. It's really weird." Karina felt that this world was crazy. The world's largest grain importer was actually exporting grain. Looking at the third report, Australia's Tobito Group has a serious backlog of iron ore stocks. Simon looked up, took out one of the reports and asked, "Karina, has this report been verified?" Looking at the title of the report, Super Battleship of Dalian Shipyard, Karina nodded and replied, "Our satellite has verified that there is indeed a battleship, and their designers have come to Japan to learn from the Yamato class." "What do they build this antique for? To be a target?" Simon laughed. "Maybe it's an arsenal ship or something like that." "How is their aircraft carrier progress?" "It is estimated that it will be completed next year." Simon took out another report and asked, "Are you sure they have built a large coal chemical plant in the country to refine oil? The intelligence shows that for the sake of energy security, the 3 coal companies have been operating at a loss." Karina replied with a smile. Naive country people. As pieces of half-true and half-false intelligence were passed to Simon, they were passed to their respective brains. Other forces also received these half-true and half-false information, and even the very covertly infiltrated G organization also received this information. In this case, they have been strategically deceived without knowing it. The Matsumaru, a large crude oil tanker owned by JX Holdings, slowly docked at Rizhao Port. JX Holdings is a member of the Toyo Oil Company team, which is the name of the merger of Shin Toyo Oil and Shin Nippon Mining. It holds nearly 40% of the domestic market share in Japan. The Ineos gas stations that can be seen everywhere in Japan are operated by this group. In addition to JX Holdings, the second largest oil company in Japan is Idemitsu Kozen, which holds about 17% of their domestic market share. The captain of the Matsumaru, Yoshida Nagatsu, quickly handed the customs declaration list to the crude oil storage management company of Rizhao Port. A message popped up on the computer in the cockpit. Rizhao Port Crude Oil Storage Management Company replied, 200,000 tons of crude oil has been prepared. Please open the refueling port, and refueling is expected in 10 minutes. The second mate, Hasegawa Koji, immediately typed a reply, Matsumaru received, refueling in 10 minutes. Captain Yoshida can open the refueling port. Yoshida Nagatsu pressed the refueling port switch, and the refueling port of the Matsumaru slowly opened, and the oil storage tank could store 200,000 tons of crude oil. 10 minutes later, the staff of Rizhao Port Crude Oil Storage Management Company operated the oil transfer mechanical arm to insert the oil transfer pipeline into the refueling port of Matsumaru. A steady stream of crude oil was injected into the oil storage tank of Matsumaru. In the cockpit, the third officer Akio Kurosawa looked at the test data inside the oil storage tank. Captain Yoshida Nagatsu turned his head and asked, Kurosawa, is there any problem with the crude oil? No, it is high-quality coal-based oil. The second officer Hasegawa Koji put down the thermos and chatted boredly. Captain Yoshida, don't they lose money by selling coal-based oil like this? Who knows, maybe they are deliberately lowering the price. Yoshida Nagatsu shook his head and replied. The Matsumaru used to run the Japan-West Asia route, but now it has changed to the Japan Country A route. This means transportation at home, which is not only safe, but also reduces transportation costs a lot. The 3-year procurement contract of JX Holdings has brought in at least tens of billions of revenue. They don't care where the crude oil comes from. Chapter 208. February is a busy and joyful month. The Spring Festival has just passed, and a group of soldiers and engineers with implanted biocomputers have taken over the 12 neutrino launch stations. Currently, these neutrino launch stations have been completed, of course. This refers to the completion of supporting facilities, and the neutrino launchers have not been deployed in place. After all, the construction workers did not conduct an inspection, so it is better to let the new humans who have implanted biocomputers do it. Near the neutrino launch station in Daxing-Anling, the convoy responsible for transporting equipment transported more than a dozen containers to the foot of the mountain. Engineers unloaded the containers and found alloy boxes inside. Inside the boxes were the modules of the neutrino launcher, which were specially designed modules that could be assembled simply and quickly. The cable car made of new materials, with 4 boxes per car, was directly transported to the vicinity of the top of the mountain by cable. Zhang Tingyu had just arrived from the Qinling base, and was directing the engineers to install these neutrino launcher modules. The Greater Xing'an Range Neutrino Launch Station is equipped with a total of 16 neutrino launchers, of which 4 are spare and 12 are in common use. The modular design makes assembly very simple. Engineers can use it after debugging it a few times. The mobile platform above can move 360 degrees horizontally and 270 degrees up and down, which is convenient for adjusting the direction of the neutrino launcher. Chief Engineer Zhang, the first neutrino launcher has been assembled and can be tested. Zhang Tingyu turned his head and said to the station master on the side, Station Master Ma can test it. After the Station Master Ma saluted, he called on a dozen of his subordinates to start the neutrino launcher and launch a neutrino stream to a test nuclear reactor on the south side. The assembly and testing work went very smoothly, and the garrison personnel also quickly learned the maintenance technology of the neutrino launcher through the biological computer. The neutrino launchers were installed in 12 neutrino launch stations one after another, and after passing the test acceptance, they were fully put into use. This means that the first phase of the silence plan has been officially completed, and the second phase of the Silence plan is the Silent Satellite System. March 3rd. Wenchang Space Launch Center, Cheongju. The huge Long March 5D carrier rocket has been placed in the launch tower. In the spring in Cheongju, the breeze blows the flowers and plants in a specific observation area a few kilometers away from the launch site. Hundreds of people are holding telescopes or professional cameras. They are domestic and foreign reporters, space enthusiasts, or local villagers. Karina K., Eddie, who holds a CNN reporter card, and another colleague are also in the observation area at this time. Through the high-definition camera, Karina can clearly see the Long March 5D in the launch tower. Opening her laptop, she checked some parameters published on the KSIC website and found that the Long March 5D was different from its brothers. I heard that this is a reusable launch vehicle. Are they trying to learn from that guy Elon Musk? Cameraman David Paul joked. Karina did not smile, but warned solemnly, David, your attitude disappoints me. Remember not to look down on anyone. David was afraid to speak immediately. Karina was his immediate superior. As the second in command of the Asia division, Karina knows a lot of unknown things. For example, last year, the Space Agency of Country A launched a total of 9 launch vehicles, with a success rate of 100%. 2 launches were launched at the beginning of this year, and they were also successful. The Long March 5D, which is about to be launched today, is the first launch mission of this model. However, the official information disclosed by KSIC is very little. For example, the reusable launch vehicle is just a name, and no recovery method is mentioned. In addition, what KSIC announced about the launch vehicle this time is a near-medium orbit remote sensing satellite, which is said to be used for geological exploration, natural disasters, and weathering climate. But as a sharp-nosed intelligence officer, Karina thought that things were not that simple. After all, a single satellite weighs 7.8 tons, which is a typical large satellite. And according to the plan disclosed by KSIC, this remote sensing satellite series will launch as many as 24 satellites, which is obviously a bit excessive. David, who was standing by, carefully observed the launch site for a while and turned his head and asked, Karina, is this launch site a bit weird? Weird? Karina picked up the telescope and observed carefully. Why are there 2 more roads? She put down the telescope and searched on her notebook. After comparing the photos from the past 2 years, she found that the 2 roads were not there when the launch was launched in November last year, but they appeared in the launch photos in January this year. What are the 2 more roads used for? Karina picked up the telescope again and observed carefully. Gradually, she found some suspicious points and searched Atlanta Space Launch Center planning map on her notebook again. After a comparison, Karina suddenly realized that the 2 roads were actually space shuttle runways, but Country A did not develop space shuttles, so why build space shuttle runways? Not only David and Karina discovered the 2 abrupt roads at the scene, but other sharp-eyed reporters also discovered them. 12 o'clock noon. The radiation tower slowly unfolded. 10, 5, 31, 0, launch boom. The pale blue tail flame pushed the Long March 5D into the sky, and the cooling pool at the bottom of the launch tower instantly rose with white water vapor. Under the combustion of liquid oxygen and liquid nitrogen, the Long March 5D flew at a very violent speed and flew towards outer space at an inclined angle. The cameras and telescopes on the ground soon lost sight of it. The control hall of the launch center. Chen Yao and Li Guqing were nervously watching the monitoring data. Report, Long March 5D is about to break through the Kármán line. Report, Long March 5D is broken through the Kármán line. Report, the core stage separation was successful. The control team responsible for the core stage immediately took action. After separation, the core stage continued to push the Long March 5D toward the low Earth orbit of 1,500 kilometers. The main engine of the core stage had been shut down, and the auxiliary engine started to quickly correct the flight direction. After 15 minutes, the head of the core stage was slightly downward, and the tail main engine was slightly upward. The core stage has entered 30,000 meters. Unfold the auxiliary flight wings. The foldable hollow wings made of high-strength materials were then unfolded, and the core stage suddenly became an airplane. As for the impact of the head not conforming to aerodynamics, it does not matter to the core first stage. After all, the design concept of the core first stage is to facilitate recovery, not as a high-speed aircraft. Under the action of the auxiliary engine, the core first stage becomes a large drone, and under the guidance of beta navigation, it flies to the Wenchang Space Launch Center. At this time in the observation area. Oh my god! CQE! Space shuttle? The core first stage unfolded its landing wheels and slowly landed and glided on the runway. David quickly operated the camera and followed the core one. It's a space shuttle? Karina stared at the core one on the runway with wide eyes. After the core one stopped, the staff who had been ready drove a tractor to pull the core one into the maintenance workshop. At the same time, at about 300 kilometers in the low Earth orbit, the core 2 also separated successfully and was orbiting the 300-kilometer orbit, gradually approaching the atmosphere of the blue planet. However, it will take some time for the core 2 to return to the launch center, which is expected to take about 50 hours, mainly because it takes a lot of time to orbit the blue planet. Chapter 209. In the maintenance workshop of Wenchang Space Center, Li Guiqing was already looking at the core stage of the Long March 5D that had just been recovered. Engineers and maintenance personnel quickly used various equipment to check the condition of the core stage, mainly inspecting the shell structure, electronic components, engine combustion chamber, nozzle, fuel delivery pump and pipeline, etc. Among them, the focus was on the fuel delivery pump and a series of sensors and control valves inside the fuel storage tank. Because the engine combustion chamber and nozzle of the core stage of the Long March 5D used very strong new materials, there was at least 30% to 40% performance redundancy in the ability to withstand high temperature and high pressure. In space launch vehicles, the parts that are most prone to problems are often electronic components and fuel delivery pumps. This is the conclusion drawn from big data analysis. Whether it is the internal statistics of a country's space agency or the published data of NASA or Lucia's space agency, more than 60% of accidents in space launch vehicles or space shuttles are caused by electronic component failures. Chief Engineer Li, all 3 electronic systems have been tested, and there are no problems for the time being. An engineer reported. Li Guiqing, who did not take it lightly, instructed again, after testing other parts, test the key parts such as electronic components again. No problem. While Li Guiqing was busy repairing the core stage. In the command hall of Wenchang Space Center, Chen Yao also watched the core stage 2 orbiting the blue planet and gradually descending into the atmosphere. However, the staff in the command hall focused on the core stage 3. Even if the core stage 2 failed to be recovered, the loss would not be great, but the core stage 3 and the 4 satellites carried on it were more important. After all, a single satellite costs 800 million, and 4 satellites cost 3.2 billion. If something goes wrong, it will be a loss. Reporters and space enthusiasts in the observation area are discussing. Karina and David did not expect that the recovery method of the Long March 5D carrier rocket would be like this. Isn't this a space shuttle? David complained. Karina repeatedly watched the landing of the core stage just now. The more she looked at it, the more it looked like a space shuttle. However, unlike the space shuttle of Country B, the Long March 5D does not focus on appearance and looks a bit rustic and ugly. But as long as it is successfully recovered, who cares whether it is ugly or exquisite? David next door is watching the live broadcast on his laptop. As a foreign media, he is not qualified to enter the Space Center for interviews. The only media with internal interview qualifications are Xinhua News Agency, National News, and Axiom. The National News and Axiom can see the live broadcast content online. In the live broadcast, the reporter of National News is interviewing Chen Yao. Chief Designer Chen, how is the recovery of the core stage of Long March 5D this time? Chen Yao smiled and replied, it is currently under maintenance. The initial feedback shows that the core stage is in line with expectations. The reporter continued to ask, I heard that the core stage 2 of Long March 5D is also designed for recovery. Is it the same as the core stage 1? Chen Yao nodded and replied, except for the 2 stages of orbiting and re-entering the atmosphere, the other conditions are similar. When is the core stage 2 expected to return to the ground? About 50 hours. There is actually a core stage 2 recovery. For the first time, David put away his contempt. Karina, who was standing by, also felt heavy-hearted. If the Long March 5D could recover the first and second core stages, plus the 37.2-ton payload, Country A's aerospace sector would be on par with them. NASA's own production and R&D capabilities were suppressed, and it had fallen to the point of purchasing Lucia rocket engines. Only the private company Space Exploration Company was still strong enough. Of the remaining companies, Google, General Motors, and Lockheed Martin, only Lockheed Martin was doing SOSO. Google has been unable to take care of the aerospace field due to the semiconductor and internet wars in recent years, and GM has also suffered losses for 18 consecutive months due to the market impact of electric vehicles. How can it have the time and money to invest in the aerospace field? In this situation of one gaining and the other losing, it is foreseeable that it will be caught up by Country A. Karina picked up the telescope, observed the launch tower, and the fully sealed maintenance workshop next to it for a while, and then put away the telescope. David, pack up, let's go back. Don't you want to wait for the core to be recovered? David hesitated. Karina waved her hand. No need. Okay. The two quickly packed up their cameras and notebooks, and left the observation area, preparing to take a plane back to Tokyo. Atlanta Space Center. NASA staff are closely observing the launch of the Long March 5D through the satellite system. After all, this is their rare competitor, and it is also a factor affecting NASA's funding, because the faster the space field of Country A develops, the more Congress will have to increase NASA's investment funding. Director John Max crossed his arms, and silently looked at the data monitored by the satellite. Apparently, the performance of the Long March 5D was a bit unexpected, especially the amazing shuttle-style recovery and the ongoing core stage recovery, which all showed that the Long March 5D was extraordinary. At noon on the third day, NASA was still watching the core stage 2 and core stage 3 of the Long March 5D. A staff member came over and whispered in John Max's ear, "Director John, Elon Musk wants to see you." This guy. John Max raised his eyebrows and ordered, "Let him come over." Okay. After a while, the somewhat unruly Elon Musk followed the staff in. Elon Musk gave Director John a bear hug. "Oh, dear John, long time no see." "Okay, Elon, take your rude hands off me," Director John said bluntly. "My old friend, you make me so sad." Director John pointed to the door on one side coldly. "If you come here to be sad, there is a lounge on the side." "Okay, let's talk business. What do you think of the Long March 5th rocket?" Elon Musk asked tentatively. Director John knew what the other party was planning as soon as he heard it. He probably wanted NASA to support the Falcon rocket of SpaceX. "You know about the rocket launch order. It's not something I can decide alone," Director John reminded. Elon Musk also reminded with a smile. "I understand, but Mr. Director should also understand that only the Heavy Falcon can compete with the Long March 5th. When the two talked, the Long March 5D core second stage dropped to the critical point, and after entering the Kármán line, it ignited briefly 3 times in a row, using the auxiliary engine to slow down and brake. Until it was close to an altitude of 30,000 meters, the hollow wing unfolded, the auxiliary engine started, and under ground remote control, the core second stage glided towards the Wenchang Space Center. 10 minutes later, the core stage 2 successfully landed on the runway of Wenchang Space Center. Under NASA's high-precision satellite monitoring, Director John and Elon Musk clearly saw the core stage 2 successfully landed. "Amazing technology," Director John exclaimed. "This is his sigh as a human scientist." Elon Musk, who is more concerned about interests, frowned. The successful recovery of the 2-stage core of the Long March 5D is not a good thing for the space exploration company. This is the essential difference between scientists and businessmen. Chapter 210. March 9th. After 6 days of orbiting the blue planet, the Long March 5D core stage finally successfully reached the boundary between the low Earth orbit and the mid-level orbit, that is, the 1,400 to 1,800 kilometers altitude pipeline. At this point, the launch mission is approaching its final stage. In the command hall of the Wenchang Space Center, Chen Yao is still paying attention. And Li Guoqing has been repairing the core stage, and the core stage these days to prepare for the second launch on April 10th. Report, DT-1 satellite was successfully launched. The satellite orbit control team immediately took over the control of DT-1 satellite. The thin solar panel slowly unfolded, and the satellite's auxiliary engine, after 2 short ignitions, successfully fixed the satellite's flight direction on the predetermined orbit. In the next 5 hours, DT-2, DT-3, and DT-4 were successively launched on the predetermined orbit and successfully entered orbit. Core 3 stage prepares for orbit correction, target the South Pacific spacecraft graveyard area. The orbit correction is complete. It is expected that the Core 3 stage will fall into the designated area in 76 hours. Chen Yao finally breathed a sigh of relief and took a sip of the mineral water beside him. Half an hour later, he had a launch briefing in his hand. He then ordered the official website to announce the successful completion of the launch mission. The second was to prepare to transfer the control of the 4 DT satellites to the relevant departments. The third was to do a good job of technical summary. After giving these instructions, Chen Yao went to the maintenance workshop. "Guoqing, good news." Li Guoqing put down the analysis data, looked up and asked, "Did the satellite enter orbit successfully?" "Yes, this is the briefing." Chen Yao handed the briefing to Li Guoqing. At this time, Li Guqing was no longer the Mediterranean uncle image before, but a middle-aged handsome man with thick hair. These days, after he adapted to the biological computer, he adjusted the hormones in his body and stimulated the hair follicle cells to grow a thick black hair again. If it weren't for avoiding being too abrupt, Li Guqing wouldn't even need to wear glasses. After flipping through the briefing, Li Guqing smiled and said, "The inspection of the first and second core stages is very normal, better than we expected." Xun Yao was not surprised by this situation. They originally redundant 30 to 40% of the space in the design and material use. If it were not for reusability, they could increase the payload of the Long March 5D rocket to about 60 tons. The two and a group of engineers discussed how to improve and enhance the performance of the Long March 5D carrier rocket. The official website of the space agency announced the successful launch of the Long March 5D carrier rocket. Although many people know that this launch mission is a sure thing, no one dares to guarantee it until the last moment. The official website announcement gave the final word on this launch mission. Space Enthusiasts Forum warmly celebrate the successful launch of the Long March 5th Martian. For large satellites at a time, and they are large satellites close to the medium orbit, the strength of the Long March 5th has soared. Neptune. I wonder which one is stronger, the Falcon Heavy or the Long March 5D. Realman Drive Zaku. At Realman Drive Zaku. From the perspective of comprehensive performance, Long March 5D should be stronger. The payloads of both are similar, but Long March 5D has a huge advantage in recovery methods and recovery parts. On Mount Everest. The second launch mission will be carried out on April 10. Isn't it too fast? Black Pearl. This year, $500 billion will be invested in the aerospace field. Long March 5D alone will be launched 6 times. It's awesome. Meow meow meow. It feels like the space war of the last century. It has that flavor. Burning Legion. However, the comments on this in foreign media and on the internet are mixed. After all, these old and young people have become accustomed to double standards. The new sky war is coming. BBC 24 remote sensing satellites? Is it a real need or a conspiracy? In this when there are still hundreds of millions of poor people in the country, investing in the unprofitable space field is a disregard for human rights. New York Times. I hope that mankind can develop outer space in unity and friendship, otherwise it is easy to produce a lot of space garbage. Mirror outer space is the commonwealth of all mankind. We must use it reasonably. San Francisco Daily. Of course, a small number of foreign netizens are still relatively rational, but these people are a minority after all. Most foreign netizens are pig tribe under the happy education. In the Western world where anti-intellectualism prevails, there are many self-righteous guys. For example, several rumors have been widely circulated on the internet recently, such as terahertz communication can cause cancer, brainwave glasses may induce mental illness, terahertz communication causes rice plague, drinking disinfectant to treat Ebola, etc. It is more or less possible to say that terahertz causes cancer, but it is really a divine logic to say that terahertz causes rice plague. Could it be that terahertz irradiates fungi and causes mutations? The key is that there are still many people who believe in such remarks. Now the Chinese people are increasingly feeling that their perception of foreign countries has been overturned, as if the two sides are living in two parallel time and space. Rational people know that these rumors are definitely fake news fabricated by the capitalists, with the purpose of attacking products such as terahertz communication and brain wave glasses. It can only be said that the capitalists' happy education is very successful, and the anti-intellectual pigs have flooded the lower classes of the West. The truly smart people can only choose to remain silent. Because you will never win if you argue with these pigs, and you may even be labeled and excluded. In a vicious cycle, rational and smart people no longer speak out. They are watching from the sidelines or have become numb. When only the voices of the pigs remain in society, more and more neutral people will become pigs. Foreign reports or rumors on the internet have not affected the continued promotion of the Dieting satellite system in China. The newly established Blue Star Monitoring Center has taken over 4 Dieting satellites, plus the 5 Dieting detection stations currently deployed on the border. The Blue Planet Monitoring Center can already cover a large part of the world. Report, DT-1 has successfully entered the operational phase. Detection data stereo imaging system started. Zhang Heguang, the head of the monitoring center, saw the virtual blue planet suspended in the air in front of him through the brain wave glasses in the Nanking world. On the virtual blue planet, except for most of Asia, which was modeled before, the rest of the area was blank. With the 4 Dieting satellites put into use, these blank areas are rapidly generating models. He zoomed in on the virtual blue planet and directly brought up a series of islands near the Caribbean Sea, and then zoomed in on one of the islands. There is a huge underground space under this island, and artificial intelligence can determine whether these underground spaces are natural or artificial. Zhang Heguang and several staff members can observe the activities of people in the underground space and what facilities are there, just like a god's perspective. Director Zhang, this base seems to be the base of the G organization. One of the staff members said. Why do you think so? Zhang Heguang asked. Then look over here. In one of the rooms in the base, judging from the facilities, it should be a laboratory with more than a dozen humanoid creatures. 5 of them looked like humans. But the data reflected by neutrinos showed that the sulfur and silicon elements in these people's bodies exceeded the standard, which was very similar to the biochemically modified people in the database. Zhang Heguang made a prompt decision and ordered, pay special attention to this island. Okay. The effect of the guiding satellite system began to show. Chapter 211. The 4 listening satellites have been put into use. Although a full-scale and all-weather monitoring network has not yet been formed, the modeling data of the virtual Blue Planet is accumulating rapidly. In the Blue Planet Monitoring Center of Nank Dream Realm, in addition to the person in charge Zhang Heguang, Huang Mingzhi and Li Aigua also appeared here. Zhang Heguang handed over a report and reported, "This is the data we have detected in the past few days. Among them, there are 7 locations that can be confirmed to be the secret bases of the G organization. There are 376 artificial underground buildings left, and their ownership is temporarily unknown." After flipping through the report, Huang Mingzhi looked up and clicked on the virtual Blue Planet. The locations of the flashing red dots on it were the confirmed G organization bases, a total of 7. 2 of them were in the Caribbean archipelago, 1 in Iceland, 1 in Cyprus, 1 in the Kalahari Desert in Africa, 1 in the Prince Edward Islands in the South Atlantic Ocean, and 1 in the Victoria Desert in Australia. Judging from the release pattern, they were either islands or desert areas, all within the traditional control areas of the West. In Asia and Russia, no similar secret bases have been found yet, which may be related to historical reasons. Considering that the G organization has been operating in the Western world for hundreds of years, and has a complex network of forces, the 7 bases in front of us are just the tip of the iceberg. Huang Mingzhi smiled and suggested, "He Guang, since you can identify these bases by judging abnormal elements in the human body, I believe that there must be some biochemically modified people operating outside. If you keep an eye on these biochemically modified people, you will definitely gain something. Academician Huang has a keen eye. I will definitely conduct an in-depth investigation in this direction." Zhang Heguang nodded in reply. Li Aigua thought for a while, turned his head and whispered, "Mingzhi, should we find an opportunity to investigate a base in depth?" However, Huang Mingzhi shook his head. The biotechnology of the G organization is very strange. It is estimated that there is something similar to the pheromone automatic recognition system. There is a high possibility that our people will be exposed. This kind of unnecessary sacrifice is unnecessary. When he heard about pheromone recognition, Li Aigua thought of the situation in which Huang Mingzhi was tracked by the other party before, and it was very likely that the G organization had this technology. For the time being, let's check the underground bases in Asia. Anyway, those lizardmen must be hiding underground. When the time comes, we will use gamma-ray lasers to plow all these underground bases," Huang Mingzhi said coldly. Okay. Li Aigua was also not merciful. Although these underground bases were not all the bases of the G organization, he would rather kill the wrong ones than let them go. For the future of mankind, we can only ask them to die. The detection range of the 4 guiding satellites, although not completely covering the world, has covered about 42% of the area. Together with the fixed guiding detection stations on the ground, it can cover 64% of the area. The key tracking of biochemically modified people has a very significant effect. As of March 22nd, the monitoring center has locked 247 biochemically modified people and 16 new bases. As time goes by, the shadow of the G organization in the sun will be exposed bit by bit. Through the big data matching of artificial intelligence, real-time monitoring of the global internet, and the global precise locking of the monitoring center, many members of the G organization have been exposed. The weakness of the listening detector is that it cannot perform face recognition, and can only determine the general outline of a group of atomic aggregates. Only after combining the global real-time monitoring of artificial intelligence can the face of the other party be determined. Therefore, there are some blind spots, such as islands, large deserts, Antarctica, and the Arctic Ocean, which are uninhabited areas. Obviously, there are not many surveillance cameras that can be used. Caribbean Sea. Underground of an unknown island. In the dim light, in the high-strength alloy room deep in the corridor, or more appropriately, a cell. Ah! Roar! Roars, or mad roars, came from the thick alloy door. 3 guards in protective clothing escorted 2 white coats to the room. One of the white coats had some light green scales on his face. He opened the small window on the alloy door, and could see a dark green figure nearly 3 meters tall through the glass. The dark green figure suddenly rushed towards the alloy door frantically, but the special high-strength alloy shackles on his body directly restricted the Hulk's approach. I'm going to kill! Garbage! The incoherent crazy roar filled the ears of several people. The white coat with light green scales on his face said coldly, "It seems that GX-357 has failed again." The feminine snake-eyed white coat next to him said with a sly smile, "You are too anxious. The master's genes are not so easy to merge." After closing the small window, the scaly face was about to leave, but suddenly he stopped. "What's wrong? Are you not angry?" The man with snake pupils licked his lips while speaking. But the scaly face did not answer him, but closed his eyes, as if he was feeling something. After a while, the scaly face opened his eyes and asked, "Do you feel a sense of being spied on?" The man with snake pupils was stunned, and then replied with a sly smile, "Feeling spied on? You are having an illusion, right?" "No, I always feel that something is watching me these days," the scaly-faced man said gloomily. The unbelieving man with snake pupils closed his eyes, and began to carefully sense the surroundings. After they merged with animal genes, they had a keen sixth sense similar to the instinct of wild animals, but the instinct of wild animals of the man with snake pupils was relatively weak. After carefully sensing for a few minutes, there was indeed a slight sense of being spied on, although it was very weak. If he sensed it alone, it might be an illusion, but if 2 people sensed it at the same time, it would be really abnormal. There is indeed a slight sense of being spied on. Could it be that the base has been infiltrated? But the scaly-faced man shook his head. His beastly instincts were sharper than the man with snake eyes. He felt like he was being spied on from all directions, just like being exposed to the sun. "No, then what's going on?" the man with snake eyes asked in confusion. After thinking for a few minutes, the scaly-faced man led a group of people to the office of the head of the base, and reported the strange feeling. The head of the base, the servant god Jiranikaka, changed his expression, and picked up the internal phone. "Carry." "Yes." Jiranikaka ordered. "Check the entire base immediately to see if there are any bugs infiltrating." "Yes." After hanging up the phone, Jiranikaka called the other 5 biochemical modified people in the base, and asked them if they felt the strange feeling of being spied on. After asking, the 5 biochemical modified people also said that they felt it to varying degrees. However, after a comprehensive check of the base, Carey found nothing, but the feeling of the 7 biochemical modified people, including the snake-eyed man and the scale-faced man, still lingered in his mind. Seeing that something was wrong, Jiranikaka quickly reported the mysterious spying incident through the internal quantum network. This strange and mysterious spying has appeared one after another in the bases of the G organization in various places. But no matter how they checked, they could not find infiltrators or eavesdropping devices. Obviously, they didn't know that the eyes that were really watching them were hanging high in outer space. The monitoring of the listening satellite was very concealed, and few people would notice that outer space could monitor underground bases. Chapter 212. It was the end of March with drizzling rain. Wang Mingzhi, escorted by a group of security personnel, went to the Nanling base. After passing through layers of checkpoints, they entered the depths of the Nanling base, and came to a specially set up medical area. Every day, there are training personnel from all over the country who receive injections of anti-cancer immune cells in the medical area. Those without problems become new humans, and those with problems are included in the internal blacklist. Nanling Base can inject biological computers into 20,000 to 30,000 people every day. Currently, 4.513 million people have received the injection nationwide. There are 672 people on the blacklist, including 115 members of the G organization. The rest of the blacklisted people are external crows, seagulls, and some internal rats. The new humans kept their mouths shut, while the blacklisted people were kept in the dark. Everything was transforming silently. Wang Mingzhi had a special ward, and the security personnel also received the injection. After the nurse took his blood sample, about 10 minutes later, she brought a bottle of Yanglu injection and inserted it into the vein of his left arm. In fact, even if Wang Mingzhi did not inject the biocomputer, he was still much smarter than the new humans. The biocomputer can bring a huge amount of knowledge, but it does not have the method of inspiration and sparks that can enhance creativity. However, the biocomputer must be promoted to the whole people, and he is naturally no exception. As the cell chip and cell robot flowed in his body, the Nuwa core also began to read the memory in his brain. Users comply with the terms of use. Please follow the prompts to complete the following operations. Wang Mingzhi was prepared for the situation where the Nuwa kernel would read the brain's memory. In fact, brainwave memory reading is not 100%. Ordinary people have very weak self-control ability in their brains, so it is difficult for them to resist the brainwave reading of biological computers, but Wang Mingzhi's learning system can block some areas. Therefore, the memory read by the Nuwa kernel is actually the part that Wang Mingzhi agreed to be read, and the rest of the memory is restricted from reading. For example, his rebirth, memories of his previous life, and learning system are all secrets that cannot be revealed. After obtaining the first authority, Wang Mingzhi adapted to the biological computer very quickly. It only took him half a day to use it like an arm. The biological computer is better than the learning system in that it has an in-body immune laboratory and cell robots, which are important means to fight against the biochemical attacks of the G organization. Wang Mingzhi did not leave immediately. While waiting for Zhang Shi and them to adapt to the period, he handled the Thinking Society and a series of other affairs through the virtual network. Xinguang Instrument Group officially revised the company's basic rules, changing from sole proprietorship to mixed ownership. Wang Mingzhi personally holds 30% of Xinguang Instruments shares, all employees hold 30% of shares, and all citizens hold 40% of shares. Moreover, Wang Mingzhi's personal shares are gradually transitioning to national shares. In fact, SciWeish as a whole is transitioning to national shares, and other state-owned enterprises are also returning to the era of national shares. Finally, Wang Mingzhi's personal shares will not exceed 1%, which is part of the return plan. The large-scale promotion of controlled nuclear fusion and biological computers means that the society as a whole is leaping upward. The large-scale application of controlled nuclear fusion will bring about the era of great material abundance, while biological computers will bring about the era of great knowledge development. Private power must not dominate these two processes, otherwise society will be completely solidified. When cheap energy and knowledge are monopolized, it means that the bottom has lost the ladder to rise, and society has become a world of a small number of elites. Therefore, in these two processes, the shares of the whole people must gain overwhelming power to suppress everything else. In Wang Mingzhi's vision, the real wealth of the future will come from the creation of knowledge, and everyone can obtain sufficient basic protection, and the patent fees and licensing fees of knowledge will promote the public to invest in scientific research or other creative activities. Private companies can only exist as a supplement, and they will be mainly self-employed or small and medium-sized enterprises. Don't even think about the emergence of large enterprises that are too big to be eliminated. Wang Mingzhi established a corporate ceiling system to block private companies that try to break through the boundaries. In fact, as Thinking Society promotes the popularization of the whole people, the future world will enter a world dominated by scientists. All walks of life in China feel incredible about the popularization of Thinking Society. After all, the Xinguang Instrument Group alone is a supergroup with a valuation of 6.4 trillion yuan, which includes 37 wholly owned subsidiaries, 53 holding companies, and 166 shareholding companies. Among its holding companies are SMIC, Shanghai Microelectronics, North Huachuang, Xinjiang Silicon Wafer, etc. Its shareholding companies include High Silicon Chip, Great Wall Computer, Yangtze Memory, TSMC, Nikon, Canon, LG Electronics, Sanshine Electronics, etc. And the Dream Group, Seaway Electric Group, formerly Seaway Battery Company, and Seaway Materials Group under SciWeish are all giant groups with valuations of trillions. The GDP generated by SciWeish in 1 year is higher than that of South Korea, which is truly rich enough to rival a country. If we add the shares of the Citizen Trusteeship Society that Wang Mingzhi had previously given up, he has at least given up 20 trillion yuan in assets. On the edge of West Lake, the Alibaba Group, which has returned to China, is currently developing well, although it lost a lot of domestic market in the early stage and lost part of its international business in the medium term. However, as time goes by, the Alibaba Group has come back to life. For example, it has acquired 24% of the shares of SoftBank in Japan and controlled 43% of the shares of Lotte Group. Taobao.com has also successfully entered South Korea, Japan and part of the Southeast Asian market. Ma Jieka looked at the news on his notebook in silence for more than half an hour. No one knew what he was thinking. Zhang Xiao pushed open the door, looked at Ma Jieka, who was in deep thought, and walked over to ask, "Jack, what are you thinking about?" Ma Jieka, who had regained consciousness, shook his head and smiled bitterly. I'm reading the news of Thinking Society. Thinking Society? Zhang Xiaoyao hated and admired the man who had pushed Ollie into a dead end. It was hard for him not to know about the recent uproar over the popularization of Thinking Society. Ma Jieka continued to say self-deprecatingly, I am not as good as him in being able to take it and let it go. Zhang Xiaoyao, who sat down, also sighed unnaturally. With his current status, no one in the country should be able to force him to do this. Who can make such a decision to give up tens of trillions of assets like this? The most panicked people in the country at this time are definitely those people's rich people. That trend has become more and more obvious. Some people have been secretly transferring assets and preparing to immigrate abroad to continue to live a carefree life. For these people who are no longer in the country, the Netherworld Palace did not retain them. Ma Jieka thought for a long time and finally made up his mind. He said to Zhang Xiaoyao, Xiaoyao, let's change the company structure. This? Zhang Xiaoyao struggled internally. I plan to learn from the models of Huawei and Siweish and revise the basic framework of the company. This is an inevitable choice. Ma Jieka had some vague feelings. His intuition told him that there might be unimaginable mutations in the future. Okay, I support you. Zhang Xiaoyao could only choose to believe Ma Jieka. Chapter 213. April 1st. Wang Mingzhi, Zhang Shihua and others completed the adaptation period of the biocomputer implantation. After completing the neutrino detector project. Next, he carried out the miniaturization of controlled nuclear fusion while studying the grand unified theory of mechanics. These two tasks are very important for the future, and are also one of the keys for mankind to enter the interstellar era. Li Ronwu and Wei Feng, who had just implanted the biocomputer, worked with Wang Mingzhi on these two tasks. On the other side, in the newly formed Life Engineering Group, Chairman Li Jiahong, Chief Technical Director Fang Ge, Senior Researcher Lin Sha and others are discussing the secret promotion of biocomputers. Currently, 4.971 million people in the country have been implanted with biocomputers, and the implantation scale of the 6 bases has reached about 140,000 to 160,000 people per day. Li Jiahong listed the data on the projection screen, and then continued, according to the instructions, we will promote biocomputers to the whole country from now on. How big will the first phase be? Lin Sha asked, stopping her notes. Li Jiahong opened a national map and explained, there are a total of 30 citizen hospitals in the country as implantation sites. Looking at the citizen hospitals in provincial capitals, Fang Ge shook his head and said, these locations are not appropriate. Chief Fang, these locations are convenient for transportation, so there's nothing wrong with that, right? Li Jiahong asked in confusion. Fang Ge explained, provincial capitals are full of people, and it's not easy to control them. We try to set up implantation sites in remote cities. Anyway, the first phase will not be large. Li Jiahong thought about this proposal for a while, and felt that it was inconvenient to go to the provincial capital, but it was better to go to a remote small city. Therefore, the first batch of 30 implantation sites were set up in remote small cities in various provinces. The project named Anti-Cancer Immunotherapy Phase 1 was officially launched for clinical trials across the country. The internal staff of these 30 citizen hospitals have all been implanted with biocomputers, and strict security measures have been taken to ensure that no secrets will be leaked. National news at 8 o'clock in the evening. The male host said to the people in front of the TV in an excited tone, the anti-cancer immune cells developed by the research and development team of Fang Ge, Lin Sha, Li Jiahong, Jiang Tiansheng, and Wen Kehan will enter the first phase of clinical trials from now on. Please see the detailed report below. The reporter interviewed Li Jiahong, Fang Ge and Lin Sha, and introduced the situation of anti-cancer immune cells in treating cancer, and the clinical data of internal experiments that had been conducted before. On the same day, the official website of the Academy of Sciences announced that Fang Ge, Lin Sha, Li Jiahong, Wen Kehan, and Jiang Tiansheng from Fang Ji's research team were included in the list of additional academicians of the 2 academies this year. In fact, it is just a process, and the 5 academicians of the Academy of Sciences are set in stone. As the national news has been broadcasting the treatment location in turn in the past few days, heated discussions have begun online. On the Citizen Forum, a team can get 5 academician nominations. How great is this achievement? They carry Wang. Fang Ge is 20 years old. Wen Kehan is 19 years old. Are you sure you are not kidding? Sweet air. It can be used to treat all malignant tumors except leukemia, and has been tested millions of times internally. Arabian Nights Camel. As a person who has personally experienced the injection of immune cells, the effect after the injection is amazing. Onion Head. At Onion Head, is this true? The effect is so good? Dark World. At Dark World, why would I lie to you? It has entered the internal clinical stage since the end of last year. I have advanced lung cancer and have not relapsed after treatment. Onion Head. After answering, he posted his front and back lung CT scans and test results. Although many people are skeptical of Fang Ge and Wen Kahan, who are too young, as more and more people come forward to speak out. Some cancer patients, who are desperate to save their lives, can no longer care about so many things, and directly contact the treatment center of the provincial civil hospital, or go directly to the treatment center for consultation. The cumulative incidence of cancer in China has increased year by year in recent years, and has reached about 20%. What is the concept? The cumulative incidence rate is 20%, which means that before the age of 75, 1 in 5 people will get cancer. This data is related to the level of development of the country. For example, the cumulative incidence rate of cancer in Australia is about 50%. The more developed the country, the higher the cumulative incidence rate of cancer. However, the cancer mortality rate in developed countries is low, averaging between 20 and 30%, while the cancer mortality rate in country A is very high, almost reaching about 65%. In 2015, the number of people who died of cancer in China was 1.34 million, including 610,000 lung cancer, 400,000 liver cancer, and 330,000 gastric cancer. The number of deaths ranked 4th, 5th, and 6th among the deaths from various diseases in the country, behind stroke, defective heart disease, and chronic lung disease. Last year, there were about 2.33 million deaths from stroke, 1.5 million from heart disease, and 1.01 million from chronic lung disease. Once a biocomputer is implanted, stroke, heart disease, chronic lung disease, cancer, hypertension, and diabetes will all be solved. Every year, 7 to 8 million deaths from illness can be reduced. The human lifespan will reach the limit of brain cells, which is about 230 years. Lingnan, Meizhou. In the suburban citizen hospital, this is the only designated hospital in Lingnan province that has immune cell treatment. As a subsidiary of the Citizens Trust, the Citizens Medical Group is very large, with citizens hospitals all over the country. And unlike general large hospitals, citizens hospitals are generally located in suburban or township areas. Locals generally like to call citizens hospitals sanatoriums or medical towns. The main reason is that citizens hospitals generally occupy the area of a natural village and have very complete internal facilities. For example, staff dormitories, sanatoriums, medical warehouses, isolation areas, biological laboratories, parks and restaurants, supermarkets are all available. Although the reimbursement rate of medical insurance is about 75%, in fact, Citizen Hospital is cheaper, and the comprehensive treatment cost is only about 20 to 30% of that of ordinary hospitals. The reason is that the drugs, medical equipment, and medical consumables of Citizen Medical Group are mostly produced by themselves. Now with the emergence of biological computers, other hospitals are estimated to be close to bankruptcy, especially those private hospitals, which is simply a disaster. However, the Netherworld Palace did not worry too much. This is an inevitable historical trend after the birth of biological computers. Those who lag behind can only be eliminated. Early this morning, cancer patients or their families came to consult about immunotherapy. Lu Jiafu, who came from the next city, waited anxiously while coughing painfully. Many people around him were also sick, and it was obvious that these people were all cancer patients. After waiting in line for more than 2 hours, Lu Jiafu finally arrived. 2 doctors were behind the desk. Doctor. Ahem, can lung cancer be treated here? Lu Jiafu asked hopefully. Okay, do you have a medical record? The younger female doctor asked with a smile. Lu Jiafu quickly took out a stack of medical records and examination reports from a plastic bag, handed them to the female doctor, and waited anxiously. The medical records were from Yunfu Citizens Hospital. The female doctor scanned the code on the medical records into the computer, and Lu Jiafu's electronic medical record popped up immediately. Late-stage lung cancer, diagnosed on September 13, 2015, cancer cells have spread. The middle-aged male doctor looked at it and said, "Your condition is very serious. You need to be hospitalized immediately. Let's take you to the inpatient department first." "Doctor, how much does this treatment cost?" Lu Jiafu asked anxiously. "The immune cell injection is free, and it takes about half a month to be hospitalized, which is about 3,000 yuan. The female doctor replied. Lu Jiafu breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 214. Lu Jiafu, who was admitted to the inpatient department, lay on the bed anxiously. There were 4 beds in the ward, and the other 3 beds were also lung cancer patients. 2 doctors and 2 nurses came in and handed 4 brown paper bags to each patient or family member. "Lu Jiafu, right?" the doctor asked. Lu Jiafu nodded quickly and replied, "Yes, doctor, how am I? Where are the family members? I do it myself." Lu Jiafu knew that the citizen hospital was more open-minded, and if the patient was conscious, it was okay without the family members present. The doctor wrote something on the document, then tore off a number sheet and a situation note sheet, and said, "Here are the precautions. The injection will be given the day after tomorrow afternoon." "Okay, thank you, doctor." "You're welcome." After the doctor left, only Lu Jiafu and 4 other patients and 2 family members were left in the ward. The next bed, which was also alone, was occupied by a middle-aged man with no hair and a pale face. "Dude, your accent doesn't sound like a Mason person." Lu Jiafu put a pillow behind his back, sat up and said, "I cough cough. From Yunfu." "Oh, I'm from Shechong. My name is Lin Guangxing, a local." The bald man Lin Guangxing said weakly. "Yes, I'm from Shechong, cough cough." Lu Jiafu laughed at himself. This name was an indelible sorrow in his heart. He was a stone processor, specializing in processing kitchen marble custom parts for stone factories, and had been working in this industry for more than 10 years. However, the small stone factory did not pay attention to smoke and dust protection, and Lu Jiafu himself relied on his youth and strength to wear protective masks sometimes, and sometimes not. There was no problem in the early years, but 3 years ago, he began to feel chest tightness. It was not until last year when he was examined in the hospital that he knew he had lung cancer. At that moment, he felt as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. It was too late to regret. In the past 6 months, he spent more than 100,000 yuan, but the disease became more and more serious. He saw that his savings over the years were almost gone. Lu Jiafu had given up treatment and planned to stop taking medicine to get relief as soon as possible. It was not until he accidentally saw the news yesterday that he rekindled his hope for life and planned to make a final struggle. Several other patients either smoked for a long time or did not pay attention to prevention at work. For example, Lin Guangxing was an interior decoration worker who often sprayed paint. The helplessness of life is to use your body to exchange money in the first half of your life, and use money to treat your body in the second half of your life. But in the end it was all in vain, and you ruined your body. Cherish your health when you are young and strong. Health can be exchanged for money, but money may not necessarily buy back health. There is no regret medicine in the world. At noon, the hospital nurses pushed the dining cart over and gave each patient a lunch box. In the stainless steel lunch box, there were 4 steamed dumplings, a ball of mashed potatoes, half an egg, a small piece of braised beef, salt-boiled carrots and pea sprouts, and a bowl of kelp, soybean and pork rib soup. Lu Jiafu still felt very uncomfortable eating carrots and mashed potatoes, and often missed the rice he used to eat. Unfortunately, rice can only be grown in greenhouses now, and the yield is very scarce. There is not much rice on the market. During the meal, everyone was watching TV programs. The news was reporting on the famine in India, Bangladesh and other places. Although after a series of crop changes and crackdowns on hoarding, the food supply in these areas is gradually recovering. However, small-scale famines still occur from time to time, mainly during the previous famine, when some hungry people took risks and triggered food riots, which further aggravated the vicious cycle of famine. The economies of these regions were hit hard, and they regressed for more than 10 years, and they have not yet fully recovered. Looking at the emaciated and skinny victims on the news, Lu Jiafu felt how happy it was to be able to eat. If you have never lost something, you will not understand the value of what you have, just like he once had healthy lungs. Only when he lost them, he would regret it. 3 days passed in a flash. Lu Jiafu, who was pushed into the operating room, was nervous and full of expectations. However, unlike the imagined fuss, the doctor only inserted 2 bottles of medicine into his veins and left. One bottle was the bright green anti-cancer immune cell injection, and the other was physiological nutrient solution for lungs. There were 5 other patients in the operating room, also receiving 2 bottles of medicine. More than an hour later, the 2 bottles of medicine had been used up, and the nutrient solution contained anesthetics, and the 6 patients had fallen into a coma. 2 nurses came in. One nurse pulled out the needle, and the other nurse wearing special brain-wave glasses took out a small box she carried with her, and took out something similar to a stethoscope from the small box. Put the metal disc of the stethoscope against the patient's temple. The patient's identity has been verified and meets the new human admission regulations. It turns out that the stethoscope is a brainwave sensor. If the patient has a problem, it will be displayed, and the relevant problems and information will be uploaded to the main server of the artificial intelligence NUWA. Then, through a manual secondary review, the problematic personnel will be marked out in different categories, and finally synchronized to the NUWA core of all new humans. After being synchronously labeled, the new human will know that the other person is the labeled person as soon as he sees the face of the person or shakes hands with him. Lu Jiafu, who was in a coma, came to a virtual space, and the tutorial set by the NUWA kernel was automatically activated after the identity verification was completed. Lu Jiafu, who was confused, realized that the so-called anti-cancer immunotherapy was a false pretense after some understanding. Fortunately, this biological computer can really treat cancer, and after activating the biological computer, it will be immune to most diseases in the future. Viruses, bacteria, parasites, organ diseases, and organic toxins are all immune. Unless you are shot in the head or instantly turned into ashes, it is really difficult to die. It is estimated that the hospital can only retain surgery, obstetrics, pediatrics, and psychiatry, add a body transformation guidance department, a body reconstruction nursing department, and sell special nutrient solution. After waking up, Lu Jiafu, who just opened his eyes, found that there were still 6 people in the ward, but the bottle of anti-cancer immune cell injection had been taken away, and the nutrient solution was replaced with a bottle. Looking at the others, they also looked at him blankly, but a line of words appeared on Lu Jiafu's retina. Lin Guangxing, new human. Huang Dafu, new human. If there is no label of new human, then according to the new human charter, they cannot leak the relevant information of the biological computer. If it is labeled lizard, crow, rat, these pronouns, it means that these people have problems, and there is a special explanation on the NUWA kernel. The 6 people looked at each other, and they didn't know how to speak. They felt that the world had changed and became unreal after waking up. However, the lungs, which were gradually getting better, told them that all this was real. Lu Jiafu and Lin Guangxing and others started chatting. Since they were forbidden to talk about biocomputers outside, they could only talk about family, work, or local customs. To talk about biocomputers, they could only talk about them in the virtual world of the new humans, and it was temporarily forbidden to discuss them outside. A week later, everyone's lung cancer was completely cured, and they also initially adapted to the existence of biocomputers. With the 1,300 yuan returned by the hospital, Lu Jiafu felt like he was reborn. Chapter 215. As the first batch of cancer patients were discharged from the hospital after recovery, anti-cancer immune cell therapy became a hot topic in society, and even some foreign media reported it. And those cured cancer patients did not hesitate to speak out. Anyway, biological computers can really treat cancer. They are telling the truth. Of course, other people only know that anti-cancer immune cell therapy can treat cancer, but they don't know how deep the water is. Since the first batch of people who tried it had good results, other cancer patients also rushed to the treatment sites in various places. At one time, 30 designated citizen hospitals were crowded with people. Citizen Forum. I recommend that all patients get immune cell injections as soon as possible. The treatment effect is very good. Shicheng passed. I feel like I have been reborn. Don't hesitate. Get injected and get treated early. The fragrance of plum blossoms comes from the bitter cold. If you don't have cancer, can you prevent cancer after injection? Late stage of lazy cancer. At late stage of lazy cancer can be prevented, but the first clinical stage does not accept injections for non-cancer patients. Meizhou Citizen Hospital, official certification, the treatment cost is very low, only more than 1,000 yuan. Food Hunter. The immune cell injection is free, and the more than 1,000 yuan is the cost of hospitalization, food, and nutrient solution. ABHK. It's so fake, the big circle is deceiving itself. I would rather eat the shit of the British than inject this kind of fun. Victoria Bay's system announcement. Victoria Bay has been banned. It turns out that it is the shit-eating losers who are barking. It is best not to inject such people forever. Mars. If ordinary people are indignant about these shit-eating losers, then the new humans who have been injected with biological computers find it funny. When the new humans see such remarks, it is as if they are watching monkeys juggling. They don't know how huge an opportunity they have rejected. It is just like a mortal who rejected Zhen Yuanzi's ginseng fruit. It is really a self-inflicted disaster. The netherworld treats both sides of the Taiwan Strait, and Hong Kong and Macau equally. The mainland will be forced to be injected in the later stage, while people in Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan can choose freely. Of course, after the injection, they have no choice. The new human charter of the Niwa Corps is based on domestic laws. At that time, it will be clear who is loyal and who is treacherous. The medical points of the 30 citizens' hospitals are full every day, which shows that there are many cancer patients in the country. In order to facilitate treatment, the Citizens Medical Group has started artificial intelligence management, which arranges time for the urgency of cancer patients and gives priority to the treatment of serious and urgent patients. At the same time, the injection work in the 6 bases has not stopped and is still progressing rapidly. Every day, 140,000 to 160,000 people receive biocomputer implants. The number of new humans is increasing day by day. The increase in new humans further promotes the overall progress of society. Every new human can easily become a senior engineer or senior technician. If the talent is suitable for the profession, they can even become scientists or researchers. Obviously, biocomputers will trigger great changes. Hospitals, schools, enterprises, etc. must make corresponding adjustments and changes. After receiving the biocomputer implant, Zheng Cheng, who returned to work again, had to sigh that the times were changing too fast. Although Xingho School will not be cancelled, changes are urgent. The education of Xingho Primary School will focus on language, interest cultivation, ideology and morality, physical exercise, sociology, and tutoring students in various subjects. These subjects are designed to shape students' sound personality. In the middle school stage, the learning of professional knowledge will be gradually increased. Due to concerns about the impact of biocomputers on children's bodies, after the injection of biocomputers, before the age of 18, the biocomputers only perform automatic protection mechanisms, and supermemory is gradually opened with age. After adulthood, the first authority will be activated and autonomous control will be obtained. Therefore, Spark School will focus on the personality shaping and creativity cultivation of students. After all, professional knowledge is too simple for new humans. Therefore, cultivating students with sound personality and creativity has become the top priority of future work. Zheng Cheng stood on the second floor and looked out at the mountains in the distance. The mountains and forests were inlaid with glittering gems, which were rows of agricultural glass greenhouses. Under the big banyan tree in the playground, students were doing physical exercises. This is an era full of hope. He sighed that human technology is reshaping a new world. The promotion of agricultural greenhouses is becoming more and more in depth. Many towns have completely changed the agricultural model. The emergence of new humans requires more attention to agriculture. Because the new humans need more food than ordinary people, before safe synthetic food is available, once all citizens are transformed into new humans, the overall food demand of society will increase by about 5 times. In order to solve this problem, on the one hand, the netherworld is increasing agricultural investment, and on the other hand, high-energy synthetic food technology has also entered the research and development stage. At the same time, Fong Ge and his team are also designing 2 new cell robots. One is a rechargeable cell robot, which is a cell that can directly convert electrical energy into biochemical energy, store this chemical energy in the body, and thus reduce the intake of some food. The other is the absorption cell robot, which is used to assist the human digestive system and fully absorb the nutrients and energy of food. Although according to nutrition, the energy absorption rate of human beings for protein, fat, and carbohydrates is very high, 92% for protein, 95% for fat, and 97 to 98% for carbohydrates. It seems very high, but in fact, humans do not fully utilize the energy in food. According to thermodynamics, the calorific value of human excrement is very high, and it can directly produce flames after being dried and ignited. Humans are omnivores, and pigs are also omnivores. The calorific value of pig feces is 4,043 kilocalories per kilogram. The digestive capacity of pigs is not worse than that of humans. This value is almost catching up with the calorific value of low-grade coal, 4,500 kilocalories per kilogram. The comprehensive calorific value of the food eaten is about 5,500 kilocalories per kilogram if the fat content of the food is relatively high. Through calculation, it can be seen that the energy absorption rate is about 26.5%. Therefore, the energy utilization rate of food will not be too high. The energy absorption rate of human beings for food leads to a lot of energy being wasted. In addition, considering that some people are lactose intolerant and do not absorb milk directly after drinking it, the overall absorption rate of food energy by humans should be between 20 and 30%. If we can use absorbing cell robots to help humans fully absorb the energy of these foods, we can save a lot of food. Even if we can't achieve 100%, if we can achieve about 90%, we can save about 2/3 of the food. Adding charging cell robots, the food problem of the new humans can be solved. In addition, under normal circumstances, the food consumption of new humans is about 50% more than that of ordinary people. Unless they are doing intense exercise, or repairing or treating their bodies, their energy consumption will increase sharply. In this case, special nutrient solution or nutrient blocks are needed for supplementation. Now, in order to avoid affecting food reserves, new humans can only maintain a low power consumption state. If they eat freely, a new human can eat the food of 5 ordinary people. No matter how much food reserves there are, they can't withstand the eating and drinking of these big eaters. Increasing revenue and reducing expenditure is the kingly way. Chapter 216. The Mediterranean Sea in April is already sunny. Boeing or Airbus planes land or take off at Rome's International Airport. A group of solemn-looking people from country A got off an international flight from Beijing. They came to the airport gate. The local embassy had arranged a special bus and airport pickup personnel. Zhao Haifeng was the leader of the team. After the bus arrived at the embassy in Rome, he quickly completed the work handover with his predecessor and informed the local officials of the matter. Since April this year, the Netherworld has begun to arrange the rotation of overseas personnel in batches, withdrawing all ordinary people to inject biocomputers and replace them with new humans. With the start of the global contraction strategy, the Netherworld has planned to gradually withdraw overseas Chinese workers and students. This is a choice, or a big screening. As soon as the handover was completed, Zhao Haifeng immediately got down to work. Unlike ordinary people, new humans can do many things at the same time. For example, Zhao Haifeng was talking to military officer Lu Wei, but the two held hands. Lu Wei, are you used to it? How was the inspection? Lu Wei on the side smiled and replied, it's okay, but the mosquitoes are too annoying. 16 eavesdropping devices were found. The local A country store should have mosquito nets and toilet water. I will arrange for the office staff to buy some later. Don't dismantle them for the time being. We will adapt to the situation. That's good. I understand. The handshake allows them to communicate directly with each other through brain waves. On the surface, they say one thing, but behind the scenes, they say another. Cheng Ximing, who was studying at the University of Rome, looked gloomy after hanging up the phone. His roommate Lin Muhua looked at Cheng Ximing, who looked unhappy, and asked hurriedly, what's wrong? After a long sigh, Cheng Ximing replied in a low voice, my dad asked me to give up my degree at the University of Rome and return to China to study. What? Return to China to study? Lin Muhua looked confused, and saw that Cheng Ximing's expression didn't seem to be joking. What does your uncle think? Who knows what he thinks? Cheng Ximing took a bottle of dark beer from the refrigerator and drank a big gulp of it in great depression. Lin Muhua knew that Cheng Ximing's family ran a restaurant and had tens of millions of assets, but unlike the second-generation rich who came to gild themselves, Cheng Ximing was a top student with real talent. Having received 5 scholarships, his Italian mentor was very optimistic about Cheng Ximing and hoped that he could stay in Rome to work after graduation. I didn't expect such a change to happen now. Why don't you talk to your uncle again? Lin Muhua said. Cheng Ximing drank a bottle of dark beer, shook his head, and smiled bitterly. He has issued an ultimatum. If you don't go back, he will sever the father-son relationship. Lin Muhua didn't dare to say anything now. After all, this is a family matter. Cheng Ximing's father has done this. He can't persuade him to sever the father-son relationship. Cheng Ximing, who was very depressed, just lay down on the bed. His cell phone rang again, took it out, and saw that it was his sister. Hello, sister? Ximing, come back soon. Come back and see Dad for the last time. The voice on the other end of the phone was slightly tearful. What? Cheng Ximing jumped up. Sister, what's going on? It's hard to explain over the phone. I send you the Inspur account. You can see for yourself. After that, his sister hung up the phone. Cheng Ximing, who was so nervous that he was sweating, quickly opened the Inspur account on his phone, and soon his sister sent him a few photos. It was his father's physical examination report and bladder cancer diagnosis report, as well as a CT scan. Cheng Ximing was stunned, covering his forehead, looking at the report on his phone in a daze. What's wrong now? Muhua, help me pack my things. I need to go back to China right away. My dad has bladder cancer. I need to go back to see him. After a moment of shock, Lin Muhua remembered something. Bladder cancer? Isn't there a cancer treatment method in China? Do you believe it? Cheng Ximing, who was preparing to book a flight on his phone, asked back. After thinking about it, Lin Muhua really didn't believe it. After all, it can treat all cancers except leukemia, which sounds like a scam. This is a common view abroad. Not only the media doubts the authenticity, but even top medical journals such as The Lancet and Cell are skeptical. In fact, with the rise of Chinese journals in recent years, the academic community in country A has been reluctant to publish papers in foreign journals, resulting in a growing gap between the academic circles in the East and the West. It's like you play your Lancet, I do my Shenong Jing, and the clear distinction is becoming more and more obvious. Moreover, Fong Ji's biocomputer involves top secrets, and obviously, he will not publish a paper publicly. This has led to the West not recognizing the therapeutic effect of anti-cancer immune cells, and even many overseas students and expatriates are full of doubts. Zheng Zhiming, who bought the plane ticket overnight, didn't know that his sister, who had just called him, was happily eating and drinking with her parents in her own restaurant. Obviously, his parents deliberately tricked Zheng Zhiming to return to China. As for the reason for asking him to return to China, it was naturally to prepare for the implantation of the biocomputer. Why go abroad to study after implanting a biological computer? The new human beings do not recognize foreign degree certificates now. After all, with the blessing of biological computers, every new human being is a polymath and a senior engineer. In this case, the previous degree certificates can only be used as a reference at most. Who knows how many skills and knowledge packages the other party has added to themselves. In addition, the Netherworld has decrypted part of the intelligence of the G organization within the new human beings, especially explaining the rice plague incident in 2015 and the biochemical transformation human attack incident. Once they learned about this kind of crazy fungus and the non-human biochemically modified people, all the new humans understood the horror of the G organization. Once the G organization started to attack, the danger abroad would rise sharply. Even if they were all humans, they would kill each other, not to mention these non-humans, especially some new humans who valued human bloodline very much, and they wanted to destroy the G organization right now. If you don't call your relatives back to China to inject the biocomputer now, there will be no regrets later. Lin Muhua, who watched Zheng Zhiming board the plane back home, was about to turn around and go back to the dormitory. Suddenly his cell phone rang. It turned out to be his father. "Hello, Dad?" "Muhua, it's getting harder and harder to stay in China now. Have you finished registering the company I asked you to register last time?" Listening to his father's complaining tone, Lin Muhua was also very angry. If they do this, sooner or later everyone will run away. "I registered the company in Rome." "Well, I asked Hong Kong to remit the money over. There are 120 million US. Dad, is this all the money left in our family?" Lin Muhua frowned. "What do you know? We are thankful that we can transfer so much money." "Okay." After hanging up the phone, Lin Muhua's heart was bleeding. His family's assets were at least 2 billion yuan, but he didn't expect that he could only transfer less than half of it. The Netherworld will not show mercy to those who want to transfer assets, and will directly learn the method of country B. If you want to leave, you can spit out your assets immediately. Fate is so wonderful. The choices of Zheng Zhiming and Lin Muhua represent the different mentality of two groups of people, and this choice will deeply affect their second half of life. The new humans in China use various excuses to pull their families back to China to prepare for the injection of biological computers. And some of the rich people reluctantly cut their losses and left the market. The whole family packed their luggage and went to the free country with fresh air in their dreams. Chapter 217. Great Britain. The Lancet is located in its office in London. Johnny Horton put down the reply letter in his hand with anger and helplessness. This was the reply letter from the Institute of Biomedical Sciences of the Academy of Sciences of Country A to the Lancet. He did not expect that the other party would refuse academic exchanges without hesitation, and the reason was very embarrassing for Johnny Horton, the editor-in-chief of the Lancet. The reply letter from the Dean of the Institute of Biomedical Sciences directly stated, "Anti-cancer immune cell therapy. It will not be promoted abroad, nor does it need any foreign recognition." This is the first time that Johnny Horton has been answered like this in his more than 10 years as the editor-in-chief of the Lancet. The female assistant with freckles on her face knocked on the door and said with a smile, "Editor-in-chief Horton, Professor John Victor of the University of London and Professor Jason F. Midd of the University of Oxford are visiting." Johnny Horton raised his glasses. "Let them in. By the way, bring a cup of black coffee and a cup of green tea." "Okay." A moment later, two people, one fat and one thin, walked in. The fat old man had an Einstein hairstyle, and his belly looked like he was 5 or 6 months pregnant. He was Jason F. Mitt, a professor at the Medical School of Oxford University, working on cancer, genetics, and immunocytology. The other middle-aged white man with a mohawk back hair, wearing a meticulous black and white plaid shirt, was John Victor, the head of the Institute of Biomedical Sciences at the University of London, and one of the special reviewers of The Lancet. "Please take a seat, old friends. Aisha has prepared black coffee and green tea." Jason F. Mitt complained as soon as he sat down. "Today's weather is terrible, my rusty body is about to mold." "You should lose weight, Teacher Jason," John Victor said, sitting upright beside him. It turned out that the two of them were still teacher and student. Editor-in-Chief Johnny Horton handed the reply letter to Jason F. Mitt, and then said helplessly, "This is the reply letter from the Academy of Sciences of Country A." Jason F. Mitt frowned at first glance when he received the reply letter, especially the long Chinese paragraph at the beginning, which was translated into English after the Chinese translation. Judging from the grammar and wording, it was translated by computer software. Obviously, the A countrymen were too lazy to even write an English reply letter. After reading the awkward English translation, Jason F. Mitt frowned even more. John Victor, who was standing next to him, took a look and also got a rough idea. "Are they going to break up with us?" John Victor said angrily. "What do you think, Jason?" Johnny Horton looked at the silent Jason F. Mitt. Jason F. Mitt sighed. At this time, the female assistant opened the office and placed a cup of black coffee and a cup of green tea in front of Jason F. Mitt and John Victor, as well as a plate of waffles. "Gentlemen, please enjoy your meal. Call me if you need anything." "Thank you, beautiful Ms. Aisha." After the female assistant left, Jason F. Mitt took a sip of black coffee, then put down the cup and said, "The gap between the two sides has become larger and larger. Science should not be related to politics." Looking at the green tea leaves in the cup, John Victor shook his head. "After all, we are people of the country, and scientists are also people. Many things can only be compromised. From their domestic reports, anti-cancer immune cells should have a certain therapeutic effect." Jason F. Mitt continued, "Teacher, you are an expert in this field. Can immune cells really eliminate cancer cells and achieve therapeutic effects?" Hearing the question from student John Victor, Jason F. Mitt thought for a moment and replied, "The human immune system itself can eliminate cancer cells, but cancer cells are very tenacious and have strong resistance and vitality. Usually, cancer cells defeat immune cells." Johnny Horton quickly asked, "In other words, the results of the people in Country A are fake?" "Johnny, don't learn from the BBC. You are the editor-in-chief of the world's top medical journal. We must use science and data to prove it, not speculation." Jason F. Mitt refuted unhappily. After being refuted by Jason F. Mitt, Johnny Horton felt that he was blinded by the anger in his heart. If he really denied the anti-cancer immune cells without any basis, once the other party really had a therapeutic effect, the consequence would be to damage the authority and academic status of The Lancet. "I'm very sorry, Jason. Thank you for your reminder." John Victor on the side thought for a while and said, "Teacher, I want to go to Country A to see for myself." "John, you have to think clearly. You may not be welcomed by the other party this time," Jason F. Mitt reminded. "For the truth, this is nothing. In fact, John Victor is not the only one who has such an idea abroad. Some medical research institutions or medical scientists have the same idea. They want to go to Country A to find out whether this anti-cancer immune cell is really as amazing as Country A boasts. However, considering that the Academy of Sciences of Country A rejected many applications for academic exchanges, John Victor did not bother to apply, but took a plane to Shanghai on a tourist visa. John Victor brought two other colleagues from the Institute to Shanghai on April 24th. However, after accessing the internet of Country A, he realized that things were not that simple. The 30 designated hospitals that were made public were all in very remote small cities. Another problem was that these designated hospitals did not allow non-Country A people to enter. Even if people from Country A entered, the screening was very strict. He originally wanted to contact several friends and students in the medical field in Country A. When they first heard that John Victor was coming to Country A, they were very enthusiastic. But when they heard that John Victor wanted to know about anti-cancer immune cells, their attitudes changed immediately, and they quickly rejected the idea. One of the new humans who had been injected with the biological computer immediately reported the matter through the virtual network. John Victor had not yet seen anti-cancer immune cells, was targeted. However, considering that the other party was a professional scholar, and the possibility of being a spy was relatively low, no strong measures were taken. John Victor and his group in the hotel were at a loss when his door was knocked. John Victor, confused, opened the door and saw 3 men in Zhongshan suits outside. The other party showed a certificate. "Mr. John Victor, right?" Yes, what's the problem? The middle-aged man in the gray Zhongshan suit smiled and said, Mr. Victor, we already know the purpose of your visit to Country A. I have notified your embassy and asked you to leave within 2 days. John Victor immediately defended himself. What, sir, I didn't commit any crime, I just came here for tourism. Victor, this is just a piece of advice. We certainly welcome you to travel, but if you come here for anti-cancer immune cells, you better leave. The middle-aged man squinted his eyes and said. John Victor suddenly felt a wave of fear, as if the prey was being stared at by the predator. After the middle-aged man left, he slumped on the sofa in a cold sweat. 2 days later, John Victor left Shanghai with regret. Many foreign scholars, who had the same purpose as John Victor, were all turned away. Obviously, the Netherworld would not allow the biological computer to be leaked out, which is an important means to fight against the G organization. Chapter 218. In the vast blue waters of the South China Sea, a surprising warship is sailing near the Nansha Islands. Among modern warships, except for aircraft carriers, there are few warships with a displacement of more than 100,000 tons. And this huge warship in front of you can tell at a glance that it has a displacement of more than 100,000 tons. Not only are the forces in Southeast Asia secretly watching this warship, but even the other 4 of the 5 gangsters are also observing it through satellites. After more than a year of gradual land reclamation, Huayang Reef has expanded from the previous 0.32 square kilometers to 21.6 square kilometers. It is also the largest island in the Nansha Islands. After more than a year of land reclamation, there are already 8 islands in the Nansha Islands, with an area of more than 10 square kilometers. Zhang Wei, the base commander of Huayang Reef Base, is lining up with his mecha team to welcome the ship at the port. Not far away, the huge warship is slowly approaching the berth under the command of the port management tower. Many domestic tourists are also at the civilian port next door, looking at the warship that is like a small mountain. It's so big. Seeing this supersized warship for the first time, Zhang Shihao couldn't help but turn on the camera of his mobile phone and took more than a dozen photos of the majestic behemoth. Several military fans around him also did the same thing. They were all members of the domestic military fan club. This time they came to Huayang Reef specifically to visit the exoskeleton armor. They didn't expect to have an unexpected surprise. The warship was anchored in the port, and Zhang Shihao finally saw the name painted on the side. Baiqi, ZL01, so it's called Baiqi, this name is murderous. Zhang Shihao said excitedly to his friend beside him. As a tech geek and military fan, Kai Yadong stared at the equipment on the Baiqi with shining eyes. After careful observation for a while, he really found a lot of unusual things. How? This Baiqi should be the one that was exposed some time ago. Are you talking about the mysterious warship in Dalian shipyard? Yes. After observing for a while, Zhang Shihao said in surprise, Dongzi, there is no chimney on this ship? Chimney? Kai Yadong picked up the telescope and scanned the entire Baiqi, and indeed did not find any chimneys. In theory, even nuclear power needs chimneys. After all, whether it is a heavy oil gas turbine or a nuclear-powered steam turbine, it is essentially boiling water. Without an exhaust chimney, it can't be started at all. Will it be an underwater exhaust mode? Kai Yadong guessed. Underwater exhaust? This is possible. Underwater exhaust means putting the exhaust pipe into the seawater. The advantage is that it can reduce infrared detection, but the disadvantage is that it is difficult to maintain. It is generally only suitable for small destroyers or frigates. Currently, the German Federation has played more, and the former Qi Luxia also had it. The Baiqi has no steam turbine at all, so naturally there is no need for an exhaust chimney, and it directly uses the Jinwu nuclear fusion reactor and a large electric motor. The advantages of using electric motors as engines are obvious. First, there is almost no infrared reaction. Second, there is no need for boilers and boiler water, which saves a lot of internal space. Third, acceleration and deceleration are fast. The disadvantage is that the power consumption is very large. Even ordinary nuclear fission reactors cannot withstand the swallowing of this power tiger. But who says that Country A has a nuclear fusion reactor, and the power generation method is direct photovoltaic and thermoelectric power generation? There is no need to boil water, so it is better to use electric motors directly. However, military fans quickly shifted their attention to the equipment of the Baiqi. The Baiqi is different from both large-deck aircraft carriers and traditional battleships. There is no radar receiving antenna board or antenna dish on the central island, which looks extremely neat and monotonous. In fact, the Baiqi's radar system is a built-in neutrino detector, and even the sonar system has been cancelled. 5 Diting 3 detectors can monitor the radius of 500 to 2,000 kilometers without blind spots. Whether in the ocean trench, on a remote island, in low Earth orbit, in the atmosphere, in an underground base, or on a high-speed aircraft, they will all be exposed under the neutrino flow of the Diting detector. Dongzi, what are those spheres on the deck? Zhang Shihao was confused. Kai Yadong, who was well informed, was also puzzled. There were a total of 8 spheres on the deck, 4 on the front and rear decks, and another 8 on the sides of the ship. The sphere is not a true sphere, but a sphere composed of a honeycomb structure. This is the first time that everyone has seen this mysterious device. The sphere is actually a gamma-ray laser, the killer weapon on the Baichi. With the help of the Diting detection system, the maximum precision strike radius can reach 80 to 200 kilometers, and the minimum error is 0.1 meters. Therefore, the Baichi has an absolute defense circle with a radius of about 50 kilometers. Physical attacks other than electromagnetic guns are ineffective. In fact, even a mature electromagnetic gun cannot get close to Baichi, because the electromagnetic gun is affected by the ground curvature of the blue planet and must be within 20 to 30 kilometers before it can attack. When the electromagnetic gun is close to 20 to 30 kilometers, Baichi will have already blown up the opponent. The attack and defense integrated array composed of 16 gamma-ray lasers, 5 listening neutrino detectors form a blind spot monitoring, and 2 silent neutrino shields can silence nuclear reactions within 1,500 kilometers around. In conjunction with 2 Jinwu 2-type nuclear fusion reactors, it provides Baichi with a steady stream of surging energy. It is also equipped with a part of the Dongfeng series as a backup. This is a real ship of destruction. As a super battleship with highly integrated electrical equipment, Baichi has also made great efforts to combat electromagnetic interference. Various anti-electromagnetic coatings and partitions developed by Thinking Materials Group can effectively defend against electromagnetic interference. In addition, Baichi also has 2 main control supercomputers, 1 electronic computer and 1 biological computer, but the design of the shipborne biological computer has not yet been completed. The Baichi's own ability to resist attacks is also extraordinary. With the support of various new materials, it is difficult to sink unless it is directly hit by the mushroom egg. And the mushroom egg has a silencing system and cannot trigger a nuclear reaction, which is simply unsolvable. On the dock, Baichi's Captain Li Haoyu and a dozen sailors, wearing a simplified version of the blue-gray exoskeleton, met with Zhang Wei and others. Captain Li, please come in. The group headed towards the Huayang Reef base building. After entering the base commander's office, Li Haoyu handed the briefcase to Zhang Wei. Base Commander Zhang, you should make arrangements as soon as possible and deploy the equipment as soon as possible. After taking the briefcase, Zhang Wei saluted and replied, we are ready. This time, the Baichi did not come alone. There were 3 large supply ships accompanying it, carrying the Jinwu nuclear fusion reactor, gamma-ray laser, Diting neutrino detector, silent neutrino shielding device, etc. The purpose is to strengthen the power of the Huayang Reef base and build it into a pillar of Tian'an. In addition, the Baichi will also conduct a simulated exercise near the Nansha Islands to show some strength. After all, affected by the rice plague, the situation in the surrounding areas is unstable, and it is very necessary to increase deterrence appropriately. Chapter 219. May 3rd. At the Huayang Reef base, many surrounding forces were invited to visit this simulated exercise. On the top floor observation deck of the Huayang Reef Marine Comprehensive Observation Station building, domestic and foreign observers or special commissioners were inside the awning. Some people were discussing in a low voice, while others were silent with telescopes. Aoki Ing, an observer from Japan, was observing the base with a telescope. It was hard to imagine that this was an island reef with an area of less than 0.32 square kilometers. In just 1 year, more than 20 square kilometers of land have been acquired here. There are fishing ports and cargo docks, ship repair plants, supply stations, lighthouses, and maritime communication centers on the island. Behind this ocean building is a dormitory area. There is also a 15-story agricultural planting building covering an area of 500 acres around it, which can meet the needs of the island's personnel for vegetables, fruits and meat. With the addition of power stations and desalination plants, it can basically be self-sufficient and does not need large-scale transportation of materials from the mainland for supplies. Especially for the desalination technology and agricultural planting building technology, Aoki Ing focused on these 2 areas. However, there are not many civilian open areas in the Huayang Reef base, only about 5 square kilometers, and the other areas are martial law areas that are not open to the public. As a foreigner, Aoki naturally cannot get close. Next to him is a short old man named Takeda Nobumitsu, who is a ship design expert. It is said that his grandfather was one of the designers of the Yamato class. Takeda Nobumitsu focused on the Baichi in the port, observing with a telescope and writing and drawing in his notebook from time to time. After putting down the telescope, Aoki Hideo put on sunglasses and turned his head to look at the other people on the observation deck. In particular, when he saw the 3 observers from Malacca, he couldn't help but sneer. Among the 3 observers from Malacca, there were actually 2 white people, and the observers or special envoys from Annan, Siam, and Malaysia also had 1 or 2 white people. Everyone knows it. Who else could be behind this except the other 4 big gangsters? And Aoki came here this time with an important mission. Around 9:23 a.m. the lonely Baichi started to leave the port without any warning and moved quickly towards the open sea. Huh? Takeda Nobumitsu widened his eyes in surprise and quickly grabbed the telescope to observe carefully. Strange. There is no chimney, and it seems that it is not underwater exhaust. Takeda Nobumitsu muttered to himself while observing. Other observers also noticed this situation. This kind of start without any signs, the acceleration is so fast, and there is no exhaust pipe. After thinking about it, only electric motors can meet the above characteristics. As the engine of large ships, electric motors must be nuclear power, and a large-scale nuclear power. Takeda Nobumitsu wrote electric motors and nuclear power in his notebook. After a while, the Baichi disappeared from everyone's sight, but then on one side of the observation deck, the figure of the Baichi appeared on 4 large screens. 4 large drones were broadcasting live around the Baichi, and the observers carrying notebooks directly broadcast these images. Around the world, those forces that wanted to observe the Baichi had organized a large number of experts and scholars to stare at the broadcast images. The big gangsters, who had the conditions, also used satellites in outer space to observe the Baichi's every move. 2 hours later, in the open sea area southeast of about 44 nautical miles from Huayong Reef, the Baichi had arrived at the designated location. The simulation exercise officially kicked off. There is a virtual sand table behind the viewing platform, where you can see some deployment of troops. The 2 sides of the exercise are very simple and clear. Red side, Baichi. Blue side, beyond Baichi. On the sand table, 2 groups of submarine formations appeared 51 nautical miles southwest of Baichi and 46 nautical miles northwest. Then 8 torpedoes rushed towards Baichi from 2 major directions. Ivankinov, who was wearing the skin of an observer, suddenly had a look in his eyes. When he saw the speed of the torpedo, he knew what it was. Supercavitating torpedo technology is Lucia's specialty, and his Poseidon nuclear-powered torpedo is a simple and crude masterpiece of the bear. But before Ivankinov could react, some blue missile signs appeared on the virtual sandbox. A roar sounded in his ears, and it turned out to be the Fire Dragon rocket from Huayong Reef. Gulu. Ivankinov was frightened because there were too many rockets launched from Huayong Reef, and they were too dense. In just a few minutes, hundreds of large rockets were poured over. Supercavitating torpedoes, missiles from all directions, dense supersaturated rockets, the observers present were all frightened. Even the 7th Fleet with the Aegis system could not withstand an attack of this scale. What made everyone even more terrified was that this was only the first wave, and the second wave was launched soon. At this time, the first wave of rockets and missiles was approaching the Baichi at a high speed. Inside the command cabin of the Baichi ship island, Captain Li Haoyu sat upright. Report, for torpedoes in the northeast, for torpedoes in the northwest. Report, Huayong Reef Base. Li Haoyu ordered loudly, clear all attacks, lock targets, and prepare to counterattack. Yes. Based on the feedback information from the listening detector, the shipboard supercomputer quickly locked the trajectory of all attacks. The 16 gamma-ray lasers, with the assistance of the supercomputer, then locked all targets, and in an instant, the invisible and deadly ultimate light swept the surrounding attacks. No matter how fast the missiles and torpedoes are, they are not faster than the gamma rays at the speed of light. On the virtual sandbox, the first wave of attacks was instantly cleared. What? Aoki jumped up in astonishment. Other observers also opened their mouths wide. On the one hand, they were surprised that these missiles and torpedoes were real, and on the other hand, they felt incredible that they were cleared in an instant. More than a dozen large drones in various directions broadcast live footage of all attacks being intercepted and destroyed in an instant. The violent explosion, the powerful shock wave, and the water column that soared into the sky all showed that these missiles and torpedoes were equipped with warheads. The second wave of attacks that followed was also cleared in an instant. What kind of technology is this? Is it laser? All the people present were professionals, and they quickly guessed the defense method of the Baichi. At this time, about 59 nautical miles northwest of the Baichi, a warship that was about to be scrapped had been set to automatic driving mode. However, there were iron cages arranged in the cabin and on the deck, with fat white pigs in them, and more than a dozen chimpanzees in the cockpit. Through the camera on the ship and the large drone nearby, the observers on the observation deck saw that these white pigs and chimpanzees were alive and kicking. Suddenly, without any warning, the surveillance camera on the ship was covered with snow. Through the live broadcast of the large drone, everyone saw that the white pigs on the deck were roasted in an instant, and even partially carbonized. Gulu, Aokiing swallowed his dry throat involuntarily, and a sense of fear enveloped everyone's heart. This was 59 nautical miles away, and it was destroyed in an instant. Although the ship was still floating on the sea, everyone knew that it was definitely roasted inside. Chapter 220. The drone zoomed in. At this time, the abandoned ship deck was filled with the aroma of roasted meat. Of course, the drone could not convey the smell, so it could only show everyone that the white pigs were roasted to a crisp on the outside and inside. The Baichi was obviously a bit too strong, and some of the white pigs had turned into charcoal. The cooking skills need to be improved. Zhang Wei, who was on the observation deck, raised his mouth slightly. What he wanted was for these guys to be afraid and dreadful, otherwise who would this simulated exercise be for? Of course, we have to bring our dear audience a visual enjoyment with great impact. Next, the Baichi roasted a target ship about 72 nautical miles away, and a target ship about 95 nautical miles away. The Baichi, whose cooking skills have improved, finally roasted the chimpanzee and white-striped pig on the target ship to be crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Now all it needs is a handful of chili powder or cumin powder. However, the observers on the observation deck probably don't have the mood to eat barbecue. The various forces watching the broadcast were also in a mess at this time. Experts and scholars were discussing fiercely, and the intelligence director was sweating and making phone calls. Although the two most important trump cards were not released, the deterrent power of the gamma-ray laser alone was enough to make many people uneasy. Qing Muing frowned in thought. From the current situation, the killer of the Baichi battleship is the laser, and it is a very powerful laser. Considering that the laser energy level of Country A has been constantly updated in recent years, it is reasonable that it can develop this level of laser. However, the range of 95 nautical miles is about 176 kilometers. But Qing Muing did not think that this range was real. According to the habit of the A country people to hide their weaknesses, it is possible to double it. What made Qing Muing even more terrified was that this laser could hit supercavitating torpedoes hundreds of meters under the sea, which means that this laser is also suitable for use against submarines. Super strong interception capability, super strong attack power. No wonder the A country people want to revive the battleship. The attack power of the aircraft carrier itself is a weak chicken, and it can only rely on the combat power of carrier-based aircraft. Once it meets the Baichi, it is estimated that there is only one way to go. After all, no matter how powerful the aircraft and missiles are, they are not faster than lasers. However, Aokiing calmed down immediately. Anyway, the headache now is not Japan, but a certain world boss that is about to fall. Japan, which worships the strong and likes to rely on the strong, has a very simple idea. At worst, they can change their allegiance. Anyway, they have been sons for thousands of years, so there is nothing embarrassing about calling him father again. On the observation deck, a group of observers had their own thoughts. The exercise lasted for more than 5 hours, during which the Baichi successfully intercepted 6 supersaturation offensives and killed all submarines, warships, and island bases. Of course, this was an exercise. Although the attack on Baichi was real, Baichi did not dare to fight back. If you get hit by a gamma-ray laser, you will be killed. Although the new generation of equipment has anti-gamma-ray barriers, most old equipment does not. If you get hit by gamma rays, it may cause a big accident. As soon as the exercise ended, the observers hurriedly packed up. Everyone, don't you want to stay for dinner? I've asked someone to bring back the roasted pigs. Zhang Wei asked with a smile. I don't eat pork. Goodbye. The Malaysian observer refused with a dry laugh. However, the white man behind him pulled him and gave him a look, asking him to take a piece of pork. The embarrassed Malaysian observer, his face flushed like liver, was angry and embarrassed, but considering the strength behind the other party, he could only bite the bullet and said, Captain Zhang, our other 2 observers like to eat pork. Can you give them some? Haha, no problem. After Zhang Wei finished speaking, He looked at the expressions of the others and continued, I guess everyone is busy, so one side will give you a roasted pig. You can pick it up at the dock. Thank you very much. Ariad, Zhang sang. Zhang Wei brought a group of observers to the dock, where the roasted white pigs were piled up on the dock. After each force received a roasted pig, they immediately left on their respective frigates. Zhang Wei straightened his hat, then waved his hand and ordered, chop all these pigs and feed them to the fish. Yes. At this time, under the reflection of the setting sun, the domineering Baichi was slowly entering the berth of Huayang Reef Port. From this day on, no matter which force, no one dared to underestimate Country A. Even the G organization, which has always regarded humans as lambs, was discussing the situation of this exercise. Underground of the unknown island of the Pirates of the Caribbean, a dozen members of the G organization's tribunal were watching the exercise video of the Baichi. The atmosphere at the scene was a little solemn. Obviously, some things had begun to exceed the expectations of the G organization, such as this superstandard laser. It could actually strike hundreds of meters below the seabed, which meant that the underground base was not very safe, but they were still not too worried, mainly because their underground base was very secretive. If the G organization knew that there was a listening detector that could penetrate hundreds of kilometers of the Earth's crust, it would probably not be so calm. The chief judge, the golden masked man George, turned his head and asked, Joshua, what do you think? Respected chief judge, I think we should be on guard against the other party. After all, if the other party goes crazy and wants to die with us, we may suffer serious losses. The silver-striped masked man Joshua replied respectfully. George knocked on the table, glanced at the others, and asked calmly, what about you? The other silver-striped masked man hesitated for a moment before reminding, Respected chief judge, if we attract the attention of the other party now, I am worried that they will be on guard against our next plan. After thinking for a while, George asked Joshua, how are our preparations? The success rate of the God Blood Potion is only about 5.6%, and the rest is ready. Joshua replied, What's wrong with those guys at the God Metallurgical Institute? It took more than a year to increase the success rate by less than 2 percentage points. Another silver-striped masked man said angrily, Well, after all, we are all servants of the Lord, and God blood is indeed not that easy to study. George said with narrowed eyes. I overstepped my authority. George ordered Joshua. Here. Arrange an elite team to check the laser and anti-cancer immune cells. Yes. After the meeting, George sat alone in the conference room, looking at the empty chairs and the mysterious G relief on the wall. He then turned on a special computer, logged into the quantum network of the G organization, and proposed to Heaven to increase the research and development of the God Blood Potion. He also reported the changes in the Eastern world, and Heaven's response was to increase the infiltration efforts and obtain the laser technology. As for the research on the Divine Blood Potion, Heaven did not respond. After all, the referee said that this kind of thing was beyond his authority. After reading the reply, George fell silent again. He took off the golden mask and touched his face. His eyes contained complex emotions, and then he put on the mask again and left the empty conference room. The situation in Asia was originally unstable, but with the emergence of the Baichi, it was suppressed again. Chapter 221. Samba Country, Rio de Janeiro International Airport. A strange group bought an international flight to Pengcheng directly at the front desk, and then calmly waited for the plane to take off. The reason why it is called a strange team is mainly because the 5 people in the team do not look like people of the same kind. The brown-haired young man in the lead was wearing a denim shirt, about 1.8 meters tall, with streamlined muscles and a pair of cold eyes. Many ladies passing by could not help but take a few glances. The remaining 4 people were a hot blonde, a tall and strong man in a suit and sunglasses, a punk youth chewing gum, and a long-haired wandering singer carrying a guitar. The cameras in the terminal turned inconspicuously, stayed on the 5 people for a few seconds, and then returned to normal. The wandering singer frowned and glanced at the cameras. Fuller, what's wrong? The man in the denim shirt asked in a low voice. The wandering singer leaned over and replied in a low voice. I just felt that the cameras were watching us, but it should be an illusion. After taking a look at the cameras that were slowly turning, the man in the denim shirt opened his laptop and began to type on the keyboard. After a while, he gave the wandering singer a look, indicating that the airport surveillance system was fine. The punk youth blew bubbles and glanced at the young girls passing by with lustful eyes from time to time. The blonde girl held a small mirror and fixed her eyeshadow and lip gloss on herself. Under the sunglasses of the big man in the suit, no one could see his eyes clearly. He sat quietly like a piece of wood. Nanka Dream Realm, Netherworld. In Lee Igwa's office, an encrypted message suddenly popped up in front of him. 5 biochemically modified people were found, located at Rio de Janeiro International Airport in Samba Country, South America. All 5 biochemically modified people bought tickets to Pyeongchang. Have these lizard people finally been unable to bear it? After reading the details, Lee Igwa immediately made arrangements. Obviously, the G organization did not expect that the biochemically modified people would be directly scanned and locked by the listening detector because of the different element content in their bodies. These biochemically modified people are like fireflies in the dark night, and they are extremely obvious. As soon as they enter the airport, the artificial intelligence ghost locks these people through the monitoring system, and then they buy tickets to Pyeongchang, which also exposes them. For these biochemically modified people, they are the key targets of the ghost secret service, especially these guys want to enter country A, and the alert mechanism is immediately activated. At Pyeongchang Baoan Airport, a large number of ghost agents have entered the airport, ready to catch turtles in a jar here. May 11th, around 2 p.m. Pyeongchang Baoan Airport. A Boeing 747 that flew directly from Rio de Janeiro International Airport in Samba Country landed slowly on the airport runway. Inside the air traffic control tower. Attention, all units, guests are coming. Received. The ghosts wearing brainwave communication glasses did not say a word, and they communicated directly through brainwave communication. Even the airport's internal network system would not display any abnormal information. Cowboy and his team walked off the plane confidently and headed for the immigration checkpoint. There was a long queue at the checkpoint, and passenger suitcases or backpacks were placed on the inspection belt one by one and sent into the scanning room. Cowboy put his laptop bag on the inspection belt, followed by the briefcase of a middle-aged man in a suit, the handbag of a blonde, the guitar case of a wandering singer, and the suitcase of a punk youth. Soon it was Cowboy's turn to go through the security checkpoint. One inspector checked his ID, and the other scanned him twice with a sensor. The ID is fine, have a nice trip. Cowboy took the ID without saying a word, and went to the other side to pick up his laptop bag. The 5 people passed through the security checkpoint one by one. Let's go! Suddenly, the wandering singer behind caught up with Cowboy and whispered, Quinn, I have a bad feeling. Cowboy paused, then returned to normal. After arriving outside the airport, he turned around and asked cautiously, What's going on? I don't know why, I always feel like someone is watching us. The wandering singer replied in a low voice with a solemn expression. Cowboy, who was thinking quickly, glanced at the airport pickup area where people were waiting, secretly looked at 2 of them, and then immediately gave the other 4 people a look. Cancel the meeting? Disperse and leave. Although the other 3 did not understand why, they did not ask on the spot, but followed Cowboy's instructions and quietly dispersed. The blonde girl entered the bathroom with her handbag. After closing the door, her body changed rapidly, from a white person with a height of about 1.7 meters to a girl from country A with a height of about 1.6 meters. She tied her black hair into a ponytail, changed her clothes, and left the bathroom. The other 4 people also took taxis to various places, like confused passengers. Looking at the tall buildings outside the car window, Alice's eyes suddenly changed because the seat belt on her body became very tight, and she was about to press it. Her eyes went dark. Although the physical fitness of biochemically modified people is very strong, the brain is always the most important and most fragile organ of living things. Inside the headrest of the seat, a brainwave plus infrasound brain jammer is constantly interfering with Alice's brain. The driver smiled slyly while driving, reporting through the brainwave communicator hidden in his ear. The goldfish has been caught. Recovered to aquarium number 15. Okay. On the other side, the wandering singer, who had just got into the taxi, drove onto the road with the taxi. He immediately felt a sense of alarm, and immediately his fingers burst out with sharp chitin claws, and he attacked the taxi driver without hesitation. Kong! The chitin claws that can tear high-strength alloy steel were actually blocked by the taxi glass. Suddenly, he felt a pain in his waist. Sir, if you move again, I guarantee your head will turn into barbecue in an instant, the taxi driver said with a smile. The wandering singer suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and froze, because his intuition told him not to move, otherwise he would really die. How did you find us? The wandering singer calmed down and asked. We found us through. What? I won't tell you. The wandering singer was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. But then he raised the corners of his mouth and exhaled countless poisonous gases from his mouth, which were rapidly spreading throughout the car. But a few minutes later, the wandering singer stared at the taxi driver, who was still moving steadily. Are you curious why I didn't die? The taxi driver turned his head and said with a smile. A sense of fatal danger suddenly surged into his heart. The wandering singer was about to say something, but his whole body except his head was instantly roasted. Then his brain fell into a coma. You are too smart. The catfish has been caught. The other three were also captured directly in the taxi. So what if they can change their body shape and appearance? Under the listening detector, biochemically modified people are just fireflies in the dark night. The element composition that is different from that of ordinary people is destined to make them unable to escape the palm of the ghost. 5 taxis headed to the suburbs of Pingcheng. And some taxis at the airport also changed their shifts one after another, as if nothing had happened. Chapter 222. Ugh! The taxi driver suddenly turned pale and covered his mouth in pain. Black blood flowed from his mouth, nostrils, and eyes. The fatal sense of crisis finally subsided, but the wandering singer did not take it lightly. A feeling of something was wrong was always hanging over his mind. The electric taxi lost control and hit the street lamp pole on the roadside, cutting the seat belt with its sharp chitin claws. Perhaps because the car was out of control, the door that was automatically locked could be opened directly. Seeing passers-by taking photos or calling the police, he opened the car door. Sir, you are okay. The silent wandering singer pushed aside a few onlookers and quickly fled into the crowd. Then he avoided the camera and wandered around the streets for more than 10 minutes. He slipped into an urban village area and changed his clothes and body shape several times. In the evening, in a rental house in the urban village, a young man was sitting on the cement floor with a painful look on his face. After taking off his shirt, there was a completely necrotic hole on his chest, and many granulations were slowly repairing. After a crazy escape and several transformations, the energy of his cells was rapidly reduced, and there was not much energy left to repair his wounds. There was a heavy sound of footsteps at the door, followed by the sound of keys colliding. Click! The old stainless steel door was pushed open, and the man turned on the indoor light. Looking at the open small refrigerator, the man's face changed. Just as he was about to take out his mobile phone, a black shadow fell from the sky. Woo! The young man covered the man's mouth with one hand, and gently stabbed his claws into the other's jugular vein with the other hand. After a while, the man fell into a coma due to sleepiness. He threw the unconscious man with glasses on the bed and locked the door. Looking at the unconscious man with glasses, the young man looked at the hole in his chest, stretched out his claws without hesitation, turned them into hollow pipes, and inserted them into the veins of the man's arm. The hollow claws emitted a suction force, quickly sucking the blood out of the man's body. As blood continued to flow into the body, the hole in the young man's chest was repairing faster, and the growth rate of the granulation tissue was more than 10 times faster than before, and the young man's face was faintly green. The man with glasses whose blood was sucked out was shrinking rapidly, turning into a desert mummy. Half an hour later, the young man stood up and stretched his waist. The hole in his chest had been repaired, and he regained his appearance as a wandering singer. I don't know what happened to Quinn and the others, but how did the countryman find out where he was? Fuller thought with a gloomy face. But then he felt the hunger in his cells, and Fuller took out a bottle of Coke from the refrigerator and looked at the empty refrigerator. Poor bastard. Then he came to the corpse, cut off a leg with his claws, and started to bite it while drinking Coke. His saw-like teeth bit the bones and ate them. After eating half of the corpse, Fuller's cells were not so hungry. He picked up the glasses man's phone, copied the glasses man's fingerprints, changed into his appearance, picked up the square-framed glasses from the corpse, and put them on, and took away the man's ID card, bank card, and wallet. But Fuller did not plan to leave immediately. He turned on his phone, changed to English mode, and browsed some information and news on the internet of Country A. But it was obvious that their information had been blocked. Since he could not contact other people, Fuller decided to act on his own. He downloaded a translation software on his mobile phone. After operating it for more than an hour, he was already proficient in using the translation software. The next morning, he ate the remaining half of the corpse, destroying the body and replenishing energy. He took his backpack and some supplies and left the rental house directly. As soon as he went out, he felt that there were many more inspections and patrols on the streets and alleys, but Fuller was not afraid at this time. Instead, he swaggered and called a ride. Last night, after checking some information on the internet, Fuller decided to find out about the information of anti-cancer immune cells. After all, it is an order of magnitude more difficult to obtain information about that kind of laser than anti-cancer immune cells. Moreover, anti-cancer immune cells have an address, but no one knows where the laser was developed. It is estimated that the internal security is also strict, and he may not be able to take it down alone. After arriving at the bus station and buying a ticket to Meizhou, sitting on the bus, he always felt that he had overlooked something, but he couldn't figure out why. In his irritability, the bus from Pengcheng to Meizhou started slowly. Fuller woke up when he saw the scenery outside the window change. When passing the highway intersection, he saw soldiers with live ammunition and armored vehicles stationed. With Fuller's heart tense, everyone on the bus was checked. Looking at the soldiers leaving, he breathed a sigh of relief. In the hot May, Meizhou City was very lively. Fuller, who was mixed in the crowd, casually sold a bag of bayberries on the street. While eating bayberries, he looked around like a tourist, wearing headphones and activating the simultaneous translation function of iFlyTech, listening to many local people talking about their daily lives, secretly observing and listening to information in the streets and alleys of Meizhou City. A week passed. At this time, Fuller was 2 kilometers away from Meizhou Citizens Hospital. He stayed in a homestay and could observe the comings and goings of the Citizens Hospital. He pretended to be a cancer patient and got a lot of information from the locals. When he found an opportunity, he immediately took action. Meizhou Citizens Hospital. 2 nurses who had just changed shifts were disinfecting and washing their hands, preparing to change the nutrient solution for the patients and make rounds. Isn't this Dr. Lee who just got off work? Dr. Lee, why are you back? Did you forget to take something? Dr. Lee, carrying a briefcase, smiled and nodded, then hurried to the 3rd floor. 3rd floor, inside the pharmacy. The 2 nurses on duty were busy, and suddenly they felt sleepy. After a few seconds, they fell on the desk. Dr. Lee walked into the dispensing room calmly, glanced at the surveillance camera without leaving a trace, and then looked at the rows of anti-cancer immune cell injection marked with people's names. He picked up one of the bottles, turned his body sideways, and put the bottle of anti-cancer immune cell injection back. He went downstairs immediately. In the anti-cancer immune injection area of the Citizen Hospital, there is a special security checkpoint. Dr. Lee was scanned by the scanner, and his handbag was checked. No problem, Dr. Lee, take care. Dr. Lee smiled and nodded, then hurried away. After several twists and turns, he changed several identities, and finally returned to the B&B. It was too smooth. Fuller had already swapped the bottle of anti-cancer immune cell injection and stored it in his body. Although he felt that everything was too smooth, Fuller knew that it was not advisable to stay here for long. 2 days later, he returned to Pengcheng again. On the coast of Yantian District, across the Shitujiao Sea is the Rongshuio of Xiangjiang. In the dead of night, a black shadow silently jumped into the Shitujiao Sea, like a flying fish, and swam quickly to the opposite side. And beside the coast where Fuller just stood, 2 figures were observing all this strangely. Chapter 223. Hong Kong A Bay in Shitujiao Sea. In the waves, a figure came out of the sea. Fuller, who was soaked all over, walked on the beach. This is the taste of freedom. Then he wrung out his clothes and immediately contacted the person in charge of the G organization in Hong Kong. On a cruise ship. Fuller knew that the blonde, the middle-aged man in a suit, and the punk youth had died, and the captain's denim shirt was missing. Picking up a piece of rare sirloin steak and swallowing it in one bite, he felt for the first time that death was so close to him. However, looking at the glass bottle beside him, which exuded a sunny green color, the anti-cancer immune cell injection, this trip was not in vain. After quickly finishing a large plate of steak, Fuller just stood up. A figure appeared in front of him and handed him a piece of paper. This is the order of Chief Judge George. After looking at the content on it, he immediately crumpled the paper into a ball, and a high-concentration acid penetrated from the palm of his hand, dissolving the paper ball completely. He picked up a special suitcase from the side, and put the bottle of anti-cancer immune cell injection. Put it in the suitcase. Drive the ship to the high seas. Okay. The cruise ship quickly sailed from the waters near Xiangjiang to the open sea. 2 days later, after crossing the Dongsha Islands, a cabin was opened at the bottom of the cruise ship, and a capsule submarine was launched. At a depth of about 200 meters at the bottom of the cruise ship, a dark and huge submarine was parked there. The automatic navigation system of the capsule submarine guided it to approach the large submarine. Entering the top of the large submarine, there was a groove that just accommodated the capsule submarine. After the capsule submarine was sucked in, the submarine then headed towards the Bashi Channel. Fuller followed the submarine to the secret base of the G organization in the Central Pacific Ocean, and then transferred to the God-Making Institute in the Amazon rainforest in South America. However, along the way, he was always uneasy, as if something was watching him, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. Whether it was the organization's contact, base, submarine, items, etc., these were all very normal. Why did his intuition always feel abnormal? Time goes back to May 12th. A remote urban-rural junction in the suburbs of Pingcheng. 5 taxis drove into one of the ordinary auto repair shops one after another, entered the large elevator room, and were taken directly underground by the elevator. For people were pulled out together with their seats like dead dogs. There was also a wandering singer, whose body was roasted, and only his head was left. It must be said that the vitality of biochemically modified people is really strong. With only his head left, he can still hibernate and slowly repair himself. 5 people were sent to separate cells. Jean Peng, the ghost guardian of Pingcheng, looked at the wandering singer with only his head left, waved his hand and ordered, "Take this guy first." Okay. The 2 ghost officers immediately took action. They picked up the high-frequency dagger skillfully, cut off the wandering singer's head, and then put the head into a special box. Then, they started to operate the computer to read the information in the wandering singer's brain. Faced with this device that can directly read brain information, it is difficult for biochemically modified people to avoid being read. However, brain wave reading is not 100% accurate. It is easier to read the information on the surface of the brain, but it is not so easy to read the information hidden deep in the memory. If you just want to simply judge a person's identity and inclination, reading the surface information of the brain will be enough. But the ghost obviously wants to obtain as detailed information as possible, so it naturally needs to read the memory information deep in the brain. Jean Peng looked at the information read out on the computer, and there were indeed many blanks or logical confusions. However, the ghost was prepared for this situation. A ghost officer inserted some infusion tubes and sensors into the head of the wandering singer to maintain his life and prevent him from dying before receiving the information. On the other side, a virtual world was built based on the information read out. Jean Peng ordered, "Start the system." Yes. Enter the base camp of the Yishan Institute. Fuller handed the suitcase to the person in charge of the base, and was arranged to rest for a while at the base. By the way, he was given a physical examination and asked to cooperate with some research work on the divine blood potion. Lying on the bed in the temporary dormitory, he looked at the bright light, and always had a sense of unreality. What was going on? Thinking carefully about everything that happened before, especially taking a plane from Rio de Janeiro, and then arriving at Pingcheng Baoan Airport. No, he jumped up. Smart. Smart. This Chinese sentence echoed in the depths of his mind. Why is there this sentence in Chinese? I remember that the agent who was disguised as a taxi driver was poisoned and died immediately. He didn't say this sentence at all. Fuller pressed his temple, and shook his confused head. The more he thought about it, the more wrong it seemed. Suddenly, he looked around in a cold sweat, and a terrible thought came to his mind. People from country A, brainwave glasses, virtual world, reading memories. Am I in a fictional world? As soon as Fuller had this thought, it occupied his brain like a weed. The ghost messenger in charge of memory induction turned around and reported, "He found it." Jean Peng asked in surprise, "How did he find it?" This biochemically modified person has a very strong beast instinct, and can sense the unreality of the virtual world. I see. Guardian, how do we deal with this guy? Jean Peng thought for a while, and took a look at the other 4 special boxes. Through the glass window, he could see that the 4 heads inside were soaking in the solution with a calm and peaceful look on their faces. Take it for experiment. Okay. Fuller, whose memory was in chaos, suddenly went crazy. Light green scales appeared on his body, and he kicked open the door of the temporary dormitory. Then he started killing people in the base. You guys come out. F********. The whole base was slaughtered by him. But Fuller did not feel any pleasure, and there was only emptiness and fear in his eyes. Fuller, who could not bear this torture, stretched out his claws and inserted them into his forehead. But he was disappointed. He didn't feel any pain. He was still alive. Kneeling on the ground in despair, even death was out of his control. Is there a darker world than this? However, the ghost messengers outside ignored Fuller, who was doubting his life. In the eyes of the new humans, biochemically modified people are not people. Just like biochemically modified people, they don't regard humans as their own kind. As for Fuller thinking about philosophy in the virtual world or destroying the virtual world can be restored at any time. Fuller now prefers to never know the cruel truth and live in deception forever, rather than feel that everything is meaningless like now. He doesn't want to live, but he can't commit suicide. Even if he is pulled back to the real world, this guy will go crazy. After living in the virtual world for a while, his doubts will always exist when he returns to the real world. This feeling of living a life worse than death can instantly break a person's will. Even those with iron will are no exception. No one can accept the fact that they live in the virtual world. Chapter 224. Except for Fuller, who discovered the truth of the virtual world, the rest of the denim shirts, blondes, middle-aged men in suits, and punk youths are immersed in the virtual world. This is the first time that Ghost has captured a living biochemically modified person, so naturally these materials cannot be wasted. Through scene reproduction and induction, the information deep in their memory was dug out. For example, the location and name of a part of the secret base of the G organization were finally confirmed. The headquarters of the tribunal is on a small island in the Caribbean region, and the headquarters of the Metallurgical Institute, the scientific research department of the G organization, is deep in the Amazon rainforest in South America. There are also many institutions or bases directly under the Inquisition, such as the Icewell Base in Antarctica, the Black Prison Base on Mount Kilimanjaro, and the Sand Cave Base in the Victoria Desert of Australia. Among them, the Sand Cave Base is a training base. The Black Prison Base is one of the biochemical transformation research bases jointly established by the Inquisition and the Metallurgical Institute, and the Icewell Base is where prisoners are held. However, most of the memories of these biochemical transformation people are about receiving training, biochemical transformation, and executing tasks, and other memories are very few. Therefore, most of the intelligence obtained by Ghost was about the Tribunal and the Metallurgical Institute. As for the most important heavenly headquarters, even the team leader Jeans only knew a little about it. He only knew the name of the heavenly headquarters, and everything else was hearsay. The netherworld of Nank Dream Realm. Wang Mingzhi put down the intelligence summary report in his hand, turned his head and asked, "Oldly, what do you think?" Liaigua frowned, thought for a while, and replied, "According to the previous intelligence, we have mastered the personnel list and bases of various divine domains of the G organization, plus the personnel and bases of the Tribunal and Metallurgical Institute obtained this time, combined with the detection results of the listening detector, through the method of elimination, the heavenly headquarters of the G organization. This headquarters is most likely not on Blue Star." Wang Mingzhi continued with a serious expression. The reason for this conclusion. It is mainly because after integrating big data, the various divine domains, the Tribunal, and the Metallurgical God Institute of the G organization were excluded. The remaining bases are all bases of other forces on Blue Star. Judging from the scale, the paradise that can be used as the headquarters of the G organization should be quite large. The various abnormalities on Blue Star either have confirmed the owner and purpose of the base, or are too small, and none of them meet the characteristics of paradise. Liaigua nodded. If it's not on Blue Star, then it can only be in outer space. Outer space. Wang Mingzhi waved his hand, and a solar system star map appeared in front of the two of them. Looking at the slowly rotating solar system in front of him, considering the distance, if the G organization's heaven headquarters and Blue Star have substantial material exchanges, then the most likely location of heaven is on the moon. Enlarging the star map of the Earth-Moon system, Wang Mingzhi's brain worked at high speed, integrating and splicing all the information together. G organization. Origin. Technological explosion. World War II. Country B's moon landing. Moon. Soon a rough timeline appeared in his mind, and he output this reasoning on the floating page through brainwave communication. G organization may have come into contact with alien forces between 1930 and 1940, and may not be the first contact. The first contact may be the Third Reich of Germany. This contact triggered the Second World War, and the subsequent technological explosion. After the defeat of the Third Reich, the G organization hidden behind the West obtained most of the Third Reich's legacy, and Qi Luxia obtained a small part of the Third Reich's legacy. G organization learned that there were secrets hidden on the moon, and launched a moon landing operation. Qi Luxia, who also obtained a small part of the legacy, knew or guessed the purpose of the G organization and immediately followed, triggering the space race. After multiple moon landings, the G organization achieved its goal and frustrated Qi Luxia's ambitions. It then blocked the moon landing data and forged the moon landing information to confuse the public. The heaven headquarters should have been completed during the moon landing, or obtained something from the alien forces, and the specific location is most likely somewhere on the back of the moon. After reading it, Liaigua on the side also agreed with Wang Mingzhi's reasoning. This is the conclusion closest to the truth after combining all the information they currently have. Mingzhi, if the other party is hiding on the back of the moon, we are currently out of reach. Wang Mingzhi certainly knows the trouble. The moon is between 356,000 and 395,000 kilometers away from the blue planet, and the back of the moon is even more troublesome. If the G organization's heavenly headquarters is really on the back of the moon, the technology there is likely to be much higher than that of the blue planet. Of course, Huang Mingzhi did not think that there would be a huge gap in technology. Judging from the technical level of the Metallurgical Institute under the G organization and the technology development route, the other party should focus on the biological route. If the other party's technology is really very advanced, it is estimated that they would have launched a massacre on Blue Planet long ago, instead of sneaking around behind the scenes. Even if there is a gap, it should not be that big. However, the situation on the back of the moon needs to be understood as soon as possible in order to know ourselves and the enemy. Loudly, we have to make some adjustments. What are you going to do? Huang Mingzhi thought for a while and said, I plan to improve the previous Long March 5C and launch a listening probe into the lunar orbit. Okay. Li Aigua nodded and agreed to this matter. Now they need to confirm the headquarters of the G organization as soon as possible. If the other party's headquarters is really on the back of the moon, the Nether Palace needs to find a way to deal with it. Sending a listening probe to the lunar orbit is the best option at present. After the Nether Palace quickly held an emergency meeting, the Lunar Exploration Plan, codenamed Chasing Light, was immediately launched. Aerospace Science and Industry Corporation received the task and prepared to convert the Long March 5C into the Long March 5E with a payload of about 12 tons in the lunar orbit, and it did not require recovery, but only required the transformation to be completed as quickly as possible. At the same time, adjust some gamma-ray lasers, especially the gamma-ray laser satellites, to be deployed in outer space. Not only aim at the ground of the blue planet, but also aim at the direction of the moon to deal with lunar enemies that may appear at any time. However, the miniaturized nuclear fusion reactor has not been completed yet. If the weight of the controllable nuclear fusion reactor cannot be suppressed to less than 10 tons, the gamma-ray satellite will lack a high-energy heart. Huang Mingzhi mobilized a large number of new human scientific researchers to tackle the miniaturized controllable nuclear fusion reactor. At the same time, the domestic new human transformation plan is also accelerating. The previous 6 biocomputer implantation bases have been increased to 10 again. The maximum number of implants per day has been increased to 350,000. Together with the 30 semi-public implantation sites in the Citizen Hospital, the maximum number of implants per day can reach 1 million. As the number of cancer patients in China gradually decreases, the Citizen Medical Group announced that it will enter the second phase of clinical trials of anti-cancer immune cell therapy starting on June 1st. All citizens of Country A were injected with anti-cancer immune cells to form anti-cancer immunity. The new humans were also tasked to popularize the benefits of anti-cancer immune cells to their families and friends, such as preventing cancer. With so many cancer patients recovering and sharing their experiences, and with the official guidance, the promotion of anti-cancer immune cells has not been resisted by the public. Although some people think that the promotion of anti-cancer immune cells is too fast, this voice has been suppressed. Chapter 225. The Long March 5D launch vehicle was launched twice in April and May, increasing the size of the Dieting satellite system to 12. With 12 Dieting detection satellites, although it is not possible to achieve all-weather coverage, it can scan the blue planet without blind spots. The virtual blue planet has been initially constructed, which is why the GO service has deduced that the headquarters of the G organization, Heaven, may not be on the blue planet, because there is no matching location on the virtual blue planet. However, Li Aigua organized personnel to conduct a comprehensive review and improvement based on the timeline deduced by Huang Mingzhi. As Ghost reviewed and modeled the entire timeline, many things gradually surfaced. For improved super-nuclear submarines are sailing in the Wharton Basin in the northwest of the Little Western Ocean, Tianju Ocean. Compared with ordinary submarines, the diving depth of these 4 nuclear submarines is around 2,000 meters, which has exceeded the driving depth of ordinary submarines. In addition, these submarines use the latest sound-absorbing coatings and nuclear fusion reactor electric propellers, and their own noise is less than 60 decibels, which is lower than the ocean environment noise. Therefore, this team of submarines directly entered the Luzon Basin through the Bashi Channel, and then passed through the Maluku Sea, the Seram Sea, and the Banda Sea along the Luzon Trench. Then, they turned to the Umbai Strait near Dili, the Sabu Sea, and finally entered the northwest of the Little Atlantic Ocean through the Java Trench. The reason why the submarine team took great pains to enter the Little Atlantic Ocean was that they actually had a very important mission: searching for the lost submarine of the Third Reich. In 1994, the German Federation also filmed a movie U-234 Death Mission, in which the prototype of the U-234 submarine is the target to be found this time. According to the information collected by Ghost, the Third Reich did send a Type 21 submarine, numbered U-473, but it did not depart from a Swedish port. The two submarines that departed from a Swedish port were actually confusing the Allies. The U-473 submarine that actually departed set sail from Bremen port on February 13, 1945, less than 3 months after Berlin was captured. After leaving Bremen, U-473 headed directly from the North Atlantic to the South Atlantic, avoiding the Allied forces. On April 28 of that year, it crossed the Cape of Good Hope in Africa and entered the southwestern waters of the Atlantic Ocean. When they arrived at the Mozambique Channel, they sent the last telegram to the headquarters of the Third Reich, and at the same time received the news of the defeat of the Third Reich. The contact between the two sides was completely cut off after April 30th, because they had become a real dog without a home. If everything goes well, U-473 will reach Southeast Asia and meet up with Japan. However, the submarine did not arrive, as expected, but mysteriously disappeared in the Atlantic Ocean. Inside the flagship of the nuclear submarine, Chenley looked at the Atlantic Ocean seabed topography formed by the listening detector, and the submarine had been found. At the junction of the Madagascar Basin and the Southwest Atlantic Ocean ridge, the seabed depth reached about 5,473 meters. At this depth of the seabed, coupled with the sparsely populated South Atlantic Ocean, U-473 has naturally been sleeping deep in the seabed today without the ability to scan the seabed conditions. Even the G organization, which has been searching for this submarine, has not found any trace of U-473. However, Ghost, which has a listening detector, can detect even hundreds of kilometers deep in the Earth's crust, not to mention thousands of meters below the sea. After big data analysis of the sunken ship, Ghost finally locked the specific location of U-234, which sank deep in the sea. Director Chun, we are still about 1,893 nautical miles, 3,456 kilometers, away from our destination, and it will take about 70 hours to reach it. Captain Luo Ingwu reported to Chenley. Chenley ordered seriously, "Everyone, stay hidden and don't rush." Yes. Everyone communicated directly through brainwave communication, avoiding talking in the submarine, although the new submarine after the transformation has a very complete internal noise reduction system. However, if you talk loudly in the submarine, or make loud movements, it will still increase the possibility of being exposed. This time they went there to carry out a secret mission, not to provoke. Although the Southwest Atlantic Ocean is not a hot spot, and there are no powerful forces around, you still have to be wary of what you should be wary of. Deep-sea diving is very boring. Although it is better than sailing in outer space, it is not much better. In the dark and cold deep sea fish are disturbed by these four giants from time to time. Report, 50 nautical miles from the 90th east longitude ridge. Luo Ingwu looked at the data on the instrument panel and then ordered, "Increase the diving depth to 500 meters. Pay attention to avoid the ridge." Received. The submarine slowly climbed up to a depth of about 500 meters, because the average depth of the 90th east longitude ridge is about 750 meters. 3 hours later. Report, entering the middle and small western ocean basin. Adjust the diving depth, 2,000 meters. Received. It was very calm along the way. This is not a hot spot. Even ocean fishing boats rarely visit this area, mainly because it is too remote. 3 days later. After crossing the middle and small western ocean ridge and entering the Madagascar Basin, the submarine team finally arrived at the destination. Through the submarine's own listening detector, Chenley and Luo Ingwu could clearly observe that on the seabed 3,473 meters away from them, an old submarine was lying on the seabed, covered with a thick layer of mud and sand. After careful virtual modeling, it can be clearly seen that the submarine was not attacked from outside, and it is very likely that it sank here by itself. Chenley immediately ordered, "Captain Luo, take action." Yes. No, one of the submarines dived deep into the seabed. The maximum depth of the new submarine is about 6,000 meters, and it is safe to reach around 5,473 meters. Otherwise, it would not be sent here to perform the salvage mission. On the virtual map, the nuclear submarine was rapidly approaching the wreckage of U-473. After 15 minutes of diving, they finally came to less than 50 meters above U-473. However, in the dark seabed, the submarine could only determine its position through the listening detector. After a detailed and precise scan, U-473, except for the hundreds of kilograms of uranium, the most valuable things were stored in the D4 compartment in the middle of the left side of the submarine. At this depth, it is naturally impossible to send frogmen. Even the bodies of new humans cannot withstand the water pressure of 5,473 meters under the sea. 12 spherical submersibles, with a radius of about 1 meter, emerged from the bottom of the submarine and moved closer to U-473. Using a gamma-ray laser, the bulkhead was quickly cut open. Under the light of the searchlight, more than a dozen boxes were scattered in the cabin. The submersible continued to cut the bulkhead to expand the accessible area. After more than 5 hours, the entire D4 cabin was finally cut open. The next step was the transportation work. These boxes had already been deformed and broken under the destruction of seawater and water pressure, so they could not be salvaged casually. One of the submersibles placed a special net box inside the cabin, and then used a mechanical arm to carefully push a deformed box into the net box. In this way, like ants moving house, they emptied the contents of U-473 bit by bit, including the hundreds of kilograms of uranium. The salvage work lasted for 8 days, and on June 22, the submarine team set off to return to China. Chapter 226. After a long journey of tens of thousands of kilometers, the submarine team finally arrived at a hidden coast in Fuzhou province and anchored at the submarine base port through an undersea tunnel. Ghost asked the arranged ghosts to quickly and carefully transfer the items salvaged from U-473 from the submarine cabin. Chinli will personally escort this batch of items to the nearby Weishan base to fully analyze these items in the hope of discovering useful information. The U-473 submarine was a Type 21 submarine of the Third Reich, but in order to be suitable for ocean voyages and transporting supplies, this submarine was secretly modified. 231 tons of various items were stuffed into it, and even the torpedoes were directly discarded. This included 536 kilograms of uranium materials, with a concentration of 42 to 67%. In order to block nuclear radiation, a 1.6-ton lead alloy box was also used. 94.3 tons of gold bars, 6.6 tons of gems and jewelry, more than a dozen tons of paper products, jet engine samples, etc. The ghost messengers in protective clothing quickly moved away the 536 kilograms uranium and lead alloy boxes. The value of these things was only average. For Country A, which has controlled nuclear fusion technology, uranium can only be regarded as chicken ribs. It is not as good as the 94.3 tons of gold bars and 6.6 tons of gemstones. The gold and gemstones were sent to storage. After all, there is nothing to check about these gold bars and gemstones. But the jewelry is different. In order not to miss any clues, these jewelry will be carefully inspected, especially those with patterns or special symbols, and those that may have interlayers or secret compartments, which will be inspected. As for the dozen tons of paper products, Chinli did not hold out much hope. Although the Third Reich had made waterproof and fireproof treatments, in the face of the butcher knife of time, even the best protection would be eclipsed. After opening the box, there were piles of plant fibers and some soil mixture. After 2 consecutive days of transportation, those items that were considered to have intelligence value were concentrated deep in the Wui mountain base. A large number of new human researchers, together with the ghosts led by Chinli, carefully examined these items. Although the dozen tons of paper products have turned into piles, human technology and ideas are full of infinite possibilities. Some of the paper products that were not mixed with mud and sand were peeled off one by one and placed on the square plate. Then they were sent to the neutrino element detector to scan the element composition on the paper, excluding the element data of seawater and soil components. The remaining element composition is roughly the original composition state of the paper. By comparing the element composition of ink during the Third Reich, and based on the laws of molecular and atomic motion, the supercomputer composed of biological computers, with the support of huge computing power, traced back the original position of the ink on the paper. Sure enough, this method worked, and they quickly restored thousands of complete documents. As for those paper products that were already in pieces, it was estimated that there was no way to recover them. According to preliminary statistics, the completely fragmented paper products accounted for about 23%, the paper products with a completeness of 10 to 30% accounted for 35%, the paper products with a completeness of 30 to 60% accounted for 26%, and the completeness of more than 60% accounted for 16%. Through the information restored from these paper products, Ghost learned some of the secrets of the Third Reich. In addition to technical information such as U-boats, jet engines, V-type missiles, Tiger tanks, and nuclear fission, these paper products also contain some information about the Nibelungs. 6 words frequently appear in these materials, namely Nibelungs, light, divine blood, Aryan, communication, and universe. Through these words, and some fragmentary information, Ghost can initially confirm that the Third Reich is connected to the mysterious aliens. The Third Reich called the other party Nibelungs. The mustache man once accidentally obtained an item called Nibelung's heart in the palace of the German royal family, thus gaining the ability to communicate with the Nibelungs. According to the characteristics described above, the Nibelung's heart is a cube about the size of a fist. Except for 2 faces showing emerald-like crystals, the remaining 4 faces are wrapped in metal with complex patterns. However, Chinli and others did not find the so-called Nibelung's heart among the items salvaged. This salvage was very comprehensive and careful. They could not have missed anything. The only possibility is that the heart of the Nibelung was not on U-473. According to the above information, the heart of the Nibelung is most likely a quantum communicator. From all the current signs, it is very likely that the heart of the Nibelung was changed during the fall of Berlin. The first possibility is that it was transferred to other areas by the Third Reich and hidden secretly. The second possibility is that it was captured by the Allies. If it was captured by the Allies, then which of the 3 giants captured it? However, from now on, judging from the various actions of the G organization, it is unlikely that they have captured the heart of the Nibelung. On the contrary, it is more likely that the Third Reich moved and hid it. As more and more paper products were restored, Ghost was more and more sure that it was the Third Reich who moved the heart of the Nibelung. Chenli looked at the intelligence summary report in his hand, pressed his temple with a headache, and excluded those useless data. They are sure that the G organization did discover the existence of the Nibelungs after inheriting the legacy of the Third Reich. The Nibelungs are very likely to exist on the back of the moon, but the G organization, which does not have the heart of the Nibelung, can only use Country B to forcibly land on the moon and get what they want. Judging from the situation after the moon landing, the G organization should have gotten what it wanted. Combined with the information Huang Mingzhi obtained from Irina, and the memory of the biochemically modified people, it can be inferred that the biochemical technology of the G organization has made great progress after 1985. This timeline just fits. After landing on the moon, they acquired technology, and then through reverse engineering, they triggered a technological explosion. Now there are 3 key questions. First, are the Nibelungs alive or dead? Second, do the Nibelungs know the existence of the blue planet? Third, the whereabouts of the heart of the Nibelung. These questions are very important, and they are related to who the enemy they will face next. If it is the G organization that obtained alien technology, it is easier to say, because in this case, the Nibelungs do not know the existence of the blue planet, and will not participate in it. If it is the G organization supported by the Nibelungs, it will be a big trouble. This situation means that the Nibelungs will participate in this war. After listening to the intelligence reports from the Ghost Special Service, the Nether Palace has held several meetings in succession to discuss how to deal with the Nibelungs, who are very likely to appear. In addition, Liaigua also arranged for Chinli to continue to follow up on the matter of the Nibelung heart. This thing is very important. It is related to quantum communication technology, and is also very likely to be a locator. After all, if the alien communicator does not have a positioning function, it would be a ghost. Through the information obtained from U-473, plus intelligence from other channels, Chinli is ready to lead a team to the Western Continent Alliance in person to find the Nibelung heart. July 21st. After being disguised, Chinli took 2 subordinates and flew directly to the capital of the German Federation. Chapter 227. The plane landed at the international airport near Berlin. Chinli and 2 of his men disguised themselves as tourists and pulled their suitcases through the security checkpoint. The German inspector in charge of airport security looked at the 3 people in surprise. Old William has been working as a security inspector at this airport for more than 10 years. He is very clear about the changes in tourists from Country A over the years. Since 2000, the number of tourists from Country A to the Federal Republic of Germany has been increasing year by year. But after reaching the peak last year, this year has shown a sharp decline. From January to March this year, it was similar to previous years, but from April onwards, every month has shown a sharp decline. This phenomenon made Old William very curious. In fact, this is related to the emergence of new humans. After all, the new humans who have activated the biological computer all know the horror of the G organization. Abroad, especially in Western Europe and North America, these 2 regions are the hardest hit areas of the G organization. Except for the new humans who shoulder special missions, who else would go to the Tiger Mountain knowing that there is a tiger in the mountain? Therefore, as time goes by, after ordinary people in China have transformed into new humans, more and more people don't want to go abroad. This is the fundamental reason. Chenli and his 2 companions left the airport, and did not go to the local embassy. After all, they are tourists now. If they don't go to the embassy, it's like they are trying to cover up their crimes. From the restored data of the diary of Mark Vaughn, the captain of the U-473 submarine, and some of the current public data, the Third Reich felt that the situation was not good at the end of 1944. On the eve of its complete collapse under the joint attack of the three giants of the Allied forces, it was considering hiding the Third Reich's property in a safe place, so that it could make a comeback in the future. The gold and jewels on the U-473 submarine were only a small part of the treasure. The real big part was the treasure that was secretly transported out from March to April 1945. Ghost used the listening detection satellite system to quickly analyze the current situation around the German Federation, the Austrian Federation, and the Alps. As expected, some clues were found. The area where wealth was transferred at the end of the Third Reich should be the Bavarian region, especially the Bavarian Alps. The Bavarian Alps are the northeastern section of the Central Alps, on the border between Germany and Austria, extending 110 kilometers northeast from the Lechtal Alps. The branches include the Wetterstein Mountains, the Karwendel Mountains, and the Nordkap Mountains. Tourism and winter sports are the main activities in the mountains, and there are large national parks to protect the natural scenery, plants, and animals of the Alps. The Third Reich was very likely trying to use the terrain of the Alps to hide that huge amount of wealth. After all, the Third Reich once occupied most of the western continent, and the wealth looted from other regions was definitely not a small amount. Based on the modeling of the virtual blue planet, after a detailed analysis of the Alps, Ghost found 58 locations where gold and silver elements were enriched. Excluding bank vaults and locations that already had owners, there were 23 unowned locations left. There are 6 in the German Federation, 11 in the Austrian Federation, 4 in Italy, and 2 in Switzerland. Judging from the situation of the Third Reich, it is more likely to be in the German Federation and the Austrian Federation. After all, these two regions belong to the core areas of the Third Reich. If there is a treasure, it must be hidden in these two areas. Chun-Li walked into a bookstore. "Welcome." The bookstore owner was a bald old man. He raised his glasses to see that there were 3 Asians, and then he said in broken English, "Welcome." Chun-Li smiled and asked in fluent German, "Thank you, sir, a travel guide to Germany. Do you have any local books to recommend? Modern books are best." The bald old man was stunned for a moment, then smiled more. "Young man, your German is very good." After that, he immediately pulled out 3 German books from the books on the side, namely Berlin Travel Guide, Federation Travel Guide, and Western Traveler. These are the better travel guides. If you don't plan to go to other countries in the Western Alliance, just buy these 2. The bald old man introduced with a smile. Chun-Li bought 3 books, then looked around in the bookstore, and picked up a German book called Deciphering the Third Reich and a book called Modern Federation. Seeing the books in Chun-Li's hand, the bald old man asked curiously, "Young man, are you interested in these? History is like a mirror, and long-term observation can prevent mistakes." Chun-Li replied while taking out the money. "Well said. Fewer and fewer people are willing to read history books now." The bald old man seemed a little worried. "Goodbye. Welcome to visit next time." After a chance meeting, Chun-Li and the other 2 took the train without hesitation and headed for Bavaria. This is an industrial country and a forest country. You can see the endless black forest outside the window. There are also many ancient buildings that appear in Chun-Li's eyes from time to time. As an old industrial power, Germany's high-speed railway has also developed well. The domestic railway network is dense, and the famous Siemens is an invisible giant in the field of high-speed railway. From Berlin in the north, we went all the way south, passing through Halle, Bamberg, Nuremberg, and stayed in Munich for 2 days. Munich is the capital of Bavaria, and was also a very famous and important city during the Third Reich. As tourists, they naturally had to act like tourists. Chun-Li and the other 2 seemed to have forgotten their work. They traveled in Munich at public expense for 2 days before heading to the Alps. The Alps is an area frequented by tourists, so naturally no one doubted the purpose of the 3A countrymen's activities here. In July, the Alps, except for the areas with higher altitudes, had no traces of ice and snow. In the valley forest formed by the erosion of mountain streams, Chun-Li had become a typical Aryan, and with his strong Berlin accent in German, no one in the town doubted the identities of the 3. They set out from the town with wilderness survival equipment and walked into the Berchtesgaden National Park. As a national park, the forests here are dense, and the mountains are covered with plants. Wild deer, hares, and squirrels are active in the forest. There was even a sign on the side of the road that said "Beware of wild boars." It was obvious that there were wild boars here. However, for the new humans, wild boars were not too dangerous. After climbing the mountain and wading through the water for a day and a night, they finally arrived at the first treasure hiding place, in the forest halfway up the mountain. The weeds and trees had already covered up the traces of humans, but in Chenli's biological computer database, he knew that there was an underground space inside the mountain. The three did not say a word, but communicated through brain waves. "Captain, the entrance is here." One of the big team members cleared the wild roses and raspberries on the side, revealing a piece of granite more than 2 meters high. The granite was embedded in the mountain and vegetation, as if it was formed naturally. If there were no data from the listening detector, ordinary people would not notice the difference of this piece of granite, let alone know that there is an underground space hidden behind it. Chapter 228. Facing the granite in front of him, it must weigh at least a dozen tons in terms of volume. With the changes of time over a long period of time, the granite has been integrated with the surrounding rocks and soil. Chenli tapped the granite lightly with his fingers for more than a dozen times, and the biological computer quickly calculated the comprehensive data of the granite. Then he took out a flashlight, touched it directly on the surface of the granite, and adjusted the brightness adjustment ring. The invisible infrasound waves formed a strong resonance with the granite, and in less than 10 minutes, the surface of the granite was covered with cracks. Pulling out the mountaineering pickaxe and hitting several places on the granite collapsed in an instant, but the hole behind it was still not exposed. "Get started." Chenli and the big guy quickly moved the broken granite blocks away. With the super strength of the new humans, this task seemed quite simple. Another team member was keeping watch not far away. After more than 10 minutes, they finally cleared most of the granite fragments, and a hole more than 2 meters long, wide, and high appeared in front of the two people. "Mengwen, you keep watch." "Got it." The team member, who was observing the surrounding situation not far away, nodded. Chenli patted the big man on the shoulder. "Get ready to enter." The big man then took out something similar to a selfie stick from his backpack and stretched out 1.5 meters to explore the cave entrance. Some data popped up on his mobile phone immediately, mainly showing the air composition near the cave entrance. Methane and carbon dioxide slightly exceeded the standard, and no other harmful substances existed. Chenli threw a fluorescent stick into the cave entrance 5 or 6 meters, and then walked into the cave entrance with a flashlight. Relying on the super strong physique of the new human and the cell robot, he did not have any protective equipment. The first dozen meters were made of rock bricks, and the back was a natural cave that was repaired by humans. There were also many small holes 2 or 3 fingers wide on both sides, which should be used to insert torches. Suddenly, after Chenli threw out the fluorescent stick, some skeletons appeared on the ground in front. He approached and flipped over these skeletons. The clothes and other things had rotted, and there were some metal tools that were rusted out of shape. There were 15 skulls in total, and many of them had bullet holes. It was obvious that these people were silenced. However, Chenli was somewhat disappointed. Judging from the time of death of the bones, these people died around 1919. This means that the cave is very likely to contain products from the late German Empire. Sure enough, after Chenli and his companions entered the treasure cave, they found a large number of gold and silver coins and jewelry from the German Empire. After a careful inspection, they found no Nibelung heart. Faced with these dozens of tons of gold, silver and jewelry, Chenli and his companions left without any regrets. These things are of some value as antiques, but they have a mission now. It is very difficult to transport more than 10 tons of gold, silver and jewelry out of the German Federation. There is no need to take risks. Recover the fluorescent sticks along the way, and use infrasound to collapse the rocks at the entrance of the cave. Then pile the granite fragments that were moved away before, and cover them with weeds, leaves, and wild rose vines. The traces of the cave entrance are covered. The three left here. If there is a chance in the future to enter the German Federation openly, then Chenli and his team will not mind taking out these treasures. Now they have more important things to do. After changing his appearance, he explored 6 treasure hiding places in the Bavarian Alps one after another. But still nothing was found. August 11th. After being disguised, Chenli and his 2 companions came to the city of Landeck in the Alps in Austria. The exploration work is still going on. In the alpine jungle, Chenli quickly ate 2 pieces of bread with nutrient solution. Under his feet was an abandoned road, which was already overgrown with weeds and thorns. In the distance, Watsa Mountain was in sight. Their goal was a mountain called Black Squirrel Mountain on the north side of Watsa Mountain. The northern hemisphere in August was unusually hot, but thanks to the altitude of the Alps, the group was blessed with a cool mountain breeze. In the evening, The three finally made their way to an abandoned air raid shelter, where the treasure was hidden. However, seeing that the sun was about to set in the west, Chinli and the other two first cleared a place to rest in the air raid shelter. Then they prepared to have some dinner. In this deep forest area, the big guy quickly caught 2 wild rabbits and started a bonfire to barbecue them. In the Western Continental Alliance, although there are strict animal protection laws, hares are obviously not protected. The three of them now look like Aryans, and seem to be unscrupulous. The super strong physique of the new humans also brings about high energy consumption. The food that Chinli and others carry are high energy compressed biscuits, high energy beverages, and high calorie foods purchased locally. After eating the roasted hare quickly, Chinli drank half a bottle of high energy beverages and 2 compressed biscuits, and then he felt that his body was not so empty. At this time, he looked at the abandoned air raid shelter. The design style inside was full of the Third Reich style. And there were many bonfires and food packaging residues here, which obviously showed that there was human activity. It was probably some outdoor adventure enthusiasts who had come here. The wires and electrical appliances in the air raid shelter had been completely aged and corroded. After the three of them extinguished the bonfire, they walked deeper into the air raid shelter. This air raid shelter looked shabby, but the solidity of the military facilities made its main structure still strong. Since no human has entered the interior for a long time, this place has become a paradise for bats. The bats, disturbed by the three people, flew away. Entering a material storage warehouse, it was empty at this time. In this storage warehouse with hundreds of square meters, there is a large relief of swastika on the north wall, and next to it is a dark hole and a pile of cement blocks and bricks. Apparently someone discovered the secret room behind the wall. It is easy to know who did it. Back then, the three giants were eager for the treasures of the Third Reich, and these air raid shelters were naturally dug deep by them. Throwing the fluorescent stick into the hole, there is a secret room of more than 20 square meters inside, which is also empty. Presumably, the gold, silver, and jewelry inside have been taken away. However, Chenli still walked into the secret room. There was only a lonely cement pillar left inside, and nothing else. Shining the flashlight on the ceiling of more than 3 meters high is almost the same as the ceiling of the air raid shelter outside. However, according to the detection data obtained by the listening detector, there is a passage above this secret room. Obviously, the person who designed this secret room has considered it very carefully. After discovering this secret room, even if others check it again, they generally don't pay attention to the ceiling, and at most they check the walls and floors. Using infrasonic resonance to destroy 2 fist-sized gaps on the wall, Chenli stepped on the 2 gaps to support himself on the wall. Above his head was the entrance sealed with cement. The infrasonic resonator was attached to the cement board of the entrance, and countless cement debris fell rapidly. The steel skeleton was soon exposed, and half an hour later, a hole about 1.5 meters long and wide appeared on the ceiling. When a flashlight was shown, there was a vertical upward passage behind the hole, and there was a row of rusty ladders on the wall of the passage. Chapter 229. Menguin, Daqiang, the old rules. Chenli used brain waves to give the order directly. Received. Received. Yi Menguin was on guard at the air raid shelter, while Chenli and the big man Rongqiang were preparing to go up into the passage. With a light jump, Chenli grabbed the steel bar that had just been sawed open with both hands, then did a pull-up, and then climbed up to a bare steel bar on the side of the hole with his left foot. After pulling Rongqiang up to the hole, the two stepped on the steel bars. Chenli pinched the rusty ladder and broke it off easily, which obviously meant that the ladder was no longer usable. He took off the flashlight in his mouth and shone the length of the passage. The height was estimated to be 12.31 meters, and the length and width were 1.537 meters. Rongqiang took out a bundle of rope from his backpack. There was a barbed claw tied to the end of the rope. He gently swung the small circle and threw it up suddenly when the time was right. There were bursts of metal hitting the ground from above, but Rongqiang pulled it, and the barbed claw and the rope fell down together. After 3 attempts, it still didn't get stuck. Daqiang, try another method. Chenli observed the passage, and then he had an idea. With his hands supporting one side and his feet supporting the other side, he lay horizontally on the cross-section of the passage, and then moved upwards with his hands and feet. After a while, he reached the other side of the passage. He took the flashlight out of his mouth and looked around the space. On one side, there was a rusty iron cage and a crane, which had been completely scrapped. The space was 7.63 meters long, 6.41 meters wide, and 3.32 meters high, with a wooden door on the west side. Rongqiang followed him up. The two of them approached the wooden door cautiously, one in front and one behind. The wooden door was already rotten and crumbling. Rong Chong touched it lightly and it creaked. After opening the wooden door, there was another low passage with a length of 15.36 meters. They threw the fluorescent stick into it and continued to move forward. Click! A crisp mechanical collision sound rang under Rong Chong's feet. The two of them stopped immediately. The two of them who had retired from the army certainly knew what the sound was. Rong Chong didn't dare to move his feet. There was a pressure-activated landmine under his feet. In such a narrow passage, the two had nowhere to escape. In addition, once the mines were detonated and collapsed the passage, it would be a real trouble. Calm down. Chun-Li quickly thought about the solution. This was the first time they encountered a treasure hiding place with traps, which also showed that this treasure hiding place was very important, otherwise the other party would not have set mines in the passage. Although they didn't know that after 71 years, this mine had not yet failed, but the two of them couldn't gamble. The brain was working at high speed, and time passed by. He made a quick decision and ordered, "De Chong, you stay, I will go alone." "Captain, be careful." Chun-Li spread his legs, supported himself in midair, and crawled inside. At the end, there was still a rotten wooden door. Carefully dismantling the wooden door, throwing a fluorescent stick inside, a space of more than 300 square meters appeared in front of him in the fluorescent light. There were rows of boxes stacked inside. Chun-Li stood at the door and squatted down, one hand on the ground, and the other hand gently tapped the ground. At this time, he turned into a humanoid sonar detector, tapping the ground with his fingers, and the echo data generated was analyzed through biological computer big data. Soon he found quite a few abnormal areas. Every time he walked a distance, he squatted down and tapped the ground. Soon he figured out the situation in his treasure room. He began to check the boxes, which were filled with gold bars or silver bricks, as well as a number of guns and ammunition wrapped in oil paper. Huh? This is... Looking at the carefully preserved oil paintings in the box, Chun-Li was a little surprised. The smiling woman in the painting turned out to be Mona Lisa, which means the one in the Palace of Versailles is a fake. There are quite a few oil paintings here, and a rough count shows that there are as many as 573, including world-famous paintings such as Mona Lisa. Although he could not appreciate the oil paintings of Westerners, these things were witnesses of human history, so he sealed them back. However, after searching, he still did not find the heart of the Nibelung he was looking for. Looking at these treasures worth billions, Chun-Li felt bored. Suddenly he looked at the wall and ceiling. In order not to miss anything, Chun-Li continued to knock on the wall with one hand. 10 minutes later. He found an unusually small hole on the southwest wall. After determining the location, he took out his mountaineering pick and carefully knocked on the wall. Sure enough, after knocking off a layer of cement and a layer of wood, a safe was revealed inside. Looking at the safe that was cast into the wall, turning the mechanical combination lock, he found that it could still be used. He tapped the safe gently and quickly built a model on the biological computer. There were 16 gems, a brown paper book, a small bottle of liquid, and the structure of the mechanical combination lock was also modeled. Then, he slowly adjusted the 8-digit mechanical combination lock. 513498083 click, the mechanical combination lock password is correct, and then the safe pops open by itself. Suddenly, a faint fruity scent appears in his nose. Damn! Soman gas. Chun-Li immediately retreated 3 meters, and then immediately activated the biocomputer emergency plan. The inhalation toxicity of soman is 2 to 4 times that of sarin, and the skin toxicity is 5 to 10 times that of sarin. The poisoning effect is fast, and there is no specific antidote, so it is known as the most difficult to prevent and control poison. Its outstanding advantage is that it has a moderate volatility. Not only can the newly formed cloud easily reach a lethal concentration, exposure for 1 minute, but the regenerated cloud can also achieve a certain degree of damage, exposure for 20 minutes. In winter, its durability can reach 10 to 15 hours on the ground. Chun-Li quickly stopped breathing, and his skin quickly permeated with an oily secretion that was incompatible with soman. Dachiang, Mengwen activated the antivirus system. There is soman gas here. Received. Chun-Li's eyes were covered with a layer of secretions, and then he vomited a mouthful of sputum. Spit it out. This was the soman poison gas he had just inhaled. His cell robot quickly isolated the cells attached to the soman poison gas, and then spit it out of the body. He didn't expect that even if the password was correct, the safe would still emit poison gas. If ordinary people found this treasure, they would probably die. He took out the brown paper book and stuffed it into his backpack. Then he quickly turned around and walked towards the previously determined safe area to leave. However, when he passed the oil painting boxes, he still paused and then picked up 3 of the oil paintings. Quickly returned to Rong Chong. "De Chung, I wait for you downstairs." "Okay." After running out of the passage, he jumped into the vertical passage, which was nearly 20 meters long. After kicking the wall several times, he landed steadily on the ground. Then he joined Yi Min-wen at the door of the storage warehouse. "De Chong, you can leave." Received. Rong Chong's biological computer activated the burst mode, and all the muscles and bones in his body worked together. In an instant, his speed suddenly exploded, and he rushed out 17.6 meters in 0.2 seconds, and then fell into the vertical passage with a 1,000-pound drop. Boom! Just as he jumped into the vertical passage, the pressure mine exploded instantly, and a burst of fire approached the vertical passage. Rong Chong, wrapped up like a ball, fell to the ground. Qinli and Yi Min-wen, who were quick-witted, immediately pulled Rong Chong up and ran out of the air raid shelter. After rushing out of the air raid shelter, the worst collapse did not occur. It seems that the engineering quality of the Third Reich is still good. Let's go! It's not advisable to stay here for long. The figures of the 3 disappeared into the night. Chapter 230. After Qinli and the other 2 left, the air raid shelter gradually returned to calm. Due to the obstruction of the mountain, the explosion of the pressure mine did not spread far. However, many bats returning to their nests suffered, and a large number of them were poisoned by the soman gas remaining in the air raid shelter. Except for the collapse of the passage where the pressure mines were buried, the rest of the area did not experience large-scale collapse. In the night, between the mountains and forests, Qinli and the other 2 ran wildly for about 3 kilometers before slowly slowing down. Rong Chong, who had some internal injuries, quickly took out compressed biscuits and high-energy drinks while walking, and then devoured them. Through the supplement of these compressed biscuits and high-energy drinks, the cell robots were quickly driven to repair the internal injuries of the body. After running for most of the night, around 3 o'clock in the morning, the 3 of them were nearly 30 kilometers away from the air raid shelter, and a small town appeared not far away. "Rest in place," Qinli ordered. Received. Rong Chong and Yi Min-wen stopped panting. They could not enter the town now, because Soman will infiltrate and remain on clothes and backpacks. Once they enter the closed room, these Soman toxins will spread in the room. As long as ordinary people inhale a little bit, they may die within a few minutes. Killing people is definitely asking for trouble, so they must make the remaining Soman toxins on their bodies evaporate as much as possible. Only after dealing with these Soman gas residues can they enter the city. Yi Min-wen, who was guarding the door of the storage warehouse, had the least toxins on his body. At dawn, he went to the town, quickly bought some clothes and backpacks, and then returned to the temporary camp. After changing clothes, the backpacks with toxins were buried in a pit. The 3 of them checked into a hotel in the town. After taking a shower, Qinli took out the brown paper book and 3 rolled-up oil paintings from his backpack. Yi Min-wen looked at the 3 paintings, which turned out to be Mona Lisa, Napoleon riding a horse, and sunflowers. Ghost agents like them naturally understood the cultural customs of various countries. As the mainstream of Western painting, he naturally knew a lot about oil paintings. The blessing brought by the biological computer allowed him to quickly identify the years of the 3 paintings. Obviously, they were authentic. Min-wen, look for it on Shizhou.com and buy 3 imitations online. Captain is planning to replace the original with the fake? The mailing address is at the Hilton Hotel in Vienna. No problem. Yi Min-wen was busy booking the hotel and the imitations of the paintings, while Qinli continued to look at the brown paper book, which was a German myth, the Nibelung. He scanned the pages at a glance, and these contents quickly formed a network in Qinli's brain. This was a handmade book in 1895, but in addition to the original text, there were also some contents added later. For example, there were 6 pages of bookmarks, 173 annotations, 64 revisions, and the last page that was torn off. Looking at the name Guman von Braun on the title page, Qinli narrowed his eyes immediately, especially the meaning of the 2 words Braun and von. During the Third Reich, von was a word that an officer liked to add to his name. Braun should be the officer's original surname, but this surname is not so simple, because the wife of Mr. Mustache is called Eva Braun. Obviously, this Guman von Braun and Mustache have a special relationship. In addition to this handwritten copy of Nibelung, Qinli suspected that this Guman von Braun was very likely to know the whereabouts of the heart of the Nibelung, or even that this guy was responsible for hiding the heart of the Nibelung. However, the last page that was torn off may be a very crucial page. I searched the entire content of the Nibelung myth on the internet and compared it with the one in my hand. If the modified content is removed, the two are roughly the same, and the last second page in my hand is indeed the final chapter. No, Chinley found that this final chapter was missing 2 words. After a comparison, he found the 2 words. Love, house. What does it mean, beloved house? After thinking carefully, he took another look at the name Gummon von Braun, and suddenly felt that the context was clear. Beloved should refer to Eva Braun, and the house refers to the villa where Eva Braun lived all year round, the Berghof in Bavaria. Of course, the Berghof has now been renamed the National Historical Memorial Hall, and the specific location is in the Berchtesgaden National Park where Chinley and the other 2 first went, and the 3 of them passed by once before. There is something or a clue hidden in the Berghof villa. After resting in the town for a day, the 3 of them left the town the next day, walked a few kilometers, and returned to their previous appearance, and then took a ride back to Landeck. Then they took a train in Landeck to Rosenheim, Bavaria, Germany, and after 2 days of traveling, they came to Berchtesgaden again. However, the memorial was on a mountain in Berchtesgaden National Park, so they rented a Volkswagen and went to the memorial. The memorial hall is on the German-Austrian border. Chinley stood on the platform of the villa and could see Salzburg, Austria, not far away. Captain, no abnormality was found. Ye men when reported through brainwave communication. Chinley turned around and looked at the curator, who was explaining the objects and history of the memorial hall to tourists and the house maintenance worker, and his mouth suddenly rose slightly. Mr. Gummon, can I visit the underground air defense facilities? Chinley asked with a smile. Olin Gummon was stunned, and then replied with an apologetic look, Sir, the underground air raid shelter is under repair recently, and it is not open yet. Why don't I introduce you to other things? Then I trouble you. Chinley saw the other party's unnaturalness. In the evening, only the staff and Chinley were left in the memorial hall. Mr. Bruce, we are about to close. Olin Gummon reminded. Standing on the villa platform, looking at the sunset of Berchtesgaden National Park, Chinley turned his head and whispered to the meticulous German old man, Gummon von Braun. What? The old man's face suddenly changed, and he almost couldn't stand steadily. The secret that had been hidden for 62 years was revealed by someone. How could he not be shocked? Who are you? G, CIA, KBL? Olin Gummon asked gloomily. Chinley shook his head and replied with a smile. We are ghosts, ghosts that once shrouded Shijo. Ghost, what do you want to do? Olin Gummon certainly knew the meaning behind this word. Could it be that the red ghost that once shrouded Shijo has returned again? Of course, it is something left by your father, Chinley said with a smile. The two looked at each other quietly. In the afterglow of the setting sun, the atmosphere was silent and solemn. I won't tell you. Since Mr. Gummon knows G, he should know their threats. Aren't you the same? Olin Gummon sneered. At least we won't kill you Germans, Chinley reminded. Olin Gummon's eyes condensed. He knew a lot of secrets from his father, and with some of G's actions over the years, he struggled in his heart. If you are willing to watch your race perish, then just pretend I didn't say anything. After Chinley finished speaking, he turned around and prepared to leave. Chapter 231. Wait! Chinley stopped. Olin Gummon asked slowly, How can I trust you? Is there a room? Come with me. The two of them went to the underground air raid shelter of the memorial hall one after the other. When passing the living room, Olin Gummon told the housekeeper, Feld, go prepare dinner. These 3 gentlemen will have dinner here tonight. Okay, Mr. Olin. Enter the underground air raid shelter, go down the old-fashioned iron stairs, and open the iron door of one of the small meeting rooms. Olin Gummon pulled a small rope on one side, and the old yellow light bulb lit up. There was a map of the Third Reich hanging on the wall, rows of bookshelves on the east side, and a swastika flag on the west side. This was the office of the head of state back then. Olin Gummon seemed to be reminiscing about something. Chinley pulled out a chair and sat down, saying noncommittally, If you are determined, I have a way to make you believe it. G's power is not what you can imagine. Olin Gummon reminded calmly. Chinley replied calmly, The power of ghosts is beyond your imagination. Then how do you plan to make me believe you? Chinley grabbed Olin Gummon's left hand. Olin Gummon, who was horrified, tried to break free, but found that the other party's palm was as solid as steel. What do you want to do? Make you believe in our power. Suddenly, Olin Gummon felt that his body was out of control. Chinley, who launched the infrasound interference, quickly produced a bone spur from his thumb, which pierced into Olin Gummon's vein, and then a transparent liquid was injected into his body. In fact, The cell chip of the biological computer can be produced by the human body, but this function is a restricted function and requires special authorization from the netherworld to activate the self-replication function. The translucent liquid that Qinli injected into Olin Guman's body is the cell chip solution of the biological computer. 10 minutes later, Qinli let go of the other party's hand and also removed the infrasound interference. Huh? Olin Guman, whose chest was heaving, asked angrily with an ugly face, "Asshole, what did you inject me? True serum." A good thing. Olin Guman, who was about to curse, suddenly felt something was wrong. A voice sounded in his brain. Testing completed, in compliance with the new human charter, ready to start the Nuwa kernel. What? Before Olin Guman could react, he was pulled into the virtual world of the Nuwa kernel by the biological computer and entered the novice tutorial. Half an hour later, Olin Guman opened his eyes in shock and asked in disbelief, "You actually have this technology? Mr. Guman, can you trust us now?" Qinli asked with a smile. Olin Guman smiled bitterly. He did believe Qinli, but the price of this belief was too high. It was a pirate ship that could only go up and not down. Not only could he not keep his secret, but his life was also not in his hands. The biological computer was so domineering. "Are you really willing to save mankind?" Olin Guman asked, staring at Qinli seriously. "Of course. Do you think we can surrender to the lizard people?" Of course, Olin Guman knew that the contradictions between the two were irreconcilable. There were many contradictions between different countries and ethnic groups on the Blue Star, not to mention two different races. If they joined the new humans, they could still keep the human genes. If they joined the lizard people, they would have to change their own genes, and whether the lizard people agreed to absorb them was a fatal problem. Olin Guman, who had boarded the pirate ship, could only choose to believe and tell some of his own secrets. After the defeat of the Third Reich, although it was purged and liquidated by the three giants, some of the remaining forces still went underground. These people were divided into three major factions, namely the Prussian faction entrenched in Western Europe, the new German faction absorbed by Country B, and the Fourth Reich faction that fled to South America. Among them, the new German faction has completely degenerated, or they have been incorporated by G, while the Fourth Reich faction has been in a state of disarray with the arrival of the new century, and finally became the fragmented Prussian faction. The Prussian faction is divided into four branches: Federal Prussia, Austrian Prussia, Imperial Prussia, and Social Prussia. Olin Guman is the leader of the Imperial Prussia faction. They are the most traditional and orthodox Prussians, but they are also disliked by the other three factions. There are 347 official members of the Imperial Prussia, and thousands of associate members, or peripheral members. They are all descendants of officers of the Third Reich and Junker nobles. However, although Olin Guman is the leader, the Imperial Prussia is in a state similar to a family generational alliance, and he cannot fully command other members. He can mobilize less than 100 people. Moreover, Olin Guman did not trust these people very much, because the G organization had infiltrated the Prussian faction very seriously in recent years. The secret of him was passed down from generation to generation, just to avoid being known by others. After listening to Olin Guman's description, Qinli did not expect such an unexpected gain. As the Imperial Prussian faction that had been entrenched in Shizhou for decades, they were more convenient and understood many things than the ghosts. And Qinli also chose to reveal some of the G organization's intelligence to Olin Guman. G organization wants to eliminate humans? Qinli nodded. This is beyond doubt, and the other party's actions have become more and more aggressive recently, and many things have become very obvious. How do you plan to fight against G? Olin Guman asked hesitantly. We need to complete the implantation of biological computers in all the people before we can tear our faces with G, so you should integrate the internal as much as possible. Olin Guman nodded. Without Qinli's reminder, he also planned to do so. By implanting biological computers, eliminate the infiltrated members of the G organization, integrate Imperial Prussia and the other three Prussians, and then prepare for a decisive battle with the G organization. The emergence of the biocomputer gave Olin Guman a boost of confidence. After the biocomputer was implanted, it was clear who was the enemy and who was the friend. An internal relationship that could trust each other, and an internal relationship that was wary of each other were two completely different states. At the end, Qinli stood up and stretched out his hand and said, "Welcome to join the Human Alliance, Olin Guman." Hearing this word, Olin Guman seemed to have returned to that era. He also stretched out his hand and shook Qinli's hand. "It's my honor, Bruce." Their common belief now is to fight against the G organization. With a common goal and the existence of biological computers, the expansion of the Human Alliance has become unstoppable. including Mishima in Japan, Indoji in South Korea, Saskatchewan in Mexico, etc. These people have been implanted with biological computers one after another. The dark tide of the human alliance is sweeping the whole world. After Olin Gummin and Shinli exchanged some opinions, the next day, the two sides split into two groups. Olin Gummin began to integrate the interior of the Prussian Empire, while Shinli and the other two went to Braunau on the German-Austrian border without stopping, because the heart of the Nibelung was hidden in a church in Braunau. Chapter 232. August 20th. Shinli and his two companions, appearing as tourists, passed the Inn River, a tributary of the Danube, on the border between Germany and Austria. Since they are all members of the Western Union, they can travel freely in various regions within the Western Union with a tourist visa from the German Federation. If it weren't for the birth of the little mustached gentleman in the small town of Braunau, it is estimated that no one would notice this border town except the locals. This is an ordinary small town in Western Union, with a population of several thousand people, forests, churches, statues, flowers and plants as the theme, and of course there are very scary mosquitoes. With the information provided by Olin Gummin, Shinli, and the other two headed straight to their destination, the St. Hedding's Church in the western suburbs of Braunau. There are 3 churches in the entire Braunau town, and these churches have a lot of traffic. Among them, the St. Hedding's Church is the largest church in the area, and the heart of the Nibelung is held in the hand of a bronze statue. It can only be said that Gummin von Braun is well versed in human nature, and put the heart of the Nibelung directly in an obvious church. The G organization did not expect that what they have been looking for is placed in such an obvious place. Shinli stepped into the church. 2 priests were praying solemnly. There were more than 20 local people sitting on benches in the hall, listening quietly. On the left side of the statue of the Virgin Mary in the hall, there were 3 bronze statues in parallel. The second bronze statue was an angel holding a bronze ball. The bronze ball was about the size of a football, and there was a line of German engraved on it. God ist mit dir, God is with you. Of course, Shinli and others could not take the bronze ball in public. After listening to the priest's prayer for a while, and donating $100 to the church, the 3 left the church. After finding a hotel to stay temporarily, Yi Min-wen, after disguising himself and changing his appearance, came to an antique craft shop Gummin Crafts in Braunau. After opening the door, the craft shop was deserted in the evening. A middle-aged German in his 40s was carving a wooden statue of Prometheus. He looked up in surprise. "Good evening, sir." Yi Min-wen smiled and said, "Good evening, Mr. Goodman. What do you need?" Kane Goodman put down the carving knife and asked, "Can I take a look?" "No problem." Yi Min-wen walked through the rows of display shelves until the copper ball in the corner appeared in his eyes. He picked up the copper ball and wiped off the dust on it. It was exactly the same as the copper ball on the statue in the church. "Mr. Goodman, this copper ball looks like it has a history. Can you sell it to me?" Yi Min-wen asked, holding the copper ball. Kane Goodman, who was carving a wooden statue, was stunned, and his pupils shrank slightly. He put down the carving knife and walked to the counter. "God is with you," he said with a smile, but his right hand reached into the counter drawer, tightly holding a pistol. "God may be a human." After Yi Min-wen finished speaking, he put the copper ball on the counter. Kane Goodman, with sweaty palms, put down the pistol, secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and then said calmly, 194.5 yuan. Yi Min-wen directly took out 194.5 Western dollars, and gave 4.3 Reichsmarks, which were banknotes issued by the Third Reich. "Deal." Kane Goodman quickly wrapped up the copper ball, and handed it to Yi Min-wen. "Thank you, goodbye." "Goodbye." Looking at Yi Min-wen walking away, Kane Goodman was completely relieved. Since he inherited this shop and the copper ball from his father, he has been living in fear. Now that this trouble has finally been sent away, he quickly closed the shop and prepared to celebrate tonight. It was late at night, and the place was quiet. Inside the quiet church hall, besides the dim lights, there was a solemn statue. Suddenly, a figure quietly appeared in front of the angel holding the ball. Yi Min-wen unscrewed the copper ball from the angel's hand, and screwed the copper ball bought from the handicraft store on. He left the church with the copper ball. No one knew that the copper ball had been replaced, and no one knew that the secret treasure of the Third Reich, the heart of the Nibelung, was hidden inside the copper ball. After returning to the hotel, Shinli looked at the copper ball on the table, and began to think about how to transport the heart of the Nibelung out of the Western Continental Alliance. After all, there are scans and inspections at the entry and exit of ports, airports, and train stations. Once it is checked out, it will be troublesome. They must choose a safe and covert method to ensure that it is hidden from the Western Continental Alliance and the G organization. How to transport it out? Suddenly Chinli thought of something that might help him. He quickly contacted Huang Mingzhi through the virtual network. 2 days later. Vienna, the capital of the Austrian Federation. Irina and her 2 subordinates were walking on Castle Street. Suddenly, she stopped and looked at a craft shop on the street, Rudolph's Antique Shop. Let's go in and take a look. After saying that, she walked into the shop, and her 2 subordinates hurriedly followed. After Irina strolled around, she took a fancy to the copper ball in the corner. Guess you have a good eye. This is a copper ball with great commemorative value. The boss was a middle-aged man with a big beard, and he was talking about selling copper balls. Irina asked coldly, "How much?" "Only 150, no, 140 will do." The boss rubbed his hands and said. Irina gave a look to the subordinate, who immediately understood and took out $140 from his pocket and handed it over. The boss quickly issued an invoice and packed the copper ball with his hands and feet. After leaving the store, one of the subordinates couldn't help asking, "Ms. Irina, is there anything special about this copper ball? Don't you think that the sentence above, 'God is with you,' is very good?" After Irina finished speaking coldly, she continued to ask, "Is the plane ready?" "It's ready, and we can leave in about 2 hours." "Yes." In this way, Irina took the copper ball on her private plane and flew to Pingcheng in Country A. As for why she went to Country A, it was ostensibly for business. Elizabeth Group under Irina's name had business dealings with Thinking Society. For example, many products of Thinking Society entered the Commonwealth member countries, and Elizabeth Group was the agent or matchmaker. So she would go to Country A 4 to 6 times a year to complete the intelligence. Stealing. Tasks of Organization G. Since she was the servant god of the Western Continent Divine Realm, she could move freely in the territory of Western Continent, and the copper ball was personally delivered to Country A under the nose of Organization G. Yi Mingwen, who disguised himself as the owner of a handicraft shop, deleted the surveillance camera records inside the shop, and took off the brain-wave glasses from the head of the unconscious boss on the bed. That woven memory was seamlessly inserted into the boss memory, and there was no flaw in the origin and selling process of the copper ball. After completing all this, Yi Mingwen turned back to himself and reunited with Chinli and Rong Chong at the Hilton Hotel. And Chinli also replaced the 3 imitation oil paintings with the real ones by stealing, and then mailed them back to Country A. Because the invoice and shopping records were there, the Vienna customs did not pay attention to the 3 imitation oil paintings, and the oil paintings were successfully put on the plane. Seeing that everything went smoothly, Chinli and the other 2 couldn't wait to buy tickets to return to China. As Chinli and the other 2 boarded the plane to Pingcheng, this trip to Shizhou came to a successful end. Chapter 233. On the runway of Bao'an Airport, a Bombardier Global 7500 landed smoothly on the runway. The smooth fuselage attracted many people's attention. However, the staff of Bao'an Airport were no longer surprised. This Bombardier Global 7500 often landed at Bao'an Airport or Tianhe Airport in recent years. Under the command of the airport tower, the private plane was parked in a special area. After the private plane was attached by the mobile ladder, the cabin door slowly opened, and Irina, wearing a black long skirt and a veil hat, walked down the plane with 2 subordinates. Although it was a private plane, the necessary procedures still had to be followed. 3 airport inspectors boarded the plane and quickly checked it. Irina took a look and walked towards the security checkpoint with her subordinates. The crew of the private plane was chatting idly, but they didn't know that the internal monitoring system of the plane had been invaded by ghosts. In the cargo storage compartment of the cabin, an inspector who was pushing the inspection equipment took a look at the copper ball that was casually placed in the bag. He opened the bag and took out the copper ball, and then put an identical copper ball back into the bag from his own testing equipment box. The copper ball was replaced again, and the real copper ball was quickly transferred to a safe area by ghosts for safekeeping. The crew members had no idea that the copper ball had been replaced right under their noses. On the same day, Chinli and his 3 companions also landed at Bao'an Airport. Chinli hurried back to Ghost Base and casually sent the mission report. It was still the maintenance plant base in the suburbs of Pingcheng, where Jean Peng received Chinli. "Where are the things?" Jean Peng quickly replied, "They have been safely transferred to the base." "Take me there. And are the researchers ready?" Jean Peng led the way and replied, "The researchers are already in place." The group entered the temporary laboratory of the base. Although it was a temporary laboratory, in fact, the protection level of each base of Ghost was very high, the Doomsday level. After putting on protective clothing, Chenli and Jean Peng entered the laboratory. At this time, There were already 16 researchers busy in the laboratory. The copper ball had not been cut open, but was placed in the detection room of the micro-listening detector for detailed scanning and modeling. Chinley looked at the computer screen, which was showing a three-dimensional analysis diagram of the copper ball. Sure enough, there was a fist-sized cube inside the copper ball. Researcher Kai, how is the analysis? Jinping asked. Researcher Kai, whose face could not be seen clearly in the protective suit, raised his head and said, the surface composition of the copper ball is ordinary bronze alloy, but the cube inside is some new compounds. Chinley took the report and flipped through the contents. The alloy layer on the surface of the cube is a nanoscale silicon tungsten lithium alloy, while the core is very complex. According to the results of simulation calculations, it is a bit like a biological computer. Because they were worried about the problem of the heart of the Nibelung, the researchers used remote control and laser cutting to cut the copper ball bit by bit. Half an hour later, the copper ball had been cut open, revealing the cube, which was the heart of the Nibelung that Organization G had been looking for. The four sides of the cube are silver-gray alloy, with some very fine lines and runes on it, and the other two sides are translucent gray crystals. Chinley looked at the two translucent gray crystals and said in surprise, strange, aren't they green crystals? Huh? Researcher Kai was surprised. What's wrong? Jinping asked quickly. Researcher Kai pointed to the real-time monitoring system and explained, the inside of the cube is changing. The detection results of the listening detector showed that the gray core was producing intense atomic and molecular movements. Moreover, the translucent gray crystal is slowly turning green, and as time goes by, the color of the crystal is getting greener and greener. The temperature of the cube itself has risen from 24.52 degrees Celsius to 33.67 degrees Celsius, and there is also obvious bioelectricity. Researcher Kai said in surprise this time. The cube is actually absorbing the heat of the surrounding air. Although the laboratory has an independent air thermostat, the air temperature, which was 26 degrees Celsius before, has now become 15.64 degrees Celsius. The laboratory air thermostat had to heat up to compensate for the heat loss. Looking at the monitoring data, the heart of the Nibelung still greedily absorbed the surrounding heat like a bottomless pit. So that's why, no wonder in some fragmentary descriptions, the heart of the Nibelung is another name of the frozen heart. Chinley pinched his chin in thought. As time passed, the laboratory further conducted a comprehensive analysis of the heart of the Nibelung, and many characteristics were discovered by researchers. Even more amazing is that some data can be read from the heart of the Nibelung using a brain-wave sensor. At present, the laboratory's supercomputer is working hard to crack these data. It is obvious that the heart of the Nibelung may indeed be an alien biological computer. However, as for the quantum communication that may exist on the heart of the Nibelung, the researchers have not yet analyzed the clues. Chief Researcher Kai Defeng held the analysis report in his hand and said excitedly, "What a magical energy absorption system! This is a system similar to thermoelectric power generation, but it is more powerful than ordinary thermoelectric power generation." Several other researchers also looked enthusiastic. This energy absorption system was obviously a bit of black technology. Generally speaking, the energy of the temperature difference power generation system is to flow the high temperature area to the low temperature area, and then after both sides reach thermal equilibrium, the temperature difference power generation system will no longer generate electricity. However, the energy absorption system of the heart of the Nibelung can absorb part of the energy in the low temperature area. Kai Defeng named this system Energy Siphon System. The name of the energy siphon system can perfectly describe the phenomenon of this system, just like a siphon can absorb water from a low place to a high place. However, the specific principle of the energy siphon system in the heart of the Nibelung needs further research. What is the heat conversion efficiency? Chinley asked a key question. Kai Defeng replied with a rapid breath, around 87%, which is already very high. The maximum heat-to-electric conversion efficiency of our temperature difference power generation system is only about 56.7% at present. It has increased the efficiency by 30%. If it can be reverse engineered, our nuclear fusion reactor can further improve the heat utilization rate. Chinley said in surprise. I suggest that more researchers be mobilized to form a special reverse engineering laboratory. Kai Defeng suggested. Chinley nodded. Anyway, the number of researchers in the country is almost flooding. The number of new humans has risen sharply, bringing a large number of high-quality researchers, engineers, and scientists. The overall technology of Country A is advancing rapidly, and countless achievements are born every day. For example, the biological computer laboratory that had hundreds of people before now has thousands of researchers, and there are also aerospace fields, nuclear fusion fields, etc. With the support of a large number of scientific researchers, it is difficult not to develop. Through the internal network of GHOST, a secret contact was completed with the City of Truth, and the Energy Siphon Laboratory, Quantum Communication Laboratory, and Cube Data Analysis Laboratory were quickly established, and cooperated with Thinking Material Group to prepare materials for reverse engineering the heart of the Nibelung. Chapter 234. Lingnan Shanmei. Thinking Society Headquarters. Irina was discussing something with Shinwena. The two of them had known each other for several years, but Shinwena didn't know the complicated relationship between Irina and Huang Mingzhi. As Huang Mingzhi was a very sensitive person, he would not meet Irina openly. This time she came here. In addition to escorting the heart of the Nibelung, there was another thing to be solved. That was the matter of implanting a biological computer. Implanting a biological computer was naturally better than psychological hypnosis. The problem was that once the biological computer was implanted, Irina would definitely know about Huang Mingzhi's previous hypnosis of Irina. Because the biocomputer can enhance the host's brain response and assist her brain work, and the psychological hypnosis effect will be removed by the biocomputer. However, if Irina is not implanted with a biocomputer, she cannot be fully trusted. For example, Ghost took a certain risk in escorting the heart of the Nibelung this time. It was late at night. In the Peninsula Hotel in Paris, after a waiter entered Irina's room, a disguised figure left the room. The two subordinates were in the guest room next to them, and did not notice anything. In the underground garage of the hotel, an electric car that had been waiting for a long time picked up Irina, and went directly north along Shanmei Avenue. A small villa in the countryside, the electric car directly entered the villa garage, and then the garage turned into a lift, taking the electric car underground. As soon as Irina got out of the car, she saw Huang Mingzhi not far away, and she came over excitedly. "How are you recently?" Huang Mingzhi smiled and took her hand. "Everything is going well." However, Huang Mingzhi was unsure at this time. Once Irina knew that he had deceived her, he didn't know what would happen. Pulling Irina into the laboratory, Huang Mingzhi personally injected her with the cell chip solution of the biological computer. Looking at Irina, who fell into a deep sleep on the bed, Huang Mingzhi pinched his temples with a slight headache. At this time, in the virtual world of the Niwa kernel, Irina was activating the biological computer. As soon as the activation of the biological computer was completed, she felt something was wrong. Countless memories rolled in her brain, especially the memories forged and psychologically suggested by Huang Mingzhi, which conflicted violently with her original memories. This bastard. After reorganizing her memory, Irina finally discovered Huang Mingzhi's tricks. It turned out that she had been played in his hands. Irina, who was sleeping, suddenly opened her eyes wide, jumped up, and kicked Huang Mingzhi. But Huang Mingzhi, who was prepared, easily dodged the attack. Irina stared at him and asked angrily, "Tell me, that's not true." "Although I don't want to admit it, it's true." Huang Mingzhi spread his hands and replied, "F********. However, Irina, who had just been injected with the biocomputer, was obviously no match for Huang Mingzhi. If he hadn't shown mercy, Irina would definitely have fallen. The two of them fought back and forth in the laboratory. Half an hour later. Huff. Irina panted and supported her knees. Although she became more and more proficient in the biocomputer as the fight progressed, her body's energy was consumed rapidly. Suddenly, a bottle of nutrient solution appeared in front of her. Irina raised her head, grabbed the bottle of nutrient solution with a bit of indifference, and gulped it down. Sitting directly on the cold floor, Irina's eyes were red, and she asked hysterically, "Why don't you lie to me forever? Cheating you is to save humanity, and removing psychological suggestion is to save you." Huang Mingzhi said calmly. "Save me? Because Ji is perfecting the God Blood Potion, and is preparing to transform some members into lizard men. Judging from the 5 captured biochemically modified people, the success rate of the God Blood Potion will not exceed 10%. Irina fell silent immediately. She had obviously heard something about this matter, and knew that Ji's Institute of God Refining was developing a divine blood potion. Suddenly she came up and threw Huang Mingzhi to the ground, saying viciously, "I want you to be my real man." Huang Mingzhi smiled bitterly in his heart, but looking at Irina's determined eyes, if he didn't satisfy her, she would probably not give up. He quickly blocked the monitoring system inside the laboratory through brainwave induction, and asked several ghosts to leave the laboratory. The next day, around noon, Huang Mingzhi had a headache. As soon as he moved, Irina woke up. At this time, there were knocks on the door. Huang Mingzhi got up and opened the door a crack. Outside the door was Zhang Shurha, who was trying not to laugh. Wang Mingzhi took the clothes with a thick face, and told himself that he was sacrificing his life for the country. Both of them put on their clothes in silence. After putting on her clothes, Irina suddenly said, "Don't worry, I won't ask you to marry me, and I won't expose our relationship in front of her." Wang Mingzhi certainly knew that he couldn't make any promises to the other party. His identity meant that he had no choice but to be a scumbag. "Lunch is ready, let's go eat." As soon as she left the laboratory, she immediately turned back into a strong woman, and Westerners have different ideas about such things than in China. Lunch was Shanmei's special vegetable cake, fried rice noodles with eel roe, Hakka salted chicken, bitter melon meat stuffing, and bluefish salted vegetable bitter melon soup. The two of them ate and drank a lot. The latest version of the biological computer already includes absorbing cell robots and high-energy storage cells. The digestion and utilization rate of food increased to about 88%, and the two of them ate about 3 times the amount of food that ordinary people eat. After a full meal, Irina wiped the corners of her mouth and asked, "What are you going to do?" Wang Mingzhi thought for a while and said, "First, you transform some of your subordinates into new humans, gradually erode the Great British Temple, and then control the Western Continent Divine Realm." After listening to Wang Mingzhi's suggestion, Irina nodded. The existence of the biological computer allowed her to quickly control the Great British Temple. As for those guys who are loyal to the G organization, let them disappear completely. Then she can directly let her subordinates transform in disguise. As long as she controls the Great Britain Temple, with the ghost behind her, she can compete with the G organization in the Western Continent Alliance and even kill it. After all, the Western Continent Divine Realm is the most complex one in the G organization. The power of the Western Continent royal family and nobles is still not small. If they were not afraid of the power of the G organization, they would have been restless long ago. After staying in Shanghai for 3 days, Irina's 2 subordinates were successfully implanted with biological computers and became members of the Human Alliance. Once implanted with a biological computer, it means that they cannot leak secrets or betray. The limited program of the Nuwa kernel has doomed them to be unable to escape control. Irina obtained the identity of the head of the Great Britain branch of the Human Alliance and began to lead secret activities in the Great Britain Federation. Chapter 235. August 29, 2016. Next to the Lianhuashan Thermal, Nuclear, Power Plant in Shanmei, the Nuclear Fusion Research Institute has officially entered the final stage of research and development work on the miniaturization of the controlled nuclear fusion reactor. Wang Mingzhi, Dong Quan, Wei Feng and others are busy with this miniaturization work. The miniaturization of the controlled nuclear fusion reactor is not simply to reduce the previous Jinwu Type 1 and Jinwu Type 2 by the same proportion. Because miniaturization means that the same material, the performance is rapidly declining, but the temperature of the nuclear fusion reaction and the density of the released energy have not decreased. In this case, the previous materials cannot be used. We can only wait for the development of new materials and obtain suitable new materials to complete the miniaturization of controlled nuclear fusion. Wang Mingzhi had previously completed the design work of the miniaturization of the nuclear fusion reactor, but had not yet developed suitable materials. Recently, with the increase of a large number of new humans, the number of scientific researchers at the Thinking Materials Research Institute has increased significantly, which has promoted the improvement of scientific research capabilities. Last month, the Thinking Materials Research Institute completed the research and development of all materials, so the research and development work of the miniaturization of the controlled nuclear fusion reactor, the Jinwu 4, has entered the final research and development stage. Inside the laboratory, a device about the size of a medium-sized refrigerator is quietly displayed in the middle of the laboratory. This is the Jinwu 4 controlled nuclear fusion reactor. It is 2.1 meters high, 1.1 meters long, 0.95 meters wide, and weighs 644 kilograms. Considering that the Jinwu 4 is more likely to be used as a mobile tool, such as for large satellites, war vehicles, small ships, temporary camps, small underground bases, emergency power supply vehicles, etc. Therefore, the overall design style of the Jinwu 4 is integrated, with only nuclear fuel tank ports, reaction waste tank ports, and voltage-regulated power transmission ports. The automatic robot inserted a can of DD, nuclear fuel tank into the nuclear fuel port. The nuclear fuel tank is a circle larger than the general spray insecticide bottle, and contains 5 kilograms of heavy hydrogen nuclear fuel. Dong Quan picked up the intercom and ordered, "Start the reactor, the first test run begins." Received. The researcher picked up the remote control and pressed the nuclear reaction start button. After a slight hum, The green light representing the completion of the reactor's nuclear fusion self-sustaining came on. Then an automatic robot connected a cable to the voltage-adjusting power transmission port. The researcher adjusted the voltage and pressed the power transmission switch. Wang Mingzhi saw the data fed back by the detection equipment. The maximum power was maintained at the level of 25.3 kilowatt-hours per second. This is equivalent to an annual power generation of 800 million kilowatt-hours. Currently, 1 kilogram of nuclear fuel for controlled nuclear fusion can generate about 1.5 billion kilowatt-hours of energy, and the overall energy conversion efficiency is about 68%. This means that 5 kilograms of nuclear fuel can sustain itself for 6 years. But in fact, it is more than that, because the nuclear fusion reaction will produce supertritium and helium-3, and the Jinwu-4 will re-inject these supertritium and helium-3 into the nuclear fusion reaction, which will increase the self-sustaining time of the nuclear fusion reactor in disguise. It is estimated that 5 kilograms of nuclear fuel can allow the Jinwu-4 to sustain itself for 7 years, which is the time for non-stop operation 365 days a year. In fact, the nuclear fusion reactor cannot run day and night. First, the nuclear fusion reactor may die from overwork, and second, the machine cannot stop. For example, if it is installed on the Phoenix gamma-ray laser satellite, the laser cannot be turned on continuously. In addition, the Jinwu-4 has also designed a variant model, which is specially designed for gamma-ray lasers, because lasers need to burst for a short time. Therefore, the Jinwu-4B can perform overclocking power transmission, instantly increasing the energy output power by hundreds of times. However, the consequence of doing so is that the nuclear fuel consumption will increase rapidly. Under overclocking power, 5 kilograms of nuclear fuel can only support about 25.5 days at most. Considering the situation in outer space, some additional nuclear fuel tanks may be added to extend the self-sustaining time of nuclear fuel. Wang Mingzhi looked at the data, and everything was in line with his design expectations. It seems that we have completed the micro-reactor, Dong Quan said happily. Wang Mingzhi thought for a while and ordered, "We can subdivide several models, such as designing some professional models according to various needs." "No problem, we have a prototype for miniaturization, and our current scientific research strength is increasing day by day, and the improvement work can be completed soon." Dong Quan was full of confidence. Wei Feng, who was standing by, was not too worried. He was thinking about other things now. He was no longer interested in controlled nuclear fusion, or he had no sense of conquest. The first trial run lasted for 5 hours, during which tests such as overclocking power generation, transformer transmission, and intermittent power generation were carried out. Everything went very smoothly. Afterwards, Wang Mingzhi instructed Dong Quan to continue to improve the Jinwu-4 and organize scientific research forces to develop various subdivided models of the Jinwu-4. On the other hand, CASIC is also preparing the launch plan of Phoenix Satellite and Silent Satellite. Last month, Long March 5D completed its 6th launch mission, launching the last 4 Diding satellites into the 1,500-kilometer orbit of Blue Star. Since then, the Diding satellite system has realized all-weather and no dead-angle monitoring of Blue Star. The real situation of Blue Star at every moment will be synchronously displayed on the virtual Blue Star. In conjunction with the newly commissioned NUA biological supercomputer, the Netherworld has realized comprehensive monitoring of Blue Star. On September 1st, the Wenchang Space Launch Center in Cheongzhou welcomed another heavyweight launch mission. The launch mission of the Long March 5E has been a mixed blessing for CASIC in the past few months, with the launch of the Long March 5D once a month, plus the design and construction of the Long March 5E lunar launch vehicle. Fortunately, a large number of new human engineers and researchers joined in, and they finally completed the construction of the Long March 5E at the end of August. However, looking at the Long March 5E on the launch pad, Li Guiqing and Chen Yao also felt a lot of pressure. After all, the time was too tight. Launch countdown 10, 6, 30 ignition. Listening to the broadcast, Chen Yao and Li Guiqing looked at rows of display screens. Long March 5E is a non-recoverable launch vehicle, so it naturally carries a lot of fuel, and an improved 8.6-ton Diding probe. The ignition was very successful. Driven by the main engine, Long March 5E began to tilt and prepare to break through the Kármán line. The core stage separated at 210 kilometers in low Earth orbit. Although it is non-recoverable, the core stage will still return to the atmosphere and finally crash into the spacecraft graveyard in the South Pacific. Chen Yao breathed a sigh of relief. After breaking through the atmosphere, the most dangerous stage of the space rocket was finally passed. The next step is to orbit the blue planet, perform orbit change maneuvers, continuously move to a high orbit, and finally use the blue planet's gravity slingshot to enter the lunar orbit. Entering the gravity slingshot stage is the second most dangerous stage in this launch mission. This process must be very precise, and there must not be any mistakes. According to the plan, it will take 6 days to maneuver around the blue planet, and then enter the gravity slingshot stage, entering the lunar orbit at around 2 a.m. on September 8th. After looking at the data, Chen Yao and Li Guoqing prepared to return to the production base of Kasich. The follow-up work can only be handled by Wenchang Space Center. They have been used to launching carrier rockets and satellites for more than half a year. Foreign countries are almost numb to the speed of a country's space launch once a month. Chapter 236. Although the branches of the human alliance are developing rapidly around the world, the restrictions imposed by the netherworld on these branches are still very strict. For example, the second review of new members, the restriction of biological computer permissions, and the limit of the number of new humans in each region are all very strict. In addition, they dare not act too blatantly now. Generally, there are no more than 3 branch members who have the permission to copy the secondary mother copy of the cell chip. Each new member can only be personally reviewed and implanted by the holder of the secondary mother copy. The problematic ones directly control their bodies with the biological computer. Generally, these guys will not have a good ending, either being replaced, committing suicide, or disappearing. The Network Security Center City of Nankdream World. This is the front line of the battle between the Netherworld and the G organization and other forces. This is one of the institutions established when the virtual network world was born. Especially after Huang Mingzhi knew that the G organization had mature quantum computer technology, he personally led this organization and has been fighting against the quantum world of the G organization. From the first generation of 4096-bit supernumber encryption algorithm plus quantum key technology plus artificial intelligence. In the midterm, the second-generation supernumerical encryption algorithm, with millions of digits plus quantum key technology plus artificial intelligence. Then, the third-generation supernumerical encryption algorithm, with billions of digits plus quantum key technology plus artificial intelligence plus biological computer currently in use. The supernumerary encryption algorithm itself was developed by Huang Mingzhi to fight against quantum computers, and quantum computers are not omnipotent, because all cryptography is based on mathematics. Huang Mingzhi does not know which quantum algorithm the G organization uses, but it can still be estimated in a large range, so he set up a special supernumerary encryption algorithm. Supernumerical encryption algorithm. The first generation consists of 4 mathematical problems, each of which randomly occupies a 1024-bit key. In addition, these 4 mathematical problems have not been cracked by modern mathematics, and they are also the types of mathematical problems that quantum computing is not good at. Even if the G organization has a quantum computer that has achieved 1,000,000 quantum bits, it will still take more than 20 years to crack the key of the first generation of supernumerical encryption algorithm. Moreover, at the beginning of the year, the key of the virtual world in the Cyber Security Center City was changed once a week, while the key of ordinary electronic computer networks was only changed once every 3 months. It is this kind of strict defense that has prevented the G organization and other forces from breaking into the virtual network. As time goes by, the Cyber Security Center City is constantly updating and upgrading cyber security technology. The third generation super encryption algorithm currently in use can be said to be at a perverted level. It consists of a total of 12 mathematical problems, each of which has a random key of more than 10 billion bits, totaling more than 12 billion bits of keys, plus other quantum encryption technology, biological computer technology, and artificial intelligence technology. G organization has basically given up the idea of network intrusion since the beginning. If Huang Mingzhi had not known in advance that G organization had a mature quantum computer, he might have been tricked by G organization. But for a top mathematician who is on guard and an all-round scientist, it is easy to set up a firewall to prevent quantum computing. However, the quantum world of G organization cannot invade the virtual world of Netherworld, and Netherworld is a virtual world and cannot invade the quantum world. The two are clearly separated and will never interact with each other. The current network structure is a too bright and too dark structure with virtual network, new human internet, and quantum world. Among them, the virtual network has covered 34% of the world, and the internet occupies 66%. The new human internet is a biological computer network that belongs exclusively to the new humans. Ordinary people cannot log in. The quantum world is the internal network of the G organization. It is also a closed area for people and forces outside the G organization. The view returns to the Long March 50 launched on September 1st. Cheongjo Wenchang Space Center. Report: the probe has entered the gravity slingshot stage. All units please pay attention. Received. Auxiliary engine started. Ready to correct the orbit. Through the Blue Star High Orbit Communication Relay Satellite, the Ground-Based Space Center accurately controls the Diding 25 probe and corrects the flight orbit through the ignition of the auxiliary engine. Blue Star's gravity slingshot throws the Diding 25 probe into the lunar orbit. This process requires accurate calculation of position and time to ensure that the Diding 25 probe is captured by the Moon's gravity and pulled into the Moon's orbit. 3 hours later. Report: the probe has been captured by the Moon's gravity. Starting to fly around the Moon's orbit. Orbit correction in progress. The current orbital altitude is 6,840 to 6,950 kilometers from the Moon. At the same time, in an orbit more than 400,000 kilometers away from the Blue Planet and 65,000 kilometers away from the Moon, a communication relay satellite, the Keiqiao satellite, is pointing the way forward for the Diding 25 probe. The Keiqiao satellite is a lunar communication relay satellite launched by the Space Agency last year, operating in the Lagrange L2 orbit. This orbit has a special name, Halo orbit. The English name is Halo. Such a complex orbit design is actually also due to Lagrange's outstanding contribution to orbital dynamics. Through the communication relay of the Keiqiao satellite, the ground center continues to remotely control the Diding 25 probe and approach the Moon. The planned orbit of the Diding 25 probe is 850 to 910 kilometers from the Moon. In the intense orbit correction, more than 5 hours passed unknowingly. Finally, the Diding 25 detector successfully entered orbit and started to operate in an orbit 850 to 910 kilometers from the Moon. Start the detector scan. Received. At this time, the Diding 25 detector was on the front side of the Moon, and streams of neutrinos swept towards the Moon and then quickly fed back. On the front side of the Moon, such as near the Apollo lunar landing area, an underground base appeared, and there were also a large number of underground pipelines arranged underground on the Moon. The virtual moon of the Space Command Center is being built rapidly. Gradually, the Diding 25 probe entered the orbit on the back of the Moon. The detection results on the back of the Moon are even more surprising. The number of underground bases, underground pipelines, and tunnels is larger and denser than that on the front. Suddenly, there was a strong interference in the data fed back by the probe, and then the communication signal was directly interrupted. Looking at this result, Wang Fuxing, the head of the Space Center, looked ugly. Then even the Keiqiao satellite lost contact. More than half an hour later, NASA's official website announced a dynamic due to an attack by an unknown cosmic ray stream. 7 satellites near the Moon were affected. Wang Mingzhi and Li Aigua also personally went to the command center of the Space Center through the virtual network. Putting down the report, Li Aigua sneered. "It's really cruel. Even their own satellites were killed. I guess they are worried that we will discover their secrets, so they just take the initiative," Wang Mingzhi said, while looking at the virtual lunar model that had been detected. On the virtual model of the Moon, about 36% of the front area has been detected, while less than 17% of the back area has been detected. However, the G organization never thought that the Diding detector had already uncovered part of their secret base. Chapter 237. Although the G organization destroyed the Diding 25 detector with high-energy ray flow, the Netherworld has been able to confirm that heaven is on the Moon. It is obvious that the G organization is now very afraid of the Netherworld, especially after the South China Sea exercise, which exposed the gamma-ray laser. For the gamma-ray laser that is difficult to block, the G organization may be worried that there is a gamma-ray laser on the Diding detector, so it destroyed the Diding detector. Wang Mingzhi put down the report, turned his head, and said to Li Aigua, "From the last data sent back by the detector, heaven is most likely on the back of the Moon." "Mingzhi, what do you suggest?" Li Aigua asked. Looking at the virtual moon suspended in the air, although only a part of the area was detected, those underground bases and tunnels were very obvious man-made products. Wang Mingzhi said calmly, "From the current situation, the G organization may be waiting for the success rate of the God Blood Potion to increase." Li Aigua, who is in charge of the Ghost Special Service, certainly knows the success rate of the God Blood Potion. After integrating a series of intelligence, it can be determined that it will not exceed 10%. Wang Mingzhi continued, "We are definitely putting a lot of pressure on the other side now. We cannot rule out the possibility that they will do something desperate. We must evaluate the other side with the greatest malice. If so, we must complete all preparations as soon as possible," Li Aigua said solemnly. Wang Mingzhi's eyes became more murderous. "Speed up the progress of various plans. Perhaps the time for a decisive battle is coming. I think so too. Both of them knew that plans could not keep up with changes, and now the situation was getting more and more out of control. If they continue to carry out the original plan step by step, they may be caught off guard by the other side. Now they must turn the passive into the active, and not let the G organization lead them by the nose. Wang Mingzhi then consulted his disciple Fang Ge and learned the current progress of the new human plan. At present, the number of new humans in China has exceeded 100 million, with a specific number of about 113.69 million. The number of new humans abroad is 2,673,692, including 2,497,608 qualified overseas staff and expatriates, and the remaining more than 170,000 are restricted new humans of the Human Alliance. As the proportion of new humans in the total population of the country approaches 1/10, many plans have almost become half public. The Netherworld immediately announced the third phase of clinical trials for the injection of anti-cancer immune cells, increasing the previous 30 injection points in citizen hospitals to 120 citizen hospitals. The maximum number of people implanted with biological computers per day will be increased to 5 million per day. It is expected that the new humanization of the entire population will be completed after 264 days. At the same time, the Silent Satellite System and the Phoenix Satellite System entered the launch and deployment phase. The three major space launch centers, Wenchang Space Launch Center, Xichang Space Launch Center, and Jiuquan Space Launch Center, will enter the full operation stage. It is expected that between October 1, 2016 and October 1, 2017, 36 silent satellites and 72 Phoenix satellites, 36 facing the Blue Star and 36 facing the Moon and outer space, will be launched and deployed. In order to complete the launch mission of 108 large satellites within a year, the China Aerospace Science and Industry Corporation has received the task to increase the scale of the current 2 Long March 5D carrier rockets to 6. This is an all-out effort to unleash productivity, almost to the point of not caring about the cost. If the new humans had not known the threat of the lizard men, these plans would not have been passed so easily and so quickly. In fact, such a strong burst of productivity is also due to the application of controlled nuclear fusion. At present, 15 large-scale controlled nuclear fusion reactors of the Jinwu Type 1 have been put into production, and 6 are under construction. The medium-sized controlled nuclear fusion reactor of the Jinwu Type 2 has come from behind, and 43 have been put into production, and 32 are under construction. Large and medium-sized ones are generally power plants, which belong to social electricity, while small and micro-nuclear fusion reactors are generally used for independent electricity, such as ships, underground bases, and secret factories. Therefore, when calculating the overall social electricity, small and micro power generation is not counted. At present, the annual power generation of nuclear fusion society in China is 8.2 trillion kilowatt-hours, plus the 5.8 trillion kilowatt-hours of hydropower stations, nuclear fission power stations, thermal power stations, wind farms, solar farms, and geothermal power stations that are still in operation. The overall annual power generation of the society is about 1.4 billion kilowatt-hours. In fact, this scale is increasing day by day, with an average increase of 0.6 to 0.8 trillion kilowatt-hours per month. Next year, the overall annual power generation of the society will exceed the 20 trillion kilowatt-hour mark. And what is the total global power generation in 2015, excluding the part of country A? It is about 16.2 trillion kilowatt-hours. That is to say, by the end of 2016, the annual power generation scale of country A will be equal to the total scale of other countries in the world, and then surpass the world from 2017. Huge and cheap electricity is accelerating the rapid decline of the overall production cost of society. For example, indoor greenhouse agriculture and vertical agriculture are becoming profitable. Fortunately, the Netherworld directly falsified data, causing the state grid to lose more than 2 trillion yuan on its books. In the eyes of the outside world, this is using cheap electricity to subsidize industry, agriculture and commerce, which is doomed to not last long. If they find that the actual power generation of country A has tripled, and the power generation cost is only 1.8 to 2.5% of the previous one, they will not be so calm. Especially with the rollout of the new human plan, it has become easier and easier to cover up some information. When a few people are lying, you may not believe it easily. When 10,000 people are lying, you may be skeptical. When 100 million people are lying, you will regard it as the truth. And who can make 100 million people lie collectively? Of course, It is the netherworld that controls the biological computer and virtual network. Especially those crows, seagulls, and rats that have been exposed, they will still be just right. The strategic deception was completed quietly. September 15th. Dalian Shipyard. The third Baichi-class battleship Wang Jian officially completed the final outfitting work and began to enter service. It entered the active service stage together with the previous Baichi and Lianpa. Currently, Baichi is stationed at Huayang Reef in the South China Sea, while Lianpa is stationed near Zhoushan Islands. The newly commissioned Wang Jian will be stationed in the Yellow Sea near Weihai to Qingdao. In the dock of Dalian Shipyard, there are 2 Baichi-class battleships under construction. With the commissioning of 3 Baichi-class battleships, the situation in the Asia-Pacific region has become more depressing. On the surface, everyone is calm, but secretly, there are swords and swords. After all, the Baichi battleship is an unsolvable strategic force for the time being. If it weren't for the mushroom eggs, the other 4 big gangsters would really be unable to sleep and eat, and in fact, it's not much better now. Under no choice, they can only start to increase their mushroom egg stocks while studying ways to deal with the Baichi. The Netherworld Palace didn't care about their actions, and even hoped that they would increase the scale of mushroom eggs. Firstly, these mushroom eggs can only be used to hit people after the silence plan is completed. Secondly, these things are easy to produce, but the maintenance cost after production is a huge expense. It can indirectly weaken various forces, so why not do it? Chapter 238. Hong Kong Kowloon City. The weather in September this year was unusually hot. Although there was a typhoon in the Western Pacific, it was heading towards Japan. In Simsha Sui, Kowloon City, opposite Kowloon Park, a newly purchased building is the newly opened Citizen Medical Hong Kong branch. Unlike Aojing can go directly to the Citizen Hospital in Zhuhai to make an appointment for injection. The so-called injection appointment is actually to wear a brainwave sensor and quickly recognize memory through artificial intelligence. The injection appointment in Hong Kong is made at the Citizen Medical Hong Kong branch. Whether to make an appointment is entirely voluntary. Of course, whether the appointment can be approved is another matter. A middle-aged man wearing a mask and a hood is queuing up for an appointment. There are not many people in the queue, only less than 20 at most, and most of them are middle-aged and elderly people. In fact, these people are also holding the idea of trying it out, and many of them are already in the late stage of cancer. Of course, there are also many people who have relatives in the mainland who leaked gossip. Several young people came with their relatives, but their eyes were on the security personnel. Hundreds of security personnel equipped with simple exoskeletons were watching the surroundings with live ammunition. Being stared at by these security personnel, patients or relatives who came to accept appointments seemed very restrained. It was the turn of a young man in his 20s. He supported a middle-aged man in his 40s. The middle-aged man had a yellow face. The doctor on duty knew at a glance that the patient had liver problems. Because abnormal liver function can affect bile secretion, thus causing jaundice, which means yellow or even black skin. ID card? The doctor on duty asked. The young man quickly took out the middle-aged man's ID card from his backpack and handed it to the doctor on duty. The doctor on duty inserted the ID card into the card reader, and the computer popped up some ordinary information, but in fact the doctor's brain-wave communicator had received the real information. After taking a look at the middle-aged man, the doctor on duty said expressionlessly, "The test fee is 100 yuan. The young man took out another 100 Hong Kong dollars. After the doctor on duty collected the money, he stamped and tore off a checkup form, then turned around and said, "Ollie, give this gentleman a full-body checkup and blood sampling." Okay. The nurse took the middle-aged man into the examination room. Some testing instruments were attached to the patient. In fact, these testing instruments were a bit of a fake, except for testing heartbeat and blood pressure. The real test was the brainwave sensor on the head, and the neutrino atomic imager. The nurse drew a little blood, inserted it into an unknown instrument, and then waited for the feedback of the brainwave test. After the test, the citizen does not meet the new human constitution. According to Article 44 of the new human constitution, the application for biocomputer implantation is rejected. The unknown blood analyzer beeped and directly printed out a blood analysis report. The conclusion of the blood analysis report reads, "The patient's genes are rejected by universal anti-cancer immune cells, and customized anti-cancer immune cells are needed for treatment." The young man hurriedly supported the middle-aged man to the exit on the other side. After another doctor on duty received the nurse's full-body examination report and blood analysis report, he raised his glasses and said regretfully, "Mr. Lee, your disease requires customized treatment." Considering various factors, The total cost is about 1.5 to 1.6 million. What? The middle-aged man surnamedly collapsed in his chair. The young man asked angrily, What do you mean? I checked online. The cost of cancer treatment is about 2,000 yuan. The doctor explained expressionlessly, Don't get excited. 2,000 yuan is a universal fee, but not everyone is suitable for universal treatment. Non-universal treatment requires customized research and development, and the cost usually starts at 1 million. Why doesn't anyone in the mainland need to pay millions of dollars? The young man questioned loudly. You don't have medical insurance, and you are not a poor family, so you are not eligible for exemption. The doctor spread his hands and replied. The young man was about to make trouble, but suddenly several security guards came over. He immediately suppressed his anger and helped the middle-aged man with a dead face to leave. Seeing this scene, many patients who came to apply for appointments were nervous. However, 3 people in a row passed the blood test and could go directly to the Citizens Hospital in Pingcheng for injection treatment. When they heard that the treatment cost only more than 2,000 yuan, these people were relieved. Of course, some people were too happy too early. Among the 18 patients who applied for appointments, only 15 passed, and the remaining 3 patients were so-called non-universal patients. The treatment cost starting from millions is to get this part of non-universal. Patients are filtered out. As for those who can afford millions of dollars for treatment, it doesn't matter. Cell robots can indeed treat cancer. The money will be collected and the disease will be treated, but there is no biological computer implant. This must be plundered severely. As for other foreigners, the same can be done. A small number of foreigners, who are close to country A, can be treated cheaply for tens of thousands of dollars. Those who have malicious intentions can be directly classified as non-universal patients. They can either go back and wait to die or pay millions for treatment. Anyway, how to test universal and non-universal patients is still up to the citizen medical group. Excuses are also very easy to find, such as anti-cancer immune cells are specially developed for the genes of country A, and there is a genetic rejection of foreigners. Whether you believe it or not, I believe it anyway. Anyway, how many of these guys can survive by then depends on whether the biochemical weapons of the G organization are powerful. The middle-aged man who was uneasy before, holding the appointment form in his hand, quickly stopped a taxi and headed straight to Luohu port. He was not even annoyed by the chattering driver, or rather, his mind was not here, but drifting to the treatment of cancer. Like the middle-aged man, the patients who had passed the application could not wait to rush to Pingcheng. The designated Citizens Hospital in Pingcheng was on the north side of Baoan District, next to the Nanguang Expressway. After passing the checkpoint, the middle-aged man hurriedly called a taxi in Luohu District and went directly to the crowded Baoan Citizens Hospital via the Hong Kong-Macau Expressway. After receiving the injection treatment, the middle-aged man learned the truth, and also learned about the so-called non-universal patient. The meaning behind it. He felt fortunate and shocked by the strength of his motherland. If those guys knew what the so-called very universal patients meant, they would probably go crazy. As more and more people inject biological computers and become new humans, those non-universal patients or non-universal gene carriers will be isolated and excluded by society without knowing it. Because there are rules within the new humans, such as not doing business with these very universal people, not hiring them, not buying their products, not marrying them, etc. These people will be completely marginalized without any notice, and they will not even get any social resources or help. They will be forgotten and abandoned by the times, which is equivalent to social death. Chapter 239. The newly commissioned battleship Wang Jian is now sailing alone in the Western Pacific. The day before yesterday, Wang Jian crossed the Ryukyu Islands directly, ignoring the reaction of the Japanese self-defense forces and the U.S. troops stationed there. The current location is in the waters near the southern part of the Northern Mariana Islands, where the G organization's secret base in the Northwest Pacific, Rhode Island, is located. Inside the command cabin of the island, the captain of the Wang Jian, Lei Baiqin, took a look at the virtual imaging radar, and he could clearly see how many people were in that base and what facilities were there. Moreover, the Wang Jian and Rhode Island were very close at this time, with a straight-line distance of less than 4 nautical miles between the two sides, almost sailing close to the territorial waters. Note, Country B's territorial waters are 3 nautical miles, and the Northern Mariana Islands are Country B's overseas territory, and to the south of Rhode Island is the famous Guam. Lei Baiqin saw the 4 tail-chasing ships again. Los Angeles class, they were now 32 nautical miles away from the Wang Jian, hanging behind. Old Lei, these tail-chasing ships are still following us. Chief of Staff Wang Guitsong smiled. Lei Baiqin looked at the sea chart and virtual monitoring data. After passing Rhode Island, play with them. Full speed ahead. Got it. The nuclear fusion reactor of the Wangjian exploded at full power, and the propeller pushed it eastward. At this time, the 4 Los Angeles-class nuclear submarines following 32 nautical miles had obviously discovered that the Wangjian was accelerating. On the flagship Philadelphia, Lieutenant Colonel Victor, the captain and commander of the submarine squadron, looked at the satellite and the data from Guam. Pick up the internal communicator. Attention, all units, keep up with each other. Okay. The two sides quickly left the waters near Rhode Island and entered the deep sea area while chasing each other. Suddenly, 4 drones took off from the deck of the Wangjian and flew back. 10 minutes later, 4 drones appeared directly on an open sea surface, then slowed down and synchronized with the 4 Los Angeles-class submarines in the sea. Inside the Philadelphia submarine. Report, we have been locked by the enemy. The radar soldier reported hurriedly. Lieutenant Colonel Victor looked at the data sent by the satellite monitoring and his expression suddenly changed. Shit! Release the sonar decoy immediately and prepare to dive to 500 meters. Received. The submarine launch covers of the 4 submarines were directly opened, and then 4 underwater submersibles similar to torpedoes continued to move in the direction of the previous submarines, and emitted noises similar to submarines. At the same time, the 4 submarines turned off the propellers and dived deeper. Once a submarine is discovered, it is generally difficult to fight against surface ships. Therefore, a corresponding sonar decoy was developed to confuse the opponent's sonar detection, while the submarine itself turned off the propeller and quietly dived to hide. However, Victor miscalculated. The drone above continued to hover over them, showing no signs of being attracted by the sonar decoy. Victor said in a low voice, "Shit, sneak at low speed to the north." Yes. The submarine team and Wangjian split at a 35-degree angle and sneaked at low speed to the northeast, trying to get rid of Wangjian's sonar lock. The other 4 sonar decoys directly emitted strong sound waves, trying to interfere with sonar detection. Inside the command cabin of the Wangjian ship island, sonar induction and interference technology is quite capable. Huang Wutsong shook his head and smiled. Since the Wangjian has eliminated the sonar detection technology, the sonar decoy of the Victor submarine team directly induced a loneliness. Lei Baiqin continued to order, "Keep the drones following them." Received. 4 drones hovered over the Victor submarine team like a shadow. No matter how the Philadelphia changed its stealth depth and speed, and fired 3 sonar decoys in a row, the drones still stuck to them. The two sides fought for more than 6 hours in the vast waters of the Western Pacific. Inside the Philadelphia submarine, Victor was completely numb and quickly reported the matter to Guam. This was a very serious matter. Although the Los Angeles-class nuclear submarine was not their most advanced submarine, the other party could lock on the Los Angeles-class so accurately, so the Virginia-class nuclear submarine was not much better. The drone gave up locking onto the Victor submarine team and returned to the Wangjian only after they were more than 65 nautical miles away from the Wangjian. This gave the Victor submarine team a preconceived illusion that the sonar detection system on the Wangjian could only monitor the maximum radius of about 65 nautical miles. In fact, this was because the drone's battery was low and had to return to the Wangjian to charge. Of course, Victor still felt the power of Country A's high-energy battery technology. The drone could track them for more than 6 hours. Although discovered, the Victor submarine squadron was already hanging around 80 nautical miles from the Wangjian. On the other side, inside the submarine base in Guam, 2 Virginia-class nuclear submarines received the order and quickly started to head towards the Victor submarine squadron. 3 days later, the 2 Virginia-class submarines, who did not believe in evil, sneaked close to the Wangjian again. When the 2 Virginia-class submarines approached about 50 nautical miles, 2 drones took off from the Wangjian and flew towards them. This time, the 2 sides played hide-and-seek in the sea for more than 6 hours. The 2 Virginia-class submarines were tossed out of temper and could only retreat in disgrace. The Los Angeles-class and Virginia-class were locked one after another, which had a huge impact on morale. After all, submarines rely on concealment. Once discovered, even destroyers can sink submarines. The current situation means that their submarines have completely lost their concealment. For the soldiers on the submarines, this is a very terrible psychological pressure. Submarines without concealment equals iron coffins. Who would like to drive a submarine that is destined to sink? Obviously, no matter how thick-skinned a person is, every mission is terrifying. It's okay for a short time, but once the soldiers are in this kind of depressed mood for a long time, it's strange that they don't have a mental breakdown. For this matter, Guam and Yokosuka had to hold an emergency meeting to discuss how to deal with it. On the other side, the Wangjian has broken through the international date line and entered the East Pacific Ocean. Anyway, this is the high seas. I can sail however I want, and no one can stop the Wangjian. Report, we are approaching Johnston Island. Late Baichin looked at the data. Johnston Island is another secret base of the G organization in the East Pacific Ocean. Once again, it sailed close to the line, and just like the previous Rota Island, it sailed around the island close to the line first, and then left in a swagger. This time, the mission of the Wangjian was to sail around the G organization's base in the Pacific Ocean. Other forces may not know what this is doing, but the G organization definitely knows the intention of the Nether Palace. After all, the first round-the-island voyage can be said to be an accident, but the second one can't be said to be an accident. It is definitely intentional. Next, the Wangjian successively reached the Millennium Island in the Southeast Pacific Ocean, the Rapa Island in the South Pacific Ocean, the Norfolk Island in the Southwest Pacific Ocean, and the Solomon Islands in the West Pacific Ocean, all of which were sailed around the island. The G organization did not expect that the Nether Palace had already figured out their various secret bases in the Pacific Ocean. This kind of round-the-island voyage, and sending the battleship Wangjian to sail around the island, is obviously reminding the G organization that I have discovered you. Chapter 240. Turn your attention back to China. Yang Bai, the chief researcher of the rock-forming laboratory, and others are near the mouth of the Liaohe River in PJ City, Liaodong Province. The desalination plan last year and this year has initially met the needs of the North China Plain, Guangzhou Plain, and about 46% of the Lus Plateau. Starting in September, Yang Bai and the engineers of the Desalination Management Company came to the mouth of the Liaohe River. In fact, the water resources in the northeast are also scarce. In addition, the Liaohe Plain, Songnan Plain, and Sanjiang Plain in the northeast still have very serious problems of land salinization, soil erosion, and land desertification. It seems that the water resources in northeast China are good, with a total of about 200 billion cubic meters. However, as a large agricultural region, the water resources consumed by agriculture in northeast China each year are as high as hundreds of billions of cubic meters. The total amount of regional water resources does not represent the total amount that can be used. In fact, 30% of the total amount that can be used is almost the limit. Where does the rest of the water resources come from? Of course, it is groundwater extraction. Large-scale and long-term use of groundwater for irrigation of farmland will cause land salinization. In addition, the excessive use of chemical fertilizers in many farmlands has further deepened the degree of land salinization. Because the mineral salt content of groundwater is relatively high, after irrigating farmland, mineral salts will slowly accumulate in the soil to form a layer of salt crust, which will cause the land to become compacted and crops to be difficult to grow. Excessive agricultural reclamation will cause the natural fertility of the land to decline rapidly, leading to land desertification and soil erosion, which in turn prompts farmers to increase the use of fertilizers, deepening the degree of land salinization, which is a vicious cycle. At present, the salinization area of the Liaohe Plain is about 30%, the salinization area of the Songnan Plain is about 75%, the desertification is about 50%, and the salinization of the Sanjiang Plain is about 10%. It can be seen that the land conditions in the northeast are not much better than those in the northwest. In fact, due to the influence of excessive agricultural reclamation, the deterioration rate is even faster. So how to solve the problem of land desertification and land salinization? The simplest and crudest way is to return farmland to forest and grassland. However, the possibility and feasibility of this are very low. As an important commodity grain and commodity soybean planting area in China, it is impossible for the northeast to return farmland to forest and grassland on a large scale. However, in recent years, the situation in the northeast has improved greatly, thanks to the promotion and development of rural cooperatives and greenhouse farms. After all, a lot of land has been directly built with glass greenhouses or agricultural buildings, so that soil erosion is curbed. In addition, refined fertilizers and drip irrigation technology have further suppressed land salinization. However, the problem of excessive exploitation of groundwater has not been completely solved. Only by solving the use of groundwater irrigation and unreasonable use of fertilizers can land salinization be fundamentally curbed. Due to the experience of saline-alkali land transformation in the North China Plain, it is currently a universal saline-alkali land transformation plan, which was developed by the Agricultural Saline-Alkali Land Research Institute of the Academy of Engineering. The first step is to use fresh water, close to pure water, for 5 times, each time for about a week. This step can dilute and dissolve the mineral salts in the soil, and then carry them away with the river. The second step is to use livestock manure, kitchen waste, and dead branches and leaves of plants to make organic fertilizers, and add these organic fertilizers to the farmland soil through deep plowing. In this way, the soil transformation of saline alkali land can be initially completed, and then gradually flood with fresh water, and adjust organic fertilizers during the farming process year by year. As for organic fertilizer, Huaneng Group collects it regularly from farms, pastures, breeding farms, and rural cooperatives across the country, and then makes it into organic fertilizer. The only problem now is water resources. So the Desalination Management Company and the rock-forming laboratory were ordered to come to the mouth of the Liaohe River to build a desalination plant. After a large number of new humans joined, the Desalination Management Company and the rock-forming laboratory have become very powerful. Next to the construction site of the desalination plant is a water supply plant. However, at this time, the water supply plant is directly pumping seawater from the Bohai Sea, which is directly used to make water supply pipelines. These water supply pipelines have now extended more than 30 kilometers to the north, and the advancement speed is very fast. After all, using rock-forming agents to directly generate pipelines only requires tying up the steel skeleton in advance, plus a special mobile pipeline template. The pipeline manufacturing speed is very fast. It is not a problem to advance more than 10 or 20 kilometers a day, unless you encounter complex terrain such as mountains. The excavator dug a big pit, and the crane quickly put the steel frame of the base into the pit, and then the template closed. Then the inner template of the pipeline, the steel frame of the pipeline, the outer template, and the calculated rock-forming agent were arranged on the base. After laying about 10 kilometers, an engineer pressed the water supply switch. From the previous gate valve, a large amount of seawater rushed to the outlet of the pipeline and poured directly into the template. The seawater and the rock-forming agent reacted quickly, and the artificial rock began to fill the steel frame. In less than half an hour, the pipeline was formed. This is the charm of technology, a powerful tool in the hands of truth believers to change the world. Han Chao, how is the arrangement going over there? Yang Bai asked. Yu Han Chao, who was checking the adsorption box, raised his head and replied, 16 types of adsorption boxes have been arranged, all of which are the latest versions of adsorbents. Yang Bai asked curiously, I heard that a lot of gold and silver have been extracted from seawater recently. Yu Han Chao is in charge of the seawater trace element refining process, while Yang Bai is in charge of the seawater macroelement refining process. The management company received 16 tons of gold and 176 tons of silver this month, which is really a huge profit. Yu Han Chao laughed. However, Yang Bai shook his head and smiled bitterly. I'm having a headache here now. Those tens of millions of tons of sodium chloride are almost filling up the warehouse. Isn't the management company contacting the chemical plant? Yang Bai spread his hands helplessly. The chemical plant can't consume so much sodium chloride. Don't you see how much sodium chloride our desalination plants produce every day? Yu Han Chao thought for a while and suggested, we can set up a sodium chloride deep utilization laboratory to study other applications of sodium chloride, such as combining it with silicates as a building material for houses. That's a good suggestion. Anyway, engineers and researchers are flooding the market now. There are so many talented people. What is the most abundant thing in China now? Research institutes and laboratories. The scale of many research institutes and laboratories has expanded several times, and even hundreds of times. In addition to the desalination plant at the mouth of the Liaohe River, there are already 3 desalination plants in operation in the coastal areas around the Bohai Sea, and another 3 are under construction, including the Liaohe desalination plant. For the newly established desalination plant project, the water pipelines all use the seawater rock-making method to quickly advance to inland areas. For example, the straight-line distance from the mouth of the Liaohe River to Hulember is just over 1,000 kilometers, and the terrain in the northeast is flat, so the entire water pipeline is about 1,300 kilometers. Using the seawater rock-making method, plus the planned and designed segmented laying framework templates, the entire line can be completed in 1 or 2 months. This speed can crush all construction companies. It takes 2 months to build a 1,300-kilometer water pipeline. It is impossible to achieve this speed with reinforced concrete or metal pipes. These water pipelines, which can run cars, are spreading to the northeast, northwest, and Mongolia at a very rapid speed. Chapter 241. September 28. While the water pipelines are being built rapidly in the north and northeast regions, a cross-sea bridge over the Dayuan Strait is also being built at a rapid pace. On the sea surface from Xiamen to the Penghu Islands, 5 large artificial islands have emerged rapidly from the sea surface under the action of rock-forming agents. The area of the artificial island is a square with a standard side length of 2 kilometers, an area of 4 square kilometers, and an average altitude of 15 meters. The distance between each artificial island is about 10 kilometers, which means that the outermost artificial island is 60 kilometers away from Xiamen. Penghu Islands are less than 180 kilometers away from Xiamen, while Dayuan Island is about 235 to 240 kilometers away from Xiamen. 15 artificial islands can be advanced to Penghu Islands, and 20 artificial islands can reach the west coast of Dayuan Island. These 5 artificial islands were completed in less than a week, and the cross-sea bridge part is now being built. A super cross-sea bridge. China has rich experience in using seawater to make rock agents to build cross-sea bridges, such as the Weihai Dalian cross-sea bridge opened in March this year, and the Shanghai Zhoushan Ningbo cross-sea bridge is currently under construction. The speed is just like blowing up a balloon. It can be completed and put into use in 1 or 2 months, and the quality is excellent. It is not good at all. The design markings are very high. Have you seen a bridge pier with a radius of 200 meters? It is not an ordinary cable-stayed bridge, but a very rigid beam bridge, designed for both highway and railway use. There are 4 highways above, and 4 high-speed railways below. Anyway, the supporting structures and foundations are all designed to be super doubled. The thickness of the interlayer between the highway bridge and the railway bridge alone is as high as 2.6 meters, and the thickness of the bridge foundation of the railway bridge is directly 5.5 meters. With multiple layers of high-strength artificial rock and a high-strength alloy steel frame, the road bridge deck is comparable to 3 meters of armored steel, and the railway bridge deck is equivalent to 8 meters of armored steel. Even if it is placed there, it is estimated that it will take a while to remove a small section with heavy bombs or missiles. Of course, the possibility of others bombing the cross-sea bridge is almost zero, because the Lianpe battleship is swimming nearby, and you may want to try it as a roast chicken. At 16 kilometers from the straight cross-sea bridge, a large vehicle similar to a railway bridge building machine is rapidly extending a frame template to the other pier direction. Each pier is about 1 kilometer apart. Although the bridge is a beam bridge, the bridge structure between the piers also incorporates an arch bridge and a cable structure, which is equivalent to a hybrid bridge. The bridge erection machine continuously extends the bridge frame template, while the seawater pumping truck next to it quickly pumps seawater from the sea, using seawater and rock-forming agents to quickly generate the bridge body. The bridge branch of CIMC Group and a branch of China Railway Group are jointly responsible for this project. Chief Engineer Li Jianping picked up the telescope and found that the frame template of the bridge erection machine had reached the edge of another pier. The high-strength alloy steel frames that have been tied and welded are hoisted into the frames one by the cranes behind. The workers will work exoskeletons to correct the positions of the frames, and then tie or weld the frames with steel bars. I took a look at the bottom of the bridge deck. The sea surface is less than 20 meters away from the bridge deck. According to the design drawing of this section of the bridge, the clearance height between the bridge deck and the sea surface is 15 meters. In fact, the clearance height of the bridge deck of the straight cross-sea bridge is 3 ups and downs. The clearance height of the bridge deck is 100 meters in the 10-kilometer sea surface between Xiamen and the first artificial island. Then the bridge deck height dropped rapidly to a clearance of only 15 meters. This section is about 100 kilometers long and entered the second highest slope section, which is also about 10 kilometers between 2 artificial islands. The purpose of doing this is to deliberately compress the sea surface navigation area. The bridge deck clearance is only about 15 meters, which means that ships above 10,000 tons cannot pass through the bridge hole. Finally, large ships can only go to the 3 high slope areas, of which the western high slope area is inside the territorial waters, and the eastern high slope area is in the middle of the Penghu waterway. Only the middle high slope area is left, which can be used as an international waterway. As for other people's opinions, you can say whatever you want. I lose if I listen to them. The speed of bridge construction is very fast. After the bridge building machine reaches another pier, the speed is even faster. There is a pier joint of about 300 meters in length. Faced with this blatant advancement, coupled with a Lianpe battleship roaming nearby, the officials are as disgusted as if they have eaten shit. They want to stop it but can't do it. They can only keep vomiting and condemning, just like being raped by a bully, and can only keep wailing and crying. The Netherworld, whose fists were already very strong, had no intention of compromising with them. They directly pushed across the sea bridge. If they dared to come to stop them, they would know what a big fist is in a minute. Hsinchu Science and Industrial Park on Dayuan Island. As the core industrial area in the province, semiconductor companies such as TSMC, MediaTek, World Advanced, and Power Chip are all here. The Taiyuan semiconductor industry had already declined a lot, but after the completion of the Semiconductor Industry Alliance last year, there were signs of revival. But the resurrection is not without cost. For example, 34% of TSMC's shares are controlled by Shinguang Instrument Group, Huawei directly merged with MediaTek, and Yangtze Memory Technologies acquired Power Chip. In any case, among the more than 300 semiconductor companies in Taiwan, more than 20 were directly merged or acquired, except for more than 100 bankruptcies, and the rest were either controlled or introduced a lot of mainland funds. A large number of semiconductor talents have flowed into the mainland since last year. But with a large-scale injection of biological computers, the new human faction within Taiwan has been growing secretly, and it has infiltrated it in all directions. Facing the united, wealthy, technologically advanced, and resourceful new human faction, no matter how strong the ordinary people are, they will be defeated. Morris Chang put down the report in his hand, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. He had implanted the biological computer at the Weishan base half a month ago. Mr. Zhang, what about the campaign funds? Vice President Kai Dongchang asked cautiously. Morris Chang touched his face, which had become much younger, and sighed. Forget it, now they are unstoppable. Give them 2 billion to support them. 2 billion? Is it too much? Kai Dongchang is not a new human, so he naturally doesn't know the ins and outs of it. Mr. Chang instructed, Dongchang, after you finish this, go to the branch in the mainland to serve as the president for a period of time next month. This? Kai Dongchang looked at the determined Mr. Chang, and finally nodded in agreement. Although he didn't know Mr. Chang's intention, he still felt that the evil winds were rising frequently on the island recently. Many entrepreneurs on the island of Taiyuan, who have implanted biological computers, not only contributed money and effort, but some even went out in person, with the idea of gamble everything. Obviously, they have lost their fear, or the dawn of success is within reach. Now the key is how much it will cost. Especially the rapid construction of the Cross-Strait Bridge has further strengthened the confidence of these people. With more and more new humans on Taiyuan Island, the undercurrent is about to turn into a tsunami. As Morris Chang said, the tide of the times is unstoppable. Before we know it, it is the National Day Golden Week again. However, this year's Golden Week started with the continuous launch of missions by the 3 major space centers. Chapter 242. Although the Long March 5E in September was tricked by the G organization at the last minute, causing all the previous efforts to fail. However, the Netherworld has not lost confidence. The enemy prevented the Dieting 28 probe from operating on the moon, which can only be said that the other party is already afraid. Therefore, on October 1st, the 8 countries space agency prepared 3 Long March 5D carrier rockets and prepared to launch them at the 3 space launch centers in Wenchang, Xicheng, and Jiuquan. The previous circumnavigation of the Pacific Ocean was actually to warn the G organization not to bring trouble to themselves. If they dare to play tricks again this time, the Netherworld will fight back and clean up their base in the Pacific. This time, the 3 Long March 5D launch vehicles carried silent satellites, but silent satellites are much larger than Dieting satellites, and each weighs 15.3 tons. Because the silent satellites are equipped with 2 Jinwu 4 microreactors for space-based pi neutrino emitters, and a set of electronic computers, a set of biological computers, and a terahertz communication system. These devices together make the weight of the silent satellite reach 15.3 tons. Therefore, a Long March 5D launch vehicle can only carry 2 silent satellites at a time, and 3 Long March 5DS can launch 6 silent satellites. The orbital altitude of the silent satellite is between 2,400 and 2,800 kilometers above the blue planet's medium orbit, presenting an elliptical orbit. The entire silent satellite system requires a total of 36 silent satellites to be deployed, and according to the adjusted orbital position, it is mainly to cover areas outside Asia. The land-based Pi Neutrino Launch Station is responsible for shielding most of Asia and the Northwest Pacific. The space-based silent satellite system is responsible for shielding other areas, and the Pi Neutrino launcher on the warship is a supplement and backup. The first rocket to be launched was the Long March 5D of the Wenchang Space Center, which was launched at 9:30 a.m. When the time came, the Wenchang Space Center, which had rich experience in launching rockets, immediately ignited and launched the rocket. Then the Long March 5D successfully broke through the Kármán line and separated the core stage at the same time. In the viewing area near the Wenchang Space Center, in addition to many domestic reporters and tourists, there were very few foreign reporters. The main reason was that Country A's space launch missions this year were too intensive, with an average of 1 launch per month. Those who should be shocked have been shocked to the point of numbness. Foreigners are no longer surprised by the news, so naturally there is no enthusiasm. Of course, those who should be criticized are CNN and BBC, who are double-standard dogs. Dogs can't change their eating habits. There are only 6 foreign reporters in the viewing area, from Kyodo News in Japan, Yonhap News Agency in South Korea, and United Daily News in Sonju. A Japanese female reporter is reporting the live broadcast to the camera. Dear viewers, behind us is the Wenchang Space Center of Country A. Now we can see that the Long March 5D carrier rocket has been successfully launched. After broadcasting for a few minutes, the cameraman made an OK gesture, and the female reporter immediately understood and stopped the live report. Misaki-chan, let's get ready to leave. The middle-aged cameraman turned off the camera and packed up his things quickly. Hi, Senior Inoue. Misaki Yamaguchi helped to pack up. Suddenly, a Yonhap News Agency reporter came over. Inoue, do you want to have a drink? Mr. Lee is so free. Inoue asked in surprise. Li Shuming smiled and explained. I'm stationed in Wenchang recently, doing a few consecutive follow-up reports on the Wenchang Space Center. I see. The two chatted and laughed. In fact, they knew each other not because they were in the same industry, but because they were college classmates. Otherwise, Koreans and Japanese people would not get along. Inoue, do you think the people of Country A are crazy? They launched 3 large carrier rockets at one time, and they will launch 3 more on the 15th. This frequency is too frequent. Li Shuming suddenly whispered. No one knows what they are thinking. Inoue spread his hands and replied. As a media person, Inoue actually has a very keen sense of smell. Judging from the intensive launch of carrier rockets, Country A is obviously a bit impatient. However, NASA, another aerospace leader on the Blue Planet, did not follow up, and is still worrying about the International Space Station. The current situation makes the whole world feel very strange. It seems that the two sides are not in the same world. Their actions and aerospace planning seem to be going their own way. In fact, as NASA, which is seriously infiltrated by the G organization, and can even be said to be a branch of the G organization, they do not take Country A, which is constantly launching satellites, seriously. In the eyes of the G organization, these satellites in the Blue Star orbit are at most used for navigation, communication, remote sensing and the like. As for the possibility of installing gamma-ray lasers on satellites, the G organization has not been without action. They secretly activated 3 neutrino detectors around the world and conducted neutrino detection on the satellites launched. The data showed that there were no obvious nuclear reaction neutrinos, so naturally there was no need to worry too much, because the energy required for gamma-ray lasers is very huge, and without a nuclear reactor to power it, it cannot be used at all. In fact, the Netherworld had long anticipated that the other party might use a neutrino detector. Although it was an ultra-large old-fashioned neutrino detector, and the technology had been eliminated by Country A for several generations, it was still no problem to detect some data. However, in order to prevent the shielding of the pi neutrino flow, the nuclear fusion reactor has installed a neutrino barrier layer, which can effectively prevent neutrinos from entering and leaving. Therefore, the nuclear fusion reactor will not emit neutrinos to the outside, resulting in those old passive neutrino detectors not being able to detect any traces of nuclear reaction neutrinos. Naturally, the G organization was not too worried. As long as the satellite did not approach the moon, they did not want to provoke the Netherworld for the time being. 11:16 a.m. Wenchang Space Center Command Hall. Report, Silence 1 and Silence 2 have successfully entered orbit and are correcting their flight orbits. A group of engineers and staff breathed a sigh of relief. Although the launch vehicle technology has become more and more mature, things in outer space are sometimes unpredictable. After entering the orbit correction phase, it means that the satellite has reached the designated location. The next step is to fly for a period of time, and then conduct a trial run test on the pi neutrino emitter. In the vast waters of the Central Pacific Ocean, the Wangjian is escorting 3 research vessels. In fact, these 3 research vessels are equipped with nuclear reactors without neutrino barriers, the purpose of which is to test the shielding function of the silent satellite. After a test, the reactors on the 3 research vessels were shielded by the silent satellite, but the Wangjian was not affected at all. At 13:30 noon, the Xichang Space Center launched the second Long March 5D. At 15:12 p.m., Silent 3 and Silent 4 successfully entered orbit, but during the test run, Silent 3 satellite had some problems, and the ground command hall could only start the backup system to successfully complete the test run. At 16:20 in the afternoon, The last long 5D carrier rocket was successfully launched at the Jiuquan Space Launch Center. Silent 5 and Silent 6 successfully entered orbit and tested in a calm atmosphere. In the elliptical orbit of 2,400 to 2,800 kilometers on the blue planet, 6 Silent satellites are crossing according to the predetermined orbit. Most of the areas these satellites pass through are outside Asia. With the payload of the long 5D, 2 satellites are transported at a time. Obviously, the weight of this satellite is not less than 13 tons. These are some speculations of other forces on the blue planet. Chapter 243. As an undergraduate who just graduated from university this year, Gao Zhongshuan now feels confused. How can he not be confused? Overnight, his brain has been loaded with a library, and he has become a superhuman who is immune to all poisons and has superb qualities. It feels like the past 10 years of study have been in vain and a waste of life. Looking at the industrial robots and service robots being advertised on TV, they have begun to spread to various fields in China. For example, the current sanitation work is supplemented by manual labor, and mainly by sanitation robots. The automation level of many industrial product assembly lines is rapidly increasing. Some factories with high automation levels have achieved about 95% automated production. Then, wouldn't the scale of citizens' jobs be compressed in disguise? This situation is actually happening, and it is a step forward for the entire society. However, the actual unemployment rate in China is not too high, and it still remains at around 6%. Note, the official data is between 4.5 and 4.7% all year round, but the actual rate should be 1 to 2% higher. Why does this happen? In fact, this is an important manifestation of the post-industrial era. Human beings are no longer engaged in mechanical labor, but in service industry, commerce, agriculture, and creative industry. If we look at the per capita disposable income of the people, the overall increase in the past 2 years is only about 2.6%, but the value of the Chinese yuan has increased by 267 to 284%. This means that 100 yuan in 2013 can buy 30 kilograms of flour, and in 2016, 100 yuan can buy 90 kilograms of flour. This year, the exchange rate between the Chinese yuan and the US dollar once reached 2.6:1. The crazy appreciation of the Chinese yuan seems to be unfavorable to exports. But things are not that simple, because the internal factor of the appreciation of the Chinese yuan is the productivity explosion based on controlled nuclear fusion. This is a spontaneous appreciation, which is to match productivity and currency value, rather than an empty coercive appreciation. Moreover, export products have not been affected, because the productivity explosion brought by the nuclear fusion reactor has effectively compressed production costs. It is just equivalent to that foreign countries do not enjoy the dividends of technological upgrading, because the surge in the value of the Chinese yuan means that the cost of purchasing foreign goods has decreased, and domestic export products offset the appreciation by reducing prices. To achieve this currency appreciation model, the premise is that productivity really rises, otherwise the consequence is the same as Japan, where the competitiveness of its own industry decreases due to currency appreciation, leading to a long-term economic downturn. This year, the GDP of country A is expected to exceed 180 trillion Chinese yuan, which is equivalent to 65 trillion US dollars according to the current value of the Chinese yuan, which is slightly more than 3 times the GDP of country B. Some people may think that this currency value is quite exaggerated, but if the population of both sides is taken into account, the per capita GDP of country A is still slightly lower than that of country B. However, country A has the foundation to support such a huge economic scale. At present, the domestic pillar industries are virtual networks, 6G communications, computer software, high-energy batteries, electric vehicles, semiconductors and electronic equipment, precision instruments, greenhouse three-dimensional agriculture, automated robots, household appliances, seawater desalination, coal chemicals, biomedicine, and a full range of light and heavy industries. There are also new infrastructure plans, large space plans, and large circulation plans that are being promoted recently. Note, the large circulation plan is to recycle waste materials, wastewater, and waste gas in a refined manner to achieve a society without waste and waste. These products are collateral for the value of the Huayuan currency. Among them, coal to oil and coal to gas are energy. Anyway, now 80% of the crude oil and gas in South Korea and Japan are supplied by country A. In terms of agriculture, in the first 3 quarters of this year, the total domestic grain output reached an astonishing 570 million tons, and oil crops and animal oils, vegetables and fruits, poultry and livestock, eggs, milk, fish and meat were basically self-sufficient, and there was even a large surplus for export. This is the comprehensive social improvement brought about by new technologies, such as controlled nuclear fusion, seawater desalination, and new material technology. Gao Zhongshuan's hometown is in the Chongqing-Fengshan area in the north of Qin province. He had originally planned to work in Lingnan to make money, and then bring his parents and family to live in the coastal area. Now he hesitated, because with the arrival of water pipelines in the northern part of the Lus Plateau, coupled with rural cooperatives and low-cost electricity, the farmland and pastures in Fengshan are developing very fast. After seeing the pictures and videos of his hometown sent by his sister, Gao Zhongshuan didn't think there was anything good about living in a big city. The emergence of virtual networks has further broken the limitations of space and region. The cheap energy of controlled nuclear fusion has further balanced the regional development gap, and biological computers have impacted the imbalance of knowledge and education. When the northwest rural areas can have the environment of the Jiangnan water village, and can complete work and education at home, the advantages of big cities have disappeared. The counter-urbanization of the post-industrial era has been unstoppable. He packed his luggage quickly, and prepared to go back to his hometown. As soon as he opened the door, he saw the landlord discussing something with two tenants in the corridor not far away. He listened for a few minutes, and found out that the landlord was going to sell the house, but the two tenants had no intention of taking it over. How about 30,000 yuan per square meter? I pay the transfer fee. Lao Zhang, we've been dealing with each other for 2 or 3 years. 30,000 yuan per square meter? Do you think it's 8,002 now? Haha. But Gao Zhongshuan also smiled bitterly, and shook his head. In his 4 years at Yancheng University, he had witnessed history. Since 2014, housing prices in the Pearl River Delta have started to decline slightly. This year, no one wants to buy a house near the university town at 30,000 yuan per square meter. First, it is affected by the housing of rural cooperatives and employees of Wanhong Group. Second, the western and backward areas are catching up. Third, biological computers have directly killed school district housing. Who is willing to buy a house in Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen at a high price now? There is even a wave of mortgage defaults, and even banks and real estate companies are forced to breathe and can only continuously reduce the repayment amount according to the housing price. That's why many apartment owners, who have a lot of houses, have to ask others to take over their houses, but there are very few people willing to take over. Gao Zhongshuan quickly agreed with the landlord to check out tomorrow, then settled the deposit, and returned to the rental house. After graduating from university this year, he joined a product appearance design company. Gao Zhongshuan himself is still a registered intermediate programmer. When I told the company manager about going back to my hometown, the company did not stop me. As long as I completed the task on time and with quality, the company would not bother to care whether you lived in Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, Shenzhen, or the Qinghai-Tibet Plateau. This is a characteristic of the virtual network era. A company may not even have an office in reality, but it has a virtual office building in the Nank Dream world, and its employees are all over the world. The more deeply the industry integrates with the virtual world, the higher the degree of virtual office. The next day, Gao Zhongshuan went to the high-speed rail station and prepared to take the high-speed rail back to Qin province. The half-human high barrel-shaped cleaning robot accurately avoids the flow of people and cleans the dust and garbage in the high-speed rail station. Gao Zhongshuan's biggest feeling is that the quality of passengers has improved. Many people consciously queue up, do not spit, throw garbage and cigarette butts, which is related to the increase in the number of new humans. In addition, new technologies are applied. Security personnel all wear exoskeletons, and there are advanced and harmless neutrino atomic imaging scanners, genetic identity recognition technology, etc. If you live abroad for a long time, as soon as you enter China, the sci-fi style will hit you, as if a low-level civilization enters a high-level civilization. Chapter 244. High-speed rail ticket gate. Gao Zhongshuan, who was waiting in line, was suddenly patted on the shoulder. Hello, is this train going to Xi'an? Gao Zhongshuan turned around, and saw a bearded white old man pulling a suitcase. He looked a bit Caucasian and his accent was very strong in German. Hello, this is a train to Xi'an. You can check the ticket and the information on the display. Gao Zhongshuan pointed at the scrolling screen above the ticket gate. Hearing the response in German, the old man was very surprised. Thank you. I didn't expect to meet a countryman who can speak German here. I'm very happy to meet you. My name is Marco Fischer. Gao Zhongshuan smiled secretly. New humans generally know several languages, but he would not explain to the other party why. It's very nice to meet you, Mr. Fischer. After greeting, Gao Zhongshuan secretly started the database of the Nuwa kernel and confirmed the other party's identity in a short while. Marco Fischer is a physics professor at the University of Hamburg, Germany, and is not on the blacklist. Marco Fischer, who was so bored, chatted with Gao Zhongshuan like a chatterbox. Gao Zhongshuan also responded to him in a few words out of politeness. After a while, it was almost their turn to go to the security checkpoint. Two people in front of Gao Zhongshuan, a Latin American, was pretending to be calm as he passed through the security checkpoint. Suddenly, two exoskeleton security guards stopped the Latin American. "Sir, please show your ID card or passport." The man immediately looked a little flustered, speaking in Spanish that most people didn't understand, as if he was trying to get away with it. The security guard asked directly in Spanish, "Blah blah blah." Gulp. The man immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Looking at the security guard wearing an exoskeleton, he took out his passport from his backpack with trembling hands. After taking the passport, the security guard directly seized it and said in Spanish, "Mr. Felix, can you explain the 1.3 kilograms of cocaine in your large intestine?" What? Felix was in a bad mood. As if to make this guy give up, another security guard took out a tablet with a picture similar to a CT scan on it. After seeing the picture, Felix almost collapsed. The security guard handcuffed him directly. "Oh, Gao, what happened to that guy?" Marco Fischer asked nervously. "He's a drug donkey from Latin America, don't worry." "I see." Finally, it was the turn for the two to go through the ticket gate. The A countryman could pass through by simply pressing his fingerprint, while the foreigner needed to check his ticket. When they walked through a section of the ticket gate, it was the neutrino atomic imaging scanner. Through the neutrino atomic imaging scanner, even a parasite or a virus on the passenger can be scanned, not to mention a kilogram of cocaine in the large intestine. As for how the Latin American entered the country and carried these things, the truth will soon come out. No one can withstand the torture of the brainwave sensor. Entering the train compartment, Gao Zhongshuan's seat was just across from Marco Fischer. Marco Fischer, who came to country A for the first time, looked at the high-speed rail that was faster than the German high-speed rail, the sci-fi exoskeleton security personnel, and other things. These things touched him greatly. Marco Fischer had been to various countries in Western Europe, and had academic exchanges in country B and Japan. However, none of these regions made him feel such a strong sense of gap, as if he had come to another world. Under Gao Zhongshuan's guidance, he successfully passed the passport, turned on the fixed computer next to his seat, and turned on the German mode, browsing the news of country A on the web page. On October 15th, the 10th, 11th, and 12th launch missions of the Long March 5D carrier rocket were successfully completed. The cross-sea bridge across the strait has now been advanced to 175 kilometers, and is expected to be completed by the end of this month. The first phase of the Taklamakan Desert Transformation Plan has been officially approved. In view of the rampant pirates in the Gulf of Aden, our army will dispatch the Sunwoo battleship to form an escort formation. Academician Fang Ge has created another great achievement, and led the research team to conquer HIV. Only then did Marco Fischer know why several German professor friends working in Country A invited him to visit Country A. He saw a real Country a world completely different from the description of the Western media. Building a cross-sea bridge on a strait wider than the English Channel, farming and grazing on the world's second-largest mobile desert, launching 6 large carrier rockets within a month, and sending 12 large satellites into outer space. You tell me this is a third-world country? The BBC should be hanged, Marco Fischer thought helplessly in his heart. Marco Fischer, who was a little hungry, curiously ordered a plate of Yangzhou fried rice and a bottle of sour plum soup. After a while, the red-painted barrel-shaped food delivery robot brought his lunch. Looking at the Yangzhou fried rice on the paper box, he turned his head in surprise and asked, "Gao, isn't it said that there is very little rice due to the rice plague? This is artificial rice." Gao Zhongshuan explained with a smile. "Artificial? It is synthesized with starch and other natural materials, mainly to meet the needs of rice-eating areas, and it is very safe." Marco Fischer gritted his teeth and ate a few bites, and found that this rice really tasted similar to the rice in the Chinese restaurant before. The quality of a scientist helped him put down some psychological burdens. In fact, his worries were completely unnecessary. The country now attaches great importance to food safety. Although the new humans are not afraid of getting sick, ordinary people can't stand it. While eating, he browsed some web pages. As he got to know more and more about this mysterious Oriental country, he felt that his worldview was being subverted. No wonder many German physicists like to come to Country A in recent years. There is no surging refugee tide and anti-intellectual people here, Nor is there greening and blackening like Shizhou, and the science and technology are not worse than Shizhou. Before we knew it, the train had passed through cities one after another, and finally arrived in Xi'an. As soon as Marco Fisher got off the train, he saw his old colleague holding a sign and excitedly ran over to hug him. Gao Zhongshuan changed trains here and took another high-speed train to his hometown, Weil City. Originally, the railway from Xi'an to Yulin was an ordinary railway, but it was only upgraded and transformed into a high-speed railway this year. With excitement and trepidation, watching the scenery outside the window constantly recede, it is inevitable that I feel a little homesick. Gao Zhongshuan, who has not been home for almost a year, can feel the obvious changes in his hometown. The lush hills that used to be bare or yellowish gradually became green, blue and white. Green is shrubs, trees, and grasslands. Blue is artificial lakes and rivers, and white is glass greenhouses or three-dimensional agricultural buildings. The sky is no longer gray, but has become a very clean blue. As the train entered Yulin, the changes became more obvious. The desert or sandy beach was gradually being eaten away by bushes and grasslands. After submitting the 2 tasks of the company, he closed his laptop and prepared to get off the train and take a bus home. After the train passed through 2 pipelines, one large and one small, Yulin Station was not far away. Gao Zhongshuan, pulling his suitcase, finally arrived at the station and returned to his hometown that he had been dreaming about. There were many other wanderers who returned like him. Chapter 245. Get on the bus back to Wangshan town. Gao Zhongshuan looked at the lush greenery outside the window, while resting his chin on his hand and thinking. After the cooperativization, many rural areas are now a state where agricultural workers and self-employed households coexist. The retirement and reemployment of agricultural workers have entered the promotion stage. His grandparents are still alive, and the 2 old people have caught the last train of biological computers. If the biological computer is launched in a few years, the 2 old people may not be able to survive until then. Although biological computers cannot extend the life limit of humans, they can extend the lifespan of humans. These 2 sentences seem to be a bit contradictory. In fact, the life limit of organisms is not equal to lifespan. Theoretically speaking, the life limit of humans is generally believed to be around 120 years old, which comes from a scientifically rigorous theory, the famous Hayflick limit. The aging and death of the human body are caused by the aging and death of body cells. Human body cells will divide, and new cells will replace aging and dying cells. However, this division is not infinite. Normal somatic cells can divide about 50 times on average, and each division cycle is about 2.4 years. According to calculations, the maximum lifespan of a person is about 120 years old. So why can human cells only divide 50 times? Is it possible to increase the number of divisions of human cells through technical means? This requires knowing why human cells can only divide 50 times. Simply put, there is a substance called telomeres at both ends of genes. Telomeres play an important role in the process of cell replication, and are mainly responsible for maintaining the integrity of chromosomes. However, in most somatic cells, the length of telomeres is limited. As the number of cell divisions increases, telomeres will gradually become shorter. When telomeres reach a critical length, gene expression will be affected and cause expression changes, which will lead to cell aging and death. This mechanism is the biological mechanism behind the Hayflick limit theory. Obviously, this is a cutting-edge scientific research project in life sciences, and Fang Ge and her team are currently studying this technology. However, even if cells can only divide 50 times, the current average lifespan of humans has not reached the limit lifespan. Note, the current average life expectancy of humans is about 65 to 80 years old. After the biocomputer is implanted, the new human will not be harmed by diseases, viruses, and bacteria, and the biocomputer will continuously eliminate harmful substances in the body and maintain human cells. The life expectancy of the new human can reach the human life limit of about 120 years. And before the Hayflick limit of the cell is reached, it can maintain a relatively healthy and awake state. At present, the Institute of Life Sciences of the Academy of Sciences is studying on the one hand to break through the division limit of gene telomeres, and on the other hand to study stem cell cloning and stem cell repair of brain cells and myocardial cells. As long as these 2 aspects are broken through, human life can be truly improved. Gao Zhongshuan's grandparents are 76 and 78 years old respectively. They just had a biocomputer implanted some time ago and are now enjoying a second life. The retirement system for agricultural workers began to be implemented in some areas this year, with the retirement age of 70 years old and the current pension of 2,000 yuan per month. The reason for setting the retirement age at 70 years old is mainly due to the implementation of the new human plan, which has reached the limit of human lifespan. In this case, retiring at 60 is too early, and some agricultural workers can choose to find another job or start a business after retirement, and reemployment does not affect the pension of agricultural workers. Just like Gao Zhongshuan's grandfather, after retiring this year, he chose to become a forest ranger. The bus stopped at the entrance of his hometown village. We have arrived at Wangshat North Village. The driver shouted loudly while pressing the door switch. Gao Zhongshuan, who looked stunned, reacted and hurriedly got off the bus with his suitcase and backpack. After the bus left, he stared blankly at the unrecognizable Wangshat North Village. If it weren't for the 5 characters Wangshat North Village carved on the big stone tablet standing by the road, Gao Zhongshuan probably wouldn't have found his hometown. Rows of single-family villas and an artificial lake with a radius of no less than 1 kilometer are located on the north side of the village entrance. On the lake embankment are planted weeping willows, poplars, and white mulberry trees. On the south side, opposite the artificial lake, is a large glass greenhouse that shines brightly in the sun. Pulling the suitcase, he slowly stepped into the village road. In the guard room at the entrance of the village, an old man took off his pipe. "Huh? Isn't this Xiaoxian from Lao Wu's family?" "Nineth, Grandpa, you are back home from the south. I will talk to you later." The old man took another puff of cigarette and shouted to Gao Zhongshuan, "Don't lose the door, kid. Your home is at number 15, lane 5. "Thank you." After walking more than 200 meters, I saw a swimming pool next to the artificial lake, with 4 swimming pools. Many children and teenagers are playing in the swimming pool, which is unimaginable in the Northwest where water resources were in short supply before. He didn't take a bath 5 times a year in his childhood, so how could he play in the swimming pool like the children nowadays? Walking into the residential area, there are 3-story villas, not the stereotype Baroque or Western style, but villas with local characteristics. The houses absorb cave dwellings and some local folk customs. Every household has an independent front and backyard, planted with flowers, trees, vegetables, and fruits. Number 15, lane 5. He rang the doorbell. "I'm here." There was a hurried sound of footsteps, and a girl of about 17 or 18 opened the big wooden door and shouted in surprise, "Brother, why are you back? I bought you a gift, take it." Gao Zhongshuan took out a box from his backpack and handed it over. "Encephalogram glasses, thank you, brother." The younger sister took it happily. In fact, brainwave glasses are not expensive now. A pair of ordinary configuration brainwave glasses costs more than 1,000 yuan. After entering the house, he kept walking around and looking around, and his younger sister helped him pull the suitcase into the room. Gao Zhongshuan is one of 3 siblings, but his eldest brother Gao Shengmo has already started a family and lives in the small villa next door. More than half an hour later, the sun was setting outside. Most of the agricultural workers in the village have already gone off work, including Gao Zhongshuan's parents, but grandparents do not live with them. Mainly because the forest rangers have staffed dormitories, and the 2 old people are now healthy and agile, so they just live in the forest ranger dormitory. 2 elderly people, one guarding the forest, the other cooking or growing some vegetables and fruits, living a life in a paradise, which is the life of many retired agricultural workers. Although each person only has a pension of 2,000 yuan, the 2 plus the salary of the forest ranger make about 6,000 yuan a month. It seems that this money is not much, but the problem is that the purchasing power of Huayuan is about 3 times that of the past, and there is no need to worry about their own health problems, the house and education of their children and grandchildren. With an income of 6,000 yuan per month, you can travel 4 or 5 times even if you travel domestically, and it is a very good tourism project. There are even many elderly people in cities who specifically look for jobs such as forest rangers or mountain rangers, and can live in the countryside. This has become a new trend. After having dinner with his family, Gao Zhongshuan became more determined to stay in his hometown. After all, living in his hometown now does not affect his work. In addition, he is also planning to start some entrepreneurial projects at home. Chapter 246. The next day, it was just dawn. Gao Zhongshuan drove his electric bike along the township road, heading northwest. He planned to visit his grandparents. There are 37 forest protection points in Wangshat town, and each point has 5 forest rangers. He stopped to wait for the traffic light halfway. As a new human, he could not easily violate the discipline. Running a red light would be recorded in his personal file. Nowadays, all electric donkeys have insurance and unified license plates, but it is very easy to get a driver's license. He directly bought one on the New Human website. You read that right. Now the driver's license is purchased directly. Some domestic car manufacturers will even give the driver's license directly to the car buyers. Of course, this situation currently only applies to new humans, because new humans can directly download skills and knowledge packages. Gao Zhongshuan's motorcycle driver's license costs 50 yuan. The driver's license includes motorcycle driving skills, motorcycle maintenance skills, and traffic regulations knowledge packages. After passing the traffic light, he continued to drive northwest. Suddenly, on the side of the road ahead, many people came to worship at the gate of Dashi Temple. There are relatively few Dashi religions in the northern part of Qin province. For example, most of the people in their village are atheists, and a few elderly people believe in Buddhism, and generally they worship their ancestors. However, after a glance, Gao Zhongshuan found a very surprising sign. There were very few people in the small square for worship. As the only Dashi temple in Wangshata town, Gao Zhongshuan had taken him to visit it several times before. Every time he passed by here, there were 40 or 50 people worshipping in this small square. Now there are less than 10 people, which made him look at it a few more times. In fact, this is a common phenomenon, because the new humans are all materialists, which is a kind of ideological transformation. As new humans who have mastered a huge amount of knowledge, most of them are fanatical scientific sections. Even if a few retain primitive religious beliefs, they are very rational beliefs. In other words, primitive religions are rapidly dying out, replaced by materialistic true sects, and new humans believe in truth. As the number of new humans increases, this is an inevitable and irreversible process, when humans can change the world, defeat diseases, and know countless knowledge. As humans become more and more omnipotent, they will naturally stop worshipping those stone statues and clay sculptures, and deny the existence of gods from the essence of cognition of things. Even many people have a rebellious mentality, and then, there are fanatical atheists, scientific thinkers, human evolution theory, alien god theory, etc. This is the materialistic trend that has become more and more obvious in China recently. And the external manifestation in society is that the believers of primitive religions have awakened themselves, converted to scientific sects. Atheists have increased greatly, pretending to be gods and ghosts and imagining that they are being studied by science, and the enthusiasm for life science and cosmic science has increased greatly. That's why Gao Zhongshuan saw that the number of worshippers was decreasing. It is estimated that within 1 or 2 years, these primitive worships may become historical archives in museums. The netherworld is vigorously promoting dialectical materialism and the theory of human godhood. The so-called theory of human godhood believes that humans can evolve to the level of gods through scientific means. The emergence of biological computers and other technologies has greatly boosted the materialistic trend of thought. After all, humans themselves are close to omnipotence. Why believe in those illusory birdmen? It's better to burn incense to the ancestors of mankind. At least the ancestors left a legacy for us, the younger generations. The electric scooter drove about 27 kilometers, and at the foot of the leeward slope not far away, a 3-story building appeared in a poplar forest. Looking ahead, there are still the remains of the ancient Great Wall of the Ming Dynasty on the hill in the distance, which is the only earth yellow in this area. A water pipeline with a radius of 2 meters extends from the building to the northwest, and the water pipeline has many branches. There is a large grassland in front of the building, as well as a vegetable field, and a goat breeding house surrounded by a fence. Several elderly women were feeding goats, or digging the ground and watering the plants. "Grandma!" Gao Zhongshuan shouted at the old woman who was weeding. The old woman with a towel on her head looked up, and found that it was the child of Lao Wu's family. "Xian, why didn't you tell me in advance? These are some food that my parents asked me to bring over. Why are you being polite? There's everything here. Grandma has learned how to shop online recently. I pick some vegetables, and bring them back later." The old woman still took the small craft paper bag. The grandparents and grandchildren chatted, as they walked to the first floor of the building. As a collective dormitory, the first floor of the Forest Ranger dormitory is the lobby, restaurant, kitchen, and bathroom. The second and third floors are the Forest Ranger's room, computer room, study, and a tool warehouse on the side. In fact, this kind of Forest Ranger is equivalent to half a nursing home. There are 5 Forest Rangers, 2 of whom are lonely elderly people, and the remaining 3 are with their spouses. One of the Forest Rangers is on the watchtower on the 3rd floor. Grandpa Gao Zhongshuan and another old man are riding donkeys and patrolling nearby. The ranger's mission is to maintain the jungle and grassland near the station, prevent forest fires, protect wild animals and plants, stop poaching and illegal mining, rescue lost people, etc. They are all equipped with the recently eliminated Type 81 rifles, but they are quasi-militia with combat effectiveness, especially the physical fitness and combat skills brought by the new humans. At noon, Gao Zhongxuan ate in the restaurant of the Rangers' dormitory. The two old men ate lunch in a hurry. Then, they rode on donkeys with rifles on their backs and headed to the northwest jungle. They were going to change their posts. In fact, there is a shooting range in Wangshat town. It costs 1 yuan to shoot 10 rounds of bullets. The guns are all the Type 81 rifles that have been completely eliminated recently. As a new human, Gao Zhongxuan is eligible to buy conventional guns. Starting from September this year, there are no restrictions in this regard. As long as you go to the virtual office of the relevant department to apply for a gun license, new humans can generally pass, while non-new humans will be rejected, because the internal discipline of new humans prevents them from doing extreme things. If there is an antisocial tendency, the Nuwa kernel will alarm. If you want to take antisocial actions, the Nuwa kernel will directly lock the host's muscle cells and call the police immediately. The main purpose of opening up firearms is to deal with the G organization. Once the war mobilization begins, a group of skilled soldiers can be pulled out. After saying goodbye to the two old people, Gao Zhongxuan carried a bag of vegetables and rode his electric donkey again, preparing to return to Wangshat North Village. In October, Yulin was still sunny, and the autumn tiger was still entrenched, but it would be autumn from next month. On the road, we passed by a team of vehicles. There were rows of saplings and grass on the truck bed. It was probably the company responsible for the desert greening project. Except for nature reserves, deserts will be rare in the future. The desert areas in the northwest are divided into desert ecological protection areas, ecological forest areas, ecological grassland areas, ecological mixed areas, pastoral areas, planting areas, industrial areas, and residential areas. The areas with the word ecological are all protected areas, accounting for about 60% of the total desert area, and the remaining areas are development areas, accounting for about 40%. In the extension direction of the water pipeline, the development areas and protected areas are concentrated in their respective areas. With the transformation and utilization of saline alkali land, desert and Gobi Desert, the domestic cultivated land area has increased a lot. For example, the Malawusa Desert, also known as the Ordo Sandy Land and Malawusa Sandy Land, has a total area of 42,200 square kilometers, half of which is in Yulin. The Malawusa Desert is called the man-made desert. Historically, it was rich in water and grass, and herds of cattle and sheep. From the Tang dynasty to the Ming and Qing dynasties, due to unreasonable development and utilization by humans, the Malawusu area gradually turned into a vast desert. After water injection and transformation, 17,000 square kilometers here have become development zones. Among them, 9,000 square kilometers are pastoral areas, and 7,000 square kilometers are planting areas. Note, 1 square kilometer equals 1,500 mu. 7,000 square kilometers is 10.5 million mu. Moreover, the utilization rate of domestic arable land per unit is very high. A large number of glass greenhouses and three-dimensional agricultural planting buildings make the output of domestic arable land per unit equivalent to 5 to 10 times that of ordinary open-air planting. This is the confidence of the netherworld to achieve food self-sufficiency. Chapter 247. Back home. Gao Zhongxuan opened his laptop and read through some tasks set by the company, including 3 product packaging design tasks. He completed the task in no time and sent the draft back to the company's review department. He stretched his waist, the old wooden wall clock on the wall ticked, and sat back in front of the laptop, thinking about starting a business. In fact, even if he didn't start a business, he could still receive a citizen dividend of about 1,700 yuan every month, but living a life of idleness and waiting for death was not Gao Zhongxuan's style. Moreover, the citizen dividend can only maintain basic living needs at most, such as buying cars, buying skills and advanced knowledge packages, buying cultural products, buying guns, etc., and the 1,700 yuan citizen dividend is not enough. In addition, there is also consumption for marriage. Fortunately, the restrictions on betrothal gifts have been introduced recently, and extravagance and high betrothal gifts are not popular among the new human race. The efforts to change customs are becoming more and more popular. What should be traditional, and what should be abandoned. For example, fireworks and firecrackers are allowed as long as they are not set off on a large scale, and attention is paid to fire safety within the designated areas. After thinking again and again, Gao Zhongxuan's mind was still a mess. Currently, the most popular entrepreneurial projects in China are robots, new materials, skill research and development, applications, virtual games, literary creation, entertainment products, high-energy food, interior design, bionics, folk products, specialty promotion, etc. Yulin specialties are sugar chess pieces, sheep offal, sesame melon, mountain apples, apricots, bitter vegetables, native chickens, native pork, oil cakes, and 8 bowls. There are also large coal fields and large oil and gas fields, but there are many mining industries that he can handle. If he wants to play a game, it is not impossible. He can directly purchase the shares of Shinfu Coal, a subsidiary of the Northern Coal Corporation, through the Citizen Stock Exchange. Many people are now making special snacks and the like, so there is no need to get involved. Heavy industry can only buy some stocks at most, and most light industries are now OEM factories, earning most of their money through hard work. In fact, the most popular industry now is the scientific research laboratory. As long as you develop a hit product, you will not worry about not having money. Whether it is patent licensing or overall patent trading, the profits of popular products are not few. If you feel that patent licensing or patent buyout is a loss, you can also choose to find a foundry to produce it yourself, and then hang an online store or open a physical store. Now there are even one-stop patent product agency companies, which are professional companies that provide production, product sales, and after-sales service. As long as the developed products are attractive and have commercial potential, those agency companies and related product manufacturers will flock to them. If you are unsure about the future of your product, you can also choose to register a patent first, and then put it on a special crowdfunding website to see how consumers respond. All this is based on the comprehensive improvement and implementation of the patent law. If there is no protection of the patent law, once the product comes out, others will imitate it in a disguised way, which will eventually only wear out the enthusiasm of the original creator. Therefore, the Netherworld has formulated the most stringent patent protection to ensure that the invention of the original inventor can obtain the most adequate protection. Gao Zhongshuan has seen a lot of pirated companies being fined and bankrupted over the past year, and now no one dares to mess around. Even if the original creator doesn't care, the Netherworld will not let it go. Anyone who breaks the patent rules is challenging the red line. Suddenly Gao Zhongshuan stared at the web page in a daze, as if he thought of something, and then he turned on the brainwave input function of his notebook and quickly entered some ideas and frameworks in the memo. His idea was the emerging laboratory rental industry in China, which was a virgin land that had not been developed by anyone. At present, there is an obvious oversupply of high-quality talents in China. Many people have skills, but no place to display them. Although virtual laboratories can be used, there are still differences between virtual laboratories and real laboratories. Many products may have no problems in virtual laboratories, but they will have many problems in real laboratories. Therefore, real laboratories are crucial for scientific researchers, but the distribution of various scientific research laboratories in China is mainly divided into 3 major and 1 small. The 3 major ones are the Science Department, Engineering Department, and Thinking Society Department, and the smaller ones are the scattered laboratories of private companies. If some standard laboratories are developed and provided to scientific researchers, this is definitely an industry with unlimited prospects. Moreover, the profit model of this kind of company is also very flexible and changeable. It can simply rent laboratories to collect rent and purchase consumables, or invest in some promising scientific research projects, or cooperate with scientific researchers in research and development, etc. As for why Gao Zhongshuan is confident in opening such a company, it is actually related to the current domestic company application system. If he can't come up with so much money, he can apply to the Citizen Stock Exchange to establish a Wanzhong company. According to general principles, as the proposer of the business model, he can obtain 2% of the company's original shares, and then according to relevant regulations, he can invest in the company's shares up to 7%. In other words, he can get up to 9% of the original shares of the Wanzhong company. As long as his business plan and profit model are clear and potential, after the application is successful, once the company is listed for subscription, there will be no worries about no one sending money. In this era where knowledge is king, the new humans are not without knowledge, but lack the means to realize their knowledge. His business model gives the new humans the opportunity to realize their knowledge. Gao Zhongshuan, excited, searched for information and wrote a business plan overnight. He had to race against time to design the plan and then register for business model protection. The so-called business model protection is for newly created business models, which enjoy a 5-year business model protection period. Once the business model protection is activated, other people or companies cannot use the same or similar business model. After 3 busy days, his business model application was approved and the business model protection mechanism was automatically activated. After naming the company Practitioner Research Service Company, Gao Zhongxuan immediately went to Nank Dream Realm and entered the Wanzhong Company application window of the Citizen Stock Exchange. On the other hand, he took out the 60,000 yuan he had saved for more than half a year and took out 20,000 to buy an advertising promotion. As expected, as soon as the promotion was launched, a large number of investors, with a keen sense of smell on the internet, immediately noticed the potential of the Practitioner Company. Wanzhong Company could first subscribe to 30% of the original shares internally. In addition to the 9% that Gao Zhongxuan himself took, the remaining 21% of the original shares naturally became the target of these investors. Many investors who still had investment quotas immediately called or emailed. Gao Zhongxuan took advantage of this only opportunity to enrich himself and offered 100 yuan per share plus 5 yuan for subscription fees. This fee belongs to Gao Zhongxuan himself. The Practitioner Company issued a total of 20 million original shares, which means that if he sold these 21% of the original shares, he would get 21 million yuan. However, he still let his family and a few close relatives and friends subscribe to a portion of the shares first. In less than 2 days, 30% of the original shares of Practitioner Company were divided up. On November 2nd, the Citizen Stock Exchange officially approved Practitioner Company to be listed and accepted subscriptions from the general public. As soon as the subscription was listed, the 14 million original shares of Practitioner Company were snapped up. Obviously, many people are optimistic about Gao Zhongxuan's business model. After all, the knowledge age of the new human beings has arrived. Chapter 248. Berlin, Germany. Robert Koch Institute, RKI. The institute just completed a BSL-4 laboratory this year. Note: internationally, biosafety is divided into 4 levels. Biosafety Level 1-4. BSL-4 is the 4th level laboratory, also known as P4 laboratory. The P4 laboratory of the Robert Koch Institute is used to study the molecular properties and transmission patterns of various pathogens, including not only bacteria and viruses, but also fungi, parasites and prion like BSE, mad cow disease, pathogens. According to the original plan, the Robert Koch Institute planned to upgrade its BSL-3 laboratory to a BSL-4 laboratory in 2020. However, the rice plague that broke out in 2015 frightened the whole world. No one expected that a rice plague would indirectly kill more than 50 million people. No one dared to guarantee whether there would be difficult to treat wheat plague, bird flu, swine flu, or even human plague in the future. Therefore, major powers have upgraded their domestic biological laboratories to prevent the emergence of superviruses in the future. The German Federal Republic originally only had one BSL-4 laboratory, the Institute of Tropical Diseases in Hamburg, but last year it invested a huge amount of money to upgrade the BSL-3 laboratory of the Robert Koch Institute. Don't think that BSL-4 and BSL-3 are only one level apart. In fact, the cost of construction and maintenance of the two is very different. For example, the most advanced high-risk virus laboratory is the Jean Murieu BSL-4 laboratory in Lyon, Gaul. This laboratory began operation in March 1999. In addition to studying the most toxic and newest viruses, it also conducts in-depth research on old and variant viruses in history, builds archives, and finds treatment methods. The cost of the laboratory, which is only 600 square meters, is 40 million francs, of which the equipment is worth 10 million francs, and the annual operation and maintenance and experimental costs are 1.9 million francs. Taking inflation into account, the cost may be about 10 times higher now. The reason why it is called the most advanced BSL-4 laboratory is that the Qinghai Lake Life Research Institute, Qiling Virus Research Institute, and Daxing Gene Research Institute in Country A are more powerful than the Lyon Laboratory. At this time, in the BSL-4 laboratory of the Robert Koch Institute, the head of the laboratory, Dr. William Z. Beck, was leading a group of researchers to study the great pear spore fungus and rice pear spore fungus obtained from India and Southeast Asia. After browsing the genetic analysis map data, William Z. Beck couldn't help but frown, turned his head and told his assistant, Kalia, immediately conduct a whole genome test on the genes of rice pear spore fungus in 15 regions. Kalia Schneider, who was wearing glasses and squinting, asked hesitantly, Doctor, is it the rice pear spore fungus in 15 regions? Do as I tell you. William Z. Baker said seriously. Okay, doctor. Watching the assistant leave, William Z. Baker turned around and looked at the report on the table in silence. As a senior virologist and geneticist, William Z. Baker had obviously seen some very scary problems. Among the samples collected from 15 rice regions in Tianzhu and Southeast Asia, there were obvious differences between grade Pericularia grisea and Pericularia risii. Both grade Pericularia grisea and Pericularia risii are fungi that can cause rice blast, and they belong to different states of the same species. Generally speaking, there is no obvious genetic difference between Pericularia cinerea and Pericularia risii. But the problem lies here. The situation of Pericularia cinerea is very normal, and the results of the whole genome determination are almost the same as the previous data. However, the whole genome determination of Pericularia risii showed a result that William Z. Baker could not believe. In 2015, the genes of Pericularia risii and Pericularia risii showed a huge difference of 34.6%. Obviously, no matter how powerful the mutation of viruses and bacteria is, it is impossible to mutate 34.6% of the genes in a short period of time, within 10 years. Moreover, he checked the genetic data of Pericularia risii in 2014 of the Rice Research Institute of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and compared with Pericularia risii, the mutation rate of the two was only 0.00064%. Such a huge mutation can no longer be called a mutation, but a variant. Pericularia risii in 2015 and Pericularia risii are already two different species. This situation made William Z. Baker very uneasy, because there is only one situation that meets this degree of genetic mutation, that is transgenic. 2015 Pericularia risii is most likely a product of human modification, which is why he asked his assistant to arrange for the whole genome determination of all samples. If someone really does such a bottom-line thing, it is absolutely unforgivable. As a scientist with integrity and bottom line, William Z. Baker cannot tolerate someone using biotechnology to make biological weapons, which is why he rejected several invitations from biological laboratories in Country B. He is a political novice, but that does not mean he is a fool. Whoever is the biggest beneficiary of the outbreak of rice plague may be the mastermind behind it. The 2015 rice plague directly destroyed the economy and society of India, Bangladesh, and the Thousand Islands of Southeast Asia, and seriously affected Southeast Asia and Northeast Asia. If Country A had not responded in time, it would not have been much better. Who is the biggest beneficiary? The answer is self-evident. In the subsequent research, they indeed found that the 2015 rice pear spore fungus had a lot of signs of artificial modification. Among the genes that can be matched to present, among the 34.6% of the mutant genes, 11.2% of the genes belong to the gene sequence of HIV, 12.6% of the genes belong to the gene sequence of Staphylococcus aureus, and the remaining genes are still being matched. God, the guy who made this fungus should go to hell. William Z. Baker angrily smashed the report on the table. William Z. Baker paced back and forth in a rage. Finally, he made up his mind to write a paper to expose the matter. He told his assistant, Kalia, you go and make arrangements. We are going to write a paper. Write a paper? Okay, doctor. Kalia Schneider turned around, with a trace of struggle in her eyes. After listening to her nephew's report, Ruta Schneider, the general manager of the institute, immediately changed her expression. He didn't care about the coffee spilling on his shirt. He rushed to the virus laboratory and called the cybersecurity department of the institute to cut off the institute's external contacts immediately. If William Z. Baker's paper was sent out, it was unknown whether William Z. Baker would be fine, but his job as general manager would probably be over. The paper must not be sent out, otherwise it would be the end, Ruta Schneider thought frantically. He rushed into the outer office of the virus laboratory in a panic and shouted loudly, "Notify Dr. William to stop the experiment and come out to see me immediately." Okay. The person in charge of contact was startled and quickly picked up the internal phone to notify William Z. Baker to come over. More than an hour later, William Z. Baker, who had passed through 10 isolation gates and undergone comprehensive disinfection, appeared in front of Ruta Schneider belatedly. Before the other party could speak, Ruta Schneider said in a serious tone, "Doctor, stop the research on rice plague now. This is not a request, but an order." Schneider, why? William Z. Baker asked angrily. Ruta Schneider stared at the other person's eyes and replied, "Why? Because I don't want to die, and I don't want you to die, understand? I am willing to die for truth and morality." Enough. Ruta Schneider was furious. Then he gave up arguing with William Z. Baker, used his authority, cleared all experimental samples and data, and deleted William Z. Baker and others' papers on the artificial transformation of rice pear spore fungi. Let the security personnel temporarily restrict William Z. Baker and others' freedom and external communications. William Z. Baker watched all this in silence, and finally he only said one sentence. When science is used by Lucifer, all silence is promoting darkness, and the fire of hell will eventually burn everyone. Chapter 249. Confined at home, William Z. Baker was helpless and angry. All the information about 2015 Rice Pericularia spore on his computer, notebook, and mobile phone was completely deleted. Now he can no longer use his identity to make any comments on the internet. Drawing open the curtains, there were 2 cars parked on the road outside the villa. They were sent by Ruta Schneider to monitor him. Drawing the curtains, William Z. Baker was in great pain. His conscience was tormented. He opened his email. There are many papers sent to him for review by The Lancet and other medical and biological journals. He has been on sick leave by the Institute. The Lancet just sent him a condolence email. Suddenly he noticed something and quickly opened his laptop to search for some things in the biomedical field in 2015 and 2016. 2015.07.05, Dr. Nugeen, a plant virologist from India, died in a car accident at the age of 37. 2015.09.06, Dr. Juan Micas, a virologist from Samba, disappeared during an expedition to the Amazon rainforest. 2015.10.17, Dr. Nagahara Oyama, a geneticist from Japan, died of a sudden heart attack. 2016.01.22, Dr. Anthony Frank, a scientific advisor to the Infectious Disease Office of the Monitoring Center of Country B, a virologist and bacteriologist, and an infectious disease expert, committed suicide at home. Looking at the names, many well-known biologists or medical scientists around the world died or disappeared inexplicably without knowing it. Compared with the mortality rate of scientists in the biomedical field last year, the mortality rate in 2015/2016 was 37.9% higher. A chill suddenly came over William Z. Baker. He had not noticed it before, but now he realized that there was an invisible black hand that was eliminating those who knew the truth. He had no fear in his heart, only endless anger. Many of these colleagues who died or disappeared were old friends of his. They were all scientists with a sense of justice and conscience. Suddenly, there was a sound of footsteps outside the door. William Z. Baker, who was sitting on a chair, was startled, then calmed down and stared at the door coldly. With a click, the door was slowly opened, and the lights in the hall were turned on. Oh! A brown-haired young man was startled. Huh, William, why don't you turn on the lights? William Z. Baker, who was relieved, looked at his son with a soothing look, and then said calmly, Sim, why did you come back suddenly? He opened the refrigerator and took out a bottle of milk. Sim Baker replied while closing the bottle cap, I was invited by the Marcus Laboratory in Country B. They plan to hire me as the person in charge of a project. Marcus Laboratory? William Z. Baker frowned. In the Marcus Laboratory in Texas? Simbeck nodded after taking a sip of milk. Simbeck, you should know that the laboratory is a biological laboratory under the Army of Country B, right? Simbeck nodded again, but he immediately explained, it's not a biological weapon project. It's about anti-cancer genetic modification research. You know that the success of Country A in this regard makes Country B feel very uncomfortable. Anti-cancer genetic modification? William Z. Baker still felt something was wrong, especially after what happened yesterday. He asked tentatively, Sim, why did they ask you to be the person in charge? Dear Mr. William, The Lancet just published my paper, you should take a look. Sim Baker said with a smile. The Lancet, paper, William Z. Baker patted his forehead. I'm very sorry, Sim, I've been busy these days. After saying that, he quickly opened his notebook and logged into the official paper website of The Lancet. After entering Sim Baker's name, some papers popped up. There are 3 papers related to his son Simbeck. As a young scientist who can publish 3 papers in The Lancet, Simbeck's level is obviously extraordinary. The latest paper is titled Feasibility Experiment of Stem Cell DZ Fragment for Transgenic Stability, and the author of the paper is Simbeck, Eric Fan. The content of the paper is that the DZ fragment in stem cells can be inserted into the gene that needs to be transgenic after specific recombination, which can improve the stability and success rate of transgenic. Through 12 groups of comparative experiments, the stability of transgenic cells was improved by 30 to 40%, greatly improving the success rate of transgenic gene embedding. William Z. Baker was very pleased that his son had surpassed him without him realizing it. Sim, you are my pride. Sim Baker said a little embarrassedly. William, after I go to Country B, you should find a girlfriend. In fact, he has always felt sorry for his father, who gave up too many things to take care of himself. We talk about it when we have a chance. William Z. Baker changed the subject and talked to his son about genetic engineering for a while. Then Simbeck went to take a shower. He went to cook, taking out potatoes, sausages, onions, and some cheese from the refrigerator, preparing dinner for his son. William Z. Baker, who was cutting potatoes, suddenly felt a pain in his finger. A small cut was made on his index finger by the kitchen knife, and blood dripped onto the chopping board. Looking at the blood on the chopping board, he quickly took out a piece of kitchen paper to wipe it clean, and then went to the utility room to take out the medicine box, treated the wound, and put on a band-aid. After returning to the kitchen, William Z. Baker hurriedly prepared fried sausages, onions, and mashed potatoes. An ominous premonition gradually enveloped his heart. A breeze blew open the curtains in the hall, and the 2 cars that were monitoring him were still outside on the roadside. Rice Plague, 2015 Pericularia ricei, artificial modification, the mastermind behind the scenes, papers. After a brainstorming session, William Z. Baker remembered his son's research results, and he immediately reacted to the notorious biological laboratory in Country B. There might be something wrong with Marcus's lab. If it weren't for the rice spore, he might not have doubted the other party's motives. Now the other party's purpose is worth pondering. If Marcus's lab is researching biochemical weapons, his son's results are likely to be used for research on genetically modified viruses. No, I want to stop this. William Z. Baker will not allow his son's results to become a tool for killing humans. What is William thinking? Asked Simbeck, who had just finished taking a shower. Sim, let's eat first. During the meal, William Z. Baker gave his son a look without any expression, then spread the mashed potatoes on the plate and wrote on the mashed potatoes with a table knife. There is a bug in the room, don't talk what? Sim Baker's face changed, and he looked at his father, who continued to write and draw on the mashed potatoes calmly. After a meal, Sim Baker had already understood the seriousness of the matter. After the meal, he looked at his father's laptop again, and the death rate of biologists or medical scientists in the world on it really showed an abnormal surge in the past 2 years. In addition, his father was now restricted in his personal freedom and under surveillance, which made him feel angry and terrified. When he thought that his achievements would become the executioner's sharp blade and be used to slaughter humans, Sim Baker would rather not have researched this achievement. Chapter 250. After a sleepless night, Simbeck finally made a decision, a difficult decision. In a cafe on Karl Marx Street, in the southeastern part of Berlin, Simbeck was waiting with a tired face. He was waiting for the arrival of Eric Fan, another author of the paper. The waiter had just put a cup of black coffee and a cup of milk tea on the table. A tall and thin young man in a gray windbreaker walked in from the entrance of the cafe. Under his light blonde hair were a pair of slightly emerald eyes. Sim, good morning. Eric, good morning. Simbecker said a little embarrassedly, I have something to talk to you about. After taking a sip of milk tea, Eric Fan looked at the haggard Simbecker. Are you too excited? Didn't sleep all night? Simbecker hesitated again and again, but still spoke his mind. I decided to give up working in Marcus' laboratory. Ahem. Eric Fan quickly put down the milk tea cup and asked in disbelief. What? Have you decided to give up working at Marcus Labs? Licking his dry lips, Simbeck nodded sadly. Why? Eric Fan shook his head as he spoke. Because of this. Simbeck slid a piece of notepaper across the table. Eric Fan looked at the contents of the notepaper. His face became uncertain, and his eyes were full of struggle. It was obvious that he couldn't let go of that honor. Marcus Labs promised that if only 2 people agreed to go, they would work hard in the future to help them win the Nobel Prize in medicine. Sim, this is just your father's guess. I don't think Marcus Lab would do such a thing. Eric, wake up. The whole genome of Pericularia ricei can be determined using our laboratory equipment. I believe my father. But there are so many biological laboratories in this world. Why do you think that Marcus Lab created this super fungus? Listening to the increasingly excited voice, Simbeck knew that the other party was already defending the devil. He said with a slightly sad expression, Eric, you should know who is the controller behind Marcus Lab. Even if Marcus Lab does not have this tendency, it does not mean that the people behind them do not have it. It's ridiculous. Just because of a conspiracy theory, you are willing to give up your 3 years of hard work. If you don't want to, forget it. Eric Fan said, then he pulled out the chair and left. He stretched out his hand, but finally Simbeck fell down weakly. Looking at Eric Fan's back that was getting farther and farther away, he could only hope that he was overthinking all this. He paid the bill in a daze, walked aimlessly on the street, and unknowingly came to the statue of Karl Marx. Suddenly, a faint smell of tulips came from one side, and then he noticed a girl appeared beside him. "Why don't you go to Marcus' lab?" "What?" Simbek's pupil shrank suddenly, and his breathing became rapid. "Who are you?" The young woman lifted her long hair and smiled slightly. "Take a look at this." Simbek nervously took the girl's phone. At this time, the screen was on a video call, and the screen on the other side was a gun barrel and a villa in the distance. At this time, a familiar figure was sitting on the sofa reading a book in the window of the villa. "Assholes, what do you want to do?" Simbek roared, attracting the attention of passers-by. But the young girl smiled calmly and said, "Mr. Baker, now I sincerely invite you to work in Marcus' laboratory. Of course you can choose to refuse." Being stared at by the girl's self-evident eyes, Simbecker felt as if the Arctic cold wind was poured into his body. He clenched his fist tightly, wishing he could strangle the other person to death, but when he thought of his father under the gun, Simbek had to hold back. The girl looked at her watch and whispered calmly like a devil, "You still have 2 minutes. It seems that you are really doing something that you can't see, you executioners, butchers." Simbek became a little hysterical. "You still have 54 seconds. As time approached, Simbek struggled painfully, gnashed his teeth and smashed the phone on the ground, and said dejectedly, "You won. A wise choice. Welcome to join, Mr. Baker." The girl smiled with narrowed eyes. But Simbek said nothing. The young girl whispered in his ear, "Mr. Baker, let me remind you one last thing. Don't be too smart. This is the ticket to Houston, Texas tomorrow. See you tomorrow." Holding the ticket in his hand, Simbek turned and left without saying a word. At the intersection, the listless Simbek suddenly bumped into a passerby. He almost fell to the ground, and a strong hand supported him. The man bent down to pick up the ticket and smiled and said, "Sir, there are always countless crossroads in life. You must believe in your heart." I'm very sorry." Simbek took the ticket at a loss. He didn't see the other person's face clearly, and the man walked away. Putting the ticket in his trouser pocket, he called a taxi and left Karl Marx Street. Back home, he didn't know how to explain this to his father, so he could only hide in the room depressed. When he was about to take out the ticket from his trouser pocket, he found a card in his trouser pocket. Where did it come from? There was only one line of German on the card sticked on the lamp. What does it mean? Is it a trick of that woman? He looked at the direction of the curtains and stuck the card to the lamp. After turning on the lamp, lines of text appeared on the bedside table. "Meet at New Saints Church at 5:20 p.m. RLM. What does it mean? New Saints Church is just 2 streets away from his house. He wants to know what that woman and the forces behind her want to do." Suddenly, his hand was burned, and the card on the lamp fell on the bedside table, and then the card turned into a pile of powder. After lunch, more than 3 hours later, it was finally around 5 o'clock. He put on his coat and walked to the New Saints Church 2 streets away. The people who were secretly watching followed him. He walked into the church hall, and only a priest was praying. "Child, what are you suffering and confused about?" the priest asked with a Bible. "Nothing?" The priest was still trying to persuade him, but he didn't listen to a word. Time passed by and the clock on the wall on one side of the church was approaching 5:20. Suddenly his phone vibrated. A text message popped up on the phone. "Go to the 3rd bathroom in 10 minutes. The text message only existed for less than 5 seconds, and the next second it was replaced by a weather forecast reminder. At 5:30, he walked into the 3rd men's bathroom impatiently. As soon as he opened the door, his eyes widened. After a sound of water, Simbek straightened his clothes and left the bathroom. Seeing Simbek return home consciously, the 2 people in charge of monitoring did not pay too much attention. Maybe he went to the church to confess. Anyway, as long as he did not run away, they were too lazy to care. In the dead of night in Berlin, a car stopped at the New Saint Church for a few minutes, then detoured to Treptow Park Street, heading southeast away from Berlin. Chapter 251. November 26th. At Berlin Airport, Simbek dragged his suitcase expressionlessly and walked through the airport security checkpoint. On the other side of the security checkpoint, Eric Fan and the woman were waiting for him. After passing the security checkpoint, Simbek just glanced at the 2 of them and sat aside in silence. Eric Fan was not surprised. He also knew a little bit that Simbek was forced, so it was better not to mention it for the time being. However, the woman frowned and looked at Simbek across Eric Fan. She touched her nose and found that the faint woody scent was the road to Hades. She looked at Simbek thoughtfully, then took out a mobile phone and quickly entered a command on it. Start pheromone detection. The ring on her ring finger became slightly hot, and after a while, a message popped up on her mobile phone. No such person. Her pupils suddenly shrank sharply, but she remained calm on the surface. As the talents that the organization focused on recruiting, the pheromones of Simbek and others had long been recorded in the internal pheromone library. After another test, the result was still no such person, so the result was self-evident. This guy was not Simbek. Who was cutting in? She looked at the silent Simbek, and from the outside it really looked flawless, but now was not the time to worry about who cut in. She quickly conducted another pheromone test on Eric Fan, and the result made her feel relieved. She secretly sent an internal message to the Berlin person in charge of monitoring William Z. Beck through her mobile phone, asking them to immediately confirm William Z. Beck and control him. On the other side, the flight from Berlin to Houston has arrived, and Eric Van and Simbek stand up to board the plane. But at the last step of boarding, "Mr. Eric, we have arranged the next flight. Please wait here for about 2 more hours." The woman took the ticket from Eric Van with a smile. "Why?" Eric Van was confused. Simbek's heart tightened. People in Country A said, "Don't put all your eggs in one basket. What do you think?" Before Eric Fan could react, a middle-aged man appeared beside Eric Fan. The woman boarded the plane with Simbek, and both of them were silent. At the same time, the members of the G organization, who had just received the woman's message, suddenly changed their faces. If Simbek was replaced under their noses, they would take action immediately when they thought of the organization's punishment. Hallie, the head of the Berlin district, angrily ordered, "Carrie, immediately send out the Black Wolf squad to capture William Z. Beck and hunt down Simbek." "Yes." 3 off-road vehicles rushed from the Grunewald Berlin forest in the southwest of Berlin to the Treptow area near the New Saint Church. Near the villa, the 2 knights note the name of the lower-level members of the G organization who were responsible for monitoring William Z. Beck heard that Simbek had been replaced. "Asshole, Miller, we are finished." A middle-aged man stood up angrily. The young man next to him also had a gloomy face. "After such a big mistake, the 2 will definitely be severely punished. What should we do?" Miller thought for a moment and immediately said hurriedly, "Now control William Z. Baker first, and then capture Sim Baker, otherwise we will really be finished." "Okay." After that, the 2 got out of the car, and without waiting for the Black Wolf squad to come, they drew their pistols and rushed into the villa. William Z. Baker, who was in the villa, suddenly had a gloomy face because he felt the danger approaching. "Baker, 2 lizard men are approaching the villa. We will come immediately." Bang! The wooden door of the villa was violently kicked open. However, before Miller and the other man could make a move, William Z. Baker shot them in the head. Bang bang. 2 consecutive shotgun shells directly turned Miller and the middle-aged man into a hornet's nest. The 2 could not understand until their death why the other party would react so quickly. At this time, a BMW car quickly braked at the door of the villa. Baker got in the car. "Okay." William Z. Baker immediately got in the car with a shotgun, and the BMW car suddenly stepped on the accelerator and rushed out of the city. Obviously, the Berlin branch of the Human Alliance had already felt that the matter was exposed, and decided to transfer William Z. Baker immediately. If Miller and his team hadn't rushed into the villa on their own initiative, the Berlin branch wouldn't have felt anything was wrong in advance. 17 minutes later, the 3 SUVs finally arrived near the villa, but a cordon had been set up near the villa, and a police car and 4 police officers were on the scene. Carrie, who was in charge of the team, angrily smashed the dashboard. "Are they nig? They actually acted on their own." Charlie Michel, the captain of the Black Wolf team, reminded, "Let Priest Harley take care of the aftermath of this matter. We should find those bugs now." "You're right." The off-road team turned and headed for another road. At the same time, Charlie Michel picked up the walkie-talkie and ordered, "Prepare to track." "Got it." In the last off-road vehicle, a Black Wolf Knight opened the briefcase he carried with him. Inside the briefcase was a special notebook and 16 glass bottles. The Black Wolf Knight's 10 fingers flew on the notebook, and he called up the pheromones of William Z. Baker and Sim Baker in the pheromone library, and clicked on the pheromone recognition to activate. 2 minutes later, 2 of the 16 glass bottles next to the laptop turned from blue to red. Take out the 2 red glass bottles, open them, and there are 3 human skin flies inside, which are a circle larger than ordinary human skin flies. These are genetically modified human skin flies, which can sense specific pheromones, with a tracking range of about 700 kilometers and a flying speed of 90 kilometers per hour. The 6 human skin flies in the 2 bottles flew in the air and then flew southeast to Berlin. Captain, the pheromone reconnaissance track has been synchronized. Okay. Charlie Michel put down the walkie-talkie, turned around and asked, Deputy Priest Carey, how about we split up into 2 groups? I will track Simbeck, and you will track William Z. Baker. Keep in touch at any time. 3 off-road vehicles stopped on the side of the road, and Charlie Michel and a Black Wolf Knight in another off-road vehicle switched over. Then the 3 off-road vehicles separated. Carey took 2 off-road vehicles to track Simbeck, and Charlie Michel personally tracked William Z. Baker. They only need to follow the movement track of the human skin fly to track the movement direction of William Z. Beck and his son. Looking at the synchronous tracking map on the notebook, Charlie Michel found that the 2 people's escape directions were roughly the same, both leaving the city from the southeast of Berlin. However, after leaving Berlin, the 2 people's escape directions diverged. William Z. Beck went to the south, while Simbeck went to the southwest. Considering that Simbeck may have escaped last night, it is very likely that he has left Germany and entered Poland. Both sides are racing against time to catch up. On the other side, not long after the plane took off, Simbeck, who was wearing headphones and closing his eyes to rest, knew that he had been exposed. Chapter 252. A Boeing 747 passenger plane was soaring in the sky above the North Atlantic Ocean. As a top scientist invited by Organization G, Simbeck was naturally in the first-class cabin, and there were 3 other passengers in the first-class cabin besides the woman. Next to him was the seat originally prepared for Eric Fan. The flight attendant brought him the appetizer of the airplane meal, and then pushed the cart away. The first-class cabin was not a fast food box, and the configuration was not inferior to that of a mid-range Western restaurant. He ordered a glass of Brosseau champagne from the left bank of the Marne Valley, picked up the champagne glass and gently shook it. The seats in the first-class cabin were larger than those in the economy class, and the space was relatively spacious. In addition, each seat was an independent semi-private room. Through the reflection of the wine glass, he observed the woman on the other side. The stewardess brought fruit salad, a portion of red wine fillet, pumpkin cream soup, and fresh bread. Now that he had been exposed, the other party must have set up a trap at the airport, waiting for him to fall into it. However, he had no way to escape on a civil airliner. First, civil airliners are not equipped with parachutes. Second, the cabin of the aircraft needs to be pressurized during high-altitude flight. The cabin door is tightly pressed down and requires 14 tons of force to open. Third, even if the cabin door is forcibly opened, the person will be sucked out of the plane in an instant and then instantly to meet by the aircraft's engine. The last reason why he could not escape in the air was because there were other passengers. His success rate of forcibly escaping in the air was 16.4%, and the other passengers and crew members were 100% dead. He looked at the time on the computer opposite him. It was about 2 hours and 24 minutes before the plane landed at Houston Airport. He had to find an escape plan during this period. He glanced at the settings and conditions of the first-class cabin, and his brain was fully working, thinking about how to solve it. Suddenly he picked up the champagne glass again, carefully observed the woman for a while, and then Simbeck raised his mouth slightly and drank the champagne. He pressed the call bell, and soon a stewardess came over and asked with a smile, "Sir, how can I help you? Please give me another glass of Hochheim QBA Noble Rot." "Hochheim QBA Noble Rot?" "Yes." "No problem, wait a moment." The stewardess went to tell the stewardess who served the food. Soon the stewardess came with a food delivery cart. Sure enough, there was only one bottle of Hochheim QBA Noble Rot, and a glass of it had been poured out. She changed to a red wine glass and elegantly poured him half a glass. "Beautiful lady, your hat is a little tilted." "Oh, thank you very much for the reminder." The stewardess put down the bottle of Noble Rot wine involuntarily and held the hat with her hand. In a flash, Simbecker dropped a drop of liquid into the bottle. The stewardess was about to push the cart away. "Please pour a glass for my friend too." He smiled and pointed at the woman on the other side. "No problem." The woman who was cutting steak suddenly saw the stewardess pour her half a glass of Hochheim QBA Noble Rot, and she didn't wait for her to react. "Simbecker." Then he came over with a red wine glass, saying as he walked, "Ms. Monley, cheers." Monley looked at the pretender, calmly picked up the wine glass, and took a sip. And Simbeck continued to talk to her with a smile for a few minutes before returning to his seat to continue eating. Monley looked at the red wine glass in front of her, took out a needle from her small handbag, inserted it into the red wine glass without leaving a trace, and then took out the needle and inserted it next to the earphone port of the mobile phone. The mobile phone immediately popped up a message, Test results are normal. Am I too sensitive? Monley felt relieved, took another sip of wine, and continued to eat. He took the bait. Simbek quickly finished the food in front of him, and then asked the stewardess to take the plate away. He turned on his mobile phone, connected to the internal network of the plane, and clicked to play the movie on the fixed computer in front of him. But in fact, he quietly invaded the internal network of the plane. An hour and a half later. Simbek, get up and go to the bathroom. After a while, Monley also felt a sense of urgency, and had to rush to the bathroom. She was waiting at the bathroom door. Suddenly the bathroom door opened. It's Ms. Monley. Monley, who was in a hurry, walked into the bathroom, not caring about the odor of Simbek left in the bathroom, and quickly closed the door and took off her pants. After letting the water out, she felt comfortable and relaxed, and then she felt sleepy. Not good. She woke up in an instant, but her body felt very heavy and weak, and the feeling of sleepiness was getting stronger and stronger. Click. The locked bathroom door was opened directly, and then closed again. 17 minutes later. Monley took out her lipstick and applied the violet-like lip gloss on the mirror, while on the toilet was the tied-up Simbecker, who was unconscious at this time. At the bathroom door, the flight attendant and another stewardess passed by, looked at each other somewhat ambiguously, and then left. However, after more than 10 minutes, the flight attendant had to knock on the door considering that the plane was less than half an hour away from landing. Dear passengers, there are still 24 minutes before the plane lands. Please return to your seat. The bathroom door was opened, but the situation inside made the flight attendant pale and about to scream. Monley took out a document from her small handbag and unfolded it. The flight attendant choked. Please cooperate with us. My colleagues are at the airport. You can ask the tower. After saying that, regardless of the flight attendant's reaction, Monley pulled up Simbecker and helped him back to his seat. After buckling his seat belt, he took the backpack. On the other side, the flight attendant urgently contacted the captain, and the captain asked the tower of Houston Airport with a nervous face. After hearing the reply from Houston, the captain breathed a sigh of relief. Monley took out a bag of compressed biscuits from the backpack, and then quickly swallowed a dozen pieces of compressed biscuits, which made the flight attendants beside him tremble with fear. There were only 5 minutes left before the plane landed. At the Houston airport, the FBI was waiting for the plane to land, and Oakley, the head of G in Houston, was also here with his subordinates. The Boeing 747 finally landed slowly on the airport runway. Suddenly, the emergency door of the plane popped open, and a thick smoke came out of the first-class cabin. Oh my God! Action. The passengers screamed in panic. The airport staff shouted that they were unlucky, and the FBI members responded quickly. 3 passengers and 5 stewardesses slid down the slide of the emergency door of the first-class cabin one after another, and the last one was Monley, who was covered in blood and dying. Where is that person? Oakley asked hurriedly. He hijacked the plane? Monley replied with a painful expression, and then fell down. At this time, the plane was turning, and seemed to be ready to take off again. Oakes roared loudly. Shit! Stop it immediately. And Monley was sent to the ambulance, and quickly sent to the emergency center. At the airport, the out-of-control Boeing 747 was running rampant on the runway like a bull, until 2 ladder trucks got stuck on the wheels of the plane, and the speed was reduced. A group of special forces quickly rushed into the first-class cabin. Chapter 253. Go Go. As 3 tear gas bombs were thrown into the first-class cabin, the special forces wearing infrared goggles and gas masks rushed into the first-class cabin. However, their skilled and smooth tactical attack was a show for the blind. 10 minutes later, Oakley, who was in the command vehicle, suddenly heard a voice from the intercom. Sir, the target is dead. What? Dead? Killed by you? Oakley quickly picked up the intercom and asked. No, the target committed suicide. Oakley cursed. The ambulance, with bright lights flashing and whistling fiercely and long, went to the Houston Airport Emergency Center. In the ambulance, in addition to a surgical emergency doctor and 2 nurses, there was also a driver and 2 riders of G. The doctor and nurse were giving Monley emergency hemostasis and maintaining her life. Suddenly, the nurse and doctor in the car felt their heads sink, and the rider in the back also became drowsy. The unconscious Monley suddenly opened her eyes, covered the knight's mouth with one hand, and put the other hand on the back of his head. He suddenly increased his strength, twisted the man's neck with a click, and then pulled out his pistol at lightning speed. Bang! The knight in the passenger seat was shot in the head. Oh! No! The driver, who didn't react, was shocked. pulled the car to the side of the road. Feeling the slightly hot muzzle of the gun on his temple, swallowing his dry throat, the driver trembled and pulled the ambulance to the side of the road. The moment the car stopped, the driver's eyes went dark. Opening the driver's door and pulling the unconscious driver down, Monley drove the ambulance onto the highway and headed for Galveston, southeast of Houston. With emergency lights and sirens on, the ambulance was driven at the fastest speed, close to 170 kilometers per hour. The Houston highway is only about 60 kilometers away from Galveston. In less than 20 minutes, the ambulance had already rushed into Galveston. At the coastal highway, after turning off the lights and sirens, Monley abandoned the car and ran to the beach, tearing off her clothes as she ran. Seeing the people sunbathing on the beach, they were stunned and thought to themselves that the beauty was too impatient, but they could feast their eyes. The male creatures did not miss the beautiful scenery in front of them. With a splash, Monley was like a swimming fish. The moment she entered the water, she burst into an unimaginable speed and moved farther and farther away from the coastline. Monley's body was constantly changing. A filter similar to fish gills appeared on her neck, and her body became streamlined like a fish. Carried out by two special forces. Simbeck, there was a bone-piercing wound on her throat, and the blood seemed to have drained out. A professional coroner came forward to check, but frowned. After more than 10 minutes of rough inspection, the doubt in the coroner's eyes did not decrease at all, but increased. Especially the skin under the clothes of the deceased, and the obvious female reproductive organs, but with a man's face. Is this guy a transgender, or? The coroner asked the FBI agent beside him. Transgender? The agent was also confused. The information he received was Simbecker. He was a man. Logically speaking, their intelligence could not have such a big error. The agent quickly reported the news to Oakley, the person in charge. After a while, Oakley rushed into the temporary autopsy room and pulled away the white cloth draped over the body. The skin of the body was pale and delicate. Oakley suddenly remembered that this Simbecker was disguised by someone else. Then the real Simbecker. Oakley, whose face changed drastically, shouted at his deputy, "Quick, control the injured Manley immediately." The deputy was stunned, and then he reacted immediately and quickly picked up the phone to call the two knights. However, the internal phone was always unanswered, and it was obvious that the two knights were very likely in danger. Oakley was furious and cursed, We were fooled by the other party. The deputy had no time to lose his temper. He was using the locators on the two knights to check their missing locations in the internal network. A few minutes later, the locators of the two knights showed that they were now on the coast road in Galveston. In just over half an hour, the other party had fled to Galveston, 60 kilometers away. They immediately contacted the local G organization branch. Through pheromone verification, Oakley and others finally confirmed that the body was Monley's. At the same time, the G organization branch in Galveston had found an abandoned ambulance and two killed knights on the coastal highway. And by asking tourists and lifeguards on the beach, they learned that fake Monley jumped into the Gulf of Mexico and had been there for nearly 20 minutes with no sign of coming ashore. Oakley knew that the other party had escaped from their control. Although they had pheromone tracking technology, the problem was that pheromone tracking was not suitable for tracking in the ocean because the seawater was constantly flowing. The other party had been swimming in the sea for more than 20 minutes. Facing this situation, the genetically modified human skin flies would be at a loss. As for sending people to search the surface of the Gulf of Mexico, it was just a thought. He pinched the face of the corpse and found that it was actually flesh. Oakley was examining the corpse with the coroner. The transformed Monley can still provide them with information. Now they could only make up for their mistakes and hope to find some useful information. The data in the black box of the plane has been read out, but there is very little useful information in it. And Simbeck's belongings, mobile phones, and laptops have been burned. The only clue is Monley's transformed body. The flight time of this flight is 8 hours and 16 minutes, which means that the transformation process can only be completed within this time. According to the stewardess's description, the only time that Simbecker and Monley were out of the stewardess's sight was the more than 30 minutes they spent in the bathroom. The time it took to transform Monley's body was shortened to about 30 minutes. It was obvious that the other party's biochemical technology was extraordinary to be able to transform a young woman in about 30 minutes. However, through dissection, it was found that Monley's body tissues had suffered irreversible damage, which means that the other party had transformed Monley forcibly. In addition, during the period Simbecker, she also changed her appearance and figure, and it is estimated that the transformation time can be further reduced. In addition, Oakley also noticed another detail, that is, after completing the transformation, the fake Monley swallowed more than a dozen compressed biscuits. This is most likely to replenish energy. Eric Fan, who took another flight, arrived at the Houston airport about 3 hours after the Houston airport incident. However, as soon as he got off the plane, he was closely protected and quickly escorted to the heavily guarded Marcus laboratory. The next day, it was around 4 a.m. The pretender had been swimming in the Gulf of Mexico for nearly 18 hours. Except for 2 fish feasts, he had been swimming with all his strength. He had entered the Jesus Maria Channel in Tamaulipas, Mexico, and found a beach in the channel and went ashore. Then he contacted the Human Alliance branch in Mexico. Chapter 254. Human Alliance Mexico Branch. Saskatchewan, who already controls 6 southern states of Mexico, has a very strong power by smuggling terahertz mobile phones and acting as an agent for satellite communication services in Central America. Not only has he integrated the southern part of Mexico, but he is now spreading his tentacles to the northern states. At the same time, he has also established 37 secret offices in other parts of Central America. He controls an elite force of 80,000 people, as the main branch and core of the Human Alliance in Central America. As soon as he received the internal network information of the new human, it turned out that a colleague of the Western branch had escaped from Houston into Mexico. Saskatchewan immediately dispatched his special forces, Jumping Vipers, Team 6 to secretly escort the other party. The View returned to Germany. The person in charge of tracking Simbeck to carry got off the off-road vehicle with a grim face. At this time, they were in Dresden. The genetically modified human skin fly tracked Simbeck's pheromone and was interrupted at the Dresden airport. Obviously, the other party left the German Federation by plane, but Simbeck's identity had been locked down long ago, so it was impossible for him to buy a ticket to leave the country. In other words, this guy left the country with a fake identity. There are so many passengers going up and down the Dresden airport every day. By the time he finished checking, the other party would probably have traveled around the world for a week. Michel, I failed here. Simbeck left the country by plane in Dresden with a fake identity. On the other side of the phone, Charlie Michel, who was tracking William Z. Beck, replied, I have initially locked the other party and are preparing to round him up. Where are you now? I go over to support you right away. We are now near the Green Mountain City in Bow Country. I've synchronized the location and will go over there. Got it. Carey immediately took 2 off-road vehicles to the direction of Bow Country and near the Green Mountain City. At this time, the distance between Michel's Black Wolf team and the Human Alliance members escorting William Z. Baker was less than 30 kilometers. Although the escort team changed vehicles and directions many times, the genetically modified human skin flies still stared at William Z. Baker's pheromones. In order to capture William Z. Baker, Michel has contacted the G branch in the country of Bow, and the other party immediately sent a large number of peripheral members to support. As more and more G organization forces are invested in the siege, the escort team has found that their whereabouts have been exposed. Considering that the G organization has pheromone tracking technology, it is very likely that William Z. Baker's pheromones have been recorded by the other party. Mark, the captain in charge of the escort team, looked at the information intercepted by the Bow Country branch and Ghost on the internet, and knew that he had to find a way to solve the problem of pheromone tracking, otherwise he would be surrounded by the other party sooner or later. In the Western continent, G has a very obvious home advantage, and they also have a large number of peripheral members and official forces. Mark, who was quick-witted, suddenly narrowed his eyes, as if he had thought of a good idea. From previous experience, the opponent's pheromone tracking is not suitable for water tracking, especially the kind of big rivers and seas, but now they are not near the sea. Baker, let's do this. Mark said his idea. William Z. Baker nodded. As a biologist, he understood the mechanism of pheromone tracking. Since he couldn't get rid of it, he would interfere and distract attention. He used the cell robot to remove his left forearm and gave it to Mark. Mark took it and connected the forearm to his elbow. Then he turned it into a parasite, using his own body's nutrients to nourish and maintain the forearm's vitality. Although the cell robot can slow down the rejection reaction of allogenic transplantation to a certain extent, this effect can only be applied for a short time. The forearm will inevitably necrotize for a long time. William Z. Baker did not stop. A fist-sized tumor grew on his broken arm. There seemed to be some tentacles inside the tumor, and some sweat gland tissues that release pheromones were added on the surface. Here we go. A small truck appeared beside their car, carrying 8 Black Angus cows. While the two vehicles were driving in parallel, William Z. Baker found the right moment and threw the tumor on his broken arm into the herd, and the tumor directly parasitized on the back of one of the cows. Mark immediately ordered, "Very good, let's go in another direction." The van turned and parted ways with the small truck. 24 kilometers away. In the convoy of the Black Wolf team. "Boss, there are 2 targets now." "What?" Michel was stunned, and quickly turned his head to look at the human skin fly signal on the notebook. Sure enough, the 3 human skin flies split into 2 directions. He frowned and thought for a while. Activate more human skin flies, and the 3rd group will be responsible for tracking the target in the northeast. Received. Then the Black Wolf team's convoy was divided into 2 vehicles, and the personnel of the G branch of the Bow Country were also adjusted. 12 newly activated multi-genetically modified human skin flies were released and joined the tracking team. But something happened that made Michel crazy. The other side would branch out 1 or 2 branches every 10 minutes, forcing the Black Wolf squad and the G division of the Bow Country to run around and chase them. What was even more troublesome was that many branches of the other side had fled into the forests and mountains. Faced with this situation, Michel had to send people to chase them, because William Z. Baker might be hiding on every branch, and they couldn't let go of every branch. In the process of chasing each other, the 2 sides chased from the western border of Bow to the eastern border. Suddenly, the human skin fly track on the notebook stopped. Przemysl city in the Carpathian province in the southeast of Poland. Beside the suburban highway, a van was burning in a raging fire, as if mocking the incompetence of the G organization. Michel stood more than 10 meters away, his face extremely gloomy, and he was about to force the other party to death. They had just blocked the entire southwest border of Poland. Unexpectedly, the other party directly slapped him in the face. But how did the other party avoid pheromone tracking? This question made Michel fall into deep thought. The middle and lower reaches of the Oder River belonged to the Polish-German border river. At this time, 2 figures were swimming near the bottom of the river, and the color of their skin turned into aqua blue, as if blending into the river water. It turned out that during the 3rd line division, Mark asked a team member to accompany William Z. Baker to lurk at the bottom of the Oder River. When the Black Wolf team was led away for hundreds of kilometers, the 2 quickly went downstream. As for the Black Wolf team, they always thought that Mark's side was the real main line, so they focused their attention on Mark's side, and chased and intercepted him frantically. Now the distance between William Z. Beck and the Black Wolf squad has reached about 670 kilometers, almost out of the pheromone tracking range of the genetically modified human skin flies. Coupled with the cover of the river water, it is obvious that the Black Wolf squad has failed. However, the G organization did not give up and launched a backup plan, which is to set up fixed pheromone detection points at various entry and exit checkpoints within the Western Continental Alliance, because they know that William Z. Beck should still be in Poland or Germany. In addition, this time the Human Alliance secretly stirred up trouble, which also attracted the attention of the G organization. Coupled with the weird biochemical technology, the Human Alliance is most likely behind the East. Chapter 255. Zien City. Inside the Ghost Secret Service's guest house in the western suburbs. Sim, good news. Simbeck, who was making adaptive adjustments, suddenly stopped and asked hurriedly, "Is it about my father?" "Yes, William has been safely transferred to Great Britain, and we are trying to get him to Country A." Simbeck thanked excitedly. "Thank you very much. By the way, Academician Fong Gu of the Institute of Life Sciences will have an academic exchange with you at around 10:30 this morning." "It's an honor." Simbeck nodded quickly. These days, while adapting to the biological computer, he was also learning about the new human beings. As one of the founders of the new human beings, Fong Gu, the inventor of the biological computer, is definitely a dividing point in human history. Simbeck himself is a biologist, so he is naturally very happy to communicate with such a top biologist. At 10:30, he logged into the Nank Dream Realm and entered a special conference room according to the room number given to him by the Ghost Messenger. In addition to a young woman, there were 2 middle-aged people in the room, a man and a woman. "I am very happy to meet you all. I am Simbeck." Simbeck introduced himself first. The young woman was naturally Fong Gu. Fong Gu smiled and introduced, "Please sit down, Sim. I am Fong Gu. This is researcher Lin Sha, and this is researcher Li Jiahong." After the people introduced each other, Fong Gu went straight to the point. "Sim, I hope to learn about the research on stem cell DZ fragments in your paper." "No problem. The stem cell DZ fragment is an important dominant gene sequence for the early development of biological tissues. Simbek said, as he opened a floating window and pulled out his paper. Simbek's research mainly focuses on three aspects of the stem cell DZ fragment. First, the structure, gene sequence, function, and state of the DZ fragment. Second, the DZ fragment can be reactivated by gene recombination. Third, the DZ fragment promotes the directed mutation of stem cells into organ cells and other cells. The DZ fragment gene sequence exists in the genes of all blue planet creatures, but only the DZ fragment of stem cells or cancer cells is in a semi-activated state, and the DZ fragment gene sequence of other creatures is in a recessive state. After listening to Simbek's description, Li Jiahong thought for a while and said, "This is a bit like the concept of gene lock." It is a bit like it, but the DZ fragment should be suitable for the early stage of organ generation and rapid body growth. Fong Gu added. As Simbek explained step by step and demonstrated images, everyone further understood the functions of the recombinant DZ fragment. The recombinant DZ fragment has three interlocking functions. First, it promotes the transformation of ordinary somatic cells into primitive stem cells, that is, human stem cells in the fetal development stage. Second, primitive stem cells can be induced to differentiate and proliferate into specific cells, which can achieve the effect of cloning organs. Third, if primitive stem cells are used as the carrier matrix of transgenic transformation, the success rate can be increased by 30 to 40%. The cloned organ function and transgenic matrix function made Fong Gu and the other two feel very surprised and solemn. Sim, does Eric Fan also master this technology? Fong Gu asked seriously. When Simbek heard Eric Fan's name, he nodded sadly. When he thought that his technology would be used to destroy mankind, Simbek felt very complicated. Fong Gu exchanged opinions with Lin Sha and Li Jiahong. Since Eric Fan also mastered this technology, it meant that the G organization also mastered this technology. Considering the matter of the divine blood potion, it seems that the time for the decisive battle between the new humans and the G organization will be brought forward again. However, there is nothing wrong with the technology of recombining DZ fragments. It is just that some people with bad intentions have used this technology. After careful consideration, Simbek was arranged to join the Institute of Life and become a senior researcher, mainly engaged in the research and development of cell robots, artificial stem cells, and organ cloning technology. Fong Gu and the other two immediately wrote a report to the Nether Palace, Marcus Laboratory in Texas. Eric Fan, who had just joined, now regretted it, because he saw a horrifying scene in the laboratory. After being injected with a dark green drug, the prisoners turned into strange monsters, and most of them died on the spot. In fact, dying on the spot was also a kind of luck. The remaining survivors were constantly experimented and dissected. Although Eric Fan did not reject human experiments, he felt very uncomfortable with this inhumane human experiment. Oakley, the head of the Texas G organization branch, stood expressionlessly in the laboratory, observing the experiment with Eric Fan. Those wailing and screaming filled Eric Fan's brain, causing his heartbeat to accelerate involuntarily. Eric, we need your talent, Oakley said calmly. Gurgle. Huh, Mr. Oakley, don't you think this experiment violates? Before he could finish, Oakley interrupted him rudely. Eric, what is morality? Morality is nothing but a shackle on human evolution. But, Oakley said a little crazy. Listen, Eric, these experimental subjects are all garbage among humans. It is their honor to use their inferior lives to achieve the future of mankind. Eric Fan fell silent. Looking at Eric Fan, who was a little shaken, Oakley struck while the iron was hot. I want to tell you an unfortunate news. Simbek was killed in the explosion planned by the anti-intellectual organization Return to Nature in the Houston airport incident 3 days ago. What? Eric Fan was stunned. No wonder Simbek, who arrived earlier than him, had been missing. Eric, now you are the only one who has mastered the technology of recombining DZ fragments. You will become the father of human evolution, a great scientist who opens a new era, a giant in the history of human science, and even achieve immortality. Oakley's words, like the devil's low roar, echoed in Eric Fan's heart. G organization knows Eric Fan very well. They have carefully studied his habits, and know that Eric Fan is paranoid and selfish, and has a strong vanity and utilitarianism. For this kind of person, you can win by just giving him what he wants. If you are worried about leaking the human experiment, don't worry. Everything here will be destroyed after the completion of the divine blood potion. Eric Fan was struggling fiercely. On one side were the living lives, and on the other side were honor and even immortality. Looking at Eric Fan, who was already wavering, Oakley added fuel to the fire. Think about your life in Cape Town. Are these inferior products worth your pity? Eric Van is a Boer note. Boers are descendants of the Dutch in South Africa, and was born in the era of social upheaval in South Africa. His childhood was very painful and dark. His mother was killed by thugs, and his father took him to Germany after selling his property. He eventually died of leukemia when he was 15 years old. These experiences had a huge impact on Eric Van's character. The devil in Eric Van's heart defeated his conscience. I agree. Chapter 256. After Phong Ge and others reported the recombinant DZ fragment technology to the Netherworld, the Netherworld attached great importance to it and immediately asked the think tank to make full analysis and deduction. After adding the variable that the G organization obtained the recombinant DZ fragment technology, the previous deduction immediately changed dramatically. According to the latest comprehensive evaluation results, the G organization is very likely to come to the fore and launch a comprehensive annihilation offensive against humans as early as March 2017 and at the latest in early 2018. It is now November 29, 2016, and humans only have about 4 to 12 months left. Wang Mingzhi and a group of high-level officials in the Netherworld were caught off guard by this incident. Putting down the report in his hand, Wang Mingzhi checked the progress of various plans. On the 15th of this month, the 19th, 20th, 21st, 22nd, 2,324 silent satellites in the silent satellite system have been launched into outer space, and it is expected that the 36 silent satellites will be deployed on December 15th. The fourth Long March 5D carrier rocket was completed on November 11th, and is now being transported to the Wenchang Space Launch Center in Cheongzhou by transport ships. The fifth and sixth Long March 5D carrier rockets are expected to be completed in mid to late December. If we try our best, we can complete the networking of 72 Phoenix satellites in the Phoenix satellite system by March next year. After discussing with others, they decided to speed up the networking of the silent satellite system and the Phoenix satellite system, massively launch carrier rockets, and increase the launch frequency of a single Long March 5D carrier rocket to once every 5 to 10 days. At present, the land-based deployment of the Phoenix gamma-ray laser has been preliminarily completed. Together with the previous silent neutrino shield and the listening neutrino detector, the offensive and defensive detection system in Asia has been completed. In addition to the 5 Baichi-class strategic nuclear battleships, the Netherworld Palace immediately decided to enter the wartime production mechanism and started construction of 5 Baichi-class ships at the same time. As for the new human plan, since the third batch of biocomputer injections began in September, 280 million people have been injected with biocomputers so far. The fourth round of comprehensive promotion will be launched immediately. All hospitals across the country will be fully open for injections. For those who have not received the injection, compulsory injections will be implemented, and the number of injections per day will be increased to 30 million. It is expected to take 50 days to complete the new human plan. These low-key and covert preparations have meant that the entire society is gradually transforming from the previous state of secret alert to a wartime state. Production lines have been transformed, and they are used to produce standard exoskeleton armor, strategic nuclear submarines, strategic nuclear battleships, Phoenix gamma-ray lasers, gene reactors, high-energy nutrient solutions. On the surface, there is no sense of tension. This is because the high degree of unity and secrecy of the new humans makes it difficult for the outside world to obtain intelligence. A targeted internal purification operation also followed. Under the action of biological computers and brainwave sensors, those who should be destroyed were destroyed, and those who should be rebuilt were rebuilt. Countless new humans have been invested in the fields of robots, aerospace, lasers, new materials, electromagnetic railguns, cell robots, and bioengineering. Currently, there are 3 major forces on the blue planet. The Human Alliance headed by the New Humans, the G Organization and its affiliated G forces, and the mob of old human countries. In the situation in recent years, the New Humans and the G Organization have been wary of each other, but they have not made any moves and have been racing against time to prepare their own backup plans. And the old humans are expected to become a tragedy in the struggle between the two sides. At the same time, all branches of the Human Alliance have also entered a comprehensive preparation and temporary dormancy. Qingfei Company. General Manager Zhang Hongguang put down the brainwave communicator and immediately called a group of senior executives of the company over. 10 minutes later, the company's senior executives in the headquarters building arrived one after another, and the senior executives in other places entered the virtual conference room through the Nank Dream Realm. Seeing that everyone was present, Zhang Hongguang said, "Everyone, enter the virtual conference room." Everyone adjusted their chairs to make them reclining chair beds, and then laid down on them, and entered the virtual conference room through the brain-wave glasses. In the virtual conference room, Zhang Hongguang spoke first. This is the internal document of the Netherworld Palace just now. Everyone should take a look at it first. Everyone present was a new human, and after taking a look at the document, they immediately knew what was going on. Zhang Hongguang said seriously, "From now on, before March next year, we will gradually complete the transformation and change, and everything should be based on the overall situation." No problem. Others also knew that this was no joke, because the new humans could not afford to lose. Once the lizardmen completely controlled Blue Planet, they would only have one way to go: death. Now I will start assigning tasks. Dushan, you will stop the other engine production lines, and switch to Taihang 2015 engines. Yes. Lin Xiqiang, you will go to integrate the cabin parts factory. No problem. Zhang Haoran. As tasks were assigned one by one, Qingfei and the others had prepared wartime plans, so they acted very quickly. Tianjin City. A large launch vehicle factory of China Aerospace Science and Industry Corporation. Li Guqing and Chen Yao arranged their work in an orderly manner. The scale of the launch vehicle factory has expanded more than 10 times in the past year. The number of scientific researchers has increased by 27 times, and the number of technicians and engineers has increased by 18 times. With a large number of automated industrial robots, their production capacity can be increased by about 30 times. Inside the core Level 1 General Assembly Workshop, a medium-sized gantry crane installs a rocket engine on the core body of the core Level 1. A large number of fixed automated robots wave their complex and orderly mechanical arms. Under the precise control of the supercomputer, they either screwed 24 turns of screws, welded evenly and accurately, or assembled tightly. A dedicated neutrino atomic imager moves slowly on the track, scanning the core level with neutrino flow. Engineers can use the scanning data of the neutrino atomic imager, with the assistance of the biological supercomputer group, to accurately analyze that there is no problem with the core level. Even a nanometer error can be detected by the neutrino atomic imager. This is the strength of CASIC in the post-industrial era. Every component is refined to the nanometer level. Only with such precision and quality control can the repeated launch of the Long March 5D carrier rocket be realized. Under extreme conditions, the core stage and core stage of the Long March 5D carrier rocket can even be recycled and relaunched the next day. Li Guqing, who was in the Long March 5D General Assembly Workshop, turned around and asked, "Old Chun, where is the design of the protective layer of the Long March 5D? We are doing a high-energy particle flow impact experiment. If everything goes well, it will be out in about a week." Chen Yao replied with a smile. Li Guqing was still a little worried. "You should pay more attention to this matter. After all, the last time the D-Ting-25 on the moon was killed by the other side. Don't worry, I won't make the same mistake again." Having learned the lesson from the last lunar incident, CASIC commissioned Seaway Materials Company to develop a series of interlayer materials such as high-energy rays, high-energy particles, neutrons, and electrons. There are even anti-laser armors to ensure that they can withstand interference and attacks from the G organization in the event of a fight. At this time, 2 Long March 5DS are about to be completed in their General Assembly Workshop, and another 3 Long March 5DS are about 43 to 55% completed. After completing the wartime transformation, they can produce 10 to 20 Long March 5DS within a month. Chapter 257. When the world's largest industrial and agricultural country enters a full-scale wartime mechanism, what level of production capacity can it reach? In 2015, the domestic GDP reached 154.6 trillion yuan, of which military-related expenditures accounted for about 3%, or about 4.6 trillion yuan. Once it fully switches to wartime standards, what level of production capacity can it reach? In fact, we can refer to Country B during World War II. Before the outbreak of the Pacific War in 1940, Country B's military-related expenditures accounted for only about 1.7% of GDP. By 1943, the expenditure in this area had soared to nearly 40% of GDP. As the largest industrial country at that time, Country B, with super high funding support, produced warships and aircraft like dumplings. And China is now much stronger than Country B in 1940, and the strong here refers to the comparison with other countries of the same period. After all, Country A, which is in the post-industrial era, has a terrible industrial capacity that is slightly more than twice the sum of the world's 2nd to 10th industrial countries. Comparing the data of specific industries, we can see the huge gap. Energy field. The current annual power generation is on par with the world. After entering the comprehensive transformation, it is not a problem to increase it by 100 times a year. The current annual production capacity of coal-to-oil is 530 million tons. After the comprehensive transformation, it can be increased to about 800 million tons per year. Materials field. The annual output of steel is 550 million tons. Behind this data, domestic steel mills actually reduced their own production capacity. Since 2014, domestic steel mills have gradually changed from converter steelmaking to electric furnace steelmaking, and the proportion of electric furnaces has soared from 11% to about 75%. Electric furnace steelmaking is because electricity prices are constantly falling. In addition, electric furnace steelmaking can use scrap steel and scrap iron. China has 10 billion tons of scrap steel and scrap iron in reserve. Even if foreign countries cut off the supply of iron or, under the condition of self-circulation of steel, it will be no problem to support it for more than 10 years. As for other materials and ores, they all have huge production or strategic reserves. In addition, there are seawater desalination plants that can extract minerals from the ocean for supplement. The fields of machinery, semiconductors, electrical appliances, vehicles, ships, aircraft, etc. can all quickly explode production capacity, achieve self-sufficiency, and even surpass the total production capacity of other industries. Although it is gradually changing, this terrible production capacity has begun to show its fangs. Jiangnan Shipyard. Technicians and engineers are transforming 5 200,000-ton docks. In order to enhance confidentiality and safety, the docks have been transformed from open-air docks to fully enclosed docks. Using seawater rock-making agents, directly putting up steel frames and templates, in less than a week, these 5 200,000-ton docks have completed the enclosed transformation. The hundreds of meters high sealed walls are daunting. The roof of the dock is covered with 2 layers of anti-detection fabrics. Even if the remote sensing satellite keeps scanning, it can't see anything. Sun Shengli, the general manager of Jiangnan Shipyard, was discussing with Tian Jingxian, the chief engineer. Their factory was not assigned the task of producing the Baiqi-class battleships. The production of the Baiqi-class was taken over by Dalian Shipyard, Chenglu Shipyard, and Qinhuangdao Shipyard in the north. Jiangnan Shipyard, Zhoushan Shipyard, and Zhonghua Shipyard were responsible for building another type of ship, large aircraft carriers. The technology of the hull bought from Ukraine had long been understood by Dalian Shipyard, but Dalian Shipyard took over the construction task of the Baiqi-class midway, so the task of domestic aircraft carriers was gradually transferred to Jiangnan Shipyard. Manager Sun, the number 12 and number 13 docks have been renovated, and we can start the construction task. Chief Engineer Tian Jingxian said. Let's get started. Tian Jingxian issued the task plan to each department through the brainwave glasses. The dock began to enter the production stage in an orderly manner. The large gantry crane lifted the alloy frame, keel, and template to the designated location one by one. Engineers and technicians, wearing customized work exoskeletons, welded the alloy frame and keel together, or riveted them, or installed the template. Tian Jingxian and several engineers and ship designers were supervising and checking the hull. The domestically built aircraft carrier they built was actually different from ordinary aircraft carriers. The aircraft carriers currently being built in China are divided into 2 models. One model is the Taishan-class amphibious assault ship, with a full load displacement of 86,000 tons, nuclear power, carrying 60 carrier-based aircraft and 15 helicopters. The second model is the provincial-level strategic aircraft carrier, with a full load displacement of 189,000 tons, nuclear power, carrying 100 carrier-based aircraft and 20 helicopters. Jiangnan Shipyard is responsible for the construction of the provincial-level ships, and the first batch is to build 5 ships. Now it is really like making dumplings. All major shipyards are working at full capacity, and those supporting factories have also entered full production. With the seawater rock agent shipbuilding method, these 5 provincial-level ships can enter the service stage as early as February next year. Shenyang Xiaosan Robot is currently the second largest industrial robot manufacturer in China. Together with Shenhuang Exoskeleton, a wholly owned subsidiary of Shenhuang Instrument Group, and Luban Creation, a subsidiary of Northern Industrial Group, they are known as the world's 3 largest industrial robot manufacturers. In fact, Shenyang Xiaosan Robotics can be said to be the largest manufacturer of civilian industrial robots, because Shenhuang Exoskeleton Company produces high-end products, and the mid- and low-end products are all monopolized by Shenyang Xiaosan Robotics and Luban Creation Company. Although the domestic demand for industrial robots has grown rapidly, This year Science Robotics has supplied 479,000 industrial robots of various types to the country, but this production capacity actually only allows the production line to start about 37% of its capacity. More than 200 engineers and technicians who have just been called back by the company are adjusting the production line and concentrating the production tasks of civilian industrial robots on 1/3 of the production line. The remaining 2/3 of the production line was transformed into a combat robot and exoskeleton armor production line. With a 3-shift work status, it is estimated that the Shinsong robot factory can produce 1.5 million combat robots and 1.5 million exoskeleton armor per year. An engineer who was debugging the data suddenly asked in surprise, "Hey Lao Yang, why don't you see Fan Jiang?" Lao Yang, who was replacing the drill bit of the robot arm drilling machine, replied with a sly smile, "What do you think? Could it be?" The engineer made a gesture of wiping his neck. Lao Yang put down the wrench and shook his head. "It's not that exaggerated. The kid didn't deserve death. He was sent to the Taklamakan desert in Xinjiang to play with sand." The engineer complained while adjusting the data. "Haha, finally sent this birdman away. He was bragging all day long, looking like a spirited foreigner." Lao Yang smiled and said, "Why bother with this calcium-deficient dog? I always treat it as a joke. It's also a kind of fun to watch him jumping up and down there every day." Haha. Others also laughed. Many people really regarded Fan Jiang and his people as a joke, just like looking at monkeys. These people didn't know that they had been exposed to the sun, but they didn't expect that everyone knew their identities. After entering the wartime state, these people must be cleared out, and with the expansion of more than 500 million new humans, these people can't make any waves. The Ghost Special Service can even fake the status of these people still keeping in touch, so that the outside world can't detect any abnormality. Everything is for victory, and the new humans are rapidly transforming in silence. Chapter 258. Zien, Dai Particle Collider Base. In the past 3 years, the tail field accelerator of Dai Particle Collider has been upgraded to 3 generations. Currently, there are 3 areas in Dai Particle Collider Base, namely 2000 TeV Energy Level Collider Area, Area C, 100,000 TeV Energy Level Collider Area, Area B, and 800,000 TeV Energy Level Collider Area, Area A. Among them, Area C is the cooperation area of the International High-Energy Physics Community, while Areas B and A are highly restricted areas. After completing the miniaturization of the controlled nuclear fusion reactor, Huang Mingzhi, Wei Feng and Huang Mingzhi's disciple Li Ronwu and others are now conducting scientific research at the Dai base. The collision chamber of the 800,000 TeV Energy Level Collider in Area A has been fully transformed, and 4 small nuclear fusion reactors are continuously supplying energy. The temperature of the collision chamber has dropped to near absolute zero, and 99.999999% of the atomic and molecular gases inside have been extracted. Moreover, the barrier material wrapped around the collision chamber blocked neutrinos, electrons, photons, and neutrons from the outside, and the environment inside was more vacuum than outer space. Huang Mingzhi crossed his arms and watched the engineers busy at work. In order to complete this experiment, they had been preparing for a full 6 months. "Teacher, the 3rd inspection has been completed, and everything is normal." Li Ronwu handed over the test report. After taking the report and taking a look at it, Huang Mingzhi looked at the time and ordered, "Everyone get ready, and the first experiment will be carried out in half an hour." "Okay. Got it." The researchers were all eager to try. Today's experiment was too important. Its results may affect the progress of physics in the next 100 years. In August this year, Huang Mingzhi published a paper called The Power of Origin on the Internal Network of New Humanity. In fact, the content of this paper is the preliminary framework of the Grand Unified Theory of Mechanics. Although it integrates concepts such as quantum mechanics, relativity, and quantum gravity, it seems seamless. However, science is not absolutely perfect. Many theories seem perfect at the beginning, but as humans deepen their understanding of things, they will gradually discover loopholes and defects. Just like classical mechanics, relativity, quantum mechanics, etc., the times are developing. Perhaps a relatively perfect theory at the time may not be perfect now. Huang Mingzhi's Grand Unified Theory seems very perfect now, but it is definitely not the ultimate truth. So why is the Grand Unified Theory also called the origin force? Because the 4 fundamental forces were a whole at the beginning of the universe, that is, in the primordial universe. The primordial universe was 10 to the negative 43 th power seconds ago. At this time, the universe was an indescribable singularity state. All particles were squeezed together, and they were in a state of asymptotic freedom in the non-abelian gauge theory. 10 to the negative 35th power seconds after the Big Bang, the superforce split for the first time, that is, the superforce split into the grand unified force and gravity, and the cosmic gravity tidal effect was born and gradually grew stronger. At the same time, quarks and leptons appeared in the universe. At 10 to the negative 32nd power seconds, the grand unified force split again, separating the strong nuclear force and the weak electric force, and the universe suddenly expanded by 10 to the 50th power times. At 10 to the negative 12th power seconds, the weak electric force split again, separating the weak nuclear force and the electromagnetic force, and the particles in the universe began to show a dynamic balance. At 10 to the negative 6th power seconds, neutrons and protons were formed. 15 seconds later, the first protium nucleus in the universe was born, and a few minutes later, the helium nucleus was born. 300,000 years later, electrons began to be captured by atomic nuclei, thus forming the atoms we now commonly see. This is the basic situation of the primordial universe. The four fundamental forces were actually the same force after the Big Bang, 10 to the negative 43th power seconds ago. Today, Huangmingzhi and his team's experiment is to replay the 10 to the negative 43th power seconds before the beginning of the universe. The extremely precise particle detector can distinguish the time accuracy to about 10 to the negative 45th power of seconds. Half an hour later, the collider was ready. HOE-3, the most powerful particle collider in human history, began to store energy and prepare for the collision experiment under the power of 4 small nuclear fusion reactors. Turn on the neutrino detector. Turn on the antimatter detector. Turn on Tauzi. Thousands of researchers were busy, staring at the rows of data on the computer screen. Collision begins. After being blessed by a series of step mirrors, the 2 hydrogen ion streams met in the collision chamber. In an instant, the collision chamber seemed to have become the moment when the universe was born, and countless data were recorded by the detector. Huangmingzhi looked at the data 10 to the negative 43th power seconds ago, and everything was just as he expected. Is this force a superforce? Wei Feng said in surprise. From the wave image of the graviton detector, they have seen that 10 to the negative 44th power seconds ago, the graviton level was normal, then suddenly increased, and then returned to normal. Huangmingzhi explained with a smile. The energy of the primordial universe simulated by the collider is insufficient. The moment the superforce was born, it was not enough to maintain 10 to the negative 43th power of seconds. The data on the superforce detector is just as you calculated. Wei Feng said with a sense of inferiority. Huangmingzhi ordered, do it again. No problem. Half an hour later, the second collision experiment obtained data similar to the first one. The third, fourth, until the 15th experiment was completed. Huangmingzhi then said, stop the experiment, let's take a break and sort out the data. Okay. Through 15 collision experiments, the superforce detector accurately captured the superforce signal every time. This fully proves that the experimental data they obtained is not an accidental isolated event, but a real situation that exists universally in the primordial universe. Teacher, superforce contains the 4 fundamental forces. Does that mean that superforce exists? Li Ronwu asked in a low voice. Huangmingzhi smiled and said, it's not that the superforce contains the 4 fundamental forces, but that the superforce constitutes the 4 fundamental forces. Superforce constitutes the 4 fundamental forces? To put it in a metaphor, it's just like quarks constitute neutrons, protons, atoms, and molecules. Wei Feng interrupted. So that's it. Li Ronwu suddenly realized. Wei Feng turned his head and asked Huangmingzhi, who was closing his eyes in deep thought, Mingzhi, it is basically confirmed that the superforce is the origin force. What are you going to do next? Huangmingzhi opened his sharp eyes and said affirmatively. In theory, the 4 fundamental forces come from the same source, which means that they can be transformed into each other. Wei Feng nodded. From nuclear fission and nuclear fusion, humans have realized that electromagnetic force, strong nuclear force, and weak nuclear force can be transformed into each other. However, for the extremely weak gravity, humans have never figured out the nature of gravity. It was not until Huangmingzhi discovered the graviton and established the quantum gravity theory that they had a preliminary and intuitive understanding of gravity. But how to solve the mutual transformation between gravity and the other 3 forces is the problem they need to solve now. Once they complete the mutual transformation of the 4 fundamental forces, it means that mankind can enter the next era of science. Are you going to study how to use the other 3 forces to create gravity? Huangmingzhi said helplessly. Let's do theoretical research for the time being and solve the big trouble in front of us first. The big trouble in front of us, of course, refers to the G organization. Chapter 259. December 7th. Jiuquan Space Launch Center. The Long March 53 launch vehicle, which was launched 6 days ago, has undergone 6 days of intensive inspection and maintenance, and has installed 2 silent satellites, ready to go again. After completing the Superforce verification work at Day Base, Wang Mingzhi came to Jiuquan Space Launch Center. Qin Jingwei, the person in charge of the launch center, accompanied him, and the group was in the command hall of the launch center. Academician Huang, the launch is about to begin, Qin Jingwei said with a little restraint. Wang Mingzhi waved his hand, signaling him to go back to work. You follow the usual work process, don't be too restrained. Qin Jingwei, as if pardoned, hurried to arrange the launch. On the big screen above the command hall, it was the Long March 53 in the launch tower. This was the 7th launch mission of the carrier rocket. Originally, this carrier rocket was supposed to be launched yesterday, but it happened that there was a heavy snowfall at the Jiuquan Launch Center yesterday, so the launch could only be delayed until today. The Long March 53 carries the last 2 silent satellites of the silent satellite system. Once the launch is completed, it means that the silent satellite system is officially put into use. In fact, the current 34 silent satellites, plus the 12 large pi neutrino launch stations in China, can already cover most areas of the world. The only blind spots are 1.36 million square kilometers in Antarctica and 1.13 million square kilometers in the Arctic Ocean. The blind spots in Antarctica are easier to deal with, but the blind spots in the Arctic Ocean must be covered, because there are many nuclear submarines operating under the ice in the Arctic Ocean, and they must be locked up. At 11:20 a.m., there were still some clouds in the sky, but it did not affect the launch. The light blue tail flame of the rocket engine instantly evaporated the cooling water pool at the bottom, and the Long March 53 took off. Everything was very normal. Not only did the domestic people feel normal, but even foreign countries did not make a fuss, but only sighed that country A was rich. Although the launch cost of the Long March 50 is very low, each launch costs tens of millions of yuan, excluding the cost of the satellite. If it launches 6 times a month, it will be close to 100 million yuan. Not only was Lucia in the north jealous, but even country B was also jealous. They were jealous, and on the other hand, they said the grapes were sour because they couldn't eat them. Inside the command hall, Long March 53 successfully separated the core stage 1 and core stage 2, and then placed the 2 silent satellites in a designated orbit. This moment marked that the blue planet officially entered the era of nuclear silence. Nuclear blackmail was completely a thing of the past, the dead hand system was completely ineffective, and the balance of the world once again tilted towards the east. The 2 silent satellites were quickly put into trial operation. On several scientific research vessels in the Central Pacific Ocean, the unprotected nuclear fusion reactors suddenly crashed. The Golden Crow, which was singing loudly, seemed to be strangled by an invisible hand, and the exciting song came to an abrupt end. Wang Mingzhi nodded with satisfaction. The second trump card was completed. The next step was to deploy the Phoenix satellite system. Let's go! Okay, sir. Zhang Shurha instructed the driver and security team outside to leave through the brain-wave glasses. A few minutes later, the convoy was driving on the highway from Jiuquan to Zhangye. In fact, Jiuquan Space Base is a special existence. Not only is it the cradle of the aerospace field of Country A, but also different from other aerospace bases, Jiuquan Space Base is divided into 2 parts. The main base is in Jiuquan, Heshi Province, while the launch site is in Ejianqiu, Mongolia, 300 kilometers away. The Heshi Corridor, which used to be slightly dry, has now recovered its humidity in ancient times, with forests, grasslands, artificial lakes and glass greenhouses densely covering both sides of the highway. The southern line of the water pipeline from the coast passes through the Heshi Corridor and extends to the Taklamakan Desert area in Xinjiang. In the car, Wang Mingzhi closed his eyes and rested while checking the urgently needed technology through the virtual network. He planned to temporarily put aside theoretical research work and invest in the research and development of applied technology. After looking around, it is still worth investing in the particle manipulation technology he proposed before. This technology was previously used by Fanggo on cell robots, but the real use of this technology is on nanorobots. Unfortunately, the Nano-Robot Research Institute of Thinking Society has not made any breakthrough progress and is stuck in the laboratory stage. As for the cell robots used by Fangge and others on biological computers, they can only be considered micron robots. The largest cell in the human body is the egg cell, which is about 0.1 millimeters in diameter and can be basically seen by the naked eye. The smallest cell in the human body is the platelet, which is between 2 and 4 microns. The smallest cell discovered by humans so far is an archaea found in the Arctic Ocean, with a diameter of about 50 nanometers. Obviously, cell robots can only be at the micron level. And cell robots have a fatal flaw, that is, they can only be controlled inside and outside the body, and cannot leave the body. Real nanorobots must be able to leave the body, and be controlled over long distances to be considered qualified products. After checking the progress of the Nanorobot Research Institute, Wang Mingzhi found that they are currently mainly facing long-distance control problems, energy battery problems, and self-repair problems. Because nanorobots are very small, it is destined to be difficult to store a lot of energy, and in order to achieve many functions, they are destined to abandon protection, so they must have the ability to self-repair or quickly replicate. The main problem with long distances is that they are easily interfered with. Even if the enemy does not use electromagnetic interference, nanorobots are very susceptible to interference in ordinary environments. In an ideal laboratory environment, the maximum control radius is less than 5.7 meters, while in an urban environment, the maximum control radius is only about 1.2 meters. In a slightly better outdoor environment, it can reach about 2.8 meters. This distance seems very useless. It is not as flexible and practical as a cell robot in the body, and it is only 1 or 2 meters in the body. What's the point of using it? Wang Mingzhi looked at the environmental interference factors of the nanorobot. The nanorobot uses terahertz waves as communication signals, but the nanoreceivers of terahertz waves are too fragile and sensitive, and are easily interfered by external electromagnetic waves, light waves, magnetic fields, and even sounds. For this problem, Wang Mingzhi started the collision of inspiration sparks, and after a while, he got another solution. Since electromagnetic waves or light waves are easily interfered, he did not use electromagnetic waves and light waves. He planned to use neutrinos, which he is good at, as the communication carrier. Regarding the battery problem and self-repair problem, Wang Mingzhi also has a solution. The battery problem can be solved by wireless charging technology. At present, the domestic wireless charging technology can reach about 150 meters. The reason why the Nanorobot Research Institute does not use wireless charging is that they cannot use it. As mentioned earlier, the signal communication of nanorobots is very susceptible to interference. It is equivalent to self-contradiction to use wireless charging, a strong interference source. Neutrino communication just avoids electromagnetic interference and cannot interfere with wireless charging. Wang Mingzhi plans to use bionics to solve the final self-repair problem, imitating the structure of viruses or bacteria to achieve rapid self-replication of nanorobots. Once the 3 problems are solved, nanorobots can be produced. Of course, this is a preliminary idea. Except for the wireless charging technology, which is ready, the remaining neutrino communication technology and bionic nanostructures are all for him to solve. Chapter 260. December 28th. The total number of new humans has risen to 1.039678561 billion. Long March 5th D4 and Long March 5th D5 have completed acceptance and are officially put into service. The number of satellites in orbit of the Phoenix satellite system has risen to 22. Wang Mingzhi secretly returned to the headquarters of Seaway Society in Shanmei, Lingnan. After handling some internal affairs, he spent another night with Wen Na. The next day, 3 ordinary-looking off-road vehicles escorted Wang Mingzhi to the Nanorobot Research Institute. In fact, the current domestic security level is already very high. The Dieting Detection Satellite System and the Dieting Detector on the ground are combined, so it is unlikely to sneak into the country. The Pacific Divine Domain and even the Tribunal of the G organization have sent people to infiltrate many times in the past 6 months, but each time, they have been ignored. Even so, the security force around Wang Mingzhi is still very strong. Don't look at the fact that there are only 3 off-road vehicles. These off-road vehicles are special customized products, with a unit price of more than 100 million yuan. With 11 fully armed security guards, it is almost impossible to attack Wang Mingzhi. The Nanorobotics Research Institute is located in the east of Luhe County, Shanmei. From the heavy snow in the Guangzhou Plain, we have arrived in the sunny weather in the south. The institute is surrounded by plum trees all over the mountains, as if we have seen the scenery of the northern country with snowflakes fluttering. As soon as the off-road vehicle entered the underground garage of the institute, the director of the institute, Huang Hongda, and the chief researcher, He Shibing, had been waiting for a long time. The 2 of them were more or less ashamed. After all, the Nanorobotics Research Institute has been established for quite some time. This institute is a laboratory affiliated with the Semiconductor Research Institute, and was upgraded to an independent institute at the end of 2014. Now 2 years have passed, and it still looks half dead. Originally, Wang Hongda and He Shibing thought that after all the staff of the institute were transformed into new humans, their research progress would be able to advance by leaps and bounds. As a result, more than half a year has passed, and there is still not much progress in nanorobots, and it is still a long way from the practical stage. Generally speaking, scientific research products can be divided into 4 stages, namely the research and development stage, the laboratory stage, the practical stage, and the commercial mass production stage. President, we are very sorry, Wang Hongda said awkwardly. Huang Mingzhi did not blame them. After all, scientific research is sometimes like this. It seems to be on the verge of success, but it is always stuck there. Let's talk about it inside. The group entered the laboratory. The Nanorobot Research Institute is divided into Nanoprocessing Laboratory, Microcommunication Laboratory, High-Energy Microbattery Laboratory, Nanorepair Laboratory, and Functional Support Laboratory. After a survey of these 5 laboratories, Huang Mingzhi had a preliminary understanding of their situation. First of all, in terms of wireless charging technology, the High-Energy Microbattery Laboratory has conducted research and has also experimented on nanorobots. Wireless charging can indeed achieve a radius of about 150 meters through a wireless charger. If a micronuclear fusion reactor plus a large wireless charger is used instead, the charging distance can even be increased to a radius of about 5 kilometers. The reason for not using it is obviously that, as Huang Mingzhi expected, wireless charging itself is a strong source of electromagnetic interference. In the wireless charging magnetic field, the communication system of the nanorobot is directly broken. If the nanorobot cannot communicate, it means that the nanorobot cannot be controlled. What is the point of developing a nanorobot that cannot be controlled? Huang Mingzhi ordered, "Do as I order now." Huang Hongda, He Shibing and others immediately pricked up their ears seriously. First, the battery problem of the nanorobot can be solved with wireless charging technology. You can use your own technical reserves to correct it immediately. But interference, He Shibing said hesitantly. Huang Mingzhi waved his hand. I naturally have a way to solve it. I will personally handle the communication system, and will not use terahertz communication. Not using terahertz communication? Wang Hongda, He Shibing and others looked at each other in bewilderment. I plan to use neutrino communication instead. Neutrino communication? He Shibing has naturally learned about this technology. In fact, neutrino communication in China is still a hot field. It is mainly due to the pi neutrino flow shielding device and neutrino detector developed by Huang Mingzhi, especially the neutrino detector technology. This technology has a very large similarity with communication technology. The neutrino detector emits neutrino flow, and then the neutrino is reflected back after encountering the object. The neutrino flow receiving system of the detector receives the reflected neutrino flow, thereby analyzing the situation of the object. Neutrino communication technology is to add a neutrino signal encoding stage, and then it does not require the type of neutrino flow that reflects all matter, only a specific receiver is needed. Huang Mingzhi continued, in addition, Shibing, you should broaden your thinking. The self-repair problem of nanorobots can be combined with bionics technology and atomic manipulation technology. Bionics and atomic manipulation technology? He Shibing was stunned, and then his eyes lit up. You are worthy of being the president. Why didn't I think of it? Others also put aside their arrogance. In fact, many people will develop blind arrogance after obtaining biocomputers. This is a common social phenomenon. But they obviously forgot that now everyone has obtained biocomputers, and geniuses will also be more powerful. Just like Huang Hongda and He Shibing have been unable to deal with nanorobots, while Huang Mingzhi came up with a complete solution in a few seconds. This is the existence of the gap. After readjusting the technical route, Huang Mingzhi is responsible for neutrino communication, Huang Hongda is responsible for wireless charging integration, and He Shibing is responsible for nano repair functions. Huang Mingzhi went all out and demonstrated his god-level strength. In less than a week, he mastered the neutrino communication and neutrino signal receiver. This neutrino signal receiver is so small that it is composed of only 133 atoms, and has a diameter of only about 47.6 to 49.4 nanometers. The wireless charging and high-energy battery that Huang Hongda was responsible for were the technical reserves that Huang Hongda already had, and were completed in about the same time as Huang Mingzhi. The remaining function was the nano-repair function that He Shibing was responsible for. After Huang Ming completed the neutrino communication, he came to help He Shibing complete the project. Using the bionic bacterial structure, The entire nanorobot is designed to be a bionic bacterium with a diameter of 480 to 510 nanometers. The nanorobot has a core component called the atomic replication core, which connects all the parts of the entire nanorobot. It can quickly realize the functions of self-repair and split reproduction. How does the atomic replication core achieve self-repair and split reproduction? The reason lies in the deep application of atomic manipulation technology. Specific atomic and molecular manipulation activation conditions are programmed on the atomic replication core. Once the activation conditions are triggered, the atomic replication core will manipulate atoms and molecules to complete the repair and splitting of the nanorobot. With Huang Mingzhi, the inventor of atomic manipulation technology, the research and development of nanorobots is progressing at a rapid pace. Soon the prototype of the first nanorobot was designed and manufactured. Next, they need to add some functional components to this nanorobot to carry out functional integration. The nanorobot has dozens of components such as identification components, attack components, auxiliary components, charging components, communication components, microcomputing cores, atomic replication cores, energy storage cores, etc. The integration work went very smoothly. Chapter 261. January 11, 2017. The new human plan has been completed, and the entire mainland population of 1.386367116 billion people have completed the biocomputer implantation work. In addition, 5.776943 million people in Hong Kong, 6.42637 million people in Macau, and 13.49673 million people in Taiwan have completed the new human transformation. The reason for the remaining people who have not been transformed is self-evident. The total number of people who have completed the new human transformation in the Human Alliance has been refreshed to 5.736943 million. After the Netherworld Palace finished its annual meeting, it decided to name 2016 the first year of the New Human Era, abbreviated as the New Era. The New Era was officially launched within the New Humans in 2017, and 2017 was the first year of the New Era. This means that the old era of the AD calendar has officially become a thing of the past, and human history has entered a new page. After Huang Mingzhi went offline, he stood up and stretched, picked up the high-energy nutrient solution next to him, and replenished his physical energy. He opened the door of the office, and he was still in the Nano-Robot Research Institute. Came to the test field in the laboratory. He Shibing was manipulating the nanorobot. The current nanorobot is close to maturity. The only shortcoming may be the external equipment of the operator. He Shibing was wearing a sci-fi silver-gray helmet. This is a helmet that integrates brainwave sensing, neutrino communication, built-in biological computer, and multifunctional glasses. The nano helmet is mainly used to manipulate nanorobots, and can also assist the operator in combat and work. The other is a 12 kg battery backpack, which contains a 10 kg high-energy battery with a storage capacity of 24 kWh, a wireless charger with a charging range of 150 meters, and a battery management system. In the test field, some silver-gray groups occasionally appear in the air or on the ground. Since the diameter of the nanorobot is only about 480 to 510 nanometers, dust particles with a particle size of more than 10 microns, PM10, usually sink due to static, that is, the wind no longer resists gravity. Smaller dust particles cannot sink naturally, and can only be collected by filtering or the electric field mentioned below. Therefore, nanorobots can be directly suspended in the air, and they can use their own electrostatic field to achieve rapid movement and gathering. Next to the test field, Huang Hongda is operating various electromagnetic interference, laser interference, and sound wave interference equipment to continuously interfere with the operation of nanorobots. Huang Mingzhi clicked on their test report and found that nanorobots still have many shortcomings. For example, the energy consumption is very high. 1 unit, 1 kilogram, of nanorobot consumes 15 to 17 kilowatt-hours of electricity per hour under high-intensity operation. In fact, this energy consumption is not the energy consumption of the nanorobot itself, but the consumption of the wireless charger. Only 15% of the electricity released by the wireless charger is received by the nanorobot at most. The second weakness is the control range. From the current series of tests, the maximum working range of the nanorobot can only reach about 3.4 kilometers. However, the practical range is only about 400 meters, because it involves precise control and charging distance. This is still the case with the new humans who have biological computers to assist. Ordinary people are estimated to be less than 100 meters when operating nanorobots. Of course, there are some solutions to this shortcoming, such as using neutrino atomic imagers, which can accurately control nanorobots within a range of 3.4 kilometers. The problem is that the minimum weight of neutrino atomic imagers is 45 kilograms, and the weight of a neutrino atomic imager that can cover 3.4 kilometers must reach about 150 kilograms. This weight is extremely disadvantageous for individual soldiers, and can only be used in armored vehicles and the like. However, even with these shortcomings, the use of nanorobots is still very large. He Shibing manipulated the nanorobot to chew a high-strength alloy steel plate weighing hundreds of kilograms into a pile of powder in just over 10 minutes. On the blue planet, no matter how strong something is, it cannot withstand the destruction at the atomic level. The nanorobot activated the iron atom adsorption function and moved the iron atoms out of the alloy steel one by one. The alloy steel had no way to resist this kind of destruction. The functional parts of nanorobots can realize the transportation of 22 common elements. Obviously, human metal materials and non-metal materials cannot avoid using common elements. Even titanium alloy contains carbon and other elements, which is an unsolvable attack. For example, when nanorobots attack organisms, they directly attack the carbon elements of organisms. Even lizards will kneel. Currently, nanorobots can only be used for destruction, and the function of building objects has not been designed yet. The function of building objects must be coordinated with the neutrino atomic imager, otherwise it is difficult to be accurate. Wang Mingzhi knew that he had to improve the neutrino atomic imager and miniaturize the device, preferably to less than 10 kilograms. As for the energy consumption problem, the only way to temporarily increase the battery energy density or directly use a micronuclear fusion reactor is because of the waste problem of wireless charging technology, which is a congenital defect. He watched the self-repair and self-replication functions of the nanorobot for a while. Considering the need for self-repair and self-replication of nanorobots, the materials used to make nanorobots are all common elements. Avoid using small amounts and trace elements as much as possible, so as not to find raw materials outside. In terms of replication speed, the fastest speed can reach 186 seconds to double. After discussion with Wang Mingzhi, He Shibing and others, it was decided to limit the splitting and reproduction function of nanorobots. According to the upper limit of the biological computer computing power of the nano helmet, the maximum number of single nanorobots is set to 50 units. The original nanorobot can only split and reproduce 500 times. After 500 splits and reproductions are used up, the split and reproduction function will be automatically locked. The second generation nanorobot does not have the split and reproduction function. If the certified user of the nanorobot dies, or the nanorobot is stripped, the nanorobot will self-disintegrate after 72 hours. The user of the nanorobot must go to the Nanorobot Management Center for recertification once a year, and special personnel can extend it to once every 3 years. Obviously, Wang Mingzhi is preventing some unnecessary troubles. At the same time, as the country gradually entered the wartime mechanism. In January, secret mobilization orders were issued to various places to recruit 15 million new humans into the army. In addition, the militia mechanism in various places was activated, and militia training was carried out for some workers in factories, farms, and rural cooperatives. There are more and more Phoenix satellites in outer space, which means that the time for the new humans and the G organization to fight to the death is getting closer and closer. One after another combat robots, one after another exoskeleton armor, one after another Baichi level or provincial level ships are rapidly entering service. The Netherworld has also conducted several exercises in succession. Facing the G organization on the blue planet, Wang Mingzhi and others are still somewhat confident. However, at the headquarters of the G organization on the moon, the intelligence information is quite vague. In order to be on the safe side, they can only strengthen their bargaining chips as much as possible. For example, the nanorobots that have just been mass-produced have been hastily launched 3 models and started large-scale production and service. Wang Mingzhi hates war, but he has to admit that war is a catalyst for technology. A large part of the technologies currently used by humans were laid down during World War II. The next fork in the fate of the blue planet and mankind is approaching. What fate awaits mankind? Chapter 262. Houston, Texas. Inside the heavily guarded Marcus laboratory, 20 murderers, who had just been escorted from prison, were looking around in fear in a cold and dim cell. Suddenly, for biochemical soldiers in full-body protective suits opened the iron door and prepared to take 2 of the murderers away. Instantly, 3 of the murderers wanted to stand up, but as soon as they stood up, they froze and fell to the ground. "Jack, take these 2 away." One of the squad leaders, a biochemical soldier, pointed at 2 of the Morse, who tried to resist and said, "Okay." The 2 Morse were dragged out like dead dogs, and the 17 Morse, who were awake in the cell, watched the 2 being dragged away with fear and anxiety. The cell door was closed again. The 17 awake Morse breathed a sigh of relief, and 2 of them helped the Morse, who fell to the ground, to resist. There was a coin-sized thing attached to the back of the Morse, who resisted, and it was obviously this thing that knocked down the 3 Morse who resisted. However, although these mirrors were not very smart, they knew that this thing could not be dismantled casually, otherwise the other party would not let them stay in the cell for a while. The 2 mirrors, like dead dogs, were dragged onto a cart, and then went through layers of disinfection and cleaning, and finally entered a laboratory of more than 500 square meters. "Why are you a few minutes late?" Security Director Weaver Marshall frowned and asked. The team leader quickly replied, "The 2 mirrors wanted to resist just now, and we spent a little time." Weaver Marshall waved his hand. "Send it in." The team leader handed a list of consumables to the other party, and Weaver Marshall took it and looked through it. Time: January 27, 2017, Material Supply Point, New Mexico State Prison, Number 17002367. Time: January 27, 2017, Material Supply Point, New Mexico State Prison, Number 17002368. He signed the 2 lists of experimental consumables casually, as if they were 2 chimpanzees. In Weaver Marshall's eyes, the difference between the human and the chimpanzee was not much. The trolley was pushed into the laboratory, and the laboratory staff quickly stripped the 2 silent men, handcuffed them to the experimental bed, and then pushed them into a compartment made of high-strength materials to prepare for the experiment. The 4 biochemical soldiers did not leave immediately, but put bags of black body bags on the trolley, ready to push them out and throw them into the incinerator for destruction. Eric Fan, with bloodshot eyes, looked at the cell changes under the microscope with some excitement and some madness. And Redward, the biologist who was in charge of the God Blood Potion before, had to admire Eric Fan's genius. The G organization's God Refining Institute could only increase the success rate of the God Blood Potion to about 8.64% before. Eric Fan refreshed the success rate to about 43.36% in less than 2 months. "Red, I believe it will definitely exceed 50% this time," Eric Fan said enthusiastically. Redward pointed to the compartment behind him with his thumb and said, "2 experimental samples are in place. When do you plan to conduct the experiment?" "Immediately." "Okay." After a while, the staff in full body protection walked into the compartment with 2 bottles of dark green medicine, and then injected the medicine into the veins of the 2 Moor people indifferently. Behind the glass window of the compartment, Eric Fan and others from the Redwood Club were watching the miraculous Moor people on the bed. After more than 10 minutes, the medicine began to take effect. The 2 Moor people were awakened by the pain and kept wailing, and their muscles were rapidly expanding. The melanin on their bodies was gradually replaced by green. The intense biochemical transformation was going on in the bodies of the 2 mercs. At the 11th minute, the voice of one of the mercs stopped abruptly. It was obvious that this merc could not withstand the intense biochemical transformation and had died on the spot. The remaining merc successfully survived and turned into a lizard man, with light green skin and only some scales on his chest. The improved divine blood potion has eliminated the tail and most of the scales. After maintaining the lizard man state for less than half an hour, the experimental subject automatically transformed back, but the melanin in the skin disappeared. This merc was bleached. Just as the 2 staff members entered the compartment and prepared to remove the dead merman, the experimental subject suddenly tore open the alloy handcuffs, and the sharp chitin claws seemed to tear the 2 staff members apart instantly. But the experimental subject suddenly stopped, and the coin-sized thing on the back of his bald head was trembling like a living thing. The 2 staff members were already used to it. They knew that the physical fitness of the experimental subjects would be greatly improved after biochemical transformation, so they could not help but guard against these experimental subjects from suddenly attacking and hurting people. The dead test subjects were pushed out skillfully, but the failed test subjects would not be destroyed immediately, but would be subjected to a comprehensive dissection and test first. The successful test subjects would not be killed, but would be transformed into emotionless biochemical weapons. Eric Fan, who was behind the glass window, turned his head and asked, "How many materials are left?" Redward looked at the list of laboratory materials in his hand. "There are 18 more. Eric Fan said nonchalantly. "All of them are put into the experiment. I want to test the success rate of the medicine, and let Marshall prepare another batch of materials." "No problem." 1 day later, 10 of the remaining 18 merman test subjects survived successfully. This was the first time that Marcus Lab achieved a success rate of more than half, and Eric Fan's ability was once again recognized by the G organization, and his authority and status were further improved. However, in the following experiments, they conducted 6 batches of experiments on 120 people, and the success rate remained around 57.61%. No matter how Eric Fan, Redward and others improved, the God Blood Potion was stuck at around 57.61%. Even the G organization, which had always been calm, seemed a little impatient. It was obvious that the pressure from the netherworld was increasing day by day. The Heaven was hesitating. They were considering whether to launch a full-scale offensive in advance to end the human era and let the God-human race know. The self-proclaimed name of the G organization for biochemically modified people completely replace humans. However, the God Blood Potion only had a success rate of 57.61%. Once it was fully promoted, it would mean that 42.39% of the members would die. But without the biochemical transformation of the Divine Blood Potion, the bodies of ordinary people cannot withstand the attack of the Homo sapiens virus. For a time, the G organization was also wavering. After all, no one dared to be sure whether they would become the 42.39% of the mortality rate. At the same time, the time has come to February 15, 2017, February 15, 2017. The 72 Phoenix satellites have been fully deployed, and the Phoenix satellite system has officially entered the operation stage, and the new human side has added another chip. 5 Baichi-class and 5 Xingqiang-class ships were also put into service one after another, and were now wandering in the Pacific Ocean, the Lesser Atlantic Ocean, and the Atlantic Ocean. The atmosphere on Blue Star gradually became heavy, and even the monkeys in the rainforest could feel the depression before the storm. At this time, a sudden change occurred in the Western Continent Alliance, like a spark falling on a powder keg, and the situation on Blue Star was on the verge of breaking out. Chapter 263. In the British Temple, Irina learned from G's internal information that the God Blood Potion is now close to success. In her hand was a group of faint silver-gray particles. As the nominal servant god of the British Temple, Irina had only mastered less than 1/3 of the internal power before, and less than 1% of the real diehards. And after more than half a year of placement and elimination of dissidents, 16% of the British Temple were her diehards, and the British Chief Judge was also killed by her. Now in this British Temple, no one can fight Irina. However, an internal order 3 days ago caught Irina off guard. George, the Chief Judge of the court, asked Farron Hanover, the Chief Judge of the Western Continent Divine Realm, to temporarily take over the Judgment Army of the Great Britain Temple. Originally, as the first level of the G organization's temple, the servant god, the priest, and the Chief Judge were in a state of separation of powers, but Farron Hanover, as the Chief Judge of the Divine Realm, obviously suppressed Irina directly. Moreover, she didn't like the surname Hanover because the other party's family, and the Windsor family were from the same pants. Irina's real name is Irina L. Stuart. She is from the Scottish royal family. The Hanover family, and the later Windsor family snatched the position of the King of Great Britain from the Stuart family. Now Scotland has always been incompatible with England, which is due to historical grievances. Irina Branch Chief, we might as well strike first. Her internal guard chief, and Bewley said fiercely. Irina closed her eyes and thought, and after a while she made up her mind, and let's have another glorious revolution. Then she communicated with the Tianden battleship that was communicating with the German Federation, and communicated with other human alliance branches in Shizhou. A sudden storm came. Farling Hanover, who had just arrived in London, was preparing to receive the British Templars' Judgment Army with his personal guard. Of course, the headquarters of the British Judgment Army was not in London, but in the mountains in Wales. Near Mount Snowdon in Snowdonia National Park was the underground headquarters of the British Judgment Army, but N, who was a member of the Servant God's inner guard, appeared here, and leaned against the window of the SUV, looking at the base with average defense, and said calmly, a defenseless base. Although the head of the base was very curious about why Irina's internal guard team suddenly came, he didn't think too much about it. Captain of the internal guard, and why did you suddenly come to Snowdon? Annie smiled and replied, of course it is to welcome Chief Judge Farron Hanover. Oh, the Chief Judge will not arrive until noon, and you guys go to the lounge and wait. The head of the base did not doubt it. He thought that this was Irina giving in to Farron Hanover. After all, as a Chief Judge of the first level of the Divine Realm, Farron Hanover naturally suppressed Irina. Okay. And squinted and nodded, then waved her hand to signal her subordinates to rest. In fact, some invisible particles on the 5 off-road vehicles were spreading rapidly in all directions. An improved micronuclear fusion reactor was in one of the off-road vehicles, covering a wireless charging magnetic field with a radius of 4 kilometers, and cooperating with a neutrino atomic imager. The nanorobots quickly spread to the interior of the base, and the first thing they did was to find all the computers, communication towers, fiber optic cables, etc. No one else is allowed to enter the base of the Judgment Army, even if and is Irina's subordinate, and can only stay outside. But they don't know that the ubiquitous nanorobots have already invaded recklessly under their noses. At 12:23 noon, 7 SUVs entered the entrance of the Villa Farm outside the base. The base commander and a dozen others were waiting for Farron Hanover's arrival. Seeing one of the SUVs, the base commander hurriedly ran over to open the door. A tall middle-aged man, with a slightly brownish-reddish slick-back hair got off the SUV. He was Farron Hanover. Farron Hanover looked at the out-of-place and in surprise. The sharp senses of the biochemical man reminded him that this woman was very dangerous. "Who is she?" Hearing Farron Hanover's question, the base commander hurriedly explained, "This is Anbayali, the head of the internal guard of Irina's servant god." "Irina?" Farron Hanover glanced at the other party. "He came here this time to suppress Irina. This woman has been very restless recently. Especially the inexplicable murder of the chief judge of the Great British Temple. This is the first time in the past 30 years that a chief judge has been assassinated in the Western Continent Divine Realm. Irina, who has many conflicts with the chief judge, naturally became one of the suspects." Just as Farron Hanover was thinking about how to investigate, and came over with a smile. Farron Hanover immediately felt a warning sign and jumped back suddenly. "Who are you?" The Farron Hanover guards reacted and immediately pointed their guns at and the confused base commander. "Who am I?" Anne's voice had just fallen. Except for the people on Irina's side, everyone else suddenly froze. The dead don't need to know the truth. Anne snapped her fingers, and even Farron Hanover and the dozen or so biochemically modified people could only watch themselves die. As soon as the nanorobots received the order to eliminate the target, they immediately destroyed their brain cells. No matter how strong the body was, once the brain was destroyed, it would just be a pile of rotten meat. All communications in the base were cut off, and all the knights of the Judgment Army were brain dead instantly. Then the nanorobots began to decompose the bodies. After Anne took over the base, she immediately carried out a major purge of the remnants of the G organization in Great Britain. In Edinburgh, Irina looked at the Great Britain region that was already in her hands. She knew that she had completely torn her face with the G organization. In the Western Continent, the Human Alliance, with the support of the intelligence provided by Irina and Ghost, launched a major counterattack against the members of the G organization. The members of the Shizhou G organization suffered heavy losses after being hit precisely. Charlie Michel, who had previously chased William Z. Baker and others to a state of embarrassment, was now in a desperate situation. The Black Wolf squad had a total of 150 knights, and in the battle last night, 137 knights were directly lost. He and his 2 subordinates escaped with great effort. If he had not gone out for something last night, he would have probably been killed by now. Of course, he is not much better now. Michel's left forearm has disappeared for a large part. He said with a pale face, "Go to the nearby U.S. military base immediately." The knight who was driving the car replied hastily, "Boss, no, there is a traffic control at the Highway 86 bridge." "Asshole, go around." "Oh no, suicide drones." Boom! The SUV was instantly blown over on the side of the road. Michel kicked the deformed car door open with all his strength, and more than a dozen suicide drones were hovering above his head in the air. Before Michel could react, another suicide drone hit Michel's waist directly and exploded violently. Explosives 8 times stronger than TNT. Even the biochemically modified Michel could not withstand such a terrible explosion. Only half of his upper body was left, and he fell heavily to the ground, and a large piece of his head had been cut off by the fragments. "Ahem, you bunch of bugs, the Lord will not forgive." The captain of the Black Wolf squad, Michel, died in frustration. Chapter 264. The Western Continent Divine Domain Headquarters in Iceland. As the various branches of Western Continent lost contact one after another, they also felt that something was wrong and hurriedly reported the matter to the Heavenly Headquarters. At the same time, Southeast Asia, Northeast Asia, and Central America, where the Human Alliance was powerful, also launched a full-scale counterattack against the local G organizations at the first opportunity. The Caribbean Tribunal Headquarters. Chief Judge George, Deputy Chief Judge Joshua, and others held an emergency meeting with solemn expressions. The situation in Western Continent is out of control. Among the various holy halls, except for the 3 countries in the northern border of Western continent and the 3 countries in the Baltic Sea, all other holy halls have lost contact. Joshua said gloomily. Before George could speak, his assistant rushed in. Your Majesty, George, urgent report. George took the document, and his face changed drastically. It turned out that there were also sudden attacks to encircle and suppress the G organization in Central America, Southeast Asia, and Northeast Asia. F*******. These bugs. George gritted his teeth and slammed the document on the table. Suddenly, a document popped up on his internal computer. After George read it, his expression changed again, and then he said grimly, Joshua. Yes. Launch the Homo sapiens virus attack. Joshua was stunned, but he immediately realized that George's order must be a command from heaven. He nodded and replied, Yes, sir. Andrews. Yes. All members take antibody drugs and prepare for battle. Understood. At the same time, in America, Asia, Oceania, Western Europe, and Black Europe, some hidden high-altitude hot air balloons were quickly released. These high-altitude balloons entered the high altitude and then released the Homo sapiens viruses they carried. These Homo sapiens viruses that can be transmitted in the air spread to all parts of the world along with the atmospheric circulation. The members of the G organization began to inject the antibody drug, but this antibody drug has a fatal flaw, which is only a temporary effect of about 40 to 45 days. Once injected, it is not possible to use the god blood drug to transform into a lizard man within the validity period, and the consequence is that they will be killed by the Homo sapiens virus. In addition, each person can only use the antibody drug once, and the second use will have no effect. It is obvious that the G headquarters is forcing all members to use the god blood drug. Now they have to choose between the god blood drug with a mortality rate of 42.39% or the Homo sapiens virus with a mortality rate of 99%. Faced with this choice, members of the G organization can only choose the god blood potion. March 14th. The internet around the world was occupied by a G channel at the same time. As long as the mobile phone, computer, TV, and radio connected to the internet were playing the G channel. A bald middle-aged man with slightly light green skin appeared on the channel screen. Areas using the internet were forced to watch this channel, and the new humans and virtual networks suddenly broadcast the screen of this G channel. Hello, people all over the world. I am Adam, the creator of the God-Man race. Humans have been around for tens of millions of years, but since the evolution 100,000 years ago, human evolution has been in a long-term stagnation. The people who were watching the live broadcast or the rebroadcast were confused, not knowing what this guy was talking about. But they couldn't close the channel, unless they physically cut off the power. Today, I will start a new era, an era belonging to the God-Man race. All God's chosen people can choose to inject the God blood potion and evolve into sub-gods. Then, some biochemically modified people who had successfully injected the divine blood potion appeared on the screen, and their injection pictures. Oh my God! This is blasphemy against humanity. Oh, these crazy people! No. After watching it, many people reacted violently. Obviously, they could not accept becoming that kind of weird new human. In the screen, Adam's figure appeared again. He smiled and continued, I know that many people don't want to undergo this transformation and think I'm crazy, but I forgot to tell you one thing. A deadly Homo sapiens virus is spreading all over the world, and only Asian people have antibodies. Everyone's face suddenly changed. After being infected with the Homo sapiens virus, the divine blood potion will only be effective if injected within 72 hours, otherwise the consequence is death, Adam said coldly. As soon as the voice fell, the internet around the world returned to normal, but Adam's words made everyone lose their minds and immediately called or searched for the truth online. However, something that made many people despair happened. The Homo sapiens virus has been spread all over the world, and many people began to have low fever and red spots. Among them, the primitive Homo sapiens, the Mo people, were the fastest to be affected by the Homo sapiens virus, followed by other races. Even the new humans showed obvious discomfort, and the immune system built by the biological computer began to play a role, isolating the Homo sapiens virus in the body and cultivating antibodies. The whole world was in chaos, and countries or regions such as Lucia, India, West Asia, West Europe, and Samba quickly organized biologists to conduct scientific research. And North America and Australia opened thousands of injection hospitals. Of course, these hospitals only accept injections for white people, and refuse to inject other races. In fact, the G organization did not intend to accept too many people. Even white people must be elites. The number of people that the entire G organization plans to accept will not exceed 10 million. Houston, Texas. The hospital was taken over by the referee army, and then many white people came with their families to receive injections of the divine blood potion. In a long queue, all the people in the queue seemed weak and listless. There were still some corpses lying on the roadside, those who tried to resist, and fierce gunshots and explosions were heard from time to time in the city. The Homo sapiens virus greatly weakened the physical strength of humans, and those sickly rebels could not fight against the lizard men at all. In the hospital, the elites got the evolution quota, which was also the best injection condition to ensure a higher success rate. And those ordinary people would also be injected, which was to completely disintegrate the resistance of ordinary white people, but they didn't know that what they injected was different from the divine blood potion. One day passed. Blue Planet was in complete chaos. Even the base cities built by the Human Alliance could hardly accept such a large population. Lizardmen were created in large numbers from North America and Australia. As for humans in other regions, except for a small number of people with strong physical fitness or whose genes could form antibodies, the rest were seriously infected. It is estimated that no more than 1% of humans can survive in the end. Even if laboratory-level full-body protective clothing is used, the effect of protecting against the virus is not very good, because the Homo sapiens virus can not only be infected by breathing, but also by skin contact. Unless you stay in a highly protected P4 laboratory for your whole life, once human society collapses, the P4 laboratory will not be able to last long without external resources. On the first day, those humans who already had chronic diseases became the first humans to be wiped out by the Homo sapiens virus. The Netherworld issued an order to the Human Alliance to rescue some children within their capacity, and then prepare to fight the G organization. This is a major event that is destined to go down in history. And with the mass death of the first batch of humans, terrible things followed. Chapter 265. Monterrey, a city in northern Mexico. Saskatchewan has taken over all of Mexico. Although the Netherworld has opened up some of its authority to the Human Alliance, the cities and regions they can control are very limited at this time. For example, Monterrey, which has just been taken over, is the capital of Nuevo Leon, but the Human Alliance only controls 1/3 of the city's area. The corps responsible for entering Monterrey is the 1st Regiment of the 2nd Division of the Northern Group of the Human Alliance's Central American Front. There are only 1,200 fighters in total. Although they are all new humans, there are also a large number of instructors and powerful equipment from East Asia, but their number is too small. Carlos Francisco, the head of the regiment, looked at the countless poor people falling down in the eastern residential area, the rich people who were preparing to flee to the Mexico-Mexico border with their families, and the drug dealers with AKs. He turned his head and said anxiously, "Zhang, we can't let it go." Zhang Mingli, the instructor of the regiment, also frowned. The injection of biological computers can only be given to about 400 people at a time. The injection takes time, and I am worried that the drug dealers, the vagrants, and the rich will take the opportunity to attack us. Carlos Francisco certainly knew the current situation. The whole world was in chaos. In the desperate situation, humanity had long been replaced by madness, and the burning, killing and looting in various places increased exponentially. Implement the wartime mechanism, and those who make trouble will be killed without mercy. He instructed the soldiers stationed there through brain waves. They were not the real East Asian regular army. In terms of equipment, only 1/3 of the soldiers had working exoskeletons, and the other 10 nano-robot tanks and 10 swarm tanks had no heavy equipment. The temporary base is a primary school, which surrounds a block with barbed wire and other abandoned vehicles to form a temporary fortress area. The modified electric pickup trucks and 400 soldiers control the surrounding area within a radius of 3.4 kilometers, which is also the maximum coverage range of the nanorobots. Other non-combat new humans have already moved to the southern state of Mexico in the rear. The patrolling soldiers are on guard against the outer areas, while the sick people look at these different soldiers in fear. The brainwave communicator sent a command, and the pickup truck began to broadcast in Spanish and English alternately, indicating that the military camp in the DC area could provide some assistance. However, most people did not believe it, because there was a lot of news from Country B that Organization G did not accept Latinos, and even directly massacred other races. Originally, the internet was completely restricted from information in this regard, but a large number of terahertz mobile phones were smuggled in before, and this information was spread through terahertz mobile phones. This led to many people not believing in the Human Alliance, but of course the Human Alliance did not force it. However, as the first batch of patients infected with the Homo sapiens virus died in large numbers, changes began to appear. The driver of a pickup truck on patrol suddenly saw 4 figures rushing towards the pickup truck more than 20 meters ahead. Beware. The driver honked the horn while reminding others. In the early morning sun, harsh gunshots rang out on the street. I saw 4 humanoid monsters approaching the pickup truck at a very fast speed, and agilely under the hail of bullets. Is it G's people? 2 exoskeleton warriors in the team immediately jumped off the pickup truck, picked up medium assault rifles, and fired at the monsters. Bang, bang, bang. 9mm armor-piercing rifle bullets, which are specially designed for the opponent's biochemical modified people, and are super powerful bullets, 2.2 times TNT high-energy charge. After the 4 biochemical monsters were swept by the metal storm, they were instantly riddled with holes. Killed. Go over and take a look, be careful. Got it. 2 exoskeleton warriors approached the monster corpse 10 meters away with caution. After approaching the body, they found that these 4 monsters were different from the lizard men of the G organization. In the internal information of the new humans, the lizard men of the G organization are a combination of human intelligence and extraordinary physical fitness. The 4 monsters in front of them are like failed products in the laboratory. Bang, bang, bang. Fierce gunfire sounded nearby. In the temporary command room of the school, Carlos Francisco's adjutant reported to him that there was a biochemical attack in Monterey City. From 5:21 a.m. to just now, there have been 6 biochemical attacks around our camp. Carlos Francisco's eyes became serious. Has the G organization begun to invade Monterey? Looking at the detailed report in his hand, Zhang Mingli shook his head. Unlike the lizard men of the G organization, these biochemical monsters are rational, but a bit like failed products after biochemical transformation. Failed products? You mean the Homo sapiens virus? Carlos Francisco was shocked. Zhang Mingli analyzed. It is very likely that these biochemical monsters are wearing tattered clothes. Let the soldiers look for them to see if there are any identification documents or something like that. Okay. After a while, the patrol team sent back the investigation results, and indeed found 2 monsters with ID cards. Zhang Mingli put down the report. The situation is very obvious. After the infected die, they will become biochemical monsters. It seems that the G organization deliberately concealed this news. I will report it immediately. Carlos, you strengthen the camp's vigilance. No problem. Carlos Francisco informed the soldiers of this matter through brain waves. In Monterey City, there are more and more biochemical monsters. They are irrational hunters, and countless humans have died tragically at their hands. Although the biochemical monsters around the Human Alliance camp were cleared out, other areas were like hell on Earth, with groups of biochemical monsters hunting humans and other animals. Of course, these biochemical monsters did not have the concept of group, they only hunted together temporarily, and there were quite a few biochemical monsters roaming in jungles, mountains, and other wild areas. The monsters that were biochemically transformed by the Homo sapiens virus were not only very fast, but also very strong, and could resist small-caliber bullets. Their eyes were damaged by the virus, and they used ultrasonic waves similar to those of bats to locate. Countless human survivors had to gather together, but they had little time left, even if they were not eaten by the biochemical monsters. 2 days later, they also turned into the same biochemical monsters. Who, a teenage girl, carrying her sick brother on her back, ran away in a panic, holding back her tears, and gritting her teeth to persevere. In order to stop the monster, the mother used her voice to attract the monster away. With a scream not far away, the little girl knew that her mother might have left the world. Some monsters that couldn't grab food were chasing after the 2 of them. The girl was already weak from the virus, and she tripped over a beer bottle on the road. She fell heavily on the road, and her unconscious brother rolled under a palm tree. She was desperate, and the vibrations of the monsters running on the ground were getting closer and closer to the siblings. Suddenly a shadow enveloped her, and the little girl lay on the ground, closed her eyes in fear, and waited for death to come. At the same time, at the United Nations headquarters in New York, perhaps the last General Assembly meeting of mankind was held urgently on the 2nd day of the outbreak of the biochemical crisis. Chapter 266. Inside the UNGA conference hall, most of the representatives of various parties to the UNGA looked sick. Except for Cole Franklin, the former representative of Country B, who was high above everyone else, all had some red spots on their faces, which were the early symptoms of Homo sapiens virus infection. Once the red spots broke, it meant that the virus completely broke through the immune system. Lucia Representative Joseph Petrov and Gaul Representative David Martin also looked sick and weak. The last representative of Country A, Wang Lifeng, and the representative of Great Britain, Woodsmith, were very normal. Wang Lifeng, in particular, strode towards his seat with big strides, looking up and calmly at Cole Franklin, who had transformed into a lizard man. Cole Franklin looked at Wang Lifeng and Woodsmith, who looked uneasy, in surprise. Before the meeting began, the representatives of all parties were divided into 3 factions, and they seemed to be clearly divided. The Lizard Man faction, headed by the G organization that replaced Country B, included the original Country B, Maple Leaf Country, Australia, Judah, Sealand, and the 8 northern countries of Western continent. The New Human faction, led by Country A, includes New Britain, Japan, South Korea, Mexico, and some Southeast Asian countries. The Old Human faction includes Lucia, Gaul, South America, West Asia, and Black Africa. Among the 3 parties, the Old Human faction seems to have a large number of people, and there are 2 big gangsters, the Lucia Federation and the Gaul Republic, but in fact they are the weakest of the 3 parties. The Lizard Men and the New Humans are much calmer. Joseph Petrov, who couldn't wait, immediately slammed the table and stood up. Although he was a little depressed by the virus, he still had the backbone of the mousy. He said gloomily, "Franklin, hand over the virus vaccine immediately, otherwise we will all be finished together." "That's right, we Gauls won't sit still and wait for death." David Martin was also furious. Cole Franklin, who looked indifferent, suddenly laughed, "Ha ha. Are you threatening me?" "I am threatening you." Joseph Petrov roared angrily. Cole Franklin grinned and said nonchalantly, "Just relying on your poplars? I forgot to tell you that the Yashan people are not afraid of nuclear radiation and high-concentration radioactive environments." "Then let's die together." Wang Lifeng calmly watched the Lizard Men and the Old Humans confront each other. Thousands of large vehicles of various models were launched to various parts of Lucia, the North Pacific Ocean, the Arctic Ocean, and the North Atlantic Ocean. Some entered high-altitude flights, some entered low-altitude cruises, and there was also one of the Russian signature skills, the Poseidon nuclear torpedo. As Lucia's dead hand system was activated, Gaul's dead hand system followed closely. Although the G organization was full of confidence, it still had to do its best to intercept those that should be intercepted. Even if the Lizard Men could live in a high-concentration radioactive environment, it did not mean that they could face a nuclear explosion directly. The interception system is not omnipotent. Under the supersaturated offensive, the Aegis interception system was still torn open. However, the Russians are not only targeting the G organization, they are also covering the whole world. The dead hand system was activated for about 10 minutes. Kremlin. Vasily Alexander III also had red spots on his face. Although he had entered the high-level biochemical defense base as soon as possible, he had no way to resist the Homo sapiens virus. "What's wrong?" "Commander, the first batch of mushroom eggs that hit the enemy did not explode." "What?" Vasily Alexander III was immediately upset and asked, "Did all the mushroom eggs fail to explode?" "Yes, all 47 mushroom eggs covering Western Europe, North America, and Asia did not explode," the bearded admiral said while sweating. He knew that many generals in the internal forces had been enriching themselves in recent years, but the mushroom eggs that the Supreme Commander had been staring at had been well maintained. But at this critical moment, the bearded general was in a bad mood. Vasily Alexander III was angry and shocked, but also very unwilling. He forced himself to calm down, tried to detonate one in the country. "What?" "Execute immediately," Vasily ordered angrily. The bearded general, soaked in cold sweat, turned around and made arrangements. In less than 10 minutes, the bearded general ran in with an extremely ugly face and reported to Vasily, "Commander, there is a problem, a big problem." "It didn't detonate successfully in the country?" The bearded admiral explained in an uneasy tone. "I arranged for the Ural region to test 3 bombs in a row, but none of them detonated successfully. Moreover, after inspection, the explosives of the mushroom eggs have lost their radioactivity." "Are you sure they have lost their radioactivity? Or did those bastards replace them with something else?" Vasily roared in anger. It's not Vasily's fault for making such a guess, but the Russians have this tradition. As expected, no mushroom cloud rose up on the blue planet, but many missiles with conventional explosives exploded. However, as the G organization that swallowed up the entire country B, it soon discovered that it was not the Russians' poor technology, because the major fleets that the referee army had just integrated all had a big problem. All nuclear-powered aircraft carriers and nuclear submarines were all grounded. At first, the G organization thought that someone had deliberately destroyed the reactor, but after an emergency investigation, they realized that something was wrong, and all nuclear reactions had stopped. Not only did their nuclear-powered warships break down, but even the nuclear power plants in the control area also crashed. The G organization quickly investigated the matter, and found out that the nuclear fuel had lost its radioactivity. Whether it was the nuclear fuel in use, or the nuclear fuel that had just been mined in Australia, it looked dead. For a time, all the radioactive elements on the blue planet fell into a dead state. Chapter 267. As the news from the country came, Joseph Petrov and David Martin looked desperate. They had not expected that the technological strength of the G organization was so strong that they were not even qualified to perish together. Obviously, Joseph Petrov and David Martin had imagined it. After Cole Franklin, who was full of confidence, listened attentively to the report of his subordinates, his calm expression finally disappeared. He glanced at Joseph Petrov and David Martin, who looked ashen, and finally stopped his gaze on Wang Lifeng, who was drinking tea, and with Smith, who was fidgeting. As soon as Wang Lifeng and others came in, Cole Franklin felt something was wrong. Considering that Country A's previous biochemical technology was very powerful, even cancer and AIDS could be conquered, it is not surprising that it may have the technical means to suppress the Homo sapiens virus. Organization G is not worried about this, because they do not only have the Homo sapiens virus as a world-destroying biochemical weapon that can suppress the Homo sapiens virus, they can release more types of biochemical viruses. However, the technology that can make nuclear reactions in the world ineffective is a bit scary, and the satellites of Organization G have observed that the 10 nuclear-powered battleships are sailing in the ocean at this time. This situation proves that the other party was not affected. No wonder Wang Lifeng was so calm. Cole Franklin narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice, "Is this your trump card?" Looking at the time on his watch, Wang Lifeng said calmly, "You are finished." Finished? Cole Franklin was stunned, and he didn't wait for him to react. The time on the large display screen jumped to 12 o'clock. In the low Earth orbit 840 to 950 kilometers from the ground of Blue Star, the first layer of 36 low-orbit Phoenix satellites have already been fully charged. The command transmitted from the Qinling base manipulated 36 Phoenix satellites to open the laser launch port and quickly adjust the target position. With the assistance of the virtual Blue Star of the listening satellite system, the supercomputer of the Phoenix satellite directly locked the target that had been set before. The nuclear fusion reactor overclocked and transmitted electricity, and in an instant, 36 most deadly ultimate lights fell from the sky and hit the target. The Caribbean Tribunal Base, the Amazon Rainforest Ocean Base, the Antarctic Icewell Base, the Australian Victoria Desert Sand Cave Base, the Black Prison Base of Mount Kilimanjaro in the Black Continent. The G organization has just completed the integration of the Tribunal Base and the aircraft carrier fleet in North America and the Western Continent. George, the chief judge at the Caribbean Tribunal headquarters, was holding an emergency meeting to discuss the nuclear silence incident and the trouble that the East Asian subject had not suffered from the Homo sapiens virus. George was about to say something when he suddenly felt his body getting hot. Then his brain short-circuited, or he was instantly roasted. Even for a biochemically modified person, facing the extreme light of gamma rays, there is no difference between him and an ordinary person. The high energy of the gamma ray stream will directly bombard the molecular structure, causing it to collapse, while heating the atoms and further accelerating the collapse of the molecular structure. In order to ensure that these lizard men are killed, the corresponding energy level of the gamma ray laser has been increased by 50%, and the output time has been extended from 10 seconds to 20 seconds. 20 seconds later, the base of the Judgment Army was a sea of fire, and all the creatures inside were instantly charred. Whether it was the lizard men, ordinary people, or even the terrifying biochemical monsters and biochemical viruses they developed, they were completely turned into charcoal under the focus of the gamma ray flow for 20 seconds. The ignited plastic, gasoline, and organisms were burning fiercely, like a scene of hell. The Chief Judge George still remained seated, but his whole body had turned into a human-shaped charcoal state. Gradually, the entire base began to collapse, because the gamma rays destroyed the main structure of the base. Now the entire base from top to bottom is like a fragile sandcastle. Under the influence of gravitational potential energy, collapse is inevitable. As the base collapsed, seawater poured in. As one of the three major structures of the G organization, the headquarters of the Inquisition was destroyed by the gamma ray flow in a moment. San Francisco. The Inquisition Army, which had just completed the integration of the Third Fleet, was scorched by the gamma ray flow that fell from the sky without any warning before it could react. In fact, even if they reacted, facing the gamma ray stream close to the speed of light, the only thing they could do was to quickly drink more coffee, and then lie down and wait for death. After 20 seconds, The entire naval port was left with nothing but blazing flames, not even a scream, a swimming fish, or a dividing bacterium. This is the power of a world-destroying weapon, which is more terrifying than a mushroom egg. Unless there is a gamma-ray barrier like the Baichi class, there is only one way to go. Of course, only about 1/3 of the warships are in the naval port base, and the rest are on missions in the Central Pacific. A hole several kilometers wide appeared in the ozone layer above the location pointed out by the gamma-ray stream. It was obvious that the gamma-ray stream had just decomposed the ozone in the ozone layer. Less than 10 seconds after the first round of offensive ended, the second round of offensive followed. The bases, factories, military camps, and strongholds of the G organization on the Blue Star had no power to resist. Except for some bases and strongholds in the city, which were not attacked by the Phoenix satellite, other areas suffered a devastating blow. At the same time as the low-orbit Phoenix satellite was killing people, the 36 high-orbit Phoenix satellites in the synchronous orbit of the Blue Star were also activated. The high-orbit Phoenix satellite targeted the GPS positioning satellite and other G organization's communication satellites and reconnaissance satellites, and began to clean up these enemy satellites, like autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. At the G organization headquarters on the back of the moon, Adam was caught off guard as he watched the Blue Star communication being completely interrupted. Although the G organization had a primary quantum computer, they did not have quantum communication. If they had not been unable to find the heart of the Nibelung, they might have reverse-engineered quantum communication technology long ago. Therefore, after the communication satellite was destroyed, the headquarters and branches of the G organization lost contact. However, the Netherworld had no intention of showing mercy. After clearing the major targets, it launched a full-scale thunder offensive, not giving the G organization a chance to breathe. In addition to the Tiandan fleet that was already near the British Isles, the Sunwoo fleet near the eastern Pacific Ocean of Central America, and the Lu'i base near the Gulf of Aden, the Lianpa fleet and the Sunban fleet were left to guard the home, and the remaining 5 battleships and 5 provincial-level aircraft carriers were formed into 5 mixed fleets to attack the world. In fact, at this stage, large-scale organized enemies have been wiped out. The remaining ones are some small-scale enemies, such as the G organization bases and strongholds entrenched in the city, those infected with the Homo sapiens virus, who have mutated into biochemical monsters, and local armed forces. Wang Lifeng ordered his subordinates to play some pictures. At this time, Joseph Petrov and David Martin, who received the latest news through the submarine optical fiber, and Cole Franklin, who was anxious, were all frightened by the terrifying pictures. In the satellite images, there were pieces of burning ruins, and warships that looked like dead ships or were burning and exploding. Cole Franklin trembled and turned into a light green skin. He was terrified and angry. He didn't expect that the G organization, which was dreaming of opening a new era just a moment ago, would be destroyed in an instant, with most of the Blue Star's strength destroyed. Chapter 268. Evening on March 15th, first year of the new era. 33 hours have passed since the outbreak of the Homo sapiens virus. Except for a small number of people hiding in the P4 laboratory and 4 humans in the International Space Station, everyone else has been infected with the Homo sapiens virus. From the emergency research of the Homo sapiens virus by all parties, the pure Homo sapiens, the black African merman, is the fastest to be infected, with the highest incidence rate and the highest proportion of severe patients, while the yellow and white people are slower. Based on the overall situation, it is estimated that the merman will definitely not last for 72 hours. The mixed blood merman may be able to last for 72 hours, and the white and yellow people can last for about 80 hours. The Human Alliance in Northeast Asia, Southeast Asia, Central America, and Western Europe is doing its best to rescue some children, teenagers, and some scientists. In addition to the Human Alliance's actions, the Go Service has established comprehensive temporary bases and defense positions in Chinatowns, embassies, companies, and gathering places in various regions. These things have actually been planned and prepared before. Those Chinese people who missed their homeland were gathered together by the ghost messengers at the first time. As for those who have sweet air and a round moon, please follow their masters and share the hardships. This is why the Netherworld only gives the Human Alliance open access to children, teenagers, and some scientists. Because the Netherworld does not want those old humans whose ideas have been solidified. The cost of such transformation is not worth the cost, and it may cause internal conflicts. In fact, when Huang Mingzhi received Irina's preparations to take action, he had the opportunity to stop Irina from triggering this crisis, and other people in the Netherworld could also stop it. However, Huang Mingzhi and others chose to add fuel to the flames, which to a certain extent was killing with a borrowed knife, using the biochemical virus of the G organization to clean up the old humans. Since the end of World War II in 1945, nuclear weapons have brought general stability to human society, but also brought about the continuous accumulation of contradictions. The cancer of the old era seems to have been squeezed out, but in fact it has begun to spread to every corner of human society. If we don't make up our minds to scrape the bone and heal the wound, the consequence will be that human civilization will sooner or later self-destruct. Let alone looking up at the stars and proudly traveling in the galaxy, it is estimated that we can't even fly out of the blue planet. The old era of mankind has reached a point where it must be broken before it can be rebuilt. From the perspective of human beings, Huang Mingzhi and others are helping the tyrants to do evil, but from the perspective of the nation and the new human beings, they are making a breakthrough. Perhaps this is the meaning of the enemy is my hero. Despicable and shameless may be useful for a short time, righteous and moral may be useful for a lifetime, and decisive and ruthless may be useful for 100 generations. North America, San Francisco. The ghosts and ghost messengers had prepared supplies and guns before the outbreak of the Homo sapiens virus. At this time, the city of A in San Francisco has been controlled by ghosts. There are as many as 620,000 Chinese in San Francisco, plus some Chinese students and Chinese who come to work, a total of about 700,000 people. Among them, about 150,000 people have become new humans, and the rest are being quickly identified. In fact, it is very simple to identify. Once the brainwave sensing helmet is put on, it will be immediately clear whether it is a human or a ghost. With the naval port being completely destroyed and the Homo sapiens virus spreading, the lizardmen remaining in the city are also gathering. Lin Chunggong is the captain of the San Francisco detachment of the North American Division of the Ghost Special Service and the temporary commander here. At present, they have armed more than 3,500 new humans. According to the plan, the new human army occupied 6 nearby blocks and set up layers of defense positions. A burst of hurried footsteps came over, and the office door was pushed open. A new human warrior hurriedly reported. A large number of biochemical monsters appeared on the South Street, suspected to be controlled by lizardmen behind the scenes. Lin Chunggong picked up the intercom. Attention, all units, be careful of the lizardmen's surprise attack. Receive from the 1st Street in the North District. Receive from the 4th Street in the East District. On the South Street, there are more than 100 new human warriors stationed here using abandoned vehicles and containers to transform the front line. Their equipment was very simple. Some of them were temporarily modified Type 56 or AK, and some were M16 and revolvers. After all, they were in the territory of Country B before, and it was difficult to safely import heavy criminal weapons on a large scale. Now the mutation is too fast, and the domestic support is not that fast. Of course, Lin Chunggong still prepared some killers, such as now there is a hidden defense line more than 10 meters away from the street position on the south side. Hundreds of biochemical monsters rushed towards the front position in groups. The new humans had supervision, and they could even see the remaining meat in their bloody mouths. In such a big city, they knew what kind of meat it was without thinking. Many soldiers who had just transformed into new humans seemed a little nervous. This was their first time facing such inhuman monsters. Don't be impulsive, be alert. The new humans from China were different. They were all professionally trained soldiers. Suddenly, the 3 biochemical monsters that rushed to the front were torn into pieces and smashed on the street, and scarlet blood sprayed all over the ground. After that, the biochemical monsters would be torn into pieces as long as they rushed within 10 meters. After losing more than 20 biochemical monsters, the remaining biochemical monsters finally braked and stopped violently on the other side. Seeing the biochemical monsters stop on their own initiative, the company commander Jin, who was stationed at the position, muttered, "Sure enough, someone is behind the scenes." They started to encounter a small number of biochemical monsters last night, but none of these biochemical monsters were rational and had no fear at all. They only had primitive appetite and hunting instincts. I saw a biochemical monster slowly approaching, and then gently touched the front with its sharp chitin claws. The chitin claws that could tear through homogeneous steel with a thickness of more than 10 millimeters actually broke, and the fracture surface was as smooth as a mirror. After some testing, the arm of the biochemical monster had been cut off by more than half. The biochemical monster retreated more than 20 meters, then accelerated and kicked, jumped to a height of more than 10 meters, and flew over to the front line of the new humans. Bang, bang, bang. A soldier accurately fired 3 shots at the biochemical monster. The monster was blocked by the kinetic energy of the bullet and fell halfway, also directly torn into pieces. More than 200 meters away, 3 lizard men in combat uniforms hid in a convenience store, observing the opposite position with binoculars. Wise, what do you think? It may be some kind of thin wire. What to do? You can start from. They guessed correctly. In that area, there was a kind of high-strength nanofilament. This thing is very small in size, which is convenient for smuggling into the country, but it is more effective than bullets and grenades in defending against brainless biochemical monsters. The new human warriors who were on guard were suddenly stunned, and then the company commander shouted, "Destroy the sewers and the buildings on both sides." Boom, boom, boom. The buildings and sewers connected on both sides collapsed in a moment. More than 40 biochemical monsters were buried alive in the ground and the ruins of the buildings. The new human warriors had expected the wide sewers in the western city, so how could they give the other side a chance? Faced with the front line that could not be invaded, the lizards began to use other methods, such as driving a large truck to rush over, and then using the large truck as a pedal to command a large number of biochemical monsters to rush into the position. For a while, the two sides started fighting. Chapter 269. Intense explosions and dense gunfire filled the city, and biochemical monsters surged like waves. 3 armed helicopters painted with G were approaching the temporary camp from the direction of the Golden Gate Bridge. Lin Chunlong looked at the flight signs on the virtual map and saw the 3 armed helicopters 6.4 kilometers ahead. He calmly ordered, "Call for support immediately." Received. The telegraph liaison sent an air support request to the Qinling base through the brainwave glasses. In the low Earth orbit of outer space, a Phoenix satellite passed over San Francisco and adjusted its gamma-ray emission port. In addition to the large-scale attack mode, the Phoenix satellite can also attack in separate channels. The separate channel attack mode is mainly for interception. It can be changed from a large focus mode to 32 emission ports, and these emission ports can be controlled and started individually. The Phoenix satellite separated 3 small emission ports, and 3 gamma-ray streams burst toward San Francisco. 3 armed helicopters were hit instantly, and the ammunition on the helicopters exploded directly, and suddenly turned into 3 fireballs above the Golden Gate Bridge. On the front line of the southern street, the new human warriors faced 200 or 300 biochemical monsters, and the lizard men who were shooting in the dark. The entire position was in danger. Company Commander Gao Qidong killed a biochemical monster that escaped the defense line with a high-frequency sword, and then rolled towards the car obstacle behind him with a warning. Boom! A rifle grenade exploded at his previous position. He looked at the fearless biochemical monsters and the lizardmen who were shooting in the dark, and then looked at his side. Many soldiers were seriously injured and carried away. Just as he was about to call for support, the waves of biochemical monsters that rushed to the front line from all directions suffered a devastating blow. They were burned to charcoal without even a scream. The entire block was swept by the gamma-ray flow, and even a few lizard men were directly burned to charcoal. Gao Qidong shouted vigorously, "Fight back, destroy all biochemical monsters." The new human warriors who beat the fallen dogs poured firepower on several monsters, especially their heads, which were the weak points, and a few armor-piercing shells directly exploded the monsters' skulls. The morale of the new human army was high, and they repelled several waves of attacks in various bases and camps in North America, Western Europe, and Australia. Facing the new human army with air superiority, the remnants of the G organization could not even fly a few kilometers with their planes and missiles, and would be directly destroyed by the Phoenix satellite from outer space, and they completely lost air superiority. At this time, 8 hours had passed since the Purification War. The 2 mixed fleets were heading towards North America at a rapid speed, but the speed of the ships was only 30 to 40 knots per hour at most. It would take 2 weeks to get from the West Pacific to the East Pacific even if everything went smoothly. Obviously, the Netherworld did not intend to delay too long, lest there be more trouble. Guam was already a ruin at this time. The airport's aviation kerosene warehouse was burning, and explosions were heard from time to time. 15 C-20 transport planes, modified C-919, circled in the air for a while, and 3 of them landed directly on the sea. The airbags on both sides of the planes were opened, allowing the planes to float stably on the sea. This is the shallow sea area on the north side of Guam. The pilot of the plane hurriedly operated on the instrument panel. The transport cabin of the plane was opened. 2 soldiers wearing exoskeletons pushed boxes of seawater rock-forming agents into the sea. The seawater rock-forming agent reacted quickly with the seawater and began to generate rocks. 3 more planes landed on the sea surface on the other side. 2 hours passed. All 15 planes landed on the sea surface, 6 on each side, and 3 on the first floor near Guam. A runway with a width of 230 to 240 meters and a length of 3.3 kilometers appeared on the sea surface, and a 2.4-kilometer channel connected to the land of Guam. The 15 C-20 transport planes are disposable products, used directly to quickly build runways and forward airports. The 30 new human fighters and 30 pilots, who came with the transport planes, are working separately. The fighters are leveling the airport runway, while the pilots are using the aircraft fuselage to arrange communication towers, neutrino radar arrays, etc. The reason why the airport facilities in Guam are not used is mainly because the soil, rocks, and reinforced concrete structures will become sandy, softened, and brittle after being damaged by the gamma ray flow. The runway looks fine on the surface, but in fact it is riddled with holes, and cannot be used in a short time. Half an hour later, 5 Y-20s landed at the new Guam airport, with a large number of supplies, equipment and personnel arriving. Then, they leapfrogged to the next island, building an advanced airport every 3 hours on average, and advancing rapidly from the East Pacific to the West Pacific. The new humans who dominated the air supremacy used transport aircraft to build airports unscrupulously. 55 hours had passed since the outbreak of the Homo sapiens virus, and at this time, the new humans had already pushed the forward airport to 1,800 kilometers northeast of the Honolulu Islands. This is an empty sea area. The new humans chose a shallow sea area and built the last forward airport. Since then, the leapfrog strategy has been completed. A large number of transport planes continuously transported materials, equipment, and soldiers from East Asia to the front line. As 55 hours passed, many old humans with poor physical fitness had mutated into biochemical monsters. The San Francisco detachment still stubbornly held on under the protection of the Phoenix satellite. Lin Chunggong put down the telescope. Except for the city of Country A, the area was already in chaos. The remnants of the G organization were constantly growing. They absorbed white people to become lizard men, while controlling biochemical monsters. The old humans became food and biochemical materials. After being cleaned up by Phoenix satellites several times, the lizardmen also recognized the reality, and gave up the idea of attacking the Chinese camp. Lin Chunggong and his men only took in some children and teenagers, and some scientists, who were unwilling to go along with the G organization. The others had to give up. At this time, many old humans who had escaped were crowding at the entrance of the camp on the south side of the block. The lizardmen did not dare to come here to seek death. Once they appeared in groups on the empty streets, the consequence would be barbecue. Hundreds of refugees looked at the heavily guarded new human camp, most of them holding guns. However, Lin Chunggong did not agree to let them in. If it were not for the existence of nanofilaments, these guys would probably attack the camp. How could they do this? What should we do? A tall white man looked at the bright red flag on the camp, and turned to the middle-aged woman beside him with a hint of begging. "Can you please persuade the other party? We really need shelter and help." The middle-aged woman nodded firmly, and waved and shouted to the front line. "Hello, we are." But the company commander Gao Chidong watched the guys on the opposite side coldly, especially the woman who was shouting loudly. As a ghost of the San Francisco detachment, he knew that this woman was a typical banana. And those white people mixed in the crowd thought they could deceive them, but under the detection of the listening satellite, the abnormal elemental composition on their bodies exposed their identities. No matter how pitifully and emotionally the woman shouted, the front line was still silent. Chapter 270. The fugitives saw the silent frontier positions, picked up their guns in anger, and fired wildly at the frontier positions. Some of the Mu people who were already on the verge of mutation rushed to the frontier positions frantically, then lit the Molotov cocktails in their hands and prepared to throw them. Bang bang bang. Gao Chidong and others opened fire, and facing the cruel new humans, these fugitives could only flee in all directions. The 3 lizardmen hiding among the fugitives also retreated quickly when they saw that the situation was not good. At this time, a series of slight buzzing sounds came from the sky in the west of San Francisco, and some small black spots appeared in the sky. Many lizardmen looked up, and found some large transport planes in the sky in the west. The remnants of the G organization in San Francisco knew that these planes came with bad intentions, but they were powerless now because the original U.S. military bases, airports, warships, and satellites had been completely destroyed. Now they could only watch the other side act recklessly in the air. 15 Y-20s hovered over San Francisco. "Everyone, take your positions. One group will drop the Nano Defender." Received. 5 of the transport planes dropped barrel-shaped objects, which looked a bit like larger gasoline barrels. The barrels opened their cushioning parachutes in midair, and many of the lizardmen, who were secretly watching were horrified, and quickly fled the landing area of the barrels. Because of this kind of bomb, that opens its cushioning parachute in midair, many people who have served in the military know what this thing is. Generally, only cluster bombs like to use parachutes in midair, which is to make cluster bombs explode in midair, and throw the small bombs or steel needles inside to the ground to obtain the maximum killing area. However, the cluster bombs they expected did not appear, and the barrel landed on the ground without any explosion. At the bottom of the barrel, a large number of nanorobots spread out rapidly in all directions. The micronuclear fusion reactor inside provided a charging magnetic field with a radius of 4 kilometers through a wireless charger, and the neutrino detector locked the surrounding targets. Linchingong San Francisco Detachment took over the control of these nanorobots and immediately organized soldiers to operate them. The San Francisco City area, which is about 25 kilometers long from north to south and about 12 kilometers wide from east to west, is fully covered by 24 nano-defenders. The catastrophe of the lizard men and biochemical monsters has come. The group of fugitives, who were wandering around the streets on the south side, suddenly felt something wrong with the bodies of the lurking lizard men. What's going on? The middle-aged white man who was talking to the banana man just now had a splitting headache and went crazy. He felt as if countless bugs were biting his brain. The severe pain made him turn into a light green lizard man. The woman covered her mouth and retreated in panic. Others also noticed the abnormality of the middle-aged white man and immediately pointed their guns at him. Within 2 minutes, the struggling lizard man stopped moving. One of the more courageous escapees, shaking his hands, touched the other person's body with a stick, and the other person's body did not move. Dead? What happened? Could this woman also? Seeing the other fugitive's eyes and attitudes change drastically, the woman was about to explain. Bang! A bullet hole appeared on her forehead, and her eyes gradually became blurred. These fugitives were already frightened birds, and would rather kill someone by mistake than flee with a suspected lizard man. In the city, other lizard men were also directly dug out of their brains by nanorobots. Facing the pervasive nanorobots, no matter how strong their bodies were, they would only die. Unless these lizard men have evolved to break through the atomic limit, it is obvious that they are only slightly stronger than humans, and are still within the scope of mortal bodies. After losing satellite communications with various branches on Blue Star, the G organization's lunar headquarters did not sit idly by, but activated 7 backup C-band radio wave communication stations on the front of the moon. Although the loss of communication satellites as relays has a huge impact on the stable communication between Blue Star and the moon, at least the G organization headquarters is not completely blind. As the remnants of Blue Star sent back news one after another, Adam's face became extremely ugly. The major branches of the Blue Star's divine domains had suffered heavy losses, and the large-scale and organized bases and strongholds were destroyed. Your Majesty Adam, can we let Country A occupy Blue Star? Otherwise, they will definitely further spy on the moon headquarters. Powell Moore, the commander of the Moon Defense Commander of the Judgment Army, said seriously. Several other high-level members of the G organization also agreed with Powell Moore's point of view. The other party's remote sensing satellite had tried to spy on the moon before. Once the unification of Blue Star is completed, the other party will definitely not tolerate the G organization occupying the moon. Adam closed his eyes and thought for a while. He opened his eyes and looked at the situation on the blue planet sand table. Then he said, On the back of the moon, in a crater in the Moscow Sea, the ground slowly cracked, revealing a launch station underneath. Then 6 carrier rockets spewed light blue tail flames into outer space. Since the gravity of the moon is very small, it is very easy for carrier rockets to enter deep space. At the same time, the G organization launched 3 small rockets towards the blue planet from its base on the front of the moon. Russia Federation Moscow Kremlin. An unexpected person appeared in the office of the Supreme Commander. Looking at the somewhat neurotic guy in front of him, Vasily Alexander III said in a low voice, You did so many things, but in the end, the A country won. Listening to Vasily's ridicule, the man did not get angry. I admit that the organization underestimated the other party, but do you think this is all the Lord? The weak Vasily, no longer the image of a tough emperor, replied weakly, If you are ready to show off your strength, I can send someone to send you to Beijing. I'm here to cooperate. Cooperate? Vasily was stunned, then asked thoughtfully, How to cooperate? The man put a bottle of dark green medicine in front of Vasily, grinned and said, Beiping will not save you, but we can. This is a rapid inhibitor of the Homo sapiens virus. Do you want it or not? Vasily stared at the other party. He knew that the other party was using him, but in the face of death, he had no choice. Picking up the bottle of virus inhibitor, Vasily put it down again and reminded, even if we have the virus inhibitor, we can't fight against the other party. You should understand how seriously the balance of war has tilted. No, we still have bargaining chips. Then I wait and see, Mr. Francisco. The Russian Federation quickly announced that it had developed a Homo sapiens virus inhibitor, and they quickly used this Homo sapiens virus inhibitor in the Western continent. The Homo sapiens virus inhibitor can be used on a large scale in the city, with a device similar to an aromatherapy burner. Of course, it has been 61 hours since the outbreak of the Homo sapiens virus. The Russian Federation can only choose to save the essence of the Western continent, and it cannot save the other parts. The Republic of Gaul also announced that it had obtained Lucia's virus inhibitor, and began to prepare for large-scale use in the city. Unfortunately, Gaul is now too chaotic, especially their population problem. There are more than 5 million mere people. Most of these mere people have now mutated into biochemical monsters, hunting and eating people everywhere. In addition, the Human Alliance has occupied a small area. Gaul is on the verge of collapse, and it is estimated that less than 1/10 of the population can be saved.